last-minute deals. Get more when you get it on eBay.
Get help managing your money for the life and years ahead with Fidelity Income Planning. We'll look at what you've saved, what you'll need, and help you build a flexible plan for cash flow designed to last, so you can go from saving to living. Fidelity Brokerage Services, member NYSE SIPC.
It's time to wake up with a nice cup of morning roast. Featuring Bonte Hill and Joe Shasky. Presented by Timeless Coffee. This is the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game.
Curry off a Draymond screen. Bounce pass to Draymond, back to Curry, no look to Wiggins. Wiggins up top to Draymond, penetrates Curry off a double screen. It's a three, it's money in the bank for Curry. Curry went down, no foul call from Curtis Blair. Curry got knocked down, it's 47-38.
We'll talk to that man on the call, Tim Roy, at about 8:10 this morning. And oh, baby, what a clunker that was last night. Warriors get the win. They're 21-4. Beggars can't be choosers. We'll take the dub all day long. Right? Dub Nation, you'll take the dub all day long.
No, we're going to scoff at wins.
Yeah, I mean,
of course.
That one was a bit of a snoozer, and I get it. Portland didn't have Damian Lillard, didn't have C.J. McCollum, didn't have Anthony Simons.
Hard.
They played hard.
I like Anthony Simons, and I didn't see him yesterday, and I was sad. Dennis Smith Jr., how many teams has he been on?
He's only 25 years old, 24 years old.
Why do I feel like he's been in the league for a decade?
Man, I feel bad for him, man.
I thought he played really hard yesterday.
They all played hard. Nurkic played hard. Norman Powell, 8 for 23, but he played hard. Warriors just kind of coasted. They coasted.
You think?
Yeah. I mean, did Wiggins break a sweat? Did Draymond break a sweat?
I know who did. The referee's going out of bounds to get all those turnovers.
Oh, boy.
That's one area that continues to rear its kind of ugly head.
Yeah.
And I think that, in years past, excuse me, that came out of nowhere. In years past, I would say, they could outshoot an opponent. They could find a way to offset the turnovers. I do think when you get into one of these grinded out games series against the Phoenix Suns, for example, who the team is that you want to face, you've got to be smarter and better, a better caretaker of the rock in the half court. So that's the one area that I'm hoping we can clean up over time. But again, when you reintroduce Klay Thompson, there's going to be a learning curve there.
Right.
When you try to phase in, whether it's Kuminga, Moody, Wiseman, there'll be some learning curves there as well. So, but this is something that I am a little worried about. It's not the end of the world. It's just one little area that I'd like to see them clean it up.
Yeah, no doubt. They're one of the worst teams when it comes to turnovers at the bottom of the league, and they were like that when KD was here. They were like that before KD. But the number 15, I can live with that. I can live with that. Would I like to see it cut down to 12, 13? Absolutely. Absolutely. But it's just some of the unforced turnovers that kind of gets on me.
I was just going to say that.
I saw one, Curry goes behind the back to Draymond Green. I thought Draymond Green maybe should have just stayed on a three-point line. Would have been a wide open shot instead. He kind of dips in. It's a turnover. Just a lot of unforced turnovers with this basketball team, especially early in games. Early in games, It's like they're experimenting and just messing around. That's one area they got to clean up, no doubt about it. They're going to have to do it on this 5-game road trip. Like, you look at the teams here on the road trip, Philadelphia is going to be tough on Saturday.
I'm really looking forward to that game.
Yeah, they missed Embiid last time out with Philly visited Chase Center.
And if that's the one area that people are concerned about in terms of size and defending and scoring in the post, isn't this a great opportunity to see what the Warriors can do in terms of adjustments?
Absolutely. Absolutely. I mean, Philadelphia gave it to them last time out at Chase Center. They had to come back and win that game. Embiid's playing really, really well. A 40-burger against Charlotte on Monday. 32 last night for the Philadelphia 76ers. But, you play Boston, and they're back-to-backs. After the Philadelphia game, it's a back-to-back, Indiana, New York. Friday, Saturday, Boston, Toronto. Toronto stinks at home right now. But you got to be prepared.
Exactly.
They're going to be junking up the game with Van Vliet, Siakam. They get up for the Golden State Warriors. They're going to muck the game up. You have to take care of the basketball. So, 888-957-9570. We'll ask this question all day long. What does 21-4 mean to you? The record 21-4. What does it mean to you? Are they as good as what their record says? Are they playing above their heads? Is there a regression coming? What does 21-4 mean to you, Shasky?
The word, if I were to just break it down into one word, it would be recalibration. Recalibration back to being one of the top teams in the league. The recalibration of, yes, trying to make the playoffs is very important, but there's a bigger goal, right? Like recalibration in terms of, we've reset our roster, specifically kind of the role players and the bench players, and we're really gearing toward how we're going to adjust against 4 or 5 teams come playoff time. And I think that's the biggest thing for me, where it's the fine-tuning stage. And now, look, we've got a long way to go. It's a marathon. 21-4 after 25 games.
Take that.
Where
did you think they'd be?
Honestly, I was hoping for like 16 or 17 wins. That would be like optimistic
25
to me.
in. Yeah, I was thinking maybe 15-10, 16-9.
I would have signed up for that.
Afloat. Yeah, absolutely.
I would have signed up for that. So I think the biggest thing for me, it just like looking at this year specifically, I'm looking at some of the things that Steph Curry has done over the years past. He's about 60% of his shots are three-pointers.
Right.
This year, and I think this is because of the record that's kind of looming over everything, he's closer to 65-66% of all of his shots are three-point shots. I would like him to take more to the rack. Like last night, I know you're gunning for the record.
Took 17 threes.
Didn't it feel like it was...
He was forcing.
Yes.
He was forcing.
Like, we just need to get past this.
Right. Yeah, no, he was forcing.
And I don't want to be the negative Nancy on a fun celebrating thing. It does feel like it's kind of hovering over everything.
You're not being negative. The guy was jacking it up. 17 threes last night. He was jacking. He was gutted. His first 4 shots were all threes. Like, you could tell it was weighing on him, and to try to do it at home, as well as try to snap or break Klay Thompson's record for most threes in a game, whether it's attempts or makes, when Klay Thompson a couple years ago went 14-24. Let's go back to the turnovers just a second here.
Yes, please.
Warriors second to last in the NBA. Second worst team in the league.
In terms of turning it over.
16.2 a game.
Wow.
The Rockets, who have somehow, some way, won 7 in a row.
Hey.
They averaged nearly 18 turnovers a game.
Okay.
They're last, dead last.
Very young team.
Lakers right above the Warriors there, 15.8.
Wow.
They're the third worst team when it comes to turnovers. They're tied with Cleveland and Minnesota. So that's the one area, if they could just clean that up a little bit. And you talk about the free throw shooting as well. Andrew Wiggins starting to regress from the free throw line.
Yeah.
Started off really, really hot.
That's a concern.
Right? Warriors middle of the pack in the league. 19th in the league when it comes to free throw shooting at 75.9%. So basically 76%. So they got some areas where they could improve, but 21-4. I'm not going to scoff at it, but are they as good as their record? I would say they're probably not. They're probably not.
Why is that?
They've played above their heads at times. They've played some teams that are not really that good.
Some teams that are lower on the pecking order in terms of standings. I would agree there.
No doubt.
I can't dispute that.
But
they got the best differential in the league right now.
And that's the thing. Here's the thing. Number 1 defense. Top 5 offense.
Yeah.
And you look at their losses. Darrell asked a question yesterday on pre and post. What's the worst loss for the Warriors?
That San Antonio one was pretty ugly.
Yeah, but think about it.
They did fight back.
They fought back, and they lost by 5.
Yeah, I know. But it to me, watching it, it just felt like they exerted so much energy the night before. They were
schedule loss.
Yeah, that kind of takes the onus off them.
Right.
I thought San Antonio just outplayed them.
Yeah, no doubt. All right, Phoenix last week. That was the worst loss of the season in terms of point differential.
Was it?
They lost by 8.
Wow, I didn't know that.
Think about the Charlotte Hornets game where they couldn't score the fourth quarter.
Yeah.
That was a bit of a clunker.
Your boy Terry Rozier the third?
Yeah, it's Scary Terry was balling, man. And then you think about the Memphis game that they lost in overtime.
Yes.
They have not gotten blown out
No.
at all this season, which I think is a mark of a good team.
Yes.
It's like they've been in every single basketball game so far this season.
Can I push back on the schedule just for? And again, I understand what everyone's saying, but do we think that like the Warriors are going to be facing nothing but like top-notch opponents for a month straight? Dude, there aren't a lot of great teams right now.
There's not.
I mean, like that's the
really
reality
isn't.
of the NBA. Like I don't think like okay, I'm just looking at the Western Conference right now. Like the Clippers, I'm not sure what to make of them. right? And they're slightly above 500. What are the Lakers? I'm not sure. I believe Memphis is a team that just matches up really well with the Warriors. I think they're a good team. I do. I can't believe I'm saying Memphis over the Clippers and the Lakers. And then I believe Utah's a very good team.
Yeah,
I
no
do.
doubt.
And then I look over in the Eastern Conference and I'm like, all right, I don't know what to make of the Bulls. Do you?
Nah, they're a good team, not a contender.
Okay,
good team, not a contender.
I don't know enough.
Milwaukee, kind of sleepwalking.
I'm giving Milwaukee the benefit of the doubt as a proven champion, and I'm going to give Brooklyn the benefit of the doubt because Durant's a proven champion.
And you know what? I think Miami's going to be there when it's all set and
They're
done.
a great organization.
Top 4 team.
I agree.
But when we look at this Eastern Conference trip, right?
I mean, that's like 6 teams.
Yeah, I know. There's only about 6 teams. Trust me.
So that's kind of my point. Like, what if people just want to play those 6 teams for a month and see what the Warrior record is?
Dude, trust me. I look at League Pass every single night and I'm thinking, I don't want to watch this team.
You're so right.
I'm looking, like Langford. I'm looking. I'm like, do I want to watch the Magic? Do I want to watch the Pacers?
The Blazers.
Do I really want to watch
the Blazers?
Yeah, oh my gosh. But look at this East Coast trip.
They were out Dame and they were out CJ.
And Anthony Simons.
And I'm watching them.
And Anthony Simons.
And you know what? You made a point yesterday about Chauncey Billups saying, I've never seen a team where the role players have to inspire the star players. I'm watching that game, and I'm watching because I watch back and forth ESPN and NBC. I was trying to be loyal to both. And I said to myself, wow, Chauncey Billups in the huddle is really preaching defense. And he's like talking to these guys, and I'm saying, I think he's ready to move off both of these stars and just go with the young guys.
Man, it may be best for all parties.
Right?
Maybe best for all parties.
They played hard. Even though they're not talented, I was impressed with their defensive effort.
Look, before we get back to the Blazers and Warriors last night, Warriors win. They win by 8. I don't even think they won. Did they win by 10? I don't even remember fighting. Yeah, they won by 10, 104-94. It was just got ugly at the fourth quarter. It's like, let this game end. Let this game end.
I was nodding off at the end. I can't believe I was doing that.
No flow to the game.
None.
So, we have these packages on the postgame show on NBC Sports Bay Area. And we'll get to the Curry Sound in just a second, Lafer. Give me a second here. But we're thinking, all right, what's the turning point of the game? You want to go with the Otto Porter Jr. threes at the end of the third quarter?
He is doing really well.
He's doing really
I saw a Slater stat that he has the 16th most made threes off the bench of any player in the league this year.
That's crazy.
That's really good. And they're kind of monitoring his minutes right now. They want to pace him. That might be my favorite signing that they've had in the last 4 or 5 years.
Really good.
Durant notwithstanding. It
was a fun interview last night as well, man. He
seems to really like.
He gets it.
He gets it. But I think that he really likes just everything that the Warriors are.
Dude, he's playing with the winner.
Well, that's
playing with the winner.
Yes,
you know what I'm saying? He's playing in a culture that has banners.
He's getting
championship
shots.
Banners. He's getting wide open shots.
Open threes.
Wide open shots. It's time for the Steph Curry 3-point update.
Oh, nice.
Brought to you by Masterclass. Steph has made 132 threes this season. And you know what? Last night he hit 6 threes, 6 of 17 from the 3-point line. Stephen Curry there. He's now 10 away from surpassing the great Ray Allen, a.k.a. Jesus Shuttlesworth.
Feel great. Feel great. Woo!
It does feel great. Masterclass lets you learn from over 100 world-class instructors anytime, anywhere, and at your own pace. Get 15% off your annual membership at masterclass.com/thegame. Steph Curry, he was gunning for that record yesterday, and it's probably going to happen, if I had to guess, Monday in Indiana.
Would you guys be okay? Let's just say Steph holds off a little bit, doesn't break the record, and just waits till he goes to Boston next Friday.
Why Boston?
Breaks Ray Allen's record over in Boston.
He was only a Celtic for a little while, but I hear you. No, that's interesting.
That's interesting because
I think Celtic fans hate him because he went and joined the Heat, though. I know that a lot of Celtic fans were very mad because he went and joined LeBron.
Kevin Garnett, Paul Pierce and company, they haven't talked to him at all.
Kendrick Perkins had a story on All the Smoke podcast where him and Rajon got in a boxing match they boxed it out because they were both arguing so much on the court. They boxed it out in the locker room. Kendrick Perkins mentioned that on All the Smoke. It got to that point. Apparently, Rajon did some work. He didn't say who won, but they were just like Steven Jackson and Matt Barnes are both like probably Rajon.
Rajon really could fight. He could. He looks like he could fight.
He had the nastiest elbow dislocation I've ever seen, and then went back and played in that series. I still can't believe it.
No, I would like to see him break the record in Madison Square Garden.
Oh.
That was where Steph Curry had his coming out party. Remember he dropped that 54-point game in a Warriors loss with Tyson Chandler had 30 rebounds in that game? At the Garden, what if Steve Kerr says, you know what, Steph? rest Monday in Indianapolis. We're going to do this thing at the Garden. Madison Square Garden.
Tom Thibodeau is just going to have all 5 Knicks just blitzing Curry the entire time and leaving everyone else open.
So I don't want to be that guy, but I don't like trying to manipulate when things are broken. Like, I get why you would want to do it. Look, for season ticket holders, the money that they invest, the emotion, the time, you want payoff, right? But when, like, for example, the Miami Marlins signed Ichiro, and they signed him specifically to break the 3,000 hit mark because the Marlins don't have a lot of history, and they don't have a lot of, at the time, they didn't have a lot of cachet. Well, they went out on the road and he broke it in Texas, and they sold all these game packages around Ichiro, and people obviously wanting to go see him break the record. Sometimes sports just happens, and it needs to be organic. Now, I understand that you can try to manipulate it. I just want to get away from the record and get it done.
I do.
And I don't want to be the poo-pooer because that's not what I'm trying to do. It's just, it felt like to me they got out of sync.
They did get out of sync yesterday trying to get him this record here, and it feels like maybe Steph has been pressing over the last week. He's really, to his standards, struggled a bit from the three-point line.
More air balls in the last 3 or 4 weeks than I've seen him shoot at any time.
Right, no doubt about that. By the way, this East Coast trip, we're discussing the schedule and how many good teams are where. Well, look at this East Coast trip. Philadelphia right now is 6th seed in the Eastern Conference. They haven't had a lot of guys. Embiid's been in that.
I don't know what to make of them.
14-11. All right, you look at the Boston Celtics, 13-13. They've struggled. You look at the New York Knicks, 12-13, 5-8 at home. You look at the Pacers, 11-16, 3-10 on the road. They're now the third worst team in the Eastern Conference, and they're talking about a rebuild. They're talking about blowing it all up.
I know.
What about the Toronto Raptors? 11-14. They're 4-9 at home up there, Scotiabank Arena. So, look. It's tough going on the road.
Yes.
It's going to be a difficult road trip for the Golden State Warriors. But when you look at the teams that they're playing, you're like, man, these are average basketball teams. So your point about 6 teams maybe being in the league.
Am I wrong there?
No, you're not. Like, Willard and I was like, man, there's 10 teams I can watch. He goes, name 10.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
And I got the 6, and I was like, now, Utah, Phoenix, Golden State. Milwaukee, Brooklyn.
I'll throw
Miami in.
Yeah, I love Spoelstra. You know I do.
Yeah, the Wizards.
I mean, come on. And then, like, the Cavs, they're a lot of fun, but come on, the Cavs, do we really believe?
Sixers will be there. They got to figure out the Ben Simmons situation. They got to figure that out.
Yeah.
They got to figure that out. The West, is Memphis ready to go? I don't know, man. So the whole schedule thing on why the Warriors are 21-4.
I think you just need to enjoy it.
Enjoy it.
Well,
enjoy it. But what does it mean to Dub Nation? Do they believe that they're a 21-4 team?
I think we are a 21-4 team.
I mean, you are what your record says.
And number two, I just think that right now what you're seeing is kind of like that third act. The first act was the build-up of becoming a champion. The second act was, all right, we lost to LeBron. Let's retinker this and bring in Kevin Durant. Then you had a little bit of a lull, and this is the third act. And I was listening to Nick Wright, and I know everyone, you say Nick Wright, people lose their minds, but he's like
a clown.
I know, but the
Did
national.
You know why I say that? His bite on Andrew Wiggins was circulating yesterday.
I saw that.
When he basically said, the Warriors trade D'Angelo Russell for Andrew Wiggins. They are cooked. They're done. They're
clownish,
finished.
bruh.
And I'm just like, this guy really doesn't know what he's talking about. It's a shtick.
Well, I'm glad
I can't take him serious.
I'm glad you said it because I do think that he's not alone. I think a lot of national media people look at this the same way. He said something yesterday to Colin Cowherd. He goes, the Warriors, they tanked for a couple of seasons. And I'm sitting here, I'm going like, well, wait a minute. No. They had one bad season. They really tried last year. Anybody that watched them, was that tanking?
No, it was not. In the first year,
I'm like, that's not tanking.
They had nobody.
They made a great trade and capitalized on a vulnerable Minnesota Timberwolves team, and then obviously executed their own draft picks that they had. So,
Can we hear the soundbite? I want to hear the soundbite now. Let's get the soundbite.
Okay, I'll try to find it. Yeah.
And tanking.
He said that the Warriors tanked for a couple years and got draft picks. And here's the other thing I want to say about the draft picks.
He could be more wrong.
Well, and the draft picks aren't really playing. That's the other thing.
He could be more wrong about that.
They did a little bit of tinkering in free agency with some veteran moves, right? They bring in Iggy. They bring in Otto Porter Jr., Bielitsa. But for the most part, everybody else, and obviously subtracted Kelly Oubre and some of the other bench pieces, the main starters are almost identical.
He's an idiot.
Right?
Nick Wright is an idiot.
I think there's this perception Jordan Poole was drafted when they were down. Jordan Poole was drafted 28th. 28th overall. Anyone could have had Jordan
Anybody
Poole.
could have had him.
And Jordan Poole struggled.
And you know what? People were talking about, man, you could have had Keldon Johnson instead of Jordan Poole. You could have had this guy instead of Jordan Poole. Jordan Poole's working out. And last night, had a quiet 20. Over his last 10 games, he's scored in double figures, and he's averaging 20 over his last 10 games.
You know what I'm starting to call him? He's the bread knife. Somehow he slices through that defense.
He is really good.
I'm really enjoying his slippery little, unorthodox drives to the lane.
And he finishes at the rim. He
I
finishes
know.
really well
You know
at the
what
rim.
he does good? He gets that arm underneath and lays it up before the defender can get their hand out to block it. I'm telling you, dude, he's really impressive.
Look, we're going to talk to the Saintly one at 7:20. Can't wait to talk to Gary
nice.
St-G to put a smile on everybody's face.
Latte.
He's on the East Coast right now, chilling. His Patriots are number 1 in the AFC. He's feeling Mac Jones. We'll catch up with the Saintly one. Of course, he's also doing the Warriors Roundtable with our boy Kevin Dana.
Oh, yeah.
Kevin Dana once a week here on 95.7
And there's some G League talk, actually, that I'd like to get into at some point today.
There's some good G League talk here because Kuminga and Moody lit it up last night in Ontario, California. That's where a big UPS hub is, Ontario. That's the only reason why I know about Ontario, California. So we'll do that coming up here.
Waiting for your Jordans to come?
No, I used to work there at UPS, man. So we used to get a lot of packages.
Thought maybe you're looking at your tracking shipment labels.
No. We used to get a lot of packages from Ontario. What's coming up in the game brought to you by Department of Health Care Services. Warriors are 21-4. What does it mean?
resumes on Indeed fit your job description the minute you sponsor a job. Spend less time sifting through resumes and more time saying you're hired. Visit Indeed.com/credit.
Now, back to the Morning Roast, presented by Timeless Coffee with Bonte and Shasky.
All right, B, I know you want to get in here, and we're going to talk some Warriors, and we're going to talk a little G League because some things are happening for some of these youngsters. But I got to start here. There was a picture that was circulating across the internet yesterday, and it was of you at Chase Center. And I'm a believer in omens. I'm a believer in superstitions. I'm not sure if you are when it comes to sports.
Sometimes.
You know, I'm the guy that when I see a church, I do the sign of the cross. You know, like that. It's a weird good luck thing. When I see an ambulance, I do the same thing. I don't know why. It's just this Catholic thing that I got in me, right? My grandma used to do it, so I do it. But I saw you on the court before the game, and you had an outfit. You looked like Reggie Jackson. You had every accessory available from the My2K create a player profile. And I said, oh boy, one of two things is going to happen. Either Steph is going to go nuclear and get this record, and you are going to be forever linked as the guy that blessed the court before Steph got on there, or they're going to have a ho-hum night, and somehow I'm going to make it about you ruining the night. And the second thing played out, and so here we are. Explain to the people what you were doing yesterday, because I got to be real with you, that was my favorite photo that I've seen float across the timeline in a long time.
The curse of Bonte is real, right? The curse of Bonte is real. I was at Chase Center around 2 o'clock.
Okay.
Drew Goff, production assistant over there at NBC Sports Bay Area, creative director. I think you met Drew at Media Day.
Any relation to Jared?
No. He is Gough.
Oh, Goff like Goff Street?
Yeah, and Goff obviously Goff. And then Big Keith, who does the cameras, and he's super chill, like, hey, Bonte, slow it down, dog. You excited, man. Just chill. But he's got clout at NBC.
I need a guy like that in my life.
Dude, I love Keith. He is just, hey, Bonte, you lucky I didn't go to Toronto, dog. We would have had a lot of fun. And I'm like, yeah, I'm glad you didn't go to Toronto. Anyway, so we're shooting a commercial.
Oh.
You know, because everybody loves this commercial where I basically say I suck at basketball.
Gotcha.
And now it's ingrained.
I'm Bonte Hill. Not gonna lie, I suck at hoops.
See, and now people are taking that to heart.
Of course.
They really think I suck at hoops. So we shot a commercial yesterday, and
Good.
I was like, you know what? Take a photo real quick.
Yeah.
And I was like, caption this. And that thing hit Twitter. It hit IG. It hit Facebook. And a wildfire set. I mean, it was wild.
Yeah.
It was just absolutely just insane.
So who brought the goggles? You were wearing goggles? You had a wrist guard thing, as if you were AI?
Yeah, it's kind of my idea. I told him, I said, hey, look, man, let's make this funny.
Yeah.
If we're going to do this, let's do it right.
So you took my idea from our
No, that
show
was not your
production
idea. You never said goggles. You never said
repackaged it.
sleeve. I have my own ideas here. You two, Bonte. You two, Bonte Hill. And you see that I've been doing videos for a long, long time, Mr. Joe Shasky. So it wasn't your idea. It was my idea to say, hey, we need to make this
That's
funny.
Yard Barker.
Yeah, Yard Barker. There you go, baby. Look, Langford, you know about that. And so, yeah, we went out there, did work, and there's a lot of funny comments. Broke down Horace Bucket. Horace Grant. I was gonna say because some people were saying Bonte buckets.
Oh.
There was like more like a bucket of chicken.
That's what my dad said.
Yeah, some people were saying looks like.
I said, Dad, that could be taken offensive by some people because Bonte knows you love him.
Crispy, crunchy bucket of chicken.
Yes.
I think Langford came in like, yo, are you trying to be like Horace Grant?
Yeah.
Like,
I was trying to think of. I was thinking like Horace Cant or something. I don't know, but then I just said anti-Horace Grant. That was the best I could come up with.
Let's spin this forward because I saw that and I thought it was absolutely glorious. I was proud of you because when you put yourself out there to be made fun of, like to me that's what's endearing.
Well,
right?
there's a lot of people that take themselves seriously.
I agree.
Especially in the media game.
I agree.
There's a lot of people who take themselves seriously. They think their stuff don't stink. Got to have fun with the people, man.
I'm with you. And you got to laugh at yourself, right? Like, you got to laugh at yourself.
That's what life is all about, man.
And that's why I love you. So I saw that picture. And then Rex Chapman, I don't know if people follow him. He retweets a lot of different
He
stuff.
steals a lot of people's stuff and doesn't give them credit.
Agreed. Now, it always comes across my timeline, but it said, here is a picture, or post a picture is what it said. Post a picture of your favorite athlete when you were 10 years old, and post a picture of your current favorite athlete. And I said, you know what? I'm going to do something funny. So I went down your Instagram. I found your George Washington High School football photo where you look like Superman, svelte and skinny and just full of life and optimism before you've been broken down by life.
Long way away from being skinny.
And I posted that picture, and then I posted the current photo of you in the outfit. I thought that was funny.
Oh, it was funny. And it was borderline disrespectful.
How was that disrespectful?
And I said, okay. I said, we got jokey jokes now.
Was it really disrespectful? I thought it was funny.
It was really funny.
I was trying to own social media for the night.
It was, I know you were trying to one-up me. You see that Langford and Curly? He admitted here that he was trying to one-up me. I post my little picture, get out the way.
Okay.
I take over the timeline. Shasky wants to come over the top off the top rope, saying, you know what? I'm gonna play heel, and I'm gonna get some attention here. Let me eat off of this guy, and let me steal some shine.
I'm like, I don't know if you've never watched Always Sunny in Philadelphia. I'm Frank. I'm here for the scraps.
So then I saw that. I said, okay. He doesn't even realize I went to George Washington High. This is all we do is clap back, baby. So I post your favorite athlete when you were 10 and your favorite athlete now. And it was you in the St. Gabe's jersey.
Looking so sick.
Oh, well, the T-shirt underneath with no collar. The collar was stretched. The St. Gabe's, you can see the stuff under it, and you're smiling. And I said, unfortunately, I didn't do the George Washington. You did the George Washington in the photo yesterday. I did the St. Gabe's photo with you with the basketball in your head, and then you with the headset on.
You know what those are?
The Bill Walsh headsets.
Yes, that he slammed after the Viking game that Michelle's uncle went and grabbed off the field.
So what I did was, unfortunately, Butcher Boy's career was cut short due to his limited skill set. I was like, if you're going to try to one-up me, I got to come over the top.
It's because of Loft.
Our program director, this morning, I wake up to a tweet, and it's Matt Nahegan, basically my favorite athlete when I was 10, a Pete Rose jersey. My favorite athlete now, a picture of me. And it's like, Matt, let's just put the Twitter down, man. You ain't about to eat off of this. I love you, Matt Nahegan. I love you, but bye-bye. Bye-bye.
Did your goggles, the band on the goggles, did it have the capability to loosen a little bit? It did.
He had it all the way at the end of the strap. He's got a humongous head.
I do have a big head. I got a huge dome. Huge dome. And Bully was loving it. He goes, were you trying to go trick-or-treating? He said, no wonder Steph struggled. Get your ass off the floor.
Yeah, I don't blame him.
I'm Monte Hill. I'm not going to lie. I suck at hoops.
That wasn't the only thing that happened last night in social media. And I want to start something. We have so many contractors. We have so many different carpenters. We have so many different electricians, plumbers, etc. People that use power tools.
Right.
And last week you were talking about the Makita.
And they listen. And they, it's not only the construction workers and the contractors. Everybody's now a construction worker.
Yes.
You know how many people say Makita?
Yes.
Like John Curley is now perpetrating as a construction worker.
Well,
I mean,
his family does own a construction company. They are contractors.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Anyway.
Have you not seen John Curley's Twitter trend that broke off, which was the what's your weekend project on Saturday?
No, I did see that. I was like, this guy's kidding me, right? He's just taking photos of random houses. He's stealing stuff off of Google, posting pictures on Twitter. It's like, I don't believe John Curley's on these sites. Sorry, Shasky, you continue.
No. So what I want to do is I have a challenge for our audience. We have a very broad audience, and I want to connect with people. If you are on the job site and you're listening to 95.7 The Game, you're listening to the Odyssey app, because you're going to want to download that now that the holidays are coming up. A lot of people might have some time off and whatnot.
Kids are going to be out of school.
Yeah, you could still listen to us. I mean, Clay's coming back. You're going to want to hear about that, right? You could still tap in at any time, anywhere you're at, on the Odyssey app. Download that Odyssey app, search 95.7 The Game. My buddy Rocco listens on the earbuds every single day. But what I want to do, if you're out there and you're using a power tool, take a photo of the power tool on social media, post it, and tag us on it, and use the hashtag PowerTools957. We're going to get this thing going, because I know there is a squad of people out there that are using power tools every single day. I think we could turn this into something. I don't care if you're using a Makita, a Milwaukee. What are the other brands we got? Ryobi, DeWalt. All right, am I missing anybody?
DeWalt's the one. That's the one.
That's the one for you?
650 said Milwaukee or nothing.
Okay. Well, okay.
By the way, real quick, on YouTube, our roasters. By the way, good morning to our roasters on YouTube and Twitch. Good morning to everybody out there on the roadways. Good morning to everybody getting off of work right now. Jeff Aldinger, Makita Applebaum, you got it going on.
I like that.
I kind of like that, too.
I kind of like that. So hashtag Power Tools. Hashtag Power Tools 957. Now, I know we're up against it. I want to play when we come back. I want to play some sound from my dad, who had a message for Bonte Hill last night to open the Christmas season.
And we got another message from Santa Claus yesterday that we'll play on the other side as well. Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. By the way, since you notice that, I see you wasn't going to take the ice off. Make sure they know you get that back. You like the chain over the shirt?
I did.
The City College shirt? You like that? That was pretty sick.
I did.
That was pretty sick.
And people were questioning why you were playing in Jordans.
Well, you got to do what you got to do. You know what I'm saying? Feel good, look good. Put on the Jordans, man.
Thank you,
maybe
Flash 80.
Hey, you know what? Put on the Jordans. Maybe I could dunk. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Feeling myself.
Hashtag Power Tools 957. Let's make this a thing.
Yes, please do. DeWalt.
I want to know where you're listening to us
Milwaukee
from.
On my job.
Yeah.
Where are you doing the construction? Not in Curly's backyard.
Yeah. We hear from lawyers. We hear from doctors. We hear from people in all different fields. I want to hear from the guys at the sites.
Right.
I want to hear from people that are working on
real
homes.
Ones.
Yes.
The real ones.
Yes.
Guys
grinders.
out there with the jackhammers.
Exactly.
Up early in the morning. I don't want to hear from the Curlys of the world saying, what's your weekend project, where they steal a photo off of Google. No, we're not doing that. We're not doing that. Show me where you at with your power tools.
That's what I'm talking about.
I want to see your power tools. Is it Makita really the one, or is it in Milwaukee? Is it a DeWalt?
Sensual this morning.
Come on, man.
Show me your power tool.
You got a sick mind, man. Get your head out the gutter, dog. Show.
Look at that drill bit.
Fremont Bank is providing the Bay Area with much-needed support. We've helped preserve thousands of local jobs and put nearly $400 million back into the Bay Area economy by helping small businesses get loans through the Paycheck Protection Program. When you bank with us, your dollars go directly to loans and donations right here. If there's one thing the pandemic can't affect, it's our commitment to uplifting our communities. To learn more about our COVID-19 response, visit fremontbank.com/COVID-19.
Hey, it's Joe Shasky, and I'm here to tell you about my friends at Timeless Coffee. Timeless Coffee, it's the official coffee of the morning roast. And during the holiday season, you got to try that Thimble Peak Holiday Blend. It's available in the beans, and you can get it grounded right there. Or if you're on the go like I am, the instant. It's so good and so perfect for the holidays. And you got to get this. For the rest of the year, they're offering a 25% discount off everything. But you have to use the promo code THEGAME. Go to timelesscoffee.com right now and check out that deliciousness. Remember, everything is baked on site and 100% plant-based, which always makes you feel good. Timeless Coffee has the delicious pastries and savories that I like to pair with the blended and single origins coffees. Check out the 3 locations: Piedmont Avenue in Oakland, Webster in downtown Oakland, and College Avenue in Berkeley. Timeless offers monthly and bi-monthly coffee subscriptions in the online store. I know what I'm getting my family for the holidays. So what are you waiting for? Go to timelesscoffee.com and enter that promo code THEGAME, and you'll receive a 25% discount off everything.
You know a spot, but not just a spot. The spot. Actually, with the all-new Nissan Frontier, you know a bunch of them. One for hitting the trail. One for catching a wave. One where this happened.
Yo, where'd our tent go?
Another where the fish get bigger every time you tell the story. Some spots, you made your mark. Others marked you. And one... Okay, let's stay away from that one. But the key to these great spots? Being able to reach them in the first place. Your spot is out there. Find your frontier in the all-new 2022 Nissan Frontier. With best-in-class standard 310 horsepower, advanced tech, and 281 pound-foot of torque. Comparison based on 2022 Frontier S versus latest in-market Ward small truck segment. Base models compared based on manufacturer's website.
You work hard, so you deserve the good things in life, right? Like getting an amazing deal on awesome internet. That's why there has never been a better time to switch to Xfinity. Get the fast and reliable internet that you deserve for just $19.99 a month for 12 months with a 1-year contract. And don't miss out. Ask how to get 12 times the speed for the same price when you add Xfinity Mobile. Just imagine, faster downloads, more streaming. The possibilities are endless. That's more speed and more value for the same price. Yeah. So what are you waiting for? Sign up now because you deserve awesome internet. Go to Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Requires paperless billing and auto pay. Ends 12/21/21. Restrictions apply. New Connect internet, 50 megabits customers only. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra and subject to change. After term, regular rates apply.
Christmas night, open all night. Get in on the action at Livermore Casino in downtown Livermore on 1st Street. Tri-Valley's only poker destination. Offering Vegas-style blackjack, 3-card poker, baccarat with no player collection. Enjoy their 24-hour gaming floor, full bar and restaurant with indoor and outdoor patio seating, and watch all your favorite games. Livermore Casino, open 7 days a week. Visit us at 3571 1st Street today in downtown Livermore on 1st Street. Livermore Casino, Tri-Valley's place to play. Play responsibly.
California's Great America's Winterfest returns this year, and it's open select nights November 26th through January 9th. Come visit the Bay Area's favorite and most immersive holiday tradition. California's Great America is magically transformed into a winter wonderland and holiday festival, where guests can ice skate in front of the iconic Carousel Columbia, marvel at the magnificent displays of lights and decor, check out spectacular live holiday shows, and experience more than 60 rides and attractions.
Todd thought it would be secure to jog in the cheetah savanna. Todd believed the big cat repellent he bought online was reliable. And now, Todd is trying to be faster than this cheetah that can run 80 miles per hour. But the good news is, Todd has AT&T 5G that is fast, reliable, and secure. And he learned the best thing to do is stop running and toss her the backpack with the beef stew. AT&T 5G. Fast, reliable, secure. It's not complicated.
5G requires compatible plan and device. 5G may not be available in your area. See att.com/5G for you for details.
Want to hear how I almost got off the naughty list this year? I helped Santa save gazillions.
plaid or white. You guys know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
Sleeping caps.
Oh, yeah.
And then you with a little candle, with the little finger thing as you're coming down the stairs.
Oh, yeah. By the way, 415, I'd say electrician for the most part use Milwaukee. Carpenters use DeWalt, and plumbers use all of the above. I'm an electrician and only use Milwaukee.
Gotcha.
All the way, baby. That's from the 415. I would ask Curly if this is true, but we know Curly really isn't the construction worker on the show.
You got to slow down on Curly, bro.
All right, I will slow down on Curly. Speaking of film on Mike, he read into Santa Claus yesterday.
Oh, he did?
He read into Santa Claus yesterday.
Okay.
And Santa Claus had this message for yours truly.
Merry Christmas, Bonte! I hear you having a hard time getting into the whole Christmas spirit. Cheer up and Merry Christmas.
Thank you, man. Let them know, Santa.
Merry Christmas,
Thank
Happy
you.
New Year, and, smile.
Yeah, a little bit.
Just a little, that's all.
Dog, Santa came at you.
Santa came
Double
Santa
barrels.
Came at me. Santa's coming at me.
That is such a great video.
Carpenters coming at me. Electricians coming at me.
Merry Christmas, Bonte!
Oh, my God. That is
Santa
so
Claus,
good.
Man.
You know who else came at you?
Who's that?
There's videos all over the place. We are taking over social media. Again, if you're on the job site today, I don't care where you're at, hashtag PowerTools957, all right? Just tag us. Put that hashtag in there. We will retweet all of them. All right, everyone? My dad yesterday goes, all right. I said, Dak, I used the truck to go get the trees, right? And I went to go get the trees. And he goes, I got to put out a video for Bonte. He does the Oh Baby.
That's what he said?
He goes, he does the
I got
Oh
to
Baby.
put out a video?
He goes, the Oh Baby that
Your
he
dad
does
is
every day?
Hey, he's Poppy in the show now.
1,000%.
There's going to be a day where he's just going to be coming to the studio 3 times a week.
100%, right?
Now, I probably should take that back because he's probably going to want to come tomorrow.
Oh, he's ready.
Joe, this is your dad.
Yeah, so
he's more than ready.
So we pull up in front of the house. It's kind of wet yesterday, whatever. And you got the tree that's in the netting,
Right.
when you get it. And then you got to obviously, they sawed off it so it's squared off. And then I'm going to stick it into what is, the little stand that it goes into. And all it takes is 2 little drills to get the screws in there. Super simple, super easy. I've done it for years. But my dad wanted to, do it this time. And I said, all right, fine. Now he had his sweet Grateful Dead shirt on. I don't know if you saw that. And here's the video that I posted on Twitter last night as the Warrior game was tipping off.
Ho, 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 the first day of Christmas, Bonte. Ooh, baby. Give me my Makita. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
I want 2 things isolated. Ooh, baby. And I want give me my Makita isolated, Steven. That is such a good sound.
Ho, 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 the first day of Christmas, Bonte. Ooh, baby. Give me my Makita. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
It gets better every time. Between Santa Claus doing drive-bys on you, my dad's doing drive-bys on you.
Merry Christmas, Bonte!
So good.
Ooh, baby.
The first day of Christmas, December 8th. That's his segment is presented by Kona State Lumber Building Materials for professional builders and contractors throughout Northern California. Visit KonaStateLumber.com.
Give me my Makita.
It's such a good drop.
Ooh, baby.
That's a man who's been in the trenches of a job site before. No? I know, I'm dying. I'm literally crying right now.
Merry Christmas, Bonte!
What is going on, man? What is going on? It's just, hey, man. Now, you want to hear something funnier? Something that is funnier? Tell me about, I want you to tell the audience about the story you just told me about what's going on in your household when it comes to Christmas trees.
Oh, my God. We've lost our minds. I couldn't just get one tree. And so we did a remodel, and I got a really cool, beautiful family room. And shout out Sean Sullivan Construction, the greatest, the best there ever is. And he built this beautiful family room that we have downstairs. We have somehow decided, because I will throw my wife under the bus here and I'll get in trouble for it. We have decided that we're having 2 Christmas trees this year. One upstairs in the living room so that everyone who drives by can see it, and then one downstairs.
All right.
And it's a tinier one.
AAA.
Significantly tinier one, but we have reached the status of elite privilege. We have now 2 trees in our home.
888-957-9570. This is the type of stuff that ruins Christmas. This is just over the top.
I want to feel Christmassy in both rooms.
Is over the top. A Christmas tree downstairs and a Christmas tree upstairs.
Yes.
I don't even know where to begin with this. Like, I was in a good mood.
A smaller one. I want to make sure that people understand. It's a smaller one.
You get 2 trees.
And then I got the wreath to go over the door.
So you say smaller? How small?
One is a 7 to 8 footer. That's the beast, as I call it. That's in the front room, right? And then the smaller one's probably like 5 feet, maybe.
That's not really that small.
Well, I think it's small.
That's 2 feet smaller than your big one.
Well, it's not as robust from top to bottom as the other one and doesn't take up much space. I think it looks lovely.
Langford.
You decorate both of them?
Oh, so that's the thing. Now I have to go get lights for the second one because we only had lights for. And this is a thing for me every year. I put all the lights back into this big plastic container, and putting them away every single year is harder and harder and harder because they never fit back into the boxes. It's, I don't know. Am I alone here?
Merry Christmas, Bonte!
Dude, 650 says, I have a 6 feet tree.
Small one downstairs.
And a real 11 foot. 2 trees in the house? This is the type of stuff that ruins Christmas.
Yeah, a little bit.
It's legal.
I know it's legal. And obviously you guys are using it because 2 trees in a household.
Yep. 2 trees at the same time.
That is...
2 trees at the same time, man.
Thanks, Tony Bruno.
Ooh, baby!
All right, I'm now out. I may be out on Christmas. I may be out on Christmas this year. I may not be getting any lights, no trees, no wreaths, no nothing. I don't even want eggnog this year. I don't even want eggnog. No candy canes, no nothing. This is ridiculous. It's ridiculous.
Merry Christmas, Bonte!
Now, first of all, you got 2 Christmas trees.
Mm-hmm.
How much money are you making on the job? You must be making big money here. Big money.
Look. I'm not making big money here, but, the family's doing well these years.
You're flexing.
Family's doing well.
2 trees. I'm going to get 2 trees for Christmas. I've never even heard of this before.
I've
been in some big houses in my life. I've been in some big houses in my life.
Well, I saw E40 a couple years ago did the upside down tree, which I thought was a little like
upside down.
Yeah, he put the tree upside down.
Why?
I don't know. It was incredible.
Wait, how does that work?
I'm not really sure, but his was upside down.
Is E40 also a magician?
No, I swear to God, look at his Instagram. Well, he's got a lot of posts. But look up the upside down
He's a goon
tree.
with the spoon. I know that.
Yeah, he is. And he's also putting out a lot of piano videos these days.
Yeah.
Hey, man, 2 trees.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HG1 San Francisco, and Odyssey Station. Brought to you by DuckDuckGo, Privacy Simplified. We'll talk to Gary St. Jean about the Golden State Warriors in 20 minutes. 2 trees. Did Michelle approve of this?
It was I'm going to say it's a collaborative decision.
So it really wasn't your decision.
I'm not throwing anyone under the bus.
So it was really Michelle's decision.
Like the 707 says, I'm the Clark Griswold of 95.7 The Game.
Wow.
I am worried about the 2 dogs, knocking the tree over, drinking all the water out of the
They've got 2
bowl.
options now.
I know. And Leo likes to pee at the tree.
Yeah.
At the base.
He's going to be peeing
he
at both
sniffs
trees.
and then pees.
Wow. Langford?
Well, which one's worse for you, the fake tree or the 2 trees? 2 real trees or 1 fake tree, Bonte?
I'd
So you
rather go
bothered
fake
by
tree.
both?
I'd rather go fake tree. I'd rather go fake tree than 2 trees. 2 trees is just too much.
Merry Christmas, Bonte!
It's like, hey, look at me. I got 2 trees.
So wait, you can have 2 chains and I can't have 2 trees?
I only got 1 chain. 1 chain. That's it. I'm going 1 chain. I'll never go 2 chains. I'll never go 2 chains on you. 1 chain. That's it. 1 chain, 1 watch. That's it. I'll never go 2 chains. 2 Christmas trees. I like Santa Claus. I was smiling when I heard that message from your Santa, and then I heard about Shasky calling him, hey, we got 2 trees, 1 upstairs, 1 downstairs.
Yep.
It's ridiculous.
I know.
That's just over the top.
Yeah. And I'm looking at it, I'm saying like this, to decorate both trees might be an all weekend event.
Wow.
It's a good thing we got the Warriors on.
Wow. I could tell this wasn't your decision. I could just hear it in your voice.
Oh, no, it was mutual.
Oh.
Yeah, it was mutual.
Oh.
Yeah.
Are you sure about that?
You got to support each other. You know, you got to support each other. I'm kind of like that role player. I'm like that role player that has to support their superstar behind the scenes, you know? I've got a great teammate. I've got the Steph Curry of spouses.
You're smart. You don't want to be in that doghouse.
No, I don't.
You don't want to sleep on the couch.
No, I don't want to. I don't want to be Snoopy.
Wow, it's 2 trees. 888-957-9570. Is 2 trees acceptable? Is that acceptable? Where are we at with this, Curly? Where are you at with 2 trees, man? Where are you? With the John Curley's on the phone now. Where are you at with 2 trees, Langford?
I mean, he's on the phone. You're going to hear his voice if you put my mic on right now.
How you doing? 95.7 The Game. You're about to talk with Bonte Hill and Joe Shasky.
Good to hear your voice, buddy.
We book a guest.
I've got a DeWalt.
Hey, Darrell Wright joins us every Wednesday. John Curley. Hey, Darrell, what's up, my man? Ready to go on with Joe Shasky, the Butcher, and Bonte Hill? Yeah, they're ready to go. The Morning Roast, 95.7 The Game. Yeah. All right, Darrell. Thanks, buddy. My man.
Merry Christmas, Bonte.
You know what I'm really looking forward to?
I'm like stunned right now. Like I can't wrap my head around the fact that you got a tree downstairs and upstairs. Now it's pretty impressive that you have an upstairs downstairs. That's a flex in itself.
Yes.
That's a flex in itself.
It is.
But the fact that you got room to put a tree downstairs and then a tree upstairs, boy.
I worked hard, man. You know, I'm just trying to enjoy it. That's all.
You got a favorite ornament?
I do, actually. So I have a couple. So one of them is a Joe Montana ornament I got when I was a baby, right? Obviously,
Right.
A youngin. The head fell off at one point. It was snapped and broken. And it's been glued back together. That's one of them. And then I got one that a family friend made for me and my wife when we got married. It was hand-stitched, and it's adorable.
Was it made in Italy?
No, it's not made in Italy. It's from Cheryl, you know, so shout out Cheryl for the ornament. It's very special to me, things like that. And you know, I've got different ornaments. I'm not the person who does the decorating. My wife supervises the decorating. I put the lights on based on what she says. I wish I had a Makita to do it because sometimes it can be very difficult.
Let's go to Clayton in South City.
Give me my Makita.
He's got some thoughts on Christmas trees.
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call. I got to stay on this 2 trees controversy. We had 2 trees in my house growing up because we had the main one in the living room, which is about an 8-footer, and my family all exchanged presents, like my sister, my dad, and I, and my mom. And then the big tree, the other tree in the living or the family room, was for my extended family who came over because we had like 25 aunts, uncles.
Mm-hmm.
They put their presents under there because we hosted Christmas, so then they could go to the tree, get their presents, and unwrap them. Yeah, that's why we had 2 trees in our house. So I would say that it's fair, but. Shasky, it was a mom decision. My dad was not behind it, so I can say that's how the situation that's happening in your house. But I could see it happening.
Clayton,
thanks for having my back,
man. It's just wow. Well,
look, guys, I want you to know that some of the gifts I bought the 4 of you, 3 of you, technically on the show, they might not fit under one of those trees because that's how awesome of a gift that I get my friends.
Vote on our poll on the Morning Roast 95.7 The Game on Twitter. Yeah. Should a household be allowed to have more than one Christmas tree? Should a household be allowed to have more than one Christmas tree? Wow.
I can't believe that this was turned into the topic du jour. I want to ask you a question before we continue on that. Well, this will be all day.
I'm just blown away.
Yeah.
2 trees. It sounds, Go ahead, Chef.
Does the Steph Curry 3-point record, take a deep breath here. Does it really, truly matter to people the way the home run record did or the way, the all-time hits? It's funny that baseball has all the records. The all-time touchdowns when Jerry Rice was going for that. I know a lot of people weren't maybe cognizant or alive when he was chasing those. Does the 3-point record, does it resonate with people?
That's a great... Great question. 888-957-9570. Does the Steph Curry 3-point record resonate with people? Because right now I'm feeling like
I kind of want to just get it done.
I'm doing all these pre- and post-game shows. We had the raining threes.
Yeah.
How many threes have we've done it? 132, 100, 19. All right, now he's 10 away from surpassing Ray Allen. I'm with you, Shasky. I just want to get it over with.
I don't want to be a bah humbug either.
Does it hit me like the home run record?
No.
No.
Well, and the Giants weren't good. right? They were at the end.
Yeah, does it hit me like the touchdown record?
No.
Does it hit even LaDainian Tomlinson's single season
sick.
touchdown record?
That was sick.
That was sick, right?
And so was Priest Holmes trying to go for it too. Like that was fun.
Yeah,
like AP going for over 2K. That was cool, wasn't it?
That was really cool against the Green Bay Packers when he broke that. Yeah, that was sick.
Even Strahan going for the single season sack record. I know everyone's mad at Brett Favre for laying down, but wasn't that cool?
It wasn't. Yeah, it was kind of weak because Brett Favre laid down. But
Okay,
I get
okay,
it. But
okay.
going for that record for sure.
Yeah.
That was pretty cool. Look.
It's different, isn't it?
It's different because the team's 21-4, and we're so focused on the long-term picture.
I agree.
Right? Focus on this team being a championship contender again, a championship contender. And that's why we're like, you know what? Just get it out the way. And also, you have Klay Thompson's return looming, so it's kind of taking a back seat to everything that's happened. Heck, I'm probably more excited about James Wiseman coming back because we know Stephen Curry's the greatest shooter of all time. But it's one of those records now where I'm looking at Trae Young, I'm looking at James Harden. Guys are jacking up threes left and right. I'm more intrigued to see how far Steph Curry gets with this record. Can he get to 4,000? Can he get to 4,500? So I love to get Langford's thoughts on this because the more we talk about it, the more it feels like it loses its luster. Let's just get game on because you saw the flow yesterday. It looked like Draymond and Wiggins and Poole, they're all just trying to get the ball to Steph Curry to try to break it at home.
And it just felt like he was out of sync and gunning for it. And I want to move on from. I'm not trying to make it some negative thing. It's a positive thing, but like there is a little something to just kind of like getting it done and moving on. Steven, get in here. What are your thoughts on it?
Yeah, I wonder if it has anything to do with just how long the record's been established. Because Ray Allen retired in 2014, so it's only been around for 7 years. But I mean, I'd be annoyed though if the away team at least didn't give them a moment to appreciate the fact that he does break the record. And it's just so inevitable though. And I did the math earlier today because he's averaging 5.5 threes a game, and I believe they have 52 games left on the season. If my math's terrible on that one, 57 games left on the season. So by the end, if he averages 5.5. He'd end up with 3,277 by the time the season's over if he continues on his pace. So it just feels like, it's kind of lost its luster a little bit just because we already know that it's going to happen. It's just inevitable at this point.
Right.
I have another question about just the NBA in general when it comes to their statistics and their all-time records. We'll get into that. And I know it's the Christmas season, but it's also the birthday season. Shout out to my goddaughter, Lake LaRock out there. I love you and miss you. I know she's watching on YouTube. Happy birthday.
Happy birthday.
Big party on Saturday, Bonte. Back-to-back weekends. I got a lot of kid parties going on here. I got something special planned.
Look, and people are coming down my road now.
Why?
Oh, Bonte, you're not in the Christmas spirit. It's the second day of Christmas. Second day.
And I got 2 trees. Maybe
Merry Christmas, Bonte.
I just never met anybody who had 2 trees in their house. That's all. I'm just kind of throwing back. It's like, man, do you really need 2 trees? Do you really need 2 trees? But hey, to each its own. Each its own. I'm just blown away. A lot of stuff happened. Santa sending me a smile. I'm getting called hater. I'm the Grinch. I love Christmas. I love putting out cookies in the middle of the night. Having Santa Claus eat my cookies. I'm eager to see baby Ches react to a Christmas tree. Well, we may not get a Christmas tree because she's wild. She'll knock the whole damn thing down. We don't know if we may have to get a fake one this year. You know what I'm saying?
Give me my Makita.
No Makitas. No Makitas.
Oh, baby.
I want you to go nowhere. Go nowhere, all right? Because I want to contrast NBA records to the NFL and Major League Baseball. And I find it fascinating about the NBA, and I'll explain why.
707 just broke a single-season touchdown record on Madden. 33 and counting. Good for you. All right, that's it. Saintly on the other side.
At AT&T, everyone, new and existing customers, get our best deals on every smartphone. Why? Because you deserve it. We're turning your living room into your office and your gym.
Back to the Morning Roast, presented by Timeless Coffee with Bonte and Shasky.
You know where I found this, guys?
The Odyssey app?
You know what I'm talking about. Go to the Odyssey exclusive stations. You can go to the holiday playlist. They give you a bunch of Christmas playlists, and I like using Classic Christmas.
I love it, too.
We've gone through a lot of them, but Classic Christmas seems to be my favorite one, and Darlene Love Christmas. This is one of my favorite ones.
So this era of music still hits me in my soul. Am I alone on that?
No.
Like, I don't know what it is. I love this version of music. Like, they had to practice and have repetitions before they even got into the studio. And then it was just like, I don't know, man. There was just something about it. I love this kind of music.
Yeah, no doubt. The new Odyssey exclusive station on the Odyssey app, brought to you in part by Macy's, Geico, and Coke Zero Sugar, 650. My entire roof is covered in lights and front yard and blow-ups, Bonte. You would hate my house. My wife's happy, though, so I can't lose. No. I love that your house is decked out in lights. It's just the time and place you do it. Don't do it before Thanksgiving. December 8th, everything's fair game. It's all fair game. Throw a reindeer on your roof. Throw a sleigh. Throw 8 reindeers on your roof. I love it. I'm going to be driving around San Carlos soon to look at the light shows and all the lit up houses. That's all good. Just don't do it before Thanksgiving. By the way, shout out to Mike out there on Twitter. Getting it early this morning. He's got an IBEW 617 little Milwaukee drill.
Yeah, that's International Brothers of Electrical Workers.
Oh,
or Brotherhood of
Brotherhood. There you go.
Yeah.
Shout out to Mike. Power Tools 957.
Hashtag it. So if you're on the site, I know you guys are listening to us. A lot of people, whether you're on your way to work or maybe you've already arrived at work. If you're working with Power Tools today, we're part of the blue collar crew here in the Bay Area. We know how hard it is to stay here. Show some love to 95.7. Tell us how you're listening and hashtag us with the power tool you're using today. Hashtag PowerTools957, because Bonte did not know what a Makita was.
Nor did Langford. Don't throw me under bus. Throw Langford, Evan Giddings, a lot of people.
Dad?
Ho, 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 the first day of Christmas, Bonte. Ooh, baby. Give me my Makita. Thank you.
That's pretty funny. What about Santa Claus? Santa Claus told me to smile yesterday.
You had a very big social media day yesterday.
Merry Christmas, Bonte! I hear you having a hard time getting into the whole Christmas spirit. Cheer up and Merry Christmas.
Thank you, man. Let them know, Santa.
Merry Christmas,
Thank
Happy
you.
New Year, and smile.
Yeah, a little bit.
Well, coming up on a game brought to you by Extragen Thermometers. Accuracy matters. Gary St. Jean in just a second here. Fever is a leading sign of COVID, so make sure you have an accurate thermometer. The Extragen Temporal Scanner Thermometer, backed by science, is the accurate thermometer you need and can trust. Be vigilant and learn more at extragen.com. I'm going to smile right now. You know why?
Because in 20 minutes, we're going to do Disney with Dad?
No. Because right now, we're going to talk to the saintly one. Oh. Gary St. Jean, one of my favorite human beings out there in the world. He's back out there on the East Coast. Warriors are rolling right now at 21-4. I'm sure he's in the Christmas spirit. Saintly, good morning. Bonte and Joe Shaskin. I got to ask you right off the rip before we get into basketball.
Uh-oh.
When is it appropriate to start celebrating Christmas? Because this new society that we're in right now, starting to celebrate Christmas in the middle of November. And I'm saying, hey, wait a minute here. We still have Thanksgiving. We still have all this great food to eat that we sometimes buy from Lenardi's. And people are hanging up lights in late October, early November, Saintly. I'm saying, hey, let's wait until the middle of December, maybe December 5th. December 8th is my official start date. When do the Saintleys start to officially celebrate Christmas?
Ho, 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 fellas. I got to tell you, I'm with you, Dante. We've just gone from Halloween right to Christmas. Just eat the turkey and pass go, and it's Christmas season now. And decorations are up everywhere. It's great. It's a time to be with your family and friends. And so with that said, you pick the date you want. I usually start right after Thanksgiving, but hey, let's go.
Yeah,
I got to share something with you. If you want to get in the spirit, in the old days with Pop and Kalena, I always brought the Christmas hats in, Monty Pool. So I might have to mail those to you. and so you can wear them on the show.
Hey, you know what? That's a great idea. I'm going to just get some from Bully, get some from D-Right. We'll have a picture of you up there. We got to give you a shout-out out there because we do miss you down there. But I do got to bring the ho-ho and the kitty canes.
Monte, you got to get a red coat.
Oh, I'm going to get to Sately. You know, that's on the bucket list. Amazon's delivering everything right now. I will get the red coat.
Yeah, and it's good for that and celebrating Death Row 365 days a year.
Well, no, we don't need to do that.
He doesn't know about Death Row.
No, we don't need to do that. But hey, Sately, the good thing about the red coat and me dressing up like Santa is I don't have to gain any weight, man. My belly's getting up there, man. This pandemic weight is tough to get off here.
Now you're right on it. You know what? All the Bay Area Warrior fans are going to get a big present very soon.
Yeah.
Because maybe Steph didn't hit the number last night, but it's going to come on this road trip. So, guys, just imagine when they come off this trip. They got a couple games before the Christmas Day game against Phoenix. And in those couple of home games, you're going to celebrate Steph passing the record. And, oh, by the way, Klay Thompson will be probably coming back. So what a present Santa's bringing for the Warriors.
You bring up Steph. You bring up Steph Curry there, and I'm just interested from a front office perspective, being around the team perspective. When someone is going for a record, I mean, how much does that kind of not mess with, but it felt like they were gunning specifically last night. It just felt like they were out of rhythm. And is there like a sense when you're part of that team to just kind of get through it? Not that you don't want to celebrate, of course you do, but like there's a bigger goal that they're trying to accomplish, and it does feel like it got a little out of rhythm last night trying to accomplish the minor goal on their way to the bigger goal.
Joe, well said. What happens is nobody talks about it. Oh, no, we can't talk about that. But then all of a sudden, everybody subconsciously is changing the game. I'm going to set a screen for Steph. Or when he cuts through and goes to the weak side, I'm going to change it over there to him. We're going to keep getting them touches. So he winds up getting all those shots in the first quarter. Maybe the team gets a little bit out of whack. They didn't have a great offensive night. But here's the deal. Why is this team doing so well? Their defense. It's the best in the league. And so when you have a subpar night, when one of these nights where you don't shoot above 50% or under, they shot 39 for the game, they can win. And you see guys stepping up to help the other guys. So this is a fun team to watch. It reminds me of 2016 and 17. Just a lot of similarities.
Yep, Warriors are 21-4, and we're talking to Gary St. Jean, former head coach, former assistant, former GM in the NBA, especially with the Golden State Warriors as a former GM. Of course, here on the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game, and we'll get to his Patriots in just a second because I know he's feeling good about that. But St. Lee, you talk about defense, and I think one guy who we know about Draymond Green and his defense, and we know about Iguodala's wisdom on that end of the floor. But did you think that Andrew Wiggins was capable of playing this high-level defense? I mean, he gets traded over from Minnesota for D'Angelo Russell. And, of course, Minnesota asked to pick, which is now Jonathan Kuminga. It looks like an incredible steal by the Golden State Warriors. But Andrew Wiggins, he could score, but defensively, I'm really, really surprised at the way he's playing on that end of the floor.
Well, what do we call these guys? A two-way player. That's what Klay Thompson is. You know that. And this guy, potential's a stinky word. When you're picked up that high and you're not living up to your potential, everybody's saying, oh, he's an underachiever. I don't like his effort or whatever. This guy here, you know, just the feedback I get. He's a great guy. He's a quiet guy. But, boy, he really focuses. He puts a lot of time in, studies the opponent that he's going to be matched up with. He's a stellar, as you said, Dante, really special on the ball, which is it's a tough chore. And then he understands the team concept. And now, since that Minnesota game where he dunked over Towns, he's averaging 20 a game.
Yep.
And now you're seeing the guy that you dreamed about. And this guy here, with him and Poole, these are two commodities that you didn't know were going to come to strike it rich. I mean, these are two guys that now are playing at a high level, and that's why you've got such a great record.
Yeah, there's no doubt about it. And I'm just looking at the fun that they're having on this team in general. Like the personalities all seem to really mesh, but their playing style, you know, is so they're all on the same page. And we're hearing returns of Wiseman. We're hearing returns of Klay Thompson. I almost feel like there's going to be a learning curve for these guys to kind of get themselves acclimated to the flow of everything that's going here from a coaching staff perspective. How How do you prepare for trying to slowly or at some point ease in these two guys because things are rolling and you don't want to mess with that synergy?
Well, what you call that, fellas, is good problems. And here's the key. Clay is going to step in. It's going to be a piece of cake. No issues at all. Just that experience of knowing how to play Warrior basketball. Weissman's going to be a different story. And, in the past, they just gave him minutes. And that's not going to be the case this time. He's going to have to earn time. They'll put him in there and focus on aspects of the game. But I think they're being very prudent, taking their time with him. He's a young guy. You want this knee to be fully strengthened to handle the meniscus issue. And I think it's really smart that they're holding him out, and they'll take him along with baby steps, and we'll see that athleticism really flourish.
St. Lee, Mully brought up something on the show the other day, and he was talking about Jonathan Kuminga. And look, he's raw, right? But he's a special talent. And we saw him in the G League yesterday, scored 22 points and had a nice dunk, 25 points, excuse me. Mully brought up that maybe he could be your small ball 5 later on in the season because of his ability to switch, his strength. He doesn't look intimidated on the defensive end of the floor. And if you put him in a dunker spot, boy, he could jump with anybody. What you think about that, St. Lee?
Well, again, it's a great concept to have because the game has totally changed since Mully played and since I was coaching. You had these big 5s like Ewing and Olajuwon and going all the way back. I can go way back. Now you don't have low post play, so you're only concerned. And this is where I think the Warriors are doing a great job, guys, is on the boards. They've really been terrific there. They've out-rebounded their opponents like 15 times to win. That's a big key. For me, if they can rebound and then handle pick-and-roll action, then, you could try that. There's no doubt about it. But you've got a nice situation right now with Devon Looney, and then you throw Draymond over there, and you throw Bielitsa over there. Mm-hmm. So you're not really putting great size, so why not him?
Yeah. St. Lee, there's a lot of rumors right now just about acquisitions, trades, and this happens every year for every single team. And obviously they're linked to Miles Turner, or at least people are trying to link them to Miles Turner. From a front office perspective, how do you assess, when's the right time to make a move? How's that guy going to fit in here? And obviously you're trying to mortgage the future or not, and then now. Take me through some of the thought process for Bob Myers and Joe Lacob and Steve Kerr.
Well, you go out there and test the water. You're making phone calls to these other teams and talking to them. And they use an expression, do your work early. So they're making these calls and say, okay, who do you like on my roster? And this is who I like there. And now we got a parameter of players. But then we got to get into the salary cap stuff, the contracts. And then what are we going to have to do to sweeten this thing? Are we going to have to give picks? I'll tell you, I'll be really honest with you guys. Turner, really nice athlete. The guy that I love there is Sabonis. I absolutely love him, and I know Mully does too. That'd be the guy for me. And would you have to give up a lot? Probably so. But you're going for a championship. He's only 25, and he's made the All-Star team twice. So it's something to really consider. But, Joe, you can't even get in this conversation unless you have a lot of assets, and the Warriors really do.
On the Sabonis one, because I think we all agree, he's a really, really, really good player. And in a vacuum, I'd love to have him on the team. But what would that look like in terms of him on the floor with Draymond Green? Because, the offense flows through him in Indiana. I know he's sophisticated and he can adjust, but I've seen guys like Kevin Love, where the ball goes through them in one offense, they go somewhere else, and it just doesn't work the same way. What would it look like with him on this team?
Well, one of my old assistant coaches at Sacramento, Pete Carell, Hall of Fame coach at Princeton, he said, show me a player who can pass, he can play. And this guy can pass. He can pass he's a lot like Bogut. He can pass from the up on top on changing the ball in early offense. He can pass on the elbow. He can pass in the low post when they run those splits and get step threes. So, I don't. In today's game, it doesn't concern me at all. If you've got a plethora of passers, my gosh, look at the shooters you got. I mean, so somebody's got to pass the ball, and that'd be a terrific situation. But you know what? As it is, guys, this team right now, as it's built, and Clay, let's say Clay comes back, what do you guys say, 70, 80%? I don't know. Because maybe he's going to be in that category because maybe he doesn't have the defensive lateral movement that he had before. But he's going to shoot it just like he did. Well, holy cow, you're bringing back a Hall of Famer. So don't you think that the rest of the West, when you're Phoenix and when you're Utah and Denver, the top 4 teams, you're saying, wow. I mean, if they get this team rocking like this, you can't teach experience. I love what Phoenix has done. But this team here is a champion. You've got a lot of guys that have tasted all those playoff battles, and that really helps you as you go through the playoffs.
No doubt about that. Gary St. Jean here on the Morning Roast on 95.7. The game, the Saintly one, of course, hosts the Roundtable, Warriors Roundtable, with our main man, Kevin Dana, the play-by-play voice of the Santa Cruz Sea-Dubs. Of course, Saintly was a former coach, GM, assistant coach. He did it all in the NBA. And before we leave you, we got to talk football because we always did this on the Basketball Hour. Your Patriots are back. And I'm looking at Joe Shasky's face right now. He said, Mac Jones, I just need him to lose. I need Mac Jones to come up short in the playoffs. Man, what a job by Belichick. The Patriots are rolling right now, Saintly.
Hey, fellas, that was an amazing game. 3 passes, wind gusts of 50 miles an hour, pounding it on the ground like the old days. I mean, it was like watching the Baltimore Colts and the New York Giants with Charlie Connerly and Frank Gifford. It just goes to show you that he not only is a great coach, but he brings the best out of his players. He has physical talent, but he has smart players that can adjust, and they teach every day, and they're really learning how to play different styles of play. They're a great, great team. They caught me by surprise, I'll be honest with you. When they started out the season, I'm like, holy moly, you spent all this money, and now it looks like he did it again.
Yeah, he's so incredible. But Stanley, a quick question, because I want to ask Bonte this after we conclude our conversation, which we always look forward to. You're a big sports fan. Like, you love baseball, you love football, and clearly you have a passion for basketball. Why is it that baseball records are so hollow, and even certain football records are so revered? Yet in basketball, I'm not sure how many people know that Kareem is the all-time scorer leader. I'm not sure how many people the three-point record resonates with them. Whereas like hits in baseball and all-time touchdowns in football, that really resonates. Why is it that the NBA records don't hold the same kind of cachet?
Quick thought, maybe our numbers are so high. I mean, he scored, 33,000 points or 34,000?
Yeah.
And a phenomenal baseball player gets 3,000 hits. Brady throws 600 touchdown passes. Nobody's with him. So maybe people are just saying, these numbers are so big, all that kind of thing. But I know this. We're going to get a magic number here in a couple of weeks, fellas. We're going to go over, past Ray Allen, and I just think it's great. I'm so happy for Steph. And he's probably going to play against he's going to play against his brother Sunday or Saturday, and that's going to be awesome. And, guys, 2 things I'll leave you with. Watch Steph when he's dribbling, when he plants his right foot for his step-back jumper. Mm-hmm. He did that 3 times last night on makes. The other one is watch him without the ball. When the ball goes into the post, they all don't just cut to the basket or stand still. They all what we call a split action or a double split, where he's the master at moving without the ball. The epitome of it is the shot he made in the corner, right in front of his bench last night.
Uh-huh.
That was phenomenal because he came off of 2 screens up on the top. And these guys now have a complete understanding how to play with him. I just love it. It's awesome stuff.
And it's amazing watching these younger teams try to defend Steph Curry off the ball. Like Orlando lost him so many times. Gary Harris was complaining to a referee. He's like, hey, hello, that's Steph Curry on the 3-point line by himself. What are you doing here? And, of course, the poor Blazers last night without Dave, CJ, and Anthony Simons, they didn't have a shot yesterday. So the Warriors, they're rolling right now 21-4 before they go out to the East Coast for a 5-game road trip. Philadelphia Saturday, Indiana, New York Monday, and Tuesday. And, of course, they ended with Boston Friday and Toronto on next Saturday. That should be a lot of fun here over the next 5. And maybe we'll see Clay coming back against Sacramento in that home game against Chase Center. We're just speculating here. We have no idea. But Saintly, always good to hear from you. You put a smile on everybody's face here in the Bay Area, no doubt about it. Merry Christmas if we don't talk to you before then.
Absolutely.
And tell MJ hello, and we see your son with the Dallas Mavericks soon. You can't wait to see the Mavericks in town because Willie told me they had this real good player in Moses Brown that I want to check out.
How about Doncic? Hey, guys, Merry Christmas to you guys. Call anytime. I love chatting with you. You guys made my day.
Absolutely, Saintly. We love you, Saintly.
Merry Christmas.
Saintly one of the nicest human beings out there, man. The best.
You know, we
Kerry
talk
St.
about
Jean.
people that make you smile.
St. Jean always makes me smile, man.
I get an ear-to-ear smile when I hear him, see him on my television, whatever. I just love hearing from him. I'm going to pose the same question to you. Why is it that NBA records and aren't considered in the same kind of category the way that we hold? I know baseball is everything's reverential, and we have to treat it like a church and a cathedral. The all-time hits leader, the all-time home runs, and all the individual season accolades. And then the NFL, I do believe the NFL has evolved where we want to see people break the records, but we do get a little numb to the touchdown passes at some point. I'm not sure it really resonated when Drew Brees and Tom were going back and forth. But basketball, it feels like, kind of gets lost. I'm not sure how many people listening know that Kareem Abdul-Jabbar is the all-time leading scorer.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of sad, right? When you think about it.
Yeah.
Kareem Abdul-Jabbar is one of the most accomplished basketball players of all time, and he has an argument to be the GOAT, an argument to be named the greatest ever, and we never even discuss it.
Exactly.
We go straight Jordan and LeBron and Kareem. Championships at UCLA, championships in high school, championships in the NBA. Everywhere. Just a winner.
Yeah.
A winner. There's some records. I think the way we talk about Klay Thompson's 37 points in a quarter.
Yes.
I mean, that is held high.
81 in a game for Kobe.
81 in a game for Kobe.
Even though that's not the record, but don't we hold that in very high regard?
We do. I felt like Klay Thompson's Game 6 against Oklahoma City. We always discuss that.
Yep.
We always talk about that as like the Klay game, Game 6 Klay. That was the birth of his nickname. I think because we're in it and we discuss it every day, I wonder how it's perceived nationally.
That's a great question.
I think nationally, maybe they're like, man, Steph Curry's got the 3-point record, and it was inevitable once he started bombing threes early on in his career, and he got hot and started becoming the Steph Curry that we all know today. Rebounding numbers. Do we really talk about rebounding numbers? Not much. So I think it depends on the record. Like home run record in baseball, that's prestigious, right? Which is why Barry Bonds gets all the pushback.
Exactly.
In the NFL. In today's game, everybody's throwing for 5,000 yards. Yeah. Everybody's throwing for 4,000 yards, unless you're a quarterback for the San Francisco 49ers, right? So I think we kind of scoff at that now because it's such an offensive league in the NFL.
Justin Herbert had a better rookie year than almost every Joe Montana season outside of one in terms of the raw data because of how much we're throwing. Just to show you how much the game's changed.
Exactly. So the NFL record, I think the touchdown record is right there. Jerry Rice's touchdown record.
208 is the number.
And you know what? I think Randy Moss's single season receiving touchdown record. The 23.
But see, this is where I push back on that. Jerry Rice did it in a 14-game season. No one ever talks about that. He did it with a 14-game season. So, I don't know. I find it interesting. 200 sacks career. Do people know who holds that record?
It's got to be Bruce Smith, right?
Yeah, but how many people know that?
Yeah, nobody knows.
So I look at the NBA, and I find it fascinating because I'm just looking at minutes. And LeBron right now is third all-time in scoring, right? And you look at Shaq and Michael Jordan as those all-time scoring guys.
Karl Malone's right there, number 2.
But I meant as outliers in terms of the least amount of minutes of all those top 10 guys by a lot. Carmelo's actually, in terms of minutes per point, is right there with Shaq and Jordan. It's just fascinating because I don't know that the 3-point thing, it's a great record, and I'm not poo-pooing it. I'm just saying I don't know if I even understand how to contextualize it right now.
I think because we're in it, I think because we're living in it, we're in the moment, we don't have time to sit back and just take it in.
Right.
Because as soon as he breaks a record, we're going to move on to the game. And then we're going to move on to the road trip. Then we're going to move on to Clay's return.
Yes.
And we're not going to have time to sit back. I think it's going to take us until summer, and it's going to take us until Steph Curry really retires. Because, even Jerry Rice, when he broke the touchdown record, I was a kid.
Yeah.
I didn't really get it, right? I didn't really get it. And then he retired. And you start looking at the internet, and you're like...
22,000 yards.
I'm like, this guy put on a 10-year career when he turned 30.
Yes.
That was better than a lot of wide receivers. Same thing happened with Barry Bonds.
100%.
Barry Bonds breaking records. You're like, oh, this is cool. And then Barry's gone. Giants win a couple championships. You're looking at Baseball Reference like, yo, this dude in 1992 stole 52 bases.
It's
like,
crazy.
you know what I'm saying? You start
It is.
Pete Rose numbers. You start looking at Alex Rodriguez. You start looking at
Ichiro trying to go for the Pete Rose record of 10 consecutive 200 hit seasons. You know, I'm a geek on these kind of things. Like, I don't know if it resonates with the casual fan. I'm not sure, and that's not a knock.
Right.
I'm not sure where it should be in terms of importance, and that's kind of why I'm like watching last night's game. It felt like. And it felt like the team was gunning for it on behalf of Steph because they love him so much. And Steph just wants to get it out of the way.
Right.
Obviously, he wanted to do it at home, but he wanted to get it out of the way so that they can go to their bigger accomplishment, their bigger goal. When Kobe at the end was going for a lot of different records, that team wasn't good.
It wasn't
He
good.
signed that extension, and it was kind of like the Bonds final years where you signed him so that you could have the ceremonies around a pretty mediocre team, right?
Yep.
This year's team is not mediocre at all. I think it would mean more in a worse year.
Right.
Like if this happened last year, I think I'd be more hyped up.
No doubt.
Now I'm like looking at the big picture at the championship. So
Right.
maybe I need to
It is
recalibrate.
because they're good. Yeah, no doubt. 888-957-9570. How are you feeling about this 3-point record? Are you feeling like Shasky here? We discuss it every day. And on the pregame show on NBC Sports Bay Area, we discuss it every day. Raining threes. And it's like, all right, it's a matter of when he's going to do it, not if. You know what I mean? It's inevitable. Like some of those records, like we didn't know Barry Bonds was going to catch Hank Aaron.
No.
We didn't know that Michael Strahan was going to catch Gastineau from the New York Jets and break that sack
Mark
record.
Gastineau.
You know, we didn't know that LaDainian Tomlinson was going to surpass whoever he beat. And I don't even remember who had the single-season touchdown record before LaDainian Tomlinson. But I remember when LT went for it. It was prestigious because you didn't know whether or not he was going to get it. So we know Steph Curry's getting this 3-point record.
Absolutely.
Me, personally, my mind is, where's he going to end up? Is he going to end up in the 4,000 club? Is he going to end up in the 4,500 club?
Well, that's why it's got a Ricky Henderson feel to it for me, because Ricky broke the stolen base record at basically with 31 years old and then went on for like another 8 or 9 years after that. Jerry Rice, I think, broke it in his early 30s and then went on to have another 10-year career after that. That was outstanding. I mean, doesn't it feel like Steph's got at least 5 great years left in him? Am I wrong here?
At least.
So, and there's some people coming and asking about the 14-game thing with Jerry Rice. In 1987, there was a strike, a player strike. Joe Montana was one of the first people to cross the picket line. They used, quote-unquote, scab players. I don't even know if that's an appropriate term.
There's a 30 for 30 on that, the Washington team.
So the year that Jerry Rice had 22 touchdowns in 1987, he didn't play in 2 of the games. So he played in, quote-unquote, a 14-game season. The 49ers, all the players were behind the players, and then at some point, I believe it was week 3 or week 4, Joe Montana decided to cross the picket line, and everybody followed suit.
Jerry actually played 12 games that year.
Well, there you go. See,
22 touchdowns.
It's a 14-game season for the NFL players that decided to cross the picket line with Joe Montana.
No doubt. Let's go to T in the South Bay. T in the South Bay. What's happening? You're on a morning roast. You're on 95.7 The Game. Then we'll get to Disney with that.
Yes.
Hello. How you doing?
Not bad.
Good. So you were discussing the 3-point record and how fans feel about it.
Yeah.
I think what comes to mind first for me is, people put Steph in a category of a shooter, and it's something I could not disagree with more. I think he's the first scorer from far away. In other words, you have people that break down the defense, get into the seams, and create off the dribble, and they score from 16, 17, 18 feet as a result. Steph Curry's doing the same exact thing from 23 feet away. So when I watch this record being broken, it's not just that he can stand there and make shots, because there's been a plethora of guys that probably have a similar shot-making ability.
Mm-hmm.
It's the way that he does it, and the way that he's going to go down as a scorer like a KD or like a LeBron or a Jordan. And he's going to be doing it from almost twice as far away. So that to me is what resonates.
That's a really good call. And I do believe, I think, me and B, we've been alive only when the 3-point line was there. Okay, we didn't watch
Right.
basketball with no three-point line.
Right.
So I do believe that the three-point line being a novelty to older fans and not being a part of the history and the record books of way back when, I think that does have a factor into it. It has a factor a little bit, right?
No doubt.
It's
I agree.
complicated.
It's complicated, but let me ask you this.
Yeah.
Is this an unbreakable record?
I don't know.
Because the text line, the reason why I asked that, I'm looking at the 408. Will Chamberlain scoring 100 points in a game?
Feels like that will never be broken.
Feels like it'll never be broken.
And maybe I'm wrong. Like 511 wins for Cy Young. That is not going to be broken. I don't think anyone's going to do that.
What about Barry Bonds' home run record?
I don't think anyone's going to do that.
Nolan Ryan's strikeout record.
I don't think anyone's getting close to that.
You know what I'm saying?
The MVP record and the Cy Young record for Bonds and Roger Clemens, I don't think anyone's getting that.
Right.
Jerry Rice's records. Think of how great of a career Larry Fitzgerald had.
Yep. He's not getting close.
He's like
to Jerry
4,000
Rice.
yards short.
Right. Not getting close to Jerry Rice.
You know, and he had one of the greatest careers of all time.
Is this record unbreakable? And in today's game, I think it is. I don't think it is because Trae Young's coming. James Harden's coming. You know what I'm saying? There's a lot of guys just jacking up threes here and shooting them at a high clip. The reason why Ray Allen, he's getting stats. The Ray Allen I knew was a slasher early on in his career.
Absolutely.
He was dunking on cats, mid-range game. Reggie Miller had a lot of mid-range game to him.
Elbow extended, as I said.
Not to say that Steph Curry doesn't have a mid-range game at all.
But it's evolved.
Now it has evolved, and you look at the three-point attempts per game. He's by far the way got more three-point attempts per game than Ray Allen. Just think about three-point makes per game over their career.
Yes.
Steph Curry's at 3.8 makes a game.
So this is
Ray Allen's at 2.3. Reggie Miller's at 1.8 makes a three-point makes a game. So the more attempts, the more makes. It feels like this record will be around for a little bit until Trae Young, if he's healthy, because Trae Young's shooting like 10 threes a game.
And I think with Steph specifically, how far his efficiency is from the hoop is the part that's the novelty for me. 35 or more feet out, he shoots 43%. Let me say that again.
43%.
43% from 35 or more out. Like, it's ridiculous. Some of the numbers, the advanced numbers on where he's taking these shots and his, accuracy level. Like, Trae Young, I believe, has never finished over 40% for a season.
There's no efficiency
from three-point line.
Yeah, no.
Steph Curry, for his career, 35 or plus, is 43%.
Yeah, the efficiency is what sets him apart, no doubt.
Let's
John Stockton, 15,806 career assists, 10.5 assists per game. That is incredible.
But isn't Mark Jackson the all-time assist leader? I believe Mark Jackson is the all-time assist leader right now.
Is he really? Did Mark Jackson really break that record?
I think he is. I could be wrong, but I thought that
you could be right.
I thought he had it.
Right.
Yeah, but this goes back to the records. I know all the baseball ones and some of the basketball ones. I don't know that well.
Let's go to John in Fremont. John in Fremont, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Good morning, guys.
What's up, man?
Looks like 3-point records, they're going to fall. But the record that will never fall in my house will be 4 Christmas trees.
Wait a minute. You have 4 Christmas trees?
Yeah.
Why do you have 4 Christmas
trees, man? It's evolved into that situation, man.
So 2 downstairs, 2 upstairs? 1 upstairs, 2 downstairs, 1 in the backyard?
Well, we used to get 1 giant tree because we got 12-foot ceiling in our house. And that giant tree was just scary to decorate. It's just so tall. So we said, well, let's get 2 trees and put them in the corner. And that just looked weird, but so we got another tree put up on a round coffee table in the back, and now we've got a Christmas tree forest there.
Do you live in a 7,000-foot mansion?
No. It's just 12-foot ceiling. There's a corner in the house. We had room. My wife's mother passed away and gave all her antique Christmas ornaments to her. So these ornaments were $500 each, some of them.
Yeah.
So we put a fake tree with colored lights, because that's the way it was in the old days, all colored lights. Put it in the back corner on a coffee table, a little round coffee table thing, and made it real tall. And had all those expensive decorations on that tree. Then we put 2 trees in front of that off to the side, so you couldn't get to that tree. If the kids wanted to go over there and touch it, they can't touch it because the other trees are in the way. So it became a Christmas tree forest. Then we found this black tree tree that my wife said, we've got to turn that into like an animal-themed tree and put it right there in the curve of the staircase. Right? Oh, great. Another tree. So Christmas decorating started on Black Friday after Thanksgiving. The lights had to go on the house that day. Then the weekend was spent putting up trees. It's a 5 to 6 day operation.
Yeah, it sounds like a lot of fun, John. Thanks for that.
Wow.
That's too much here. I got the assist leaders right here.
It was Mark Jackson.
Number 4. He's 5. Mark Jackson's 5.
Why did I think that he broke?
Number 5.
I don't know. John Stockton, 15,806.
Hey, the fact that he's 5 is kind of remarkable.
John Stockton, 15,806. Jason Kidd, second all time, 12,091. Okay. Chris Paul with 10,518.
Wow.
And Steve Nash there, fourth with 10,335.
And where's Jackson? He's 5th?
He's 5th.
And how many's he got?
10,334. He's one behind Steve Nash.
In my mind, I remember, because I think Magic is on this list, correct?
Magic is 6 all
There
time.
you go. In my mind, I thought he broke Magic's record, and then I didn't know.
It's not Stockton. This looks unbreakable.
Yeah, 5,000 more than the third place guy?
Yeah, 15,806. Wow. That feels like an unbreakable record. Let's go to Anthony real quick in San Jose. Anthony, what's happening? You're on the roast.
What's up, guys? I feel like the basketball stats don't really matter too much because not as many people care about the Basketball Hall of Fame. They include a lot of college players.
It's a good call.
College careers.
Yeah.
So they don't hold as much weight. I feel like it's always kind of in the moment with basketball and everything and the culture. So that's just my take.
No, that's a great call because they do put anybody in the Naismith Memorial Basketball Hall of Fame. Not anybody. There's a lot of deserving people in that Hall of Fame, but they do add college. Because Grant Hill got into the Hall of Fame, and I'm thinking NBA career, Hall of Fame?
He went to the Final Four, 3 years in a row?
Yeah, but that's
Duke?
because of college.
Yes.
Like, if you take away his college career, is Grant Hill a Hall of Famer?
Probably not, no. But his first couple years were so sick.
Yeah, but are we putting him in? You know what I'm saying?
No, you're right. I mean, you're right there. So,
George in Los Altos. George, what's happening? You're on the roast here on 95.7 The Game. Oh, we're going to take a break. Hang on tight, George. Hang on tight.
Go nowhere.
We'll get you on the other side here. 888-957-9570. What does this record for Steph Curry mean to you? He's 10 away from surpassing Ray Allen. What does it mean to you when he sets the all-time three-point record? Does it mean anything to you? Is it special in your opinion? Does it hold a lot of weight compared to other records in sports? 888-957-9570 will continue to roll on the Golden State Warriors as they are 21-4. 21-4 through 25 games. Are heading out to the East Coast for a 5-game roadie. Philadelphia, Indiana, New York, Boston, and Toronto. Tim Roy coming up in about 15 minutes here on the roast.
Catch Willard and Dibs anytime, anywhere with the Odyssey. Bonte Hill and Joe Shasky. Presented by Timeless Coffee. This is the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game.
Curry off a Draymond screen. Bounce pass to Draymond. Back to Curry. No look to Wiggins. Wiggins up top to Draymond. Penetrates Curry off a double screen. It's a three. It's money in the bank for Curry. Curry went down. No foul call from Curtis Blair. Curry got knocked down. It's 47-38.
Tim Roy in the call right here on 95.7 The Game. We'll talk to the voice of the Golden State Warriors in about 10 minutes here on the Roast. Curry now 10 away from surpassing the great Ray Allen for the all-time lead when it comes to made threes in NBA history. He's number 2 on the list, of course. He's been chasing Ray, surpassed Reggie Miller last year. It's not a matter of if he's going to do it. It's a matter of when. As we're going to take your phone calls here in just a second. 888-957-9570. Good morning to everybody out there on the roadways getting off of work. Good morning to the roasters on YouTube and Twitch as well as the text line. And good morning to Curly, Langford, and you, Joe Shasky. Is this record unbreakable as we think about it? And what does it mean to you? Does it mean anything to you? We're going to take some calls here in just a second on that. Does it mean anything to you? And is this record unbreakable when we think about all the records all across sports?
I'm not sure where to put it right now. I don't think I have enough perspective or understanding. I mean, he's doing it in half as many games as these other guys because the era has changed dramatically. Yeah. He's the guy that's moved the needle in terms of that evolution, but also I'm not sure what's going to become of it. Like we were talking about at the break, what is the defensive evolution to slow down three-point shot making?
I think, and we were talking about this during the break here, we're starting to see the Warriors do a lot of it. We saw the Raptors do it. And I go back to Rick Majerus when he was a coach at Utah.
Keith Van Horn?
Keith Van Horn, Michael Doliak, Andre Miller. They played Arizona in 1998. Coming up, Arizona won the national championship in 97 with Mike Bibby, Miles Simon, Michael Dickerson, A.J. Bramlett, Davison, Jason Terry off the
Bennett
bench.
Davidson, Pro-Am legend.
Love that team. Lute Olson coaching.
Look at you.
Love that team. So they came back the next season. They were rolling. Number 1 seed in the West. They go to the Elite Eight against Utah. And everybody's saying, how's Utah going to slow down this team? Rick Majerus ran a triangle and two. And you started seeing teams do that against Kentucky and Rick Pitino, running some zone, running some 3-2 zone, running some boxing ones, trying to really snipe that one lethal three-point shooter. I think we're going to start seeing more junk defenses in the NBA to try to do something about the three-point line. You have to try to do something. You can't just play man. You can't just switch everything. You know, you can't go under screens on the pick and roll all the time. You got to do something to combat it because everybody's bombing threes. Mm-hmm. Everybody's bombing threes. So you got to muck up the game. So I think that's going to be the evolution when it comes to defense. Try to combat some of the three-point shooting we're seeing in the NBA.
Absolutely. I'd be surprised if they don't try to, and I don't even know what this would be. I'm just throwing. Sometimes rule changes can spur on evolution of the game, right? Baseball lowering the mound, for example. NFL getting rid of targeting has totally changed the game. Right. I mean, totally the physicality of the game is totally different in terms of how they protect the quarterback. I don't know what rules can be implemented to slow down three-point shooting, but like something, and again, I'm totally spitballing here, but something like rewarding 3 points for a dunk, right? Maybe it would create more plays at the rim. I don't know. I'm just saying, is there a rule change on top of some sort of defensive sophistication that could come about? I don't know where to put it, B. I'm not sure where to put it. I know this. The guy's great, and he's an all-time warrior.
He's changed the game.
There's no doubt about it.
Changed the game.
It's an exciting topic. I just think basketball in general, a lot of these records, like you and I, diehard basketball fans, neither of us knew that John Stockton was number 1 in assists.
Should have known that. I feel a little bad about that.
Yeah,
but I get why, because Mark Jackson, I remember when he did move to like number 5, it was like a big deal because he got over 10,000. And then Steve Nash passed him, so should have known that.
Number 5.
John Stockton, nobody's getting the 15,000 assists.
No.
Nobody. Trae Young right now, maybe he's the closest guy. He's already got 2,043 assists in his career. Trae Young, he's only 23 years old. Maybe he's the guy to maybe break the assist record. He only needs over 13,000.
Where's LeBron on that list?
And he's like top 10. He's top 10, but he's still under 10,000.
He's going to be like top 5 in all those categories when
which
it's all
may
said
be
and
the
done.
most impressive thing in NBA
That's
history.
incredible.
No doubt.
God.
Trae Young also made 566 threes in his career so far. So maybe he's a guy to get the assist and the points, and maybe LeBron's going to be top 5 at all across. Let's go to the lines real quick, Shasky. Got lines here. George in Los Altos.
Hey, George.
George, what's happening? Good morning. You're on the roast.
Hey, good morning, guys. I'm an older guy, and I watched, I hate to tell you, but in high school or junior high, I was watching, Bill Russell and Sam Jones and Casey Jones, okay, just to show you what I've seen over the course of my life. I remember Larry Bird and how great he was. I remember Allen Iverson and how great he was. And I saw Reggie and Ray and all of them and Michael Jordan, and as fantastic as they were. But my opinion is that no one will break this record in the same number of games. I just don't see it happening. I've never seen anyone as exciting to watch and enjoyable to watch as Steph Curry in my entire life. And I'm 71 years old, guys.
Yeah.
And I've never seen anyone like him. And I'll tell you, I was upset when they got rid of Monte.
Yeah,
I was
we all were.
a fan right off the bat, but oh my God, I've never seen anything like him. I just don't see it getting broken in the same number of games, guys.
Yeah, that's a good call, George. Let's go to A-Train in San Jose. A-Train, what's happening? You're on the roast. A-Train, you there?
Morning, guys. I know. Hello?
Yep, we got you, A-Train. Let's go.
Hello?
A-Train's not ready to go. Let's go to Reverend Patrick. Reverend Patrick in Oakley. What's happening, Reverend Patrick?
What's going on? What's going on, Bonte and Shasky? You guys doing a great job.
Thank you.
Hey, I was listening to y'all talking about those Christmas trees.
Yeah.
Man, I got 5 of them.
What?
I got 5 of them. Yes, sir. I got 5 of them. I got one big giant one. One, my wife, she liked to collect shoes, so we got a shoe tree. I got one upstairs in the loft. We call it the blue tree. My son liked video games, so we got one for him with a bunch of video games on it. Then I got one because I like coffee. I got all the little coffee ornaments. But as far as this record is going with Steph, I've been watching for a long time. I'm 54, so I've been around kind of seeing things here. Grew up in Oakland, East Oakland, CYO, back in the day.
Let's go, CYO.
He's going to break that record, and I don't think nobody's going to be able to do it in the many games as he's doing it.
Mm-hmm.
And, hey, Bonte, I don't care what Chris Mullin say. I saw you last night. You look like you can handle yourself out there on the court.
Maybe 15 years ago. I don't know about right now, man. I got to get in shape, man. That's
a man who's lived a little.
He has lived a little bit.
Referencing CYO.
Love that.
East Oakland, 5 Christmas trees.
I love that.
I noticed you didn't have any clapback for him.
It's Christmas. It's been a long year. Everybody's in a spirit. If you want 5 Christmas trees in your house, it's fine. If you want 2, that's fine. You know what? I don't want to be the Grinch.
Yeah.
Merry Christmas, Bonte.
Give it to me. One more.
I don't want to be the Grinch.
Give me my dad's message to Bonte yesterday.
Ho, 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 the first day of Christmas, Bonte. Ooh, baby. Give me my Makita. Thank you.
That's him drilling in one of the 2 trees we have at the Shasky house.
And Santa Claus. Santa Claus shot out Bonte, said, hey, smile. So Santa said smile. I'm going to smile.
I like it. You know what makes me smile?
What's that?
Klay Thompson returning.
You know what? We may need to get into that with Tim Roy. Film on Mike Russell, Tamir. Hang on tight. We'll get you. We got Tim Roy coming up here. Plus, we got the 11 on 11, and it is brought to you by the Workman Law Firm, representing employees for over 20 years. Go to workmanlawpc.com. It's your daily Klay Thompson update.
I ain't had this in a long time. I ain't feel like this in a long time. Just to feel like this, it took a long time, yeah.
Klay Thompson's return is imminent.
With the 11th pick in the 2011 NBA Draft, the Golden State Warriors select Klay Thompson from Washington State University.
It's time for 11 on 11.
Wise, man. Where you at, Wise? You should be on the boat.
Being my deckhand, rookie. Come on, Rook.
Brought to you by the Workman Law Firm, representing employees for over 20 years. Go to workmanlawpc.com.
What you got, Langford? What you got today with our Klay Thompson update, 11 on 11?
Now, this was back in November 28th, so we missed the anniversary a little bit, but this was back on November 28th of 2019 when he turned into sideline reporter Klay.
Feels like a zoo right here, but this is great.
Hey, most importantly, congratulations, Mrs. Principessa. I love seeing those engagements here. That's always special. But I might have butchered your name. I'm sorry, but I tried.
We just had a proposal. Levine hits that corner three. He went after your record the last game. He hit 13
I was nervous.
threes.
I was like, come on, Zach, don't do that. It hasn't even been a year, man. Obviously, this is one of my favorites, the three-time champ and the surfboard. Not realistic. I can't surf. I would love to learn, but I do love the beach. So great vibes, surfing Klay.
Take us through this, Klay. You want to be an analyst?
Eric Pask Animal with the one-handed flick to Glenn. GR3 with the flush, reverse flush, and ain't that a smooth one? What's your punchline, man? That's the nice head.
You got to break down one more play.
So Alec sensed the double team, and Eric with no fear. That's and one. Can we get an and one?
Wow. Can we get an and one?
Yeah, man.
He's going to get those calls.
I know he's a rookie, but
yeah.
sheesh.
Look at yourself.
Man, I mean, that got me out my seat.
Yeah.
That was sweet. I'm going to let you guys go now.
Appreciate you,
bud. Steal the spotlight.
And Klay Thompson. I'm thinking about it, man. And
those were
Saintly
dark
brought it up.
days.
Yeah, those were some dark
Alec
days.
Burks, GR3, and
Pask Animal.
I'm just.
How about, wasn't he on the call when he ripped? I mean, that was a different one, but when he ripped the guy from Detroit, Rodney
Yeah,
Magruder?
Rodney Magruder. He was doing the sidelines. Yeah, Rodney Magruder, please. Dude, I just.
God, I love Klay.
Yeah, that dark year. Yeah, we have Tim Roy on the line, the voice of the Golden State Warriors, but it just dawned on me. And I'm starting to see people talk about it. 5-game road trip. Then when they get back, they play the Sacramento Kings December 20th on a Monday night at Chase Center.
That's the 20th?
The 20th.
So a lot of people are going to have work off that week, and they're going to need to have the Odyssey app downloaded because you're going to want to hear about Klay's return.
May happen that week. May happen the week after. We shall see. But yeah, download the Odyssey app to listen to all your favorite shows here at 95.7 The Game. We'll get back to the calls in just a second. Film on Mike, AT, Russell, and Tamir. We'll get you on the other side here as Tim Roy is on the line. The voice of the Golden State Warriors. You're 21-4 at Golden State Warriors. And Tim Roy, good morning. Welcome back to the Morning Roast. And a lot to like about this basketball team right now, despite the clunker last night. But it felt like, all eyes were on Stephen Curry for obvious reasons, a 3-point record. And right off the bat, when you think about the 3-point record, what does it mean to you after watching Steph Curry his entire career?
It's really the culmination of a change in the way we look at the game. It's a difference in how we think of good basketball. Where I think in the past the three was more of a shot that you did in desperation. It was reserved for guys who would park themselves, on the wing or in the corner, on the opposite side of the ball. And if he was wide open, you take it. But now it's a huge weapon in the game. The game is totally, in the half court. It's from the half court line to the baseline now. It's spread the game out, and it's revolutionized the way we look at basketball. So to me, it's the culmination of that, how Steph has changed the game.
We're talking a lot about just the record in general, and I'm not sure where, I don't have the perspective of how important it should be right now. I do think we're going to look back. It's going to be one of the many, many, many accomplishments of what makes Steph Curry so great. But forget that for a second. How are defenses over time going to evolve to slow down the propensity and the efficiency of three-point shooting?
Well, I think the number one thing that they've done is that they've let the defenses be more physical now. We're not, you see guys go down all the time now shooting threes, and they're not calling that. They're letting the defenses have a little bit more of a say in how, teams are playing the game. Guys get bumped a lot more on drives, and so I think they're trying to give the defense a fair chance that way. But I also think you'll see more of Especially for Steph. Now, Steph's unique. He's not just a three-point shooter. He's a guy that can finish at the rim. He can play for others. He causes all the problems that he does with the gravity. So in Steph's case, you're going to see a lot more box and one. You're going to see more double teaming. Steph when he doesn't have the ball, like on inbounds plays, things like that. So you're going to see some, what was Steph's word? Janky defenses.
Yeah.
You're going to see more of that, more experimental defense, more zone. I think just to change it up. Teams are going to zone. The Warriors do that all the time now. So I think you're going to see, teams try to mix things up. I was watching Roy Rogers last night, who apparently is handling the defense for Portland. And it seemed like every other play he was up and he was signaling something different in. They were trying to change up their defensive patterns to keep the Warriors off balance. I think we're going to see a lot more creativity on the defensive side to try to negate, the offensive explosion of threes.
Agree with that one, Tim. And when you think about unbreakable records in all of sports, the home run record, the all-time hits leader with Pete Rose. Is this three-point record that Curry's going to set, whether it's Saturday night, Monday, Tuesday, it's going to happen within the next week? Is this an unbreakable record considering the way the league has shifted to a lot of three-point shooting teams? Like, it feels like this one is going to get broken at some point. What's an unbreakable record to you?
Well, if it's going to get broken at some point, it's going to have to be somebody in the future. Just simply because Steph doing it in the number of games he's doing it. Think about this. He's going to pass Ray Allen on this road trip. But how many more years is he going to play?
Great question.
Right.
Think about that.
Yeah.
How many more threes is he going to make?
Right.
I mean,
doesn't it feel like he can get to 4,000, 4,500? Possibly?
Yeah, it does. It does feel like he can get that way because, as we know, the last thing that leaves you as a basketball player, and usually never leaves you, is your ability to shoot. You can shoot out of a rocking chair, for God's sakes. So at some point, when Father Time, who gets to us all, when Father Time decides, okay, you're no longer going to be that guy who can drive all the time and get to the rim, for Steph, he's still going to be able to shoot from the wing. He's still going to be able to shoot from the corner. And so, that's going to add another, if he wants, it's going to add another couple years to his career if he so desires that. And so, to me, that's the enormity of this, is that it's not just that he's passing Ray Allen, but A, he's doing it in the number of games that he's doing it, and B, he's got many more years left.
Yeah.
And so this record is not just going to be, he's not going to pass Ray Allen, he's going to obliterate that mark. That mark's going to be in the past. And I unfortunately for Ray, he was maybe born a little too early. He would thrive in this kind of environment right now.
Yeah.
But there's a lot of guys, I think, who are going to get to that mark and pass it.
I'm looking at Andrew Wiggins has been such a hot topic the last couple of weeks and how well he's playing. And quietly, I feel like Otto Porter Jr. has been an unbelievable acquisition. Like, they're getting wide open looks for this guy. He's rebounding really well. I feel like Otto Porter Jr. might be one of the best acquisitions of the offseason. What do you think?
It's really it was a savvy, smart, strategic move. You find a guy who needs to have a good year. He needed to come back and have a good year because he's had those couple of years with injury. He needed to get his body right. He needed to get his mind right. And so he comes to this place where, he's got Steph Curry, and so he's got this system which is designed to get guys open shots. It's an unselfish system. And so to me, it was a huge signing, and he fits, and he's a pro. And we out of sight, kind of out of mind, we tend to forget what guys look like if we don't see him for a while. And Otto Porter Jr., if you remember a couple of years ago, he was shooting 40% from three. He was big. He's doing some great things on the floor. That's why he got the contract offer that he did. And so he's getting back to that kind of Otto Porter, and so that's a great thing for Golden State. It was a tremendous pickup, and when they signed him, I went, "Oh wow, that's really cool." I really, that was one of those where I wasn't thinking about Otto Porter as a potential Warrior, but when they signed him, I said, "Oh, this is going to be really good because it fits."
Yeah,
he fits,
no doubt about it. Casey Johnson from NBCS Chicago. We had him on the show today. He signed Tim, and he said basically this is a great fit. If he's healthy and in shape, he will be a great fit. And 4 threes last night, proven time and time again that he could hit the three and also defend and rebound really, really well. Tim Roy here on the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game, the voice of the Golden State Warriors. Another guy, look, we can talk about Wiggins, we can talk Porter Jr., but quietly Jordan Poole has scored in double figures in 10 straight games. And what a godsend it's going to be for Steve Kerr to have this guy off the bench once Klay Thompson gets back. And already you see the adjustment for Jordan Poole early on in the season, taking a lot of YOLO shots and, hey, man, maybe you could get a better shot here. He's going to the cup at a high rate, and now he's taking better shots. Jordan Poole, man, he's going to get paid in the future, man. He's playing really, really good basketball right now.
Yeah, he's really, he's such a weapon now because he can also knock down free throws. Last night didn't shoot it terribly well, but he got to the line, and that's where he can get his points. He's one of the best free throw shooters in the game. And so, to me, for Steve Kerr, it's going to be a great problem to have now. He's going to have to find minutes for everybody and try to keep everybody somewhat happy. But I just think when you have that kind of firepower, and now when Klay gets back and gets his game going, Jordan more than likely will come off the bench. Then you really got a devastating look. But and I'm happy for him. He's a great kid. He's worked hard, and he never gave up on himself. Yep. His rookie year, he's shooting 20-something%. He did not give up. He went to work, and so really happy that's paid off for him right now, and it's going to continue to pay off. He's going to get better. That's the other scary thing about Jordan is he's not close to his ceiling.
No doubt.
He's got a lot more growth to do, and when he gets to that point, it's going to be wow.
Real quick, Tim, because we have a text here, we're up against it, but real quick, 408, just text us saying, can you guys talk about Ray Allen a little bit? It feels like his record is a little bit sleepy. That's a lot of threes, and it kind of flew under the radar when it did, and I'm kind of with the 408, where when I think of Ray Allen, I don't think of the three-point shooter because we watched this guy going back to UConn when he was in college playing for Jim Calhoun, where he was a slasher. He was going to the cup, pulling up from the elbow. Were you a bit surprised, or, you watched Ray Allen a lot. You've been covering this league a long time, Tim. It's kind of surprising to see Ray Allen top the three-point leaderboard because when I think of three-point shooters, I think of Reggie Miller, think of Dale Ellis, heck, even Eddie Johnson, Dale Curry. Chuck Person, the Rifleman, Dan Marley. Kind of surprising that Ray Allen has been on top of the throne when it comes to all-time three-point makes.
Yeah, I think he was so good early on at everything that I think that's the vision we have of him. As he got older, he became more of the three-point shooter. But still, he always could shoot the ball. And even when he was in Milwaukee and doing some great things there, he could play. And but you know what? He was also never a guy that he'd make a shot. He wasn't beating his chest and say, "Look at me."
Right.
He was kind of a workmanlike guy. He was kind of okay. That's what I do. This is what I'm supposed to do. And so I think he never clamored for that kind of attention. And so I think he did fly a little bit below the radar, as opposed to measuring up to his ability. And so maybe there's a little surprise when you think about the Reggie Millers of the world, but on the other hand, he was just a very, very good player in the league for a long, long time.
No doubt about that. Tim, safe travels on this East Coast swing. Should be a fun 5-game road trip starting at Philadelphia Saturday, where history could be made, or maybe Monday in Indiana, or maybe Tuesday at the Garden, or maybe Friday at the TD Garden in Boston, or next Saturday in Toronto. But whatever it happens, it will be special. Steph Curry is going to be at top of the leaderboard, and the Warriors 21-4. This will be a good test for him. Tim, have a great morning and safe travels again on the East Coast.
Guys, always a pleasure. Looking forward to the trip. As you say, it's going to be historic and should be a lot of fun.
No doubt about it. Your voice of the Golden State Warriors, one of the best in the business. Tim Roy. We didn't even get a Patriots question today because he was watching Monday Night Football saying, boy, Patriots, man, running the ball and Belichick. Enough Patriots talk today. We're talking Dubs here. My team. I do like the Patriots a lot. Philball Mike, AT, Russell, Tamir, Jacob, gets you on the other side. Rat-a-tat-tat. What does this record mean for you, and is it unbreakable? That's coming up here on the Morning Russell. Don't forget, if you're looking for all the best Warriors content from 95.7 The Game, text Warriors to 20357. That's Warriors to 20357. Make sure to hit the subscribe button in the Odyssey app, wherever you find your favorite podcast. Your calls come up on a game brought to you by the Department of Health Care Services.
With school back in session, there's plenty to worry about.
how the world connects.
With just one spray of Microban 24, your hard surfaces are sanitized for up to 24 hours. Touch after touch after touch.
So 6 hours from now?
Still sanitized.
12 hours?
Yep.
18 hours.
We're really doing this.
24 hours.
When used as directed, one spray of Microban keeps killing 99.9% of bacteria touch after touch for, up to 24 hours.
Wow.
Microban 24. The sanitizer 4 out of 5 doctors would use in their own homes. So why aren't you?
Heard you're buying a car. I brought my calculator.
Dad, I already used Capital One Auto Navigator. I found my car online and got pre-qualified instantly, instead of all that.
You know those things impact your credit score.
Didn't impact my credit score, Dad. Now I'm going to the dealership for a test drive and to make the purchase.
Sounds too easy.
No, it's just easy. Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms and conditions apply. Find out more at CapitalOne.com/autonavigator.
Get help managing your money for the life and years ahead with Fidelity Income Planning. We'll look at what you've saved, what you'll need, and help you build a flexible plan for cash flow designed to last, so you can go from saving to living. Fidelity Brokerage Services, number NYSE SIPC.
There's a story behind the food we eat. I'm Amber Stott, food activist and host of Raising Kale, a podcast that uncovers the food stories no one else is talking about and the heroes improving food in their communities. Listen on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Now, back to the Morning Roast, presented by Timeless Coffee with Bonte and Shasky.
Oh, I like that. I like that. I like that here on a thunderous Thursday.
Is that snitching or Christmas music?
Nah, that ain't snitching music right there. That's hardcore. That may be too hardcore for me.
For the new audience, Santa had a message for Bonte Hill yesterday out on the streets.
No doubt.
Let's play it.
Merry Christmas, Bonte! I hear you having a hard time getting into the whole Christmas spirit. Cheer up and Merry Christmas.
Thank you, man. Let them know, Santa.
Merry Christmas,
Thank
Happy
you.
New Year, and, smile.
Yeah, a little bit.
Just a little, that's all.
And you know what? Philmo Mike is on the line. Let's go to him right now. Philmo, what's happening, man? I'm smiling from ear to ear now. I'm officially in the Christmas spirit because yesterday was the first day of Christmas, and now it's all good. Put your lights up, put your reindeers, put your blow-up dolls in the front lawn or the snowmans or whatnot. I'm all good.
See, I told you I had your back, bro. I look out for you.
You do look out for me, Philmo.
Had to go call Santa. Had to call Uncle Santa on you.
Yeah, Uncle Santa, man. I respect Uncle Santa. He's getting some nice lemon cookies this Christmas. He will get his cookies at midnight.
Now we talking. Now that's what I'm talking. That's the Bonte I like to hear. Anyway, though, man, you talk about this record. See, this record mean a lot because it's Curry. Like, it's like Bonds with hitting. Like Curry with three-point shooting.
That's a good point.
It's a culmination. We didn't even know he was going to get here, bro.
Yeah.
Like, think about it. He was getting injured. I was talking to Steiny. He was getting injured. Sometimes people, he would hurt his ankle mid-game, come back. Mid-game, hurt his ankle again. I'm like, bro, like, just think about it. We're here. He on the cusp of breaking a record that's going to it's changed the game. His shot has changed. The way people play has changed the game. People play like that on the playground because of Curry. So it's like huge. For me, it's huge because I'm a Curry fan and I didn't see it coming. That's why it's so huge to me.
I agree with you 100% on the didn't see it coming portion. I know that there's people out there listening like, I knew he'd be great all along. I didn't.
Yeah,
I thought he would be a sixth. Like, my high projection on what Steph Curry would be was, hey, maybe we got ourselves a Jason Terry-like sixth man off the bench.
Wow.
That was my thought of it. You know, like, that's who I thought he might be one day.
You know what I thought?
Wow.
I didn't think he'd be a starter, let alone a guy that would be one of the all-time greats.
I thought, because obviously it was the old regime.
Yeah.
And I thought, man, how are the Warriors going to ruin this kid? They've ruined everything else. How are they going to ruin Stephen Curry? And then you get the ankle injuries. You get Monte on his first ever media day. Curry's first ever media day. Monte Ellis says, yeah, small backcourt, not going to work here. Not going to work. And they were pushing for Monte to be an all-star. Monte Ellis, pushing for him to be an all-star. And Curry has the ankle injuries. And we've had Larry Riley on, the former GM of the Warriors. They said, look, man, we thought this was going to be a wreck. The ankles are in bad shape. And now we're here. And we're talking about not only a guy who's going to take over the all-time three-point makes when it comes to the NBA, we're discussing a guy who may go down as a top 10 player of all time now.
Bonte, the fact that he's already pretty much surpassed Rick Barry as the Golden State Warrior guy. Like, because Wilt is Philly and Golden State. It's not just Golden State. Wilt's numbers are like, Paul Bunyan-esque. Curry is that dude.
Yeah.
Like, he has surpassed Rick Barry, and I didn't think that was even possible.
Yeah, no doubt. Real quick on the Christmas stuff, because a lot of people are coming in on Christmas trees, and 415 is calling me a sellout, saying stick to your guns.
What's wrong?
I told you guys.
Cheer up and Merry Christmas.
I told you guys, December 8th is the day you get to start celebrating Christmas.
Yeah.
Merry
December 8th.
Christmas, Bonte.
What's the date today? What's the date?
Well, today's the 9th.
Exactly. It's all good now. My beef was people who celebrate Christmas before Thanksgiving.
Oh.
And you start decking out everything. And we had Casey Moran come at me earlier this week. I'll never forget Casey Moran. I love him. But, man, he was talking about celebrating Christmas in July. It's like, dude, come on. We get the daylight savings, at least. Even then, daylight, I mean, come on. 18, Chicago, Chi-Town. What's happening, man? You're on the roast.
Hey, what's up? Hey, I just want to say I appreciate y'all too, man. It's later time zone out here, so I don't have to wake up early for y'all game. But I just want to say the record, I interpreted it as 21-4, not the Curry record. The Curry record makes me emotional. But
why does it make you emotional?
Because my parents, I'm from India. I'm an immigrant, right? My parents, they don't really bang with sports like that. And we just got TV because of the elections. And, dude, they see Curry, man. They see Curry up there. They know who he is. I was watching him since I was in high school. I went to a game with my dad when he didn't even mess with basketball like that.
Mm-hmm.
I went to Warriors Blazers in Oracle when Curry was a shorty, when I was a shorty. And it's emotional. That's crazy. It's crazy.
Oh, that's interesting. That's interesting. A lot of people have been brought in front of the TV because of Curry. You know how many people, you probably know the same, Shasky. How many folks I know who watch basketball only because of Curry?
No, a lot of people.
Warriors?
A lot of people.
Like, it's Steph Curry.
Mm-hmm.
And you see the pregame routine. You see all the Curry jerseys. Steph Curry puts a smile on people's face. Like Gary St. Jean, who joined us at 7:20 this morning. Curry's that type. He has that infectious personality where all you can do is smile and appreciate the guy. I mean, it's incredible. Like, I didn't even think about it like that. By the way, City College, what's up, Coach Younger? City College. They're going down to L.A. to go play for the national championship.
Nice. Go
Football
Rams.
team, go Rams, baby. They beat San Mateo twice this season, going down to state championship. State championship and national championship, playing at Mount San Antonio against Riverside College. Riverside College has these helmets, look like the Cincinnati Bengals. Pretty sick. Pretty sick.
I think that the Cincinnati Bengals have some of the coolest uniforms and helmets of all time.
The helmet is, I love the helmet. It used to be my favorite. That helmet and the Ram helmet used to be my favorite helmet.
Okay, so now we're here. Rams. I will go Michigan Wolverines, a.k.a. the old bear ones.
Hey, the Michigan Wolverines.
It's so sick.
It's so sick.
It really is. It's iconic. And then obviously the Bengal ones. I love anyone that goes outside the norm on the helmets. I would throw the Ducks in there with their feather helmets.
Right.
Those are pretty sweet too.
Not gonna lie, Ohio State.
Those are classics.
They start off the season with no little stickers, and then they have the stickers at the end of the year.
Your team, Florida State.
Dude, yeah, I know.
They changed the sticker a little.
They did. I don't like what Florida State has done with the uniform.
They need to go back to the gold pants.
I don't like what they did.
And while we're here, Notre Dame, you went to the gold helmet, and I don't like it.
I don't like it at all.
I like the old gold helmet.
Yeah, I don't like this whole shiny helmet. I don't like that.
Me neither.
I don't like that either.
It almost looks fake gold.
Yeah, it does. I'm with you there. Let's go to Jacob in Vacaville. Jacob, what's happening? You're on the morning roast, man. How you feeling about this Curry record? What's up, baby?
What's up, y'all? How y'all doing?
Oh, man, we can't complain.
This Jacob Bowe. You know me, kid.
Oh, what's up, Jacob Bowe? What's going on?
Hey, man, I just got to say, man, about that Steph Curry record, I just feel like he has so many threes. It's just like another day, man. It's like a birthday. You know, you don't even care about it no more. It's just another day. To get the record, he's going to get the record. And he's going to play 8 more years. You guys think 5 more years? I think he's going to play at least 8.
So that'll be till he's 41.
Yeah, I don't think nobody's going to catch that.
Yeah, I'm kind of with him on that. See, the other thing is it's not just like how many threes you shoot. You have to be efficient. Your game has to evolve, and you have to sustain. right? Like, think about that's part of the Jerry Rice thing that I don't think people understand. Do you know how long of a career Jerry Rice had?
22 years.
Like, that's what the part that I marvel at when it comes to Kareem and LeBron James as well.
Right.
Do you know how good and how long and how good they've been? I don't think people understand that. Kobe Bryant was great for 18 straight years.
I know.
18 straight years.
It's incredible.
Right? It really is. So, like,
Jerry Rice played 21 years, 16 with the Niners, 4 with the Raiders. He had that 1 year in Seattle.
Got half
22,000 yards receiving. Nearly 23,000 yards receiving.
You want to hear my favorite of all the Jerry Rice stats?
Yeah, what's that?
274.
274.
274 consecutive games with at least one catch.
That's pretty good.
And
Curry's had records like that with at least one three-pointer made.
That's kind of where I'm going with this. It's impressive. I mean, think about the other night. Mac Jones threw 3 times. They're in a blizzard. You know what I mean? Like, it's 3 times he threw. You know, Jerry Rice, 1 catch, 274 games. That's an incredible number.
What about 11 straight seasons with at least 1,000 yards receiving?
That's incredible, too. That goes to like Ichiro, 10 for 200.
And it wasn't just 1,000. I mean, we're talking 1570.
Yes.
1483. 1502.
Didn't he get 18 one year?
He had, in 1995, 15 touchdown catches, 122 catches, 1,848 yards receiving.
Yep.
That's sick, man. That's sick.
I'm listening. I just finished it up, the quarterback book. It's called QB by Steve Young. And he said that when they made the transition in 1991 to Steve, that Jerry was very frustrated with him.
Because he didn't want to catch from a lefty.
Yes, and so they hired a left-handed trainer who would throw balls to Jerry after practice every single day, and he finally understood how to catch that spin in the opposite direction.
It was on his football life when he was catching from lefties.
Isn't it?
Yeah, he was like, all right, I got to adjust my game here. It's Jerry Rice. So meticulous.
He's
so
the best.
Detailed. He is the best. Let's go to our main man, Tamir. Tamir, what's happening? He's in the town right now. What's this Curry record mean to you? And is it an unbreakable record? Is somebody going to snatch Curry at some point?
I don't think anybody's going to break the record because, like the last caller said, I think Curry's going to play for multiple more years. And as far as the record, for me, watching basketball my whole life, basketball is my favorite sport. So, like, for me, I've seen Ray Allen, Reggie Miller. Curry puts all their games into one except, like, dunking and going to the hoop. But it's like he plays for my home team, like the team that I grew up rooting for. So that I think the record means a little bit more because I saw Curry from the beginning. Yeah. It's not like he got traded on our team and started shooting these threes. We've seen him from when he came into the league. So it means more for me as a fan of Curry, seeing him from college all the way to now. You've seen him, like someone said, his ankle injuries and all that other stuff. So that's why it means a lot to me coming from a Warriors fan. You wouldn't never think we would have someone, Monte, like you said before in the previous regime, we probably would have traded someone that was starting to ball out like this way. So it's like it's home for us. We won championships with this guy, and we're going to get to see him break a record. That Joe, you just said, I don't think anybody's going to break the record because the way Curry goes, people shoot threes a lot, but they don't shoot it like how he does. They don't come up with the way he does.
Yeah.
It's a total different thing.
No doubt. Thanks for the call, Tamir. You're right about that. And I'm just looking at the list, right? James Harden's number 4. And he's a volume shooter. Do you think of James Harden as a three-point shooter?
No.
I think of James Harden as a guy who takes, exactly.
Which is a more broader term.
One thing that made me laugh on that broadcast yesterday was when they were showing the top list of the most three-point attempts in a game, and obviously Klay Thompson leads it, but that's because he was going for the in-game three-point record.
Single-game record,
Steph Curry did it against the Memphis Grizzlies because, well, the season was on the line and Steph was your best player and needs to shoot up threes. But James Harden is just shooting 22 threes a game because that's all they had. And then you go a little lower on the list and J.R. Smith is right there.
The J.R. Smith game was wild.
He shot 22 threes when the Knicks were 33 and 45 at that point in the season. That made me laugh.
I'm a big J.R. guy.
Down in Miami, he was playing the Miami Heat where he was jacking up all those threes. I appreciate J.R. Smith.
He's doing college golf right now.
Yeah, I know.
I'm
North
rooting
Carolina
for him.
AT&T.
Yeah, and he bought them all like new gear and stuff. Like J.R., if you just peel beyond, he is a good dude. I'm rooting for him in golf.
He's a good dude. James Harden, though, like, it's appropriate. Where I was getting at with James Harden is I think it's appropriate that Steph Curry is going to be atop of the leaderboard as a three-point shooter because when kids grow up, when they think of a three-point shot, they're going to think of Stephen Curry and how he changed the game. from high school to AAU to CYO to middle school. You coach basketball. You see what kids are doing in these gyms here. Shasky, they're warming up from the three-point line now, not from the layup line. They're not warming up doing layup switches to watch the basketball class and watch how Steph Curry warms up and prepares himself.
He starts right near the rim.
Exactly.
10 toes to the rim, baby.
Exactly. But it's appropriate to Steph Curry. Like, I don't want James Harden to have this record.
No.
And everybody knows I'm not a big James
then.
Harden fan, but just because of the way he manipulated the game with dribble, step back three. Like, Curry's doing it in such a variety of ways, and the way he's evolved in this game from the three-point shot, I think it's appropriate that he's a top of the
James Harden.
So you got Kareem as the all-time scoring leader. You've got, obviously, John Stockton as the all-time assist guy. Let's go to other sports. Pete Rose is the hit king.
Hit king.
Right? Most wins ever is Cy Young, and the award is named after him. Jerry Rice, most touchdowns ever. Most touchdowns thrown, Tom Brady. Is there a guy that sticks out who shouldn't be at the top of some of the more hallowed, records that is there? Off the top of your head?
What about Nolan Ryan's strikeout record? Because he played for so long.
He did. And if you look like you dig a little beneath the surface, he had double-digit wins forever, but he only had so many winning seasons.
Right.
Because he played on a lot of bad teams.
Right.
Emmitt Smith being the all-time rushing leader, do you have a problem with that? Some people did.
Some people did.
I thought he was great.
Some people did. Because they blamed the offensive line, right?
Yeah, and then he went to Arizona and was good too, though.
He was good. He brought leadership to the Arizona Cardinals. It felt like the reason why that record is, now that we're here,
yes,
Barry Sanders retired early.
Agreed.
Barry Sanders is going to own that record. And for my money, I thought Barry Sanders was the better pure running back.
I agree, but part of the Emmitt legacy is the longevity.
Yeah.
To play running back that long?
To play running back that long, and not only that, I mean, behind that, he was the heart and soul of that Cowboys team. When Emmitt missed a game, they were mediocre.
Yes.
They needed Emmitt Smith. He was the biggest. I think he was the most important triplet when it comes to Michael Irvin, Troy Aikman, and that team.
No doubt.
I felt like, though, I was like, damn, Barry retiring. I wanted him, and part of it was because I hated the Cowboys. I didn't want a Cowboy to own that record, but that's an interesting one.
It's funny that you referenced the triplets. Just a quick aside. Mac Jones has not been compared to this guy, but the guy he most reminds me of, the more I watch him.
Troy Aikman?
Yes.
Really?
But I think Troy had a better overall arm.
Right.
We'll see what his arm develops into. He's just smart. Just a smart player. But I wouldn't take Troy Aikman like he's a winner. He's a great player. He was perfect for what the Dallas Cowboys wanted to do. But when we list the all-time great quarterbacks, Troy doesn't come into most people's minds.
Wow. Now that I'm here looking at the rushing record.
Yeah.
Emmitt Smith, 18,355 yards.
It's incredible.
Second, Walter Payton, 16,726. Frank Gore,
3
with 16,000 rushing yards. The active player right now who has the best chance, I believe, to break
Derrick
that.
Henry?
Derrick Henry. He's 71st on the list. He has 6,797 rushing yards.
He needs 3 times the number to get close to Emmitt Smith.
That may be another unbreakable record.
Bonte, what did he play running back for 18 seasons?
From 90 to 2004.
Some incredible numbers.
Is that an unbreakable record?
I thought AP had a chance to break that record.
I did too.
I really did.
I did. He's at 14,000.
And that was interesting when he scored that touchdown to tie Jim Brown in that game the other day against the 49ers. It's like,
still
dude, AP's still doing. I remember his rookie year when he came to Candlestick. It was just, he's in a phenom.
Remember his Hey Rookie with Eric Bieniemy as his running back coach. Let's go back to the lines here. A lot of lines here. They want to talk about Curry here, and for good reason. Warriors are 21-4.
Yeah.
And one thing we'll touch on tomorrow is when the Warriors get back to town, we may see the return of Klay Thompson. So download the Odyssey app. I know kids are being out of school. A lot of people are not going to be on the road. Download the Odyssey app during the holidays. If you're working out, pop your AirPods in. Download the Odyssey app because you don't want to miss the return of Klay Thompson. A lot of good stuff will be happening here at the station on 95.7 The Game. Russell and Alameda. Russell, what's happening? You're on the Morning Roast here on 95.7 The Game.
Hey, good morning, gentlemen. Happy holidays.
Happy holidays. We got you.
All right, cool. So what does the Curry record mean to me? It means I've had the pleasure of watching a phenom, an absolute unicorn. He has revolutionized and changed the game. So why do I think his record might be broke? Because everyone's trying to emulate him.
Yep.
So that's a possibility. But most all-time records, I think, are going to stand because the actual shelf life of an athlete is shorter than it used to be because everyone's bigger, stronger, faster. You want to talk about records that will never be touched? You guys already talked about some. Nolan Ryan, with the way the game has evolved in baseball, with the pitch counts and just the longevity, no one's going to touch that stuff.
I mean, we were talking to what's his face from Fox Sports. What's his name? Rob Parker, and he was talking about Dwight Gooden's complete games in one season. He had more by himself in one season than the whole NL West combined.
That's crazy.
He's the GOAT.
Dude, that's crazy.
The NL West, not like we're talking about 4 different organizations.
Once Upon a Time in Queens. I recommend that 30 for 30.
And let me give you another baseball one, and this one gets floated around a lot. 130 stolen bases in a season. No one will have
Ricky
the
Henderson.
opportunity
my God.
to steal that many bags, let alone do it.
One. I thought you were going Cal Ripken for most consecutive
2,186 or whatever it was.
Yeah, like I don't see anybody breaking that.
Well, there are rumors that he missed a game and was going to miss a game, and they played around with the lights at Camden Yards to,
Yeah, I've heard all kind of rumors.
Yeah, but I don't know about that.
Yeah, I've heard.
Cal Ripken, it was a very, very, very good player who should have moved to third base years before he did.
Right, no doubt about that. Let's go to
Billy Ripken, Cal Ripken up the middle. That was a great card. I had that card.
Let's go to Max in Redwood.
Hey,
Max, what's happening, man? You're on the morning roast.
Hi, folks. Yeah, no, you were just talking about Ricky because of the Bay Area connection. It really feels like what Steph is doing to this three-point record, what Ricky did to the stolen base record, the all-time stolen base record. And you were talking about James Harden earlier. I see James Harden to Steph Curry as like what Vince Coleman was.
I was just going to say that.
Like, yeah, you've got a lot, but like completely not even in the same league.
No.
So that's just my thought. I wanted to put that out there.
Vince Coleman was so good, but yeah, we're talking about a fraction of the player Ricky Henderson was.
Yeah,
a fraction.
130 steals in
a season. Think of how many attempts.
That is just sick.
I mean, is a team going to get 130 stolen bases in a season?
How many? Can you look up? We'll go to the lines.
Yeah, I'll look it up.
Look up how many attempts he had that season. Ricky Henderson, and it's also Brett Favre consecutive start streak, 321. Nobody's getting that.
No.
Nobody's getting that. Wayne Gretzky also has some records here. Let's get to Tony in San Mateo. Tony, what's happening? God. You're on the morning roast here on 95.7 The Game.
What's up, fellas?
What's up?
What? I mean, the Curry record is important to me, being a longtime Warriors fan, but I'll tell you this. The reason the Curry record will be broken is for 2 reasons. Because of Curry himself and because of all the kids who are shooting up threes now, and will have a lot more practice than Curry ever did. So everybody's throwing up threes now. So it's going to start at an earlier period for a lot of kids. Second reason is because someone is going to skip right through college and start NBA. And if they don't have the ankle injuries that Curry did to hold them out, that will be the person who beats it. I don't know how long into the future it's going to be, but it will definitely be broken because of Curry himself.
Well, the only pushback that I have on us assuming that everyone's going to have a longer career and whatnot, when you do pay people more, you do have a more propensity to pull a Calvin Johnson, and it's a different sport because football is very violent, to say, I'm good. I'll walk away from the game. I look at someone like your friend Darrell Wright. Like, I think if he had played in the 60s and 70s, maybe he sticks around for an extra couple of years because he needs the money, and he can't do other things. And again, I'm not trying to have my hands in his pocket. I'm just using him as an example. He retired relatively young and made a nice bit of money for himself and a nice life and stuff. And you hear this from people from Rick Barry's era. They had to play because they couldn't make money in other ways the way these guys can. The money is so astronomical now. You don't necessarily, you have to truly have a love of the game.
No doubt.
So I don't know. Maybe I'm going too deep with that.
Wayne Gretzky, 894 goals.
That's, Let me give you the Ricky Henderson.
Alexei Ovechkin, 750 right now, 4th all-time behind Jaromir Jagr and Gordie Howe.
He's got 1,963 assists. The next up is 1,249.
All right, so 1980... He steals 100 bags, Ricky Henderson does. Caught 26 times. Okay? 1981, he's hurt, so he misses some time, and he only steals 56 bags. 82, okay, at 23 years old.
Right.
130 steals.
Wait, he was 22?
23.
Oh, my gosh.
130 steals for the Oakland A's, wearing number 35. 42 times caught stealing. So 172 attempts total, 130 for 172. Then the next year, just a cool 108, caught 19 times.
That's just sick.
Oh,
man.
and by the way, in the year he stole 108 bags, he also batted 292.
This is just sick numbers, man. I'm looking at it right now.
It's ridiculous.
Then he started hitting for power later on in his career.
Yes.
Ricky played.
It's incredible.
Dude, think about the years he played.
Good morning,
he played
Mark.
27 years of baseball. 14 with the A's, 5 with the Yankees, 3 with the Pods, 2 with the Mets, 1 with the Red Sox, 1 with the Dodgers, 1 with the Angels, 1 with the Mariners, and 1 with Toronto.
And then he continued playing in the independent league after his pro career.
He never truly retired.
Yeah, never
He
retired.
just kind of walked away. He never truly retired. But him and Julio Franco are two guys that, in my mind, they're in a beer league, softball league somewhere, just still going off.
Oh, Julio Franco's a legend.
Absolutely.
Absolute legend. Let's take one more call here before we end the show. JP in Union City. JP, what's happening? You're on the roast. Uh-oh, bad line. Let's get Rich at Fremont. Rich at Fremont in the show with a bang. Rich, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Hey, good morning, boys.
Good morning.
Shout out Bonte Hill. You was on my podcast, Game Face. Appreciate you. Joe Shasky, I'd love to have you on. I just want to say right now, when it really comes down to it, nobody's going to break that record. Steph Curry, when this guy came in the league, everybody said he couldn't do this, he couldn't do that. I remember a couple of seasons ago when James Harden, after they beat them, he walked into him, gave him a hug, whispered in his ear, he said, "You pushed me all year long." Nobody's going to break this record. We are watching greatness, people. Greatness. Steph Curry will go down as the greatest shooter in the history of the game. And check me out on Monday night, 7 p.m. Game Face podcast. I'm out, brothers.
All right. There it is. There it is.
Good morning, Dan. Good morning, Mark.
Fellas, what's going on?
Good morning.
Good morning.
Just talk about records and what
having
this
fun with
Curry
it.
record means to you, and then the unbreakable records.
There's
all time
some
across
silly
sports.
ones.
There's just some silly records, man.
This
that you
is not
look
one
at,
of them, I'm afraid.
This is not one of them.
No.
No.
Cy Young, 5'11", unbreakable. Unless they change the wind to where, hey, you showed up to the ballpark and you got loose, we're going to give you a W. So barring that change.
Wasn't Unbreakable, was it a bad Bruce Willis movie?
It was.
And it was part of the. It was part of that series with the split personality movie, and what was the other one?
Mr. Glass?
Mr. Glass. I knew it was like a 3 or 4 part.
Nice
movie.
guy.
Look at you.
Shout out Capital One, Samuel L. Jackson.
I have your back today.
What's
I
that?
just want to tell you, I have your back today. So I went for a little morning run, took Penny out for her run, got her loose a little bit this morning, and I'm listening to Two Trees. Johnny Two Trees. That's what we could call you for the rest of the month of December. But I have your back, not because I have 2 stories in my house, not because I would ever take the time to wrap lights and garland and ornaments around 2 trees. However, I have, of the 3 kids I have, 1 daughter. She is 12, and this girl wants to decorate everything. She is, Dibs, a decoration sensation.
There it is. That's $1. That's $1.
She is going to be in charge of putting together the bucket or the till or whatever you want to call whatever we're going to have, because we're gathering dollars.
Yeah.
Every time we rip off Tim Roy, we're going to donate it to charity. We're putting all the plans to get for that together, but she's going to be the one that decorated. So when we go Christmas tree shopping, this girl's like, you guys are going to do whatever we're all doing for the living room, but understand, Dad, I'm doing my room.
Yeah.
So, Dad, let's also go over here to the little bunny tree area.
Exactly.
3-footer, tabletop,
Perfect.
whatever. The trip to the lot ends up costing me a ridiculous amount, because not only do I have to get the 6-footer, we got to go get a 3-footer. We got to get 2 stands. We got to do this, that, the other, wrap lights, ornaments around all of it. She starts stealing the lights that I have for the big tree. They end up on her little tree.
There was no draft?
Nothing. She's 12. The girl gets what she wants for the most part.
Smart man.
So anyway, I felt you this morning when I'm like, I don't do it like you do, but I do have 2 trees in the house.
2
so I can't
trees.
really talk.
That's my 2 Chainz, Monte.
Okay, I figured that.
I'll give myself an early one. Still warming up here.
Johnny 2
Trees. I'm flabbergasted by this fact that 2 trees. Why do we need 2 trees in the household? Get one big tree. This guy's got to put one downstairs.
What's
upstairs.
the square footage? That's really. It's
a flex of how big.
I was wondering if I could even get one tree in my house this year. Like I'm like, I don't know where's
the justification sensation having a daughter. And by the way, anytime that we rip off Tim Roy's unbelievable elevation sensation, we're putting $1 in the jar.
I like it.
And we got a charity to be named later. It's like the PTNBL, the player to be named later. So if you guys want to also,
I'm in.
We had Tim Roy on yesterday, and we actually got permission to rip and run.
That's nice of you to offer it to them. I was actually going to demand it. It is 9:01. That's right. It is our show.
That's right.
So if you do this after 9 o'clock, you're in.
You're
whether
on the
you
books,
like it or not.
We love it.
All right,
we love it.
Square footage. I'm uncomfortable answering this one, but we're approaching 1,900 square feet.
I was going to say, if you're over 2,000, I think you get 1 tree per 1,000 square feet.
Okay.
I think that's
so
fair.
I'm right in the zone.
You get 9/10 of a second tree.
I'm right in the zone.
We're rolling with 0.8 trees, by the way, in our house. We got a menorah.
So let me ask you guys this. Let me ask you guys this with this decoration sensation.
That's
right?
$1.
Yes, $1 right there. I want to get that number there. Give me that bankroll, baby.
Thank you.
4 quarters. Look, decoration sensation.
That's 2.
When do you start the Christmas celebration? The Christmas sensation celebration.
Well, I waited till you said December 8th. He said December 8th.
December
and so
8th.
My dad and I went, and I wanted to use his truck, and he's like, I got to make a Makita video for Bonte. I don't know if you guys have been paying attention to the power tool thing that we got going on.
You tried to catch me slipping, and I was on Makita.
Yeah, he knew. So my dad put out this video, Spinoni. I don't know if you got it ready to go at the gun. That's a no. That's okay.
That's okay.
So we took the Makita and we drilled it in.
I heard it this morning.
Right? And here's where I feel. I don't carry cash anymore. And here's the video.
Does?
You got it right now.
Yeah.
Here's the video.
Or not.
You are listening to 95.
Ho, ho, ho. The first day of Christmas, Bonte. Ooh, baby. Give me my Makita. Thank you.
That's a man that's used a Makita.
Yeah.
Freshly charged, too. It's a fresh battery in that Makita.
Milwaukee and DeWalt, whatever. I've used power drills before, but everybody's getting on me about a Makita. Evan Giddings, I'm going to drive by on him real quick, but
baby.
Evan Giddings is like, I thought it was a dog. He didn't know about the Makita sensation. I was like, hey,
well behaved, really one of the smartest breeds, the Makita.
Right, yeah. It was a power tool.
It's funny because my grandfather, Dan, rest in peace, it's not too soon, it's been 36 years. What a great man. He had an Akita, Aspen, who Aspen could do everything but drive you to school. This dog was brilliant.
Wow, an Akita.
Incredible.
Yeah.
Wow.
Shout out Aspen, rest in peace.
The game, KGMZ, FM, and HG1 San Francisco and Odyssey Station, brought to you by DuckDuckGo. Privacy Simplified. The 9 a.m. hour brought to you by Timeless Coffee with Willard and Dibs, and 510 the jar is called the Donation Sensation.
Mm-hmm. I like that.
95-70 game going broke in a week with all the sensation.
So let's go around the room. What's your favorite record in sports? In terms, the one that it could be an obscure one that you hold dearly for whatever reason. What's the record that means the most to you?
Gosh, that's tough.
It is. It's a tough question.
I know. That's a tough. That's why I get paid the big
great
bucks.
question.
Great question. I'm gonna go with Jerry Rice in the receiving yards.
Okay.
I'm gonna go Jerry Rice in the receiving yards.
Not touchdowns. You're gonna go yards.
I'm gonna go yards
22,000.
because I mean nearly 23,000. And when you consider the league that we're in right now, the evolution of the passing game, the rules. It's surprising that a receiver hasn't sniffed that yet. Like Megatron, everybody pumped him up, and Larry Fitzgerald, Moss. That record right there is the one for me.
My mind went to Jerry Rice too, but more on the touchdowns.
Yeah.
Obviously, Barry Bonds pops to mind, but there's just always the but with Barry. It just doesn't quite feel clean. And I mean, I was a kid that would go to my mom and ask her to go into the pantry when I wanted to go play football outside. She would pull out. My mom's one of these people that had like 130 dish towels. Like you're never going to run out. So she would pull one out, and we would write Flash 80 on the dish towel, and I'd tuck the dish towel in the pants so it looked like I had Jerry Rice's towel coming out of the right side of my pants so I could run around on the street and play football. Like Jerry was my guy. And so I'll take the touchdown record from Jerry.
Dibs?
Chris Wondolowski, MLS all-time goal scorer leader, because I got a chance to call a season after I knifed Kozimor. I was subsequently equally shanked a year later. By the way, I lead the nation.
Shut your yap.
Maybe it's my own record of Emmys per season of play-by-play. I average 1 Emmy per year of doing play-by-play.
That's a big number.
I believe I am the all-time career record holder.
So that's my favorite record now. Actually,
EPS.
Dibs holding the Emmy per season.
I got 1
record.
Emmy, and I did 1 year of play-by-play at the pro level.
I could see Mark Ibanez texting me right now. Tell Dibs I have 18 Emmys.
Right, but he's been doing it for 47 years.
That's right.
You know?
He's a volume shooter.
That's like Vern Glenn. He dropped in 4 years, I won 4 Emmys. And then I just didn't submit it anymore to win an Emmy. I was like, wow, what a flex. Because Coles was flexing too.
Yeah, I'm not going to make it on the career totals list, but EPS, if you do your broadcaster analytics, I don't know if you go to a broadcaster reference ever.
No.
Farhan right now is listening. He's like, I think
seriously,
I think we're going to slip Dibs in on the 40-man here.
Totally.
Yeah,
Analytics,
work out.
Bonte.
We think we can do something with Dibs if we put him into our staff.
I was 4th last year on JPS jokes per syllable, which a little bit of a down year for me.
What was
but
your war on the broadcaster reference page?
Wins over replacement broadcaster war.
Dibs is always at war. You know him. Come on, stop it.
Yeah, coming up today, I go to war on Oakland, but it's a story for another day.
Yeah. It's a lot. It's a lot going on.
What do you guys have coming up here? What's going on?
Show.
At the
There's a show.
What are we doing here?
Rick Barry's coming on.
Rick Barry.
This is
crazy. Rick Barry coming on.
He's coming on.
Come
at 11.
on, people.
11 o'clock. All right, I make sure I delayed that time for old Rick.
I could not care less.
He's the best.
Well, first of all, I just want to congratulate Rick Barry on that drop, because if you are one of the 2% of society that says I could not or I couldn't care less, I would like to invite you over to my house for the holidays. I love you. The rest of you who say I could care less, back to school. Get out of here. There's a separate planet we're making for you people. It's my #1 English language pet peeve. Do not say I could care less. Please say I could not care less. Rick Barry at 11.
I like it.
You got to ask Rick Barry about his favorite car. And what was the famous drop of him driving? And he said he was driving through the desert, driving about 100.
Point and aim.
Yeah,
you don't drive this car.
Right.
You point and aim.
At 185 miles per hour, old Rick Barry.
There'll be talk of pickleball, long drive, DeChambeau. We're going to go all over the board with Rick Barry.
The time that I met him in an elevator in San Antonio, just outside the Riverwalk, getting ready for the Final Four. I think it was the 14th time I met him, and each time he said, "Oh, nice to meet you."
How about the time that he was taking a shower during the break on the other side?
Oh my God!
A place where the three of us worked, and you were. I know you heard the bit live, Butch, but. And he left it on. Your Best Buy is always at Fry's, and the sound of a shower in the background. You got to stay clean in those long breaks.
Have you seen the new Netflix that's going to get
totally?
Rick Barry also almost died on there.
At Fry's.
R.C. Davis has this drop where Rick Barry almost died on there. He was just coughing away, and he said, RC cut a break.
Well, okay.
Second floor.
I probably shouldn't bring this up, but Rick's not listening. I know Rob Parker comes on your show.
I love Rob.
Do you know the whole Rick Barry Rob Parker thing? We probably should find the sound. It's on the internet. So I'm hosting at Fox with Rob Parker probably, I don't know, 4 years ago, 5 years ago.
He's the GMOAT.
Thank you. The greatest.
Yeah, he's so funny.
Oh, my gosh.
His
anyway,
baseball stuff's really good, though.
He's the FOFOT, the finals failure of all time. That's what he used to call Steph Curry. So Rob and I are doing a show. Rick Barry comes on as a guest. They both have a manner of speaking where the other one just didn't really understand. Like, it was light, but the other one, each of them didn't understand that the other one was being light. So I bring Rick in, and I was known at Fox for my Warriors homerism, and so I'm sitting there talking. We're talking about Steph Curry. And Rob's just sitting there as Rick unloads all of the flowers and sunshine on Steph. Rob's just waiting, and he's just getting hot. And so it's Rob's turn to ask a question. And it's tongue-in-cheek, but he goes, Rick, you got to stop. You got to stop with it. And Rick
lost his mind.
Not having it. What? I'm not going to stop. You got to stop. You don't know what you're doing. And the next thing you know, They're calling each other loser. You're a loser. No, you're a loser.
This audio on the internet?
Oh, for
I'll
sure.
play it right now.
This, like, they are screaming at one another.
You may not get me for that quarter hour.
I'm like,
I love it. This might actually work.
I sat there. I'm like, what happened? We're 90 seconds into this interview. We're just talking basketball, and these two guys. Rob's like, hang up on him. Hang up on him. And I'm like, don't hang up on Rick Barry. What are you doing?
It's a legend.
It was hysterical. And predictable with Rob Parker and Rick Barry.
All right, that's going to be fun. They got Rick Barry at 11. I'm going to listen to that interview and then tune back in to Willard Dibs. That's coming up here until high noon. You know, Dibs, he ain't about that overtime life. 12 o'clock hits.
Let's go.
Out the door.
Wrap it up.
Good episode of Liquidate All Assets. Guru with the shades.
Thank you.
I mean,
I went 3-1. Guru, well, yeah.
I would not follow
I don't know if
his
anybody on our show should be bragging about our picks right now, though.
Check my podcast. I'm giving these away on that. I take that seriously.
95.7 The Game. Download the Liquidate All Assets podcast. That's it for us. We'll be back tomorrow. Great job, Spadone. We'll be Willard Dibs going until noon. I had to get
Call my message phone.
They're longtime friends.
Let me tell you something real quick about Dibs that I'm sure not everybody knows.
And first-time partners.
Hang in there, big guy. There'll be brighter days ahead.
Now, these two homegrown Bay Area boys finally come together to take over sports talk.
Get the hell off of my doorstep.
Major League Baseball, you stink.
It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Brother, you good? You good?
It's all relative, Mark.
Okay.
There's bad on one end of the scale, and there's unbelievable on the other. Now, good lies somewhere in between, and I'd like to think that good is like the land in America when you leave Lake Tahoe and you head east until you get to New York. So, yeah, I'm good. There's very good, and there's barely good. I'm probably closer to barely good, honestly, than I am very good.
Good does have a whole lot of meanings. Like when people say, you good? It doesn't actually mean, are you good? It just means, like, are you all right?
And most of the times, the person asking could give two craps, but you are the exception. Honestly, Mark, you are the exception.
I give 14 craps, actually, about your well-being.
Which is why I want to give you, I want to give you a sense of just how wide that swath of good is, because there's very good, and then there's barely good. Are you with me? Because I'm not bad. I mean, what am I doing here?
No.
This is my job. I love my show. Great job, Spadone and Kyle, and this is fun. And Butcher Boy and Bonte are crushing it 6-9. So I'm good, but I'm not very good.
Well, none of us are, and I don't even want to say good job, Spadone, because we're not going to we're not going to bury this in the sand, bury our heads in the sand. We've got work to do today. We, as a show, have failed you, and I am not okay with it. And I'm even a little bit mad at the Golden State Warriors for coasting last night. I'm maybe even madder at the Portland Blazers for never even showing up to the point where the Warriors felt threatened by them, which is why they only won by 10 and didn't cover the 14. And that was on the heels of all three of you losing as well.
No.
And the whole dang Pick Your Battles crew has cemented a losing record for the 2 weeks.
Damn it.
All of us are 3-5. However, like the beast mode Seahawks, who went to the playoffs once upon a time at 7-9 to host a playoff game, there is drama that will unfold today and tonight on this show because all four of us, while pathetic, are tied at being pathetic, which means the donut bet goes to the final day everybody on the lam.
Well, someone's got to win a division. And at the end of tomorrow, or at the end of tonight, rather, somebody will have won this iteration of the quote-unquote donut division, the NFC donut, apparently this week. So it's been a 2-week run. It hasn't been pretty. We've beat each other up. I won in your house. You beat me in mine. We lost a couple of non-conferences. There was bad beats and there was beaten bads. Yet here we are. It's week 17. It's week 18. 3-2-1. God, I hate that. It's week 18.
Week 18 does sound
in the
weird.
Bit, and, you know, all four of us have different opponents, and There are scenarios, there's tiebreakers, there's machinations. It all comes down to this. I'm
machinations.
excited. Sensation.
Yeah. So, by the way, let me just update something there. No, because I know this is
it's a machination.
It's become a thing, and it will become a thing. But I feel like in an effort to sort of figure out and massage what it is we're doing with and for Tim Roy and what charity.
Right.
There's been so many iteration sensations and machination sensations, and Kyle's holding up dollars as if he's waving him in front of my face as if I'm some sort of exotic dancer. Like, I feel like we should just call this week practice. And we should
talking about.
Yeah, not a game.
We in here talking about practice.
Not the game that I love.
Okay.
I think that we should start filling the kitty when the kitty shows up.
Agreed, but considering how fun this has been and how rampant we've run,
maybe each of us start with like a $10.
Totally. I was thinking 25. 25 in this room.
I'm just trying to help you guys out. Okay, there you go.
25 in the room.
There you go.
And I'll even say, loser, I'm gonna up the ante a little bit here for this week of Pick Your Battles. Loser's got to throw in an extra 5.
Okay.
That way we get to 75. We'll start the kitty with 75.
So the loser throws in the extra 5 and does the donut
Correct.
run. All right, I'm in.
They'll put a little bit of extra skin in tonight because all four of us at 3 and 5. Somebody should be punished for going 3 and 6.
This is getting dramatic, and I'm glad I'm doing what I'm doing tonight, which is I'm heading into the city. I'm going to go see a stand-up comedy show. I'm going to dial out.
Good.
I'm not going to worry about what all you guys are doing. Plus, your red X's all come filing into my phone at like 1:30 in the afternoon because you're doing EPL, which I'm sure you will again
Champions
today.
League.
Whatever it is.
It's over, the group stage.
Oh, it's over.
I had over 3.5, and it was a 3-0 final. That's a bunch of crap.
Which team got nil?
Barcelona. A team that needed a result. Bayern took them behind Bayern took them behind the woodshed.
I love that when you said that yesterday, that they needed a result. It's very, very soccer phrase. They need a result. I'm like, they're going to get a result. Like, the game's going to end.
Thank you.
Like, there's your result. You lost 3-0.
It's like me asking you what you got at the tree lot.
Got a tree.
Yeah.
As it turns out, I just shared the story. Got 2 trees.
See?
Yeah. One of them looks more like a bush, though. There's a tree, and then there's a fat little, round Christmas bush, and then there are ornaments and lights and tree stands, and then people want branches that we go home with, the car can barely fit. There's stuff on the top of the car, in the car. It's quite a production.
I can imagine. Yeah. And, I'm looking at a similar maneuver if I do, in fact, go the tree route. It's still TBD, but those guys were asking when the holiday season starts. It starts today.
It does.
And I offered up a song of the day. I don't know if it was accepted or rejected.
Well, I had a different idea for a song of the day for you that you'll hate.
You ask me how I'm doing. I tell you, I'm barely good.
But when I say
hate,
hate,
you're going to bury me.
I mean tongue-in-cheek hate. No. That's not even like a personal attack or anything like that.
No. Like radio hate. Like we have sports hate.
Yeah,
We have radio hate.
It just, that you may not appreciate.
Okay.
But we'll find out. I could be wrong.
If I do appreciate it, what would that make it?
It would make it an appreciation sensation. So Rick Barry at 11. We do have, speaking of stand-up comedy, we do have the John Mulaney tickets coming up in a little bit over an hour, 10:30 every day this week. If you're a fan of John, he's at the SAP Center next. What's the date of it? April 8th. Of next year. He's really good. I've watched his Netflix special. He's a whole lot of fun. So we'll have that coming up. We want to welcome in. Hello, and welcome to the Twitch audience, twitch.tv/957 The Game. Hello, YouTube audience, youtube.com/957 The Game. Hello. See, kids, I'm saying hello. All right. Hello. So,
hello.
Steph Curry obviously was all the discussion going into last night. I found it a little bit silly, just because it's like I don't know. You don't show up to a game expecting an all-time record. What's the most home runs ever hit in one game?
4.
Okay, so would you ever be like, okay, Barry Bonds is in the lineup tonight. Let's go see if he hits 5 homers today.
Right.
That's essentially what we were sort of expecting from Steph Curry. Not expecting, but we thought there'd be some sort of push. It didn't happen, but they ho-hummed a victory against a very depleted Portland team. And we're sitting there talking about Steph Curry, and I was listening to the guys this morning, and they had an older gentleman who announced that he was in his 70s and was talking about Steph Curry. And he's like, been watching hoops forever, and I've never seen anybody like this guy. I've never seen anybody play like Steph Curry. I've never seen or gotten so much joy out of watching someone play basketball. And I thought to myself, there's an interesting dynamic here, and I wonder where everybody would sit on this. Everybody agrees with the statement, Steph Curry changed the game. But I want to ask, did he do it for the better? Because most of the people I talk to would agree Steph Curry fills them with joy. But if at the same time I said, do you like the game better now, or do you like it better 25 years ago? Or what do you think about how often they shoot three-pointers now? There's negativity attached to that, even though Steph Curry is largely the reason for that. So you love Steph, but do you love the results of Steph? To borrow your phrase of they're looking for a result.
Yes, and the result is mixed, and I think it's generational because Steph Curry is Tiger Woods. Think about Tiger Woods when he became I am Tiger Woods, Tiger Woods, y'all. He drove it further. He chipped it better. He rolled putts in from way beyond. He got bigger, fitter, stronger. He worked harder, and he was more mentally sharp, and he dominated the game. And then what came after? All these guys bulking up, going longer, big cuts. And what do we have today? Now, 25 years from Tiger Woods, y'all. You've got Bryson DeChambeau hitting the ball 400 yards intentionally at Augusta, playing from different fairways because he's so prodigious that he's ruining, quote unquote, the game. And now we have a situation where Steph Curry does what he does. It starts with Reggie Miller and Ray Allen, and we can get into that debate, but those guys to me are more like, in this conversation, Greg Norman and, players of that era, maybe Freddie Couples, guys who were great. I can't even remember who else was going to be dominant post-Jack, pre-Tiger. You know what I'm saying?
Sure.
My point, though, is what we look at golf now, 181 yards. It's going to be a baby 9-iron. What? Jack Nicklaus is rolling over in his bed.
He's going to have to do a half swing on this one.
Yes.
Yeah.
Jack's thinking that was a grip it and rip it 4-iron in my day, hitting a wet sock.
Still is for some of us.
He's going to butter a 9. Oh, he's over the back. Are you kidding me? So you watch what they're doing now. Steph is obviously the best of the best in this sort of game, and you can say, I don't like it. Or you can lean into it and say, this is the way the game is now.
I love it, to be honest with you. I'm probably in the minority in my age group, if you will, because I am at least old enough to remember watching Michael Jordan era basketball.
Right.
Magic Johnson era basketball to a degree. When he started, I was a little pup, but I mean, by the time he was, later in his career, late 80s, that's when I really start remembering the game. And I've always found it interesting, and this crosses sports. Take the Buster Posey rule, as they call it, right? You cannot crash into the catcher. The game is for sissies now.
Right.
Well, hold on a second. Let's actually get into the definition of what we're doing here. Where else on a baseball field at any other point was the intention of the sport, I am going to run into you and dislodge the ball from you? That's not baseball. I've never thought that was baseball.
Other than second base, but they allowed the fielder to be in the neighborhood to avoid that contact.
Right.
You can't do that at home plate.
But even then, that was, I'm going to slide and try to make contact with you, not I'm going to tackle your face and try to make you fumble.
Right.
Like you could only do it at home plate, and I think psychologically it was because, that catcher's wearing all that gear.
Yep.
So let's go ahead and just tackle his face and see if we can make him fumble, and the ground can cause a fumble in baseball. I mean, it's like somebody just made this new thing up. I'm like, what is that? So if you want to legislate that out of the game, I'm all in, because I sort of asked the question, how'd that end up there in the first place? So when 45, 55, 65, 70-year-old basketball fan, I like the Jordan rules. You couldn't go into the paint. Well, I'm sorry, was that the intention? Did Dr. Naismith think, well, all right, so we're going to have this will be the painted area. You can shoot from out there. But if you go in there, we can punch you in the face. And
Naismith was a tough cookie now.
I'm sure he was, but at no point is the game of basketball calling for you to be grabbed, shoved, put into a headlock.
Fine.
That's not the intent of the game. Does it mean that there can and should be some physicality? But this generation of basketball, where you're allowed to touch less and allow us, the fan, to see athleticism more, sign me up for that.
They're finding the mean now. They're moving back closer to the middle, where the last year and the year before and even pre-bubble, it had gotten bad, god-awful. And again, Reggie Miller was one of the first ones to really coax this out of the refs, where it was the shoot and the flail,
and
the
kick out.
Yes. I mean, he was a forerunner of all of this. Right. So, you can't give him credit for his greatness without also assigning some quote-unquote blame for ushering that into the league. But I think that they were moving closer back to where old school guys like me, because I grew up watching all Magic and Bird. I remember when they played for the national championship game when you were but a gleam in Tom and his eye.
79?
Yeah.
Right?
79.
Yeah.
You were probably just on the way out.
I was 4.
Yeah. There you go. No clue. Clueless.
Star Wars was 2 years old. I was 4. Gaga goo goo.
Star Wars had matured a lot better than you at that age, I would guess. I didn't know you, I knew it.
We're still waiting for me to mature.
Yeah, thank you. It's a maturation sensation whenever it happens. And you can go ahead and put that. I'm going to get all the freebies I can.
Put it on the board, yes.
If I'm in for 25 or 30, I'm going to run rampant over these next couple days.
Let's just let it rip now.
Yeah. I think, though, Mark, to your point, we're getting closer to. And you saw Steph yesterday. He took one toward the corner. He jumped. He hunted a little contact. There was a little contact. He missed it. He went to the floor. He went for a quick, huh?
Right.
You see? I'm not number 30. Now, do I get? Oh, okay. And then he ran back on defense. So smart players like Steph are adjusting, and the refs also now are more inclined to say, come on.
Yeah. There's the youth angle sport to this that's been discussed very often through the years as well, which is everyone wants to be like Steph, and he is different than Reggie Miller or Ray Allen, where the ball used to find an open player and someone would shoot a 3. I don't know that we'd ever seen before somebody, certainly not to the level of Steph, who just faces up with someone and goes, okay, I'm going to break you down and then fire a 3 in your face. And that doesn't work if you want to. Sometimes I dream that he is me, like Steph, if I could be like Steph. So people are trying to mimic it, and you can't do it because it's crazy. He's a cyborg. I have no clue how he does what he does. But there's that angle to it as well, where coaches around the country have hated the way Steph Curry has changed the game because of what it does for youth basketball. So I wonder what everyone would say on that. And 888-957-9570 is your opportunity to weigh in. Our text line available to you as well. We're both on Twitter, of course. Yeah, Steph has changed the game, ... For the better? It's all sponsored by Safeway. At Safeway, they partner with trusted top-quality growers for hand-picked fruits and vegetables harvested at the peak of flavor. From farm to you, visit Safeway's produce department today and see how they are perfecting the art of fresh. We'll get into your phone calls next. It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
All right, it's time to talk about a new sports movie that I'm really excited for, National Champions.
That's right. Only Wendy's serves a better breakfast with a better biscuit. Our hot, buttery breakfast biscuits are loaded with a fresh cracked egg, cheese, and your choice of bacon or sausage. And right now at Wendy's, they're only $1 each.
Wendy's breakfast biscuits, just $1.
So don't take a chance with those other guys. Bet your buck on a better breakfast with Wendy's bacon or sausage, egg, and cheese biscuit. Choose wisely. Choose Wendy's.
Limited time only during breakfast hours. U.S. price of participation may vary. Limit 5 qualifying items per transaction. Not valid in a combo. Excludes honey butter chicken biscuit.
For the ones finding new ways to ensure the job always gets done. For the ones wearing many hats. For the ones who are hands-on, even from far away. And the ones keeping business moving forward. We are Grainger, offering supplies and solutions for every industry, with 24/7 support and experienced staff at over 250 local branches. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Starting Stronger starts at AutoZone, where they've got battery solutions in the form of free battery testing, free battery charging, and replacement batteries that fit your needs. That's what makes them America's #1 battery destination. Get in the zone. AutoZone.
It's the 9 o'clock hour on Willard and Dibs, presented by Timeless Coffee on 95.7 The Game.
You ever feel frazzled? It's one of my favorite words.
Yeah.
Frazzled. A little.
Frazzle Rock was one of my favorite shows as a kid.
Down a Frazzle Rock.
Kyle's not there. Spadoni
Kyle and
doesn't get
Spadoni,
it.
like the conversation.
I'm taking a 4 and I'm going to keep it moving.
Yeah, that's a 4, and the two of them
Thank
just
you.
got left in the dust.
Sorry about that. It's not that old, you zygote.
You and I just drove off in Thelma and Louise's convertible, and they're just sitting there.
There's another reference.
In the dust.
Yeah.
Yeah, frazzled is a good word for today. Spadone just informed me that he doesn't like chocolate, which that changes my opinion of a person. And
He's a Laker fan.
Yeah, that's right. Which means strike one, strike two. What else you got, brother? Because you've come at me with something else.
I eat pie on my birthday instead
of
cake.
You know what? Listen, I'm not going to go too crazy there, but if you say something, there could be different phrases in the English language that you could say right now could get you knocked off the show. Say something like Pearl Jam is overrated. You could say that. If you say that, I'm sorry. Kolsky's waiting for you in the evening. Like, you're out. You're not, like, we're not doing this. Yeah.
Stay tuned.
So just be careful. That's 2 strikes.
Got to protect Spadone.
Then the other thing is, boy, we're all doing pick your battles. That's enough competition for someone. You ever try to win a Christmas gift on eBay overnight in an auction?
Never.
I mean,
never.
This was the most intense thing that I've experienced in the last month, easily.
This is so 1995, eBay auctions.
So here's the thing. I'm not an eBay shopper, but I'm going to Google a specific thing, because you got to Google it, a specific thing, and I'm like, ooh, this is what I want. It's what I want for the little guy this year. This would be a really good gift. Where can I find this? Oh, well, you can go to Amazon, and that's going to be $125.99. And right, okay,
get it tomorrow.
Right, you can get it tomorrow. You might even be able to get it in an hour. A weird person's going to show up in a white van. It'll be great. Or you start clicking at things, and here we go. eBay, somebody is selling it packaged like it's good, and it's on an auction, and it's like half the price in that moment that it is on Amazon. So now you get strategic. You know how it's different now.
It's not a buy now situation.
No, there was no buy it now.
1-800-bid.
But you got it. Yeah, exactly. Call my message phone, and you got to bid. But then now you also got to put in your max bid.
Yep.
So you're predicting what the rest of the public is going to do. There are 5 or 6 watchers on the item. So I knew. And the real hard part, it is coming due at 6:08 a.m. So alarm went off early this morning because I was going to get up, check that auction, make sure that I was the high bidder, because I'm not letting that Christmas gift go to somebody else. Anyway, final analysis. Your boy, maybe it was my only victory this week.
Boy.
But it was a victory, We got it. We got it for $64.33.
Attaboy.
The exact same thing that was on sale on Amazon for $125. Right? It's a win. But man, the competitive juices were flowing, and I fired it. You know how it's hard to get out of bed in the morning when the alarm goes off? Not if you got an eBay auction that's ending in 8 minutes.
No, it's pretty exciting.
Fired out of bed.
Yeah, it's the kind of adrenaline that I would look for. It's positive adrenaline, whereas I was faced with the good old-fashioned negative adrenaline, Mark. And I don't know if you want to play a game, but unfortunately it's a game that's played at least once a week when you live in Oakland. It's called Gunfire, Sideshow, or Burglary.
Oh, God.
Which of the three caused me to dart awake just before midnight?
I hope it wasn't gunfire.
None of the above.
Okay.
It was actually a car hitting a street sign up the street.
Oh.
And, of course, it being abandoned thereafter.
Somebody hit a street sign with a car and then just left?
Yeah. It was one of those stolen car deals where drive till you crash, and then you're on to Cincinnati. So...
Well,
it's not the same adrenaline that you had with your eBay.
Right. No. So I, of course, spent some time. It's a dark period in my life, but I had to live in Southern California for a long period of time. And those car situations go very, very differently.
Yeah.
It's not crash into a pole and leave. It's wait until the television cameras get here.
Oh, yeah.
And then let's see if we can capture the whole thing and take over the news for about an hour and 19 minutes.
You know, I'm a former helicopter traffic reporter.
I do know
in this market.
Yes.
Yeah. I never got a piece of a real pursuit where I was principally involved in.
You just need to fly south for the winter, and you see they're all over the place. They usually head north up 101. Get yourself up into Tarzana, something up there. This was a real good car chase area.
Not bad.
Yeah. All right. 888-957-9570. We have texters that don't get our references sometimes, and it's troubling to me. Remember when I said, was it over when the Germans bombed Pearl Harbor? And someone's like, did you know that it was the Japanese?
Yeah.
It's troubling to me. I have a hard time with this in my life. I think you're getting to know this about me. I think you're the same way. Somebody cuts me off in traffic. I don't want to flip the bird out the window. That's uncivilized. I'd like to pull you over and talk about it.
I know.
I want to know why you did what you did, and I want you to know you did it wrong, and we need to talk about that. Same thing here. Did you know that yes, I know the Japanese. So 209, I think you guys mean Fraggle Rock.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a play on words.
Yeah.
Down on Frazzled Rock.
Yeah. That's where sometimes,
Now we got to go out to the 209 and have a chat. Now we got to go out there. We got to go talk to somebody about it.
You're not in the 9 counties? I'm out. I'm sorry, Tracy. You're going to have to figure that one out on your own. Oh, boy.
If I offered you, you're going to head off to an island by yourself for the rest of your life. And I'm going to give you one NBA game to bring with you.
One NBA game?
Yep. Or one style of NBA game.
Oh.
Michael Jordan versus the Pistons or Steph Curry versus the Cavs. What are you bringing with you?
Are those my only 2 choices?
Yep.
Wow. I was thinking about maybe the New York Knicks.
No,
Ewing.
sorry.
Yes.
No, we don't have a lot of items on the shelf. Everything is on a barge in Long Beach. I'm sorry. This is what we've got left,
There's
okay?
no eBay auction. I can't get an eBay auction on...
I'm sorry. We're all out of Elf on the shelf. You have one Michael Jordan game versus the Bad Boy Pistons, or you have a Steph Curry game against LeBron's Cavs.
I'm going to take Michael Jordan against the Detroit Pistons just for the... And it's tough because if you go marquee entertainer versus marquee entertainer, Jordan versus Steph Curry, I mean, you could make arguments 6 ways to Sunday. I was lucky enough to see all of Jordan's career, including his time at North Carolina. I'm a fan, and I liked what he brought, that unbelievable physicality, that I'm going to get to my spot no matter what. No one can stop me-ness. Now, Steph can be stopped, but he's so good at being stopped that has an unbelievable appeal as well. His ability to draw defense and defer, still make the buckets he needs to make while being quote-unquote stopped. He does it in a different way. I think that the Pistons as a foil is what swings me toward the old school because that rivalry, and I don't know who it is for Steph right now. Steph Curry versus...
Yeah, I don't know if he's ever had it.
He's had it with LeBron and the Cavs.
Sort of, right? Yeah. It never felt like that. It never felt like Lakers Celtics. It never felt like Bulls Pistons.
And he never had a Pistons that he had to finally get over. Because remember, the Pistons treated Jordan like their little brother for years. And when he finally got over, he never went back. They never got him again.
See, it's funny because that actually is the same dynamic that leans you toward the MJ game is what takes me away from it. It has nothing to do with MJ. He was the man. He was the most entertaining thing on 2 feet. Back when I started watching the NBA, Steph Curry for me is the guy now. He's the most entertaining thing on 2 feet in sports right now. So that to me is almost a wash. What takes me away from the old game is the Pistons. I never, and I remember thinking this then, like I would not want to go to a deserted island and bring Bill Laimbeer with me. Like, he hated Bill Laimbeer. I don't even want to look at Bill Laimbeer. Bill Laimbeer, the executive, gets under my skin because I'm just like, ugh, that's Bill Laimbeer. I don't want to watch the most entertaining thing on 2 feet get beat up. I want to watch the most entertaining thing on 2 feet be entertaining. And so I never understood the Pistons. I get the machismo side of sport, but to me, it's a bad trade. It's a bad trade to like sort of scratch your machismo itch, but I lose my stunning entertainment itch, which is I lose the best player on the planet being able to do what he does.
You don't, and what you get is a real good old-fashioned good versus evil plot line, whereas now, Steph Curry, it's a good versus boy, gee, really good. So it's Leave It to Beaver, which I love that show, but the villain in that quote-unquote Eddie Haskell, you could pick, Ja Morant as Eddie Haskell. Beaver.
Where
is Ja? Talking about an old reference.
I don't know. What if I gave you Chris Paul? There was something there.
Eddie Haskell, a little bit.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Although
James Harden, Chris Paul, the Rockets. I mean, for me, the height of I'm a Warrior fan and I'm annoyed by the other team was actually the Rockets, not the Cavs.
No, but Chris Paul works because as head of the Players Union, that's almost an Eddie Haskell-like move where you're trying to curry favor with ownership. But my point is the Jordan Pistons, and Jordan was a, quote, good guy at the time. He's a superstar carrying a team that didn't have anybody. Scottie Pippen from D2. And, Bill Cartwright, shout out the Hilltop and USF. It was an undermanned team led by one guy against the dark side. The evil force of the bad boys. They were violent, and their coach was Chuck Daly, who, Chuck was out of control, according to some, and he was yelling at the refs.
Right.
And so, to me, the good versus quote-unquote evil narrative makes me take that to my Forbidden Island.
Song of the day unfolding in just a moment, but let's go to Haley in Berkeley, 888-957-9570. Haley, you're on with Willard and Dibs. What are you doing?
What am I doing?
Yeah.
Thank you. I'm listening to your radio.
It's a good answer. It's a good answer.
Good answer.
I'm a Warriors fan. I'm in Berkeley, of course. And I would just want to say the way Steph has changed the game is a lot bigger than what Tiger Woods has done. He's grown other players. It's a team sport. The delight in the game is with the entire team. It's much bigger than Tiger Woods. Tiger Woods is... Yeah,
no, I get your point. It's interesting, and it's hard to compare basketball to golf, even as you said. It's a team sport. It's not like Tiger had the opportunity to make those around him better. However, I think, Dibs, you even made this point. We could make the point that Tiger did make the other golfers better because he gave them something they had to go chase, and golfers did not look like this. David Duval... what was the greatest example. It didn't work out for him, but he was the number one player in the world, and he had a pot belly. And then Tiger Woods showed up and went right by him, and the next thing you know, David Duval came back, and he was 149 pounds. And he never played as well ever again, but the fitness in golf, the distance in golf, it may not excite you as much. Golf doesn't do that the same way other sports, physical sports do, but they both have had an effect on their sport that is incredibly easy to see and will last for the ages.
And if you look at what Tiger Woods did, not only for people of color playing the sport,
Yes.
which was explode the participation in that sector, but also for the pros. How much money do you think he made for his first win in 1996? I had to Google it, so I did Google it.
Tiger's first win?
Yes, to give you some perspective as to how much Tiger Woods grew that part of the game to where if you're a good player, if you're a mediocre player, I mean, nowadays you're a millionaire.
Oh.
If you're just on tour,
Oh my
you're making
gosh.
$1 million.
Yes. Yes. Okay. So give me the tournament if you would. What was his first win?
His first win was at the Open in 1996.
Okay, so this is just a run-of-the-mill tour stop.
Yes.
Okay.
The Las Vegas Invitational,
Okay.
1996.
This is great. It is a tour stop in Las Vegas.
5 rounds back then, remember? They played 90.
I'm going to say, and this is the winning check.
Yeah.
The winning check, Las Vegas Invitational, 1996. I'll go $420,000.
$297,000, which is what you got paid if you took fourth at Silverado this year. The winner is
Silverado.
The Fortinet Championship, which, by the way, was the last time I saw you before we started working together, was at Silverado.
Wait, the Fortnite Championship? My son played in that. Oh, the Fortinet Championship. Got it. Okay.
The winner this year, $1.26 million.
That's the thing. Yeah. Now, you win a tournament now, you're 7 figures.
Max Homa. In 25 years, the winner's check went up fourfold. So when you talk about Tiger Woods' impact on the game, you also have to remember that, because that's a similar tournament to the Las Vegas Invitational.
That's fair. And you wonder why players over the years were willing to answer all the questions. Like, it'd be super annoying. You'd go shoot a 66 and have a 3-shot lead, and you'd come into the tent and be like, so what'd you think of Tiger Woods 74 today? Like, that would be the first question. And those players, if you're Justin Leonard or whatever, that would annoy the hell out of you.
Yeah.
But through your teeth, you answer that question because you have a 5th bedroom in your house now because of that guy. And they know that. And so through the years when Tiger's had his whatever he's had that's taken him away from the game, injury, Elin chasing him with a 4-iron, whatever it's been.
It was a 9. Back in her stance.
Was it a 9?
Yeah.
A 4-iron might have got him.
I have a wife.
Anyway. So whenever he's been taken away from the game, you wonder why players, like they legitimately do, they want him back.
Yeah.
They want him back even though.
Now.
Yeah.
Even now.
Well, sure.
And Mark, here's one more nugget to bolster my comparison, and this is from the story from 96. Woods averaged 323 yards off the tee during the tournament, which was 13 yards longer than the next longest and 40 yards longer than the field average. So he was 15% longer. Think about Steph. And I'll go back 4, maybe 5 years when he started shooting the Mega 3. He started shooting it 15% further behind the line than anyone else. And now that's gone to a DeChambeauian 30%. I mean, he's shooting 30
You got to pick him up at half court.
Yes, or else.
Yeah.
So that to me is where what Tiger did for the long game, Steph has done for the 3-ball.
All right, song of the day, Dibs. This is for you because the game has changed. But are you happy now?
Could you look me in the eyes and tell me that you're happy now? Would you tell it to my face? Or have I been erased? Are you happy now?
No. If I could bottle up the look on your face and keep it with me for the holidays, that's all I want. Ask me what I want for Christmas. I want to bottle up the look on your face right now. Michelle Branch, right? Michelle Branch, are you happy now? Are you happy now? He's changed the game. You got to pick him up at half court. And I mean that even for 7-year-olds at the games that you referee on the weekends. Are you happy now?
Well, when you put it in those terms, I am happy now because clock runs on an air ball. So if little Timmy wants... And by the way, there are no 3s in 4th and 5th grade, which I'm a 4th and 5th grade specialist.
Right.
Best in the nation.
Which makes it even worse. They're still pulling up from out there.
Throw it up, Timmy.
What are you doing?
Clock runs.
You don't even get a third point for that if it goes in.
By the time I track down your air ball and give it to Tommy for the inbound and remind him toes behind the line, that's 18 quality seconds off the clock.
You're just trying to get out of there. You're showing up, trying to get out of there.
Clock runs.
Yeah. Yeah.
And as I tell the timekeeper every week, clock runs during all soliloquies, monologues, and speeches, too. If I have to remind players about certain rules and other interpretations, clock runs.
Yeah. You ever stop the game? You stop and gather everybody up and be, okay, this is how it works. This is how it works. When we inbound the ball, you have to stand out of bounds before you pass the ball into Bobby.
Yeah, you try to teach. Occasionally, I have to admonish a coach or a parent after they say for the 28th time, 3 in the key, 3 in the key. I'll blow the whistle. I'll turn around and say, have you noticed how many times I've called 3 in the key in this game, let alone today, let alone this year? The answer? Not 5, not 6, not 7. I'm not calling that.
I want to buy a ticket to watch you ref.
It's free.
That's not perfect.
I'll start posting my gym assignments.
I'll take 4 for this week.
4 good ones down low. You're welcome to.
Mark in Berkeley. Mark, if I may, and I do have a point here, I'm not trying to corner you. How old are you?
When you were doing that coach's imitation, you are so talented.
Mark, first of all, turn your radio down. Can you answer my question? How old are you?
He's 48.
48. I missed that. Did you say you're 48?
And he loves basketball now.
What's happening right now?
So
is Mark talking to somebody else?
No, Mark is on delay. He's listening to the radio, and I guessed that he was 48 based on his inability to turn down the radio, yet his cogent focus on his take. I had him at 48.
I'm going to take the over on 48.
Okay.
But the reason I was asking, I did have a reason. I had a reason for asking. As I sat down to watch the Warrior game last night, and I did turn on the national broadcast, which was being broadcasted by Mark Jones and Mark Jackson, and I sat there as Mark Willard watching the game, and I'm like, for God's sakes, did anybody back in this generation have imagination, an imagination sensation, when you are naming your children? I still, if there's anything that I would take issue with lovely Ellen Willard, my mom, she's closing in on 80 here in about a year and a half. Love Mom, but Mom, I don't know, a little imagination. Every class I was in, 7 marks. Mark W, Mark G, Mark H, Mark, oh gosh, there's another Mark H. We've got to make you Mark 2H. So I wanted to know if Mark in Berkeley was another one of those marks from my year. But we didn't get that answer, but hopefully he was able to hear himself on the radio. Yes, Kyle.
As a Kyle born in 1990, I had the exact same problem.
Same experience.
Like my mom just looked at me and was like, Kyle, I guess here.
Yeah.
You feel like your parents mailed it in. I mean, my mom, Sue Dibley, rest in peace, miss you, Mom, love you, had a brother named Dan. Her father, Dan. Hello. Can we maybe mix in some creativity? By the way, the name Mark peaked in popularity in 1959. It was number 6 in the country.
So we were also behind the curve.
Yeah, by the time you came along in 1970,
5.
It was 19th. Barely hanging
19th,
on.
Still top 20. Still top 20. We were in the AP top 25. We'll take it.
Now it's 235, by the way. People aren't naming their kid Mark anymore.
Of course not. Because it is unimaginative and everybody's dads are all named Mark.
And it's a loan in a casino is what it is.
Popular name at Burlingame High School shortly after my time is the name Grant. There's Grant Brisby. There's Grant Liffman. And one of those two, the one who talks Warriors, joins us next on 95.7 The Game.
You work hard, so you deserve the good things in life, like getting an amazing deal on awesome internet.
Appliance.com.
You're listening to KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Station. Presented by DuckDuckGo. Privacy simplified. Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Oh, yeah.
It's a long way down the holiday road.
We got 2 trees, Mark. You can start to get in the spirit.
No, believe me, I'm way up in the spirit. I was driving around listening to Nat King Cole last night.
Attaboy. I was actually thinking that as we get closer to Christmas, and it's the holiday season for all of us, Festivus for the rest of us, etc. But we're 16 days away, so maybe as we build, it's 1 holiday rejoining tune today, at 2 tomorrow.
Okay.
Yeah.
All of them by the end of next week.
3 on Monday, as I do you doing both.
And presents.
And Silent Night.
Christmas and Hollis. Underrated.
Jingle bells.
Run DMC. So, anyway, I have to confess, I have a little, there's kind of a side reaction that happens whenever we hear that song. So I had a huge crush on Christy Brinkley when I was a kid.
Take a number.
So that song doesn't just mean Holiday Road. It doesn't just mean Chevy Chase Vacation. It means Christy Brinkley just pulled up next to you in a convertible.
Oh.
And things start to feel different inside your body. That's what that song does. So, I'm scared of it sometimes. It's just there's a lot going on there.
It's like Pavlov's dog, except instead of drooling, there is wow, boom, 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 boom.
I don't know.
Let's go to Fanny Flag for the answer.
I don't know if the match game quite goes with my Christy Brinkley
when
thoughts.
Mark hears Holiday Road, it's Pavlov's dog. Instead of drooling, he feels blank.
Let's bring in Grant Liffman, NBC Sports Bay Area, all over the Warriors, to let us know what song brings him to another place. Take me to another place. Take me to another land. Grant Liffman.
This is going to be a real tie-in right now, but it's not a song. It's Mike Breen's Bang.
Oh, nice.
You just
bang!
Go to sleep with a little bang, bang, and then I'll just be like, oh, okay, see.
No, it's incredible because I think about that sometimes, like if you're driving somewhere like in the Marina or Union Square and parking's a nightmare and you pull up and you see a spot, it's like, bang! Right. I just want Mike Breen next to me in those moments.
It does. It does. It does. It feels like somebody hit a half-court shot, which Steph does sometimes. Grant, as we're sort of tossing around all things Steph and we approach this record, we're tossing out there this morning. We all agree that Steph has changed the game, but maybe depending on your age, while you love Steph, you may not necessarily love the changes that have come because of him. What do you think about that? He's changed the game, but is it for the better?
Well, yeah, I think it's obviously we can see it's a generational thing based on just listening to ex-players, veteran players, older players talk about how the game was harder and better back in the day. Everyone's going to just kind of go to what they know best, and everyone's nostalgic about their childhood. And, it's funny. I really, truly love working with Chris Mullen over at NBC Sports Bay Area because he's one of the few guys, older players that, Hall of Fame guy that just truly appreciates the game today and truly appreciates the athletes and what everyone does out there and doesn't hold on to like, it was a much harder league when I was in it. So, I think it's just having the ability to look at it and say, this is fun, this is entertaining. And if you don't watch the game today and think it's more entertaining with the way they play offense rather than the, early 90s, then I don't know. I think we have a different taste.
It's a different style of hoop, and I think that this year we've gotten closer to where the two different styles can meet. Because I am more from the old school, Grant. Not that I'm pining for 70 to 69 and the old Heat-Knicks games that were basically like the Ravens and Steelers. But what we've seen the last 3 to 4 years and the lack of defensive ability, really, do you think that the league has kind of woken up to the fact that they need to find a way to make this live in between the two extremes?
Well, I think a lot of it, for me, is just how the game's officiated and how it's being played, right? And I think you should be allowed, and I really, really like the changes they've made so far, trying to get rid of the natural motion fouls and those. And I think that allows the defense to play a little more physical. And I think as fans, we're getting more used to it, and it's taking some time trying to watch basketball and not be like, well, that should be a foul, because they're just not calling it as much this year. So then when you do see something that's kind of a ticky-tack foul, you go, oh, unbelievable, the worst refs ever. But in this case, I think the officiating, I think they're probably a few pieces away of getting rid of the take fouls and the transition, and all of a sudden you have a kind of a clean basketball game where it's just played, and and defenders can hopefully be a little more physical and actually contest shots and not worry about just fouling everybody. I think that's the number one thing. If you look at three-point shooting around the league, is that people are finally contesting threes. And it's interesting to see the difference in that way.
Grant Liffman, NBC Sports Bay Area, all over the Warriors, and as embedded with the team as you are, I'm sure that they have informed you when Klay Thompson will return. Could you please tell us?
So, of course they tell me, obviously. And I know the exact date. I've known it for 2 years, actually, before his second injury. And, no, I think I've held strong to this, and I have absolutely no information to go off this, but I've always circled the 20th, that Kings game, as the game. I'm going to just hold to it because I have nothing else to do with my life. And there's a chance that last night was the last home game we see without Klay Thompson. So I'm hoping that it's the 20th or 23rd because it's just too exciting. And I was sitting there before the game just minding my own business, and Klay comes out and just starts shooting in front of us, and he looks so good. It was amazing just watching him warm up, and the Blazers that were warming up on the other side, they just stopped warming up and kind of sat down and just watched Klay work out, and it was fun. It was nice to see.
It's going to be incredible to have the Splash Brothers back together, but in the meantime, it's Steph Curry trying to chase down Ray Allen for most threes of all time. Grant, Steph will likely retire at some point as the all-time three-point shooter in history. Someone eventually will pass him. A, do you agree with that? And B, is that player who will pass him playing today?
I know Trae Young is the popular name that is thrown around. I think at some point somebody will probably break it. I don't know. You look at records sometimes and you say these will never be broken. Gretzky, Jerry Rice, they're just so far and away better when you look at what they've done. Steph is going to it's just going to be longevity for him. And if he can just go a lot longer in his career, it's going to be very hard to beat him just because not many people can be at this age and maybe for the next few years at the age he's at and play at that level and keep on shooting. But we're seeing the generations shooting more and more threes as they go along. And at some point, it's not going to be weird to see somebody shooting 15 to 17 threes a game on average. But I doubt anytime soon someone's going to break it just because the longevity factor. And, Trae Young is get back to me in 5, 6, 7 years before I even try to say if he has a chance to break.
Yeah, I think we might be being pessimistic with the idea that someone will break this record because we have no frame of reference at this stage of his career what that record will be. I mean, he's still completely at the height of his powers, and I know that someone may break the record because it's his own fault. In other words, there are a bunch of little Steph Currys right now running around watching him play, and they will try to emulate and maybe someday surpass. But I don't know, Grant, have you done any projections and have some sort of a sense of where this record might end up if he's healthy the rest of his career?
And that's, you look at the current pace he's on, and 4,000 should easily be in sight. But then you say, but this is the type of guy. It depends if he wants to keep on playing, right? Steph also seems like the type of guy that at some point might just be like, I kind of just want to spend time with my family, and now that I'm not the elite guy, maybe I don't want to be a guy just running around scoring 16 points a game when I'm 38. I don't know, but over 4,000, if he stays healthy, could he get higher, 4,200, potentially, maybe even higher? But yeah, you're right, and just never. Tom Brady, what he's doing right now, about 6 years ago, we were probably like, well, that'll do it for a career, and wow, he might be the best ever. And now look where he's still at. So you just never really know with Steph. Like, he could go forever. His skills work in any time or age or whatever. He just needs to run around and shoot at the end of the day.
5,000, Grant, is where I think he ends up getting. If he's averaging, for his career, it's 3.8 per game, assuming he gets an average of 4 threes a game, because his last couple of years he's been well over 5. So 4 threes a game, 500 games, 70 games a year. It's only 7 more years. He could retire at 40. Who says no, Grant?
I'm not going to say no. I'm not going to say no. I just you never
say it, Grant. Say it. 5,000.
I will never say that Steph Curry can't do something, because what he has done has been so incredible, and we have never seen anything like it, and we're learning it as we go, right? We have an understanding of what we're watching right now, but it could develop from here, it could change from here. 3 years ago, I would never say he'd be shooting this much and at this volume, right? I thought he kind of peaked, or I don't want to use the word peak so Draymond doesn't yell at me, but you look at the unanimous MVP season, you're like, I don't know if he could ever replicate that again. And now you're looking at him, and he's doing more and more. So I don't know where it ends. Is he going to be averaging 20 3-point attempts per game in 2 years? It sounds ridiculous, but what if he does?
Grant Liffman, NBC Sports Bay Area. How is the dog, and how do you keep all of your holiday decorations intact while having a dog in the house?
That is, I've been asked this question. I have a golden retriever, and they like to normally tear stuff up.
Yeah.
For some reason, I got a dog that just doesn't know how to tear anything or ruin anything. Like, she'll hold it in her mouth and then just lay with it. So she doesn't actually ever break anything or ruin anything. And so I just always thought maybe at some point she'd learn and get her first taste of tearing something and it'd be all over. But this dog just doesn't do any of that.
Well, congratulations. My dog loves spatulas. She will go get them. If you leave them too close to the edge of the countertop, that's a wrap for that spatula.
Yeah. No. I learned, someone told me a really cool idea is that you put a pan with, you put something that's really noisy. So next time they jump up for a spatula or something, that it makes a huge loud bang, and then they never go for it again.
Bang!
Yeah. Bang! There it is. That's what we need. We need a recording of Mike Breen that we can play whenever the dog goes up on the countertop. Bang! Bang! I think it would work.
Penny on the stove. Spatula. Bang!
You'd be purposely leaving spatulas everywhere then.
Totally.
That's a good point. Not a bad thought. But Grant, thanks, buddy. Good to talk to you.
I appreciate it. Yes, sir.
All right, there goes Grant Liffman, NBC Sports Bay Area. He is one of the Bay Area's finest dog owners. I have gone to him for advice in the building of the Penny Brigade that has taken place this year in 2021.
As a first-time dog owner, it's good that you're soliciting advice from experts.
That's right.
Which you have to do.
Oh, gosh. The research is very involved. Talked to a lot of people, watched a lot of shows. There are Netflix shows about dogs, lots of different ones. Watched a lot of shows. Like I did not want to just, lollygag into this. I wanted to be ready.
Yeah.
And I feel like we've done a pretty decent job.
The first year is critical. It's like scripting your first 15 plays.
Right.
If you come in and that laminated play sheet is not buttoned up, if you don't have at least a dozen plays that you can trust as a dog owner, all of a sudden you got a 2-year-old dog that's untrained and out of control.
Yeah, no, ours is doing much better, but now we will, over the holidays, be like Kyle Shanahan at halftime. We're going to have to go make some adjustments.
Sure.
Based on the things that are and are not going well. And hopefully we come out in the second half and it goes better than it usually does for the 49ers.
Yeah, and 6-6, they're still very much in it. I do want to touch on something that Grant said, and we're talking about where this record ends up. Steph's got 2,964, and if he really wants to make this mark one of those, quote, unbreakable records, think about the records that we have right now and the age at which those athletes stopped playing. Jerry Rice owns the touchdown record. He retired north of 40. Tom Brady's still stacking records. He's north of 40. Hammer and Hank Aaron played until he was north of 40. Barry Bonds may have been aided and or abetted by substances, allegedly, but he played north of 40. You see where I'm going here, Mark?
I do.
And when you look at Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, the all-time leading scorer and the association, he played north of 40. LeBron James is going to pass him if he plays north of 40. He's going to be right. He's going to be right on the cusp of 40.
Is he 36, 37?
37, I believe, and he's about 2.5 seasons away from getting the cap. My point being, if Steph really wants to put this thing where James Harden can't get him and Trae Young can't get him, that number's darn near 5,000 threes. That's going to take 7 years and bring him north of 40.
That's good. Steph Curry.
Thank you.
The thought has always been that his game, as it currently stands, won't necessarily live until 38, 39, 40 years old. But does Steph Curry at some point, and take a look at the constitution of this roster, there are now young players, young draft picks. While we haven't seen a lot of them, we like them. I made that comment yesterday based on the fact that just they're interesting, they look exciting, and they are Warrior homegrown draft picks. I do not want any of these guys traded. I want to see James Wiseman play in a Warrior uniform. I want to see Kuminga play in a Warrior uniform. If those guys become the guys 3-4 years down the road, does Steph Curry head into the sunset? Or does Steph Curry become, PJ Tucker in the corner? Like, I just stand over here and I'll wait for your open pass, because that jump shot, if he wants to just flick the wrist, he could do that until he's 60. And so maybe this record does not double, but maybe he does go well north of 4,000.
He's 2,036 away from 5,000. So you think about
a lot of threes.
Okay, think about 2,000 threes. He hit 6 last night. Wake me when it's over.
What's his normal year? What's his normal year, like his average three-pointers per year?
For his career, it's 3.8. But if you look at recent days, he's north of 5.1 and 5.3. So I think it's fair to say between now and the end of his career, if you give him 4 threes a game, that's a conservative look from here going forward.
Okay, actually I said 5 a game at 75 games per year. That comes out to 375 three-pointers per year. So to get the requisite, as you're saying, 2,000 more threes divided by 375, talking about 5.3 more years.
Right.
Not unrealistic.
It's really longer than that because he's not going to play all 82.
No, I put it at 75. 75 games a year.
Okay.
I'm giving him 7. I'm giving him 3 load managements and 4 twisted ankles a year.
Fine.
Okay?
That's fair.
All
And
right.
we're assuming health for this entire exercise.
Of course. So but I mean that he could do that before turning 40 or right around turning 40.
Yeah.
I don't know if he's got that in him. I don't know if that's what he wants. But it's not out of the realm of possibility.
And then you look at the challengers. James Harden, by the way, 4th all-time in threes made.
Hey, really?
2509.
See, this is when you realize how generational these conversations and subjects are. Like, go look at the top NFL quarterbacks in terms of yardage, in terms of touchdowns. you will see people that you don't think are in the top 100 quarterbacks of all time sitting there in the top 7 simply because they played more recently.
Vinny Testaverde.
You're not allowed to touch them.
Right.
You're not allowed to breathe on them. You're not allowed to even look at the wide receivers down the field. So the numbers, this is why we can't compare errors. The numbers are going to get totally messed up. And,
right.
And this 3-pointers is probably at the top of the list of that conversation.
It's a specialty stat, although as time goes on with everyone shooting them now, the good players, the cream is rising because in your top 10, right now you only have 3 guys in the Hall of Fame of your top 10. It's Ray Allen, Reggie Miller, and Paul Pierce. The other guys are specialty guys. Corver, Jason Terry, Jamal Crawford. Vince Carter, who played forever, by the way, is number 6. He will be a Hall of Famer. Point being, the 3 used to be a specialty weapon that these guys like Jason Terry and Kyle Korver utilized. J.J. Redick is 15th. But now more and more you see Dame Lillard is number 10, LeBron's 11. Stars are rising now because they all shoot the 3 so much.
By the way, I'm looking at the top touchdown pass leaders of all time in the NFL. And, I mean, there's the names that you would know, obviously. Tom Brady and Drew Brees and Peyton Manning. Those are the top 3. Brett Favre is coming in at number 4.
Is that Madden?
It was a bad one. But anyway, when you do the rest of...
Got 1s and 2s.
Do you do the rest of the top 10 or maybe even the top 15? There are a couple of names in there that you'd be like, what? That person's on the top 15 of all time in touchdown passes, and it's completely a function of when they played, not who they are, not what team they were on, not even the way that they played.
And the longevity.
Right.
It becomes an aggregation sensation.
Very good. That's $1. Do you want to venture a guess? A couple of the names that I'm talking
Phillip
about?
Rivers is one of those names.
Phillip Rivers, number, can we get, please, game show music, please. Phillip Rivers, number 6, all-time, 421 touchdown passes, and a fringe, although let me tell you, spoiler alert, he will be in the Hall of Fame, even though a lot of you don't think he should be.
I don't think he should be.
I mean,
get me Lorenzo Neal ahead of him.
Go ahead and get some sleep tonight, though. Please don't lose sleep over a fringe Hall of Famer making it. He's going to make it.
Sauna with Lorenzo Neal.
Here's what I'll do, just to clean this up. On the remainder of the top 15 list, touchdown passes all time, there are 1, 2, 3 active right now.
Oh.
Can you name them?
3 active among the top 15?
3 active current NFL quarterbacks who are in the top 15, and I'm not talking about Aaron Rodgers is number 5. We're not doing the top 5. Of the remainder of the list, there are 3 more that are active now. Can you name them?
Aaron Rodgers would have to be one.
Aaron Rodgers, no, but he's top 5. So there are 3 more. There are 3 more.
Matthew Stafford has to be on the list.
Matthew Stafford is number 12. See, that's probably that's a great example. Stat Padford, if you will.
RELAX.
I mean, Matt Stafford's not the 12th best quarterback of all time. He's never won a playoff game. All right, who else? 2 more.
Russell Wilson on there?
Russell Wilson, 17.
Okay.
So very close, but no.
Close, but no.
There are 2 others that are on that list that are still actively the starting quarterback for their team.
Yeah, I was thinking Derek Carr, but it couldn't be Derek Carr. He's probably in the 20s. He's further down.
He hasn't been playing long enough.
Yeah, and Tanahan, I don't think he quite has accumulated enough there as I'm going around the NFL.
Around the NFL.
Not Jameis and Cam.
One of them is going to make you slap your forehead when I say it. Like,
Kirk Cousins?
No, not Kirk Cousins. I'm sorry. Give you one more. Give you one more buzzer.
Yeah, well.
He plays tonight on Thursday Night Football, I'm
sure. Very, very good clue. He plays tonight, Thursday Night Football. That should make it easy since I think you already guessed the other quarterback. Roethlisberger something is definitely one. He's number 8 all-time, 412. One other in the National Football League.
Yeah, well, Andy Dalton. Is he still alive? I don't know.
Andy Dalton, QB1 for Chicago. No, I'm sorry, that's not it. We were looking for Matt Ryan.
Matt Ryan, yeah.
Matt Ryan, number 10 all-time at 363 touchdowns, just ahead of Fran Tarkenton. right behind Eli Manning. He needs 3 more to tie Eli Manning for 9th on the all-time list.
That was fun.
Isn't that fun? That's what we're trying to do here. You know what I'm saying?
Quiz.
I am a teacher. I do love to give a good quiz. Okay. All of that is brought to you by Exergen Thermometers. Accuracy matters. Not sure if you have COVID. Fever is the leading sign, so be vigilant. And use the only thermometer with proven accuracy in more than 100 clinical studies. The Exergen Temporal Scanner Thermometers. Stay safe and learn more at Exergen.com. Rick Barry is going to join us at 11. We still need to whirl around the NFL and do this week's in or out. Plus, we are taking suggestions on how to get out of a slump because all 4 of us find ourselves knee-deep right now. Twice, because I keep picking the last game of the night with you guys. 2 nights in a row, I've gone into my game going, dude, get a win here, and I'm on easy street. I'm done. I'm out. I don't have to worry about this. And both times, choked on the open net.
Choke artist.
Good grief.
Choke artist.
All right, so how do you get out of a slump? 888-957-9570. Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
The easy way to donate your car. Donate today and your car can be picked up tomorrow. Call 877-CARS-FOR-KIDS today or donate online at carsforkids.com. Remember, that's cars with a K.
Fremont Bank. If there's one thing we understand more than anybody, it's that it takes a local bank to really get the needs of local businesses. And more than anything, local businesses need access. Access to a knowledgeable banker and access to a full suite of business services. Can't come to the bank? We'll come to you. Our devotion to our clients ensures your business never misses a beat. That's why Fremont Bank remains the right choice for local and family-owned businesses. Learn more at fremontbank.com. Member FDIC.
What does your house want for Christmas? Bet it's an Anderson big door that fits walls up to 45 feet wide and 10 feet tall. Sound amazing? It is. And you can get the details at a Dolan's Window and Door Showroom in Walnut Creek or Burlingame. This season, make your house happy in a really big way with all the energy-saving features.
I think just the donation sensation title has to be there in some way. I'll take that because that's basically what it's going to be called. And so we just want a nice receptacle, kind of like an urn, a bowl,
Okay.
more of a bowl than a vase. Something that would fit in my locker. You talked yesterday about the only places you have a locker. I have a locker here with an actual combination lock on it. So when the show ends every day, I can take the vat, the urn, the bowl, lock it up in my locker.
Oh, yeah. Don't leave it out for Steiny and Goo. Don't do that.
Well, think about what happens to free food around here.
Exactly.
The morning roast had lumpia one day.
Oh.
Our show started with about 37 pieces of lumpia, and by the first break...
Gone.
Thank you.
Yeah. Gone. Yeah.
Gabe Kapler had none. Yapler might have had a piece or two, but...
He's fat. Actually... just to let you know that we believe eating before 2 o'clock is not advisable for the human body.
We, as an organism.
Obviously.
Exactly.
So anyway.
We, as an intestinal tract, feel.
Next time Gabe comes on, we got to ask him about how many donuts we're eating and how he feels about that. And what I think he'll do is chuckle. Have you ever heard the uncomfortable Gabe chuckle?
Yeah. Like you poor idiots.
Well, we do believe that withholding all forms of sugar to your body is not actually advisable because it could lead to binge eating. So we, as an organization, obviously feel like once a week, a big ball of chocolate in the dome is probably a good thing to do.
I love it.
So I don't know, though. I don't know about, every 2 weeks. I don't know. Do you eat 2 when they come in? Sometimes do you have 2? That's a little bit tough. 2 donuts used to be. I did that as a kid. Now try to do one at a time.
Well, this is a question that's better asked off air, but now that it's been asked, I'll answer it. I'll answer the dang question.
What is it?
I have 2. And this Sunday, I'm doing a 12-mile run in Fremont. I might actually have a 3rd because you know what? I'm going to be burning on Sunday.
It is time for the aforementioned breaking news right here on Willard and Dibs.
95.7 The Game breaking news. Brought to you by BetQL. Become a better sports bettor. Get smarter to beat the books. Download the BetQL app or visit BetQL.com today.
Head bob. Okay, John Mulaney tickets are coming up in just a moment. But the San Francisco Giants have made a trade.
What?
Even though you thought they weren't allowed to make a trade on December 9th, right in the middle of a lockout. Oh, you were wrong. They can make a trade. They're just not allowed to trade for a major leaguer. They are allowed to trade for a minor leaguer, but how dare you flick that off your shoulder as if it's no big deal? Remember when they acquired Lamont Wade and you went, who?
What?
And then he won the Willie Mack Award? Do you remember that? He's a competitor. So, right. The Giants have acquired right-handed pitcher Tanner Andrews from the Atlanta Braves for my favorite player and yours, cash considerations.
Straight cash, homie.
Tanner Andrews, over 2 minor league seasons, a record of 10-5, and a career ERA of 3.78, a whip that is just over the number of 1. You know they love that strikeout to walk ratio. Tanner Andrews, a San Francisco Giant, and no doubt this coming year, a 21-game winner.
That's a bit of a stretch. I mean,
nope.
Yeah, so we're going to go and pencil him in for 21, maybe 21 appearances, but man, I guess this is what passes for breaking news on an otherwise somnambulent Thursday.
This is the best baseball news you're going to get for a couple of months. By the way, last year he played for the Gwinnett Stripers. I love minor league baseball names.
That's Georgia, I believe.
I think so. AAA affiliate for the Atlanta Braves. So the Gwinnett Stripers have lost Tanner Andrews. He's now a member of the Giants organization.
And I'm looking an 11.12 ERA.
Well, no.
In Double-A.
That's just last year. That was over like 2 appearances.
11.
He got rocked around a little bit.
ERA.
Yeah, but a career ERA of 3.78. Remember, you got to find the guy that had the bad year last year that's actually good, and then you get him for pennies on the dollar, and then 2 years later, he signs a deal for 3 years and $65 million. That's how it works with the Giants. Have you not been paying attention?
I have, but the Pensacola Blue Wahoos don't necessarily register on my radar.
I love Wahoos. Wahoos is delicious.
I'm in your camp of in Farhan we trust. So, and I don't know how much cash the consideration was. It's probably not $1.7 million, and it's not my cash. So, good on you, Tanner. Welcome to the team.
Yeah, welcome to the team. On in you go. All right, it is 888-957-9570. I was also thinking this with the Warriors, watching them do what was a real ho-hum victory. Like, they never felt threatened. They also look like they never felt the need to go 100%. And that says something about this particular team that we'll get to in just a second. But it is time for the John Mulaney tickets. Funny man who's bringing the laughs to the SAP Center on April 8th, 2022. Really good comedian. I do like this guy. You should check him out. 5th caller right now to the contest line is your winner. 844-999-4263. 844-999-4263. One more time. Again, call the contest line, not the caller line. 844-999-4263. Pair of tickets to John Mulaney, courtesy of Live Nation. Go to livenation.com for tickets on Friday. That's tomorrow at 10 a.m. Stay tuned for your chance, though, to win tickets all week long around this time. So we will, after they're on sale at 10 a.m., have one last pair for you at around 10:30, 10:40 tomorrow morning right here on this show. So the Golden State Warriors are now 21-4. They're able to look at a depleted Portland Blazers team and just go, all right, do we have to play now? All right, let's go win. And they can win games like that, which is sort of stunning considering this is largely, I know, nice additions, Otto Porter, Bielitsa, but this is largely the same roster that they had last year. Do you find yourself throughout the season asking still, where did this come from? What changed? Why do they look like this when compared to last year?
I guess I don't ask myself that because I am an astute basketball aficionado and a loyal Warrior watcher. And if you go back to the offseason, we all do our predictions on how they would do. And if this team was going to reach its, quote, ceiling, which I think they've already blown through the ceiling, much like the Wonka Vader and Willy Wonka, where they go through and they blow out through the top of the building. That's what this season is. But when we talked about how it would happen, Steph would have a year like he did last year. Check that box.
Yes.
He's maybe even playing better. Draymond Green would be fit and rejuvenated, which he is.
Check.
Andrew Wiggins would be determined, joyful, and play like the number 1 overall pick, and you can check that box as well.
Yep.
Kevon Looney would be sturdy and healthy. He has been. Jordan Poole would take a step up toward being a real one, and he has. JTA would be a Swiss Army knife, but now featuring the toothpick and the magnifying glass, which he has. And you would find a way to replace the negative that Oubre Jr. brought, which you were able to do. So all the boxes, and by the way, the draft picks have sprinkled in a little goodness and Damian Lee and Chioza and the rest. But the point being, every single thing that needed to be better or at least as good, it has been.
Yes.
And that's where you look at 21-4 and you say, okay, it makes sense because all of the things that needed to go right have gone right.
I also wonder, and please take this the right way, but I do wonder if it's almost helped them a little bit that James Wiseman has been hurt, because if you remember at the beginning of the year last year, and in fact throughout the year, there was a whole lot of angst about what is this Warrior team trying to do? Are you trying to scrap into the playoffs, or are you trying to develop James Wiseman? And I think the coaching staff at times was challenged to sort of figure out what is our direction? Which is why Steve Kerr came out this year and said we're chasing wins. Like, this is about winning. This is not about development. Draymond's going to dial out. We don't want to be about development. So to not have James there has allowed this team to have more of a veteran feel and really go try to be good. I just still don't think anybody could have expected them to be this good. 628 just texted in with 1,000 question marks. Same roster? What are you talking about, Willard? I'm sorry. Yes, same roster. There. I mean, you subtracted out Kelly Oubre as far as playing a significant role, and you've entered in a couple of new pieces. As I mentioned, Iguodala, who hasn't even played much the last 3 weeks. Bielitsa, Otto Porter. Yes, there are role players, but this is the same core. This is essentially the same starting lineup, again, minus Oubre. And you've gone from a team that was scratching to get into a play-in tournament to a team that is just dominating. I mean, flicking teams off. When you have the Blazers come in and they don't have their stars, the Warriors look like they were like, all right, what speed do you think they played that game at last night? 75%? And they were never threatened.
It was a third gear game.
Blazers were what, down by 2 or 3 at half, but there was never a moment where you're like, oh my gosh, they might lose this game. Even the national broadcast was like, boy, if the Blazers hit a 3 here, they might get within 9. Oh no, they might get within 9? That would be disaster. This game was never in doubt, and this group to be able to play games like that, come on, we didn't see that coming. I think it's an exercise in patience is what it is. I think it's another reminder to fans, and fans are never patient, and that's because they're fans, and that's fine. I'm with you. We're fans too. It's hard to be patient. It's hard to look at the 49ers, for example, and ask for patience. But I'm reminded of what Rich Ornberger came on this show and said yesterday, that what's happening right now with Trey Lance is the best possible thing for Trey Lance. You got to sit back. James Wiseman, too. Too many people have written him off as a bust. It's like, hang out for a second. This could become something. Jordan Poole, when was he written off? And look at him now.
Early in the bubble year. And, I think you could have the same cautious approach to Joey Bart, who I have highlighted has struggled at the major league level, but his sample size is even smaller than James Wiseman's and maybe slightly bigger than what we've seen from Trey Lance. Yet, to your point, give these players a real shot at it. Give Joey Bart 500 at-bats this year and 110 games behind the dish, and we'll see what the trajectory looks like. For James Wiseman, if you think about competitive basketball above the high school level, he's just finishing his freshman year in college, if you think about it in those terms, because he played, 2 or 3 games in college. Yep. He played about 25 last year. He'd be heading to the NCAA tournament right now as a freshman in college. Totally. Yet we expect...
Beautiful. Let's go to Vegas.
And, Trey Lance would be like a college sophomore.
Right.
He played 1 full year, 1 game, 1 in the NFL, and a little sprinkle. He'd be a redshirt sophomore.
Well, and whatever his experience level is, the bottom line is sitting there and just easing your way into a professional career. If you've got that luxury, very few teams do, but if you've got that luxury, it's a good thing. That's very, very rarely in the history of the NFL has a quarterback drafted early, sat, and then comes out a year or 2 later, and you're like, wow, he really stinks. Like that hasn't happened very often. So this could end up being a really good thing. It's hard to wait a year, 2, 3 on things that excite us, but it tends to be a good thing, history would suggest. Now, Rick Barry in 10 minutes, and there's some audio of Rick Barry and a former radio partner of mine in Rob Parker that will play for you in about 2-3 minutes that you just absolutely must hear. We referenced it on the crossover earlier today. This is from about 4 or 5 years ago. It's just something, and you have to hear that. I want to read this, though, because I have left his name out, and I shouldn't be. 925 says, don't forget the addition of GP2. He has been, that's one of the things where I look at it and I go, hey, what's going on here? Because he's been around the league for a while, and he's never even really been able to find a role, let alone find a role and then become just a walking highlight reel. Where did that come from? The Warriors have a few of those things this year. Where did that come from? And that's why they're 21-4.
I think it's an opportunity situation where if you're Gary Payton II, you start with Milwaukee, 2 years, you play 18 games over 2 years, you never got a chance. You go to the Lakers, you played 11 games, you averaged 10.5 minutes, you never really got a shot. 2 years in Washington, 32 games over 2 years, you got a little bit more of a shot, but you needed to be a player that you couldn't be on those teams. And now you're with Golden State. He's played 24 games this year, 10 last year. But the way this team's built, Mark, you can have a Gary Payton II. You can have Juan Toscano-Anderson and Kevon Looney, guys who aren't really looking to score. You know, they can score if you need them to. My new favorite, by the way, is the Kevon Looney pump fakery under the basket. When he gets an offensive rebound, he's 6'10 or 6'11. He knows he can't go up and flush it. They know he can't go up and flush it. So it's,
and then pass it back out to Jordan Poole.
Or like he'll give you that I won't leave the ground reverse layup or the little flick. And
I know the moves well. They're the moves I used in high school.
Those are my moves.
My 14-inch vert needed all of those moves. And then my favorite move, which is when the move doesn't work and your shot gets blocked, just fall down.
Yeah.
And then you might end up on the free throw line if you're lucky.
But he will kick it out, and that seriously is my favorite when he gets it. But again, to the point about Gary Payton, he can be this player on the Warriors and be a positive. He doesn't have to look to score. Just go out there and be a blank disturber, defend, hustle, guard, and that's Juan Toscano, and that's GP2.
Totally.
Kevon to an extent. You can be a role player when you're playing with the best shooter of all time.
Willard and Dibs is brought to you by BMW Fairfield. Now open in the Fairfield Auto Mall, they provide a luxurious, all-encompassing experience to address all of your BMW needs. Visit BMWFairfield.com today to book your visit. That is BMWFairfield.com. So Rick Barry is going to join us. I think I've had Rick on since this took place. Spadone, you pulled this off the net. What year was this? I'm feeling like it was 4 or 5 years ago.
This was June 11th, 2017.
Okay, so I kind of nailed it. 4.5 years ago.
Not 5.
Not
He's
5.
reacting to Game 3 of the finals that year between the Cavaliers and Warriors, in which LeBron James chose to opt to throw to Kyle Korver. The Cavs were down 9 at the time. Throws it to Kyle Korver, who misses it, and they were crushing LeBron for not driving it and shooting the shot.
So my memory thought this was a Steph conversation because we know that Rob is a Steph hater. It turns out, if you didn't already know this, Rob is just a hater. That's actually what it is. It's just that Tom Brady, Steph Curry, LeBron James, whoever it is, Rob is there to tell you they're not as good as you think they are. So the LeBron convo, Rick and I sort of shared one back and forth about like, hey, what's so bad about the correct basketball play? Rick gives his answer. Rob jumps in with you gotta stop, and off we go to the moon.
Going against defense. There's no guarantee he was going to make it. There's no guarantee he was going to get fouled, and he had one of the best three-point shooters in the damn game open, and he threw it to him. So please get off his case.
Thank you.
Come on, Rick.
Thank you, Rick.
You got to stop.
No, you got to stop because you don't know the game. If you're saying that you don't know the game, and you should be ashamed of yourself.
Rick, I'm not. No. I've been covering basketball forever.
I don't care how long you've been covering it. You didn't play the game, and if you make that comment,
you
don't
know what?
the game.
And Rick, you don't know radio, and you don't know journalism.
No, I know radio.
No, you
I've
don't.
done radio for
no,
years.
you don't. You're a basketball player.
You
guys kill me. It's always the same thing. You didn't play basketball, so you don't know basketball.
Oh, yeah, that's exactly right.
Ridiculous. It's ridiculous,
game,
Rick.
That's your excuse. You're going to go and wail about that
journalism
fact that I
and respect that people.
You're a loser. Forget it.
No, you are. You're a loser, Rick. Hang up on him. Thanks for calling.
Whoa.
Oh, wow.
By the way.
That got personal.
So, yes, I was the whoa guy there at the end. And we didn't hang up on Rick. To Rick's credit, he didn't hang up either. Like, that went on for a little while, and about 2 minutes later, I go, is Rick still there? And Rick's like, yeah, I'm right here.
Of course.
And they apologized to each other, and it was a warm fuzzy at the end. I don't know if they've ever talked to each other again, but nothing better than going to the old schoolyard when someone calls you a loser and you go, I know you are, but what am I?
It's the old rubber and glue.
You're a loser.
Yeah. I'm rubber and you're glue, all that. It just, yeah.
Whose side were you on there, Rick or Rob?
It's an easy one.
Is it?
Yeah, and I'm not trying to turn against your former partner, but the whole, he's the gamote. His bit, miss me with your bit. Stephen A. Smith and who's that other little guy that Damon always feuds with? Nick. What's his name? Nick Wright.
Oh, Nick Wright. Yeah.
I mean, it's such a telegraphed thing where, I'm angry, I have a goatee, and I have my 4 or 5 targets, and I'm coming after you. Just miss me with that.
Steph Curry is the fafote. You know that, right?
You didn't play basketball, so you don't know basketball.
Actually, LeBron is the fafote when he does the fafote. That's the finals failure of all time. I can't remember what Steph is.
Which is not true. You know who the real fafote is.
Who is it?
The logo.
That's a good point.
No one's lost more NBA championships than Jerry West. So if you're going to call somebody the fafote, and this is where the hot takers a lot of times miss me with that. Be accurate. If you're going to call someone the finals failure of all time, I think Jerry West was 1-10 in NBA's final.
That all started when Tom Brady became the LOAT. He's not the GOAT. He's the LOAT because he's the luckiest of all time, according to Rob.
Fine. Sounds like a Raider fan.
All right.
He's the gamote.
I don't even know what the gamote is. What is the gamote?
Greatest mirage of all time.
And who is he talking about?
Steph Curry.
Really?
Again.
Steph is the gamote?
He's the gamote. And I like that drop because it's a clean piece.
He's the gamote.
It's like he's the greatest mirage of all time, but he's going to end his career with 5,000 threes. He'll have more than 2,000 more than the guy in second.
You're Rob is the Guttaote, which is the greatest hot take artist of all times.
But he's really not.
Or maybe not.
Yeah.
Rick Barry is like the greatest underhand free throw shooter of all time. And he joins us next on 95.7 The Game.
He's the gamote.
You want to know what wagertainment is? It's the picks, the analysis, the information, mixed with the laughter and the entertainment. Smart sports betting content that'll put a smile on your face.
The BetQL Network, streaming live each day.
So that just comes with the territory. But they just need to go ahead and shoot within their range, and then you just move back out as you get a little bit bigger and a little bit stronger. But Steph is truly a remarkable shooter. I don't even know if I was trying to look up, but I was driving and stuff and look up some of the stats, the leaders in the 3-point shooting for the season. I don't. You guys could probably pull that up real quick and throw it up there. I would bet anything that there is anybody reasonably close to him that shoots it from where he does. I mean, if somebody's ahead of him, I can guarantee you they're not shooting from 27, 28 feet. They're probably shooting right near the 3-point line. He's amazing. My favorite player to watch. I love the way he plays the game. I love his attitude. He's just having so much fun out there. A remarkable player. He's what I call an anomaly. There's never been a player who's played the point guard position that plays it the way Steph plays it.
It's remarkable what he's done to the three, Rick, in terms of going, like you said, from 23-9 to 27 to 30 to 35 feet away from the hoop. What was it like for you when you went from 1971, you averaged 1.5 3-point attempts a season in New York, then you doubled it the next season. Did you make a concerted effort to look for more threes that year?
Yeah, because I went out and was working on the shot. I mean, I got myself up to be a 33% shooter from threes, that's good shooting because that's comparable to 50% from twos, which is outstanding shooting. But if I were playing today, I wouldn't be satisfied unless I was a 40% or better shooter from 3-point range. That's the goal that I would set for myself. And, obviously, I mean, it was a new thing. I never shot from that far out unless the shot clock was running down. And so I had to learn to be able to shoot from that distance. I was getting better with it. But, 40% would be where I would want to be. That's an exception. You're 40% or better 3-point shooter. You're a hell of a shooter.
Rick, I've always admired the way you talk about Steph Curry and the Warriors because so many players from your generation sort of dismiss him and think, well, the game's not as physical, it's not as tough. What are your thoughts in that realm from a watchability standpoint? Do you think the game is more watchable now, or was it more watchable then?
Well, I don't really like a lot of what goes on, but the Warriors fortunately play the game the way I was taught to be played. Pass, move, cut, unselfishness. They're fun to watch. More physical. What does that have to do when a guy's shooting from 28 feet? How physical can you be? I mean, you're afraid to get near him because he's going to go by you like you're standing still. I mean, for anybody to criticize Steph Curry's game, it's insane because he's not only a shooter, he's a scorer. There's a huge difference between the two. There are guys that are shooters, and when I hear these guys on TV, he's a lockdown defender. No, there's no such thing as a lockdown defender if the guy's a scorer. You can lock down a shooter, okay? I mean, without question, you can lock down a shooter. If a guy is just a shooter, you can jump the screens, stay up on him, and you can basically screw his game up. You can't do that with Steph. He's going to go by you. He can shoot mid-range. He's got unbelievable both hands he can use near the basket to finish. He's a great free throw shooter. How do you defend a guy like that? You can't. You absolutely cannot defend him.
How much harder is it going to get to defend Steph Curry in, say, 3 to 4 weeks or even longer when Klay Thompson comes back and he gets back to his peak form?
Well, obviously those two are probably the best distance shooting duo in the history of the game. I mean, you talk about a quick shooter. I mean, Klay may be even a little quicker than Steph, but he can't get the shot off like Steph can do. But as far as a spot-up shooter, I mean, it's pretty hard to find one better than him. A guy is as efficient as you can possibly hope to be. I mean, come on. What was it when he scored the 37 points or something in one quarter? He took, 8 or 9 dribbles?
Yeah.
I mean, it's like, that's crazy. So, yeah, when he's back, it makes it there. But the fortunate thing is they got other guys that are knocking it down. Poole, who's a little bit on a roller coaster. I mean, he can go 0 for 5 and then all of a sudden go 4 for 7 or something like that. And, it helps that Steph has someone there. But if you've got Klay there, he knows for sure. The guy who's guarding Klay is not leaving Klay. Okay, let's face that, right? You're not leaving Klay Thompson unless you're an idiot. So, yeah, it's going to certainly help him. The team is doing a great job right now. The biggest surprise in the league I don't think Phoenix is as big a surprise as some people say. I mean, this is a team that got to the finals. This is a team that has a lot of confidence. And when you get to that point and you have confidence in yourself, you become a dangerous team, and they are a dangerous team. But the Warriors, nobody expected the Warriors to be doing what they're doing without Klay back and knowing the level he's going to be at, and without Wiseman. And that's the mystery to me. I just read the other story that there's more to it. We don't know if he's going to be back this year. I have never heard of a guy who had a cartilage injury out for this long. There's got to be more to it than just cartilage.
Rick Barry, the Hall of Famer, with us on Willard and Dibs, 95.7 The Game. While we're talking about him, this is one of those classic things we say in sports media, like, oh, it's a really good problem to have. There's nothing that's a problem about acquiring Klay Thompson to this team, but it does have a trickle-down effect to the roster, to the rotation. You mentioned Jordan Poole. What does this mean for the Warrior rotation, and could we see the team actually step back a little bit while they sort of refigure it out?
Well, there's going to be an adjustment period. There's no question when he comes back. He's probably going to come back and play limited minutes. So that's going to have an impact on it. And so there's no telling how it's going to impact the team. So that's just something that we have to see, and I'm sure that Steve will adjust to it accordingly. But it's a nice problem. It is. Like you say, it's a nice problem to have. I'd like to have the problem of trying to work Klay Thompson back into my lineup and my rotation. Yeah, for sure.
Do you look at this record, Rick, and see 21-4 and see Warriors as a dominant team, or do you see a league that is both top-heavy and bottom-weak?
I think the second. They got a lot of weak teams that aren't playing basketball the way I think it should be played. I mean, and they're going to lose a lot of basketball games. It all comes down to the Warriors lost. One of the games that they lost is they just weren't ready, to play the game back against Charlotte. I mean, that was a mental letdown. And that's what I call what happened is the con job syndrome, I titled when I was doing, broadcasting and analyst work. And what it is that, Steve's saying, hey, guys, just because this, we got a team here that's, they're not that good, but this is a big game for them. And so they're going to be ready. We have to be ready to give our best effort. And the players are all saying, yeah, coach, yeah. But down deep, they don't believe it. They really don't believe it. And they con themselves into thinking that they're mentally ready to go out and play their best. But they don't believe that they have to do that to beat that team. And even then, it was still a relatively close game. I mean, and then even take the Phoenix game, okay? I mean, it wasn't that big a differential when they lost down in Phoenix. But, come on. If Steph just had a bad shooting game from three-point range, they win that game. I mean, he had horrendous shooting game. In fact, I was sitting and having a bite to eat with someone. I happened to be down in Phoenix. I was thinking of going to the game. I'm glad I didn't go that night. I was down there. And the charity golf event, and I was sitting with the people after they lost the next day, and I said, I want to tell you something. They're playing them again later this week. I'm not a betting person, but I will tell you what. I would bet there's no doubt in my mind that the Golden State Warriors are going to kick Phoenix's butt the next time that they play them. Because, first of all, Steph is not going to have a game like that again. And they're going to be ready to play, and they'll be at home. And sure enough, they went and just, crushed them.
Man, I should have had this conversation before that game. I might have made a little chicken. Rick, I'm always fascinated to know what you're into these days. Is it fishing? Is it golf? Is it tennis? Is it pickleball? What's Rick Barry into these days?
Oh, well, pickleball big. I'm getting ready to go to the Nationals down in Indian Wells to play on Monday and Tuesday in the mixed doubles, men's doubles. I'd love pickleball. I've won some national titles. I actually won a world championship in senior stuff, and so I love the competition, and so that's so much fun. I'm doing a lot of things in the world of cannabinoids and all with a company called Medicaleaf. If people can go to Medicaleaf.com, MEDICILEAF.com, put 24 in the code and get a nice discount. A great company in the Bay Area called Go Sleeves. I've been trying to get some stuff to Klay to use in his rehab. I think it could help him. It's got kinesio tape built into it. It's great for knees, for calves. I'm not having any luck with that, but I'm going to keep trying. And they can go to GoSleeves.com and put in RB24 and get a discount for those as well. I use them when I'm playing pickleball all the time. I don't need them, but they just make my knees feel so good that it's awesome. But they should check those out as well. So those are two of the things. And then another company that I'm with, that's called Vijuvia, and we've got a lot of other cannabinoid products, and we're doing stuff in the military. I'm a big supporter of our military because we wouldn't be the country we are today without them. And so it's a deal. We're going to come out with something, and buy one, get one free. Another one, if you buy something, money will be donated to. They have PTSD. Okay, we're trying to get it changed. There's a colonel that started up a thing called PTSI. They're trying to get it not to be PTSD, disorder. Trying to get it to I to be an injury, so insurance will cover it. Trying to help those people out. Another one where we're getting old hotels and things of that nature, redoing them, and actually getting veterans off the street to put them in and give them a new start in life. So I'm just involved in a lot of stuff like that.
Thank you, Rick. If you're looking for a broken down radio guy to endorse your stuff, you've come to the right place.
All right. Listen, hey, Merry Christmas and Happy Holidays.
You too, Rick.
During this time to everybody.
Yep. To you as well. Rick, thank you so much for the time.
Sure, guys. Bye.
All right, there it is. Rick Barry, the Hall of Famer, right here on 95.7 The Game.
If you ever want to get Rick going, Pickleball.
Pickleball or Rob Parker. Either one.
Yeah. You get two different reactions out of him.
He's the GMOAT.
I heard that pickleball is the fastest growing sport in America right now. Is that true?
It's absolutely true.
Do we know this to be true? How is that measured?
It's measured by, it's a participation sensation is what it is. Spinoni, put down the garlic bread and hit the register if you wouldn't mind. Spinoni is elbows deep in a bolognese right now.
Is it a bolognese?
I thought so.
And by the way, Spinoni, is it bolognese or bolognese?
Depends on who makes it and how much oregano.
No, he's got too much food in his mouth. He can't even answer. He doesn't know what's it. Seriously,
legitimate choke.
Excuse me, guys. I speak Spadone.
Thank you.
He said it's bolognese.
Okay. It's bolognese. It's not bolognese. Is that just like if I went to Italy and I ordered it at a restaurant, the server says what?
Probably bolognese.
Okay, so what is it?
Yeah, but
does the right hand come up? With the fingers all touching?
If you have more than two fingers touching your thumb, it's bolognese.
Okay. Bolognese.
If you do that to them, though, I do not think they would like that.
They'll punch you, right?
Yeah, they do not appreciate that.
I'm very big on going on like not trying to be a stupid American in other countries. I actually, the only
Bonjour.
time... Yeah. Well, that's
Bonjour.
fine. It's fine if your accent stinks. I think it's appreciated if you try. What I noticed, the only time I've ever been to France, I've been to France one time in my life.
Amigo.
And you go... Exactly. Donde está el baño?
Thank you.
No, so everybody's feeding me as I go to France with this like, oh gosh, watch out because the French are rude. They're super rude. It's very standoffish. I get there. I'm not there for an hour.
No.
And I'm in some souvenir shop and some American comes flying in, coming in hot, sticks his head in and goes, hey, does anybody speak English in here?
Oh, no.
And I'm like, well, no wonder no, you're rude. I don't have a problem. You have a problem. I was like, I thought the people in France were amazing. We got great, like the servers at the restaurant, the people, helpful. Maybe it was because of my expectations. I was almost scared. I thought everybody in France was fantastic. I thought the Americans looked awful. Not the French. They're great.
Yeah. Your pre-thoughts about the French, you know what that was?
It was an anticipation sensation?
It was.
It was,
an
right?
expectation sensation.
And an expectation sensation.
You were expecting them to be one way.
Right.
It's the same thing with New Yorkers.
Well, I think also it ended up being a discrimination sensation.
Oh.
I mean, because if they didn't do anything wrong, it's their country.
Sure. Yeah.
It's their country. So... put some respect on their name.
I agree with you.
All right.
It just a lot of times it depends on what you bring to the table in that case.
Right.
So.
I was just like, can somebody help me here? I don't, but try. In fact, somebody said that. They will love it if you try. So just walk in, and bonjour, and you can do it in a really bad accent, but they'll love it. They'll love it. Try to order. Try to read what's on the menu. You got no shot, but try. They'll love it. And they did. They did. Right? Is that true in Italy as well?
The people you interacted with love it. I don't want to blanket the entire country of France.
Here we go. Ugly American Hour, 11:19. Willard and Dibs, 95.7 The Game. Go ahead, Kyle.
No, that was all.
Oh,
I'm
that's
just
it?
saying, don't rob people of their individuality, regardless of the country they're from.
Well, wait a minute. No, you're not going to pigeonhole me over here trying to say that the French were nice into now me being somehow... the one who's painting with a broad brush and stereotyping people.
That's what you're doing.
No, I'm not. I'm telling you that in my trip, the French beat the Americans in terms of politeness, kindness, extending a helping hand. That's what I'm saying.
Well, this is a great way to get started.
All right. France 1, America 0 on my trip. My trip.
And that's all you can speak to is your own personal experience.
There you go. Scooter in the Bay Area.
Scooter?
Wait a minute. Scooter? Scooter. Is this the Scooter?
Hey, guys.
What's going on?
It is. I am a huge fan. Haven't gotten a chance to meet you guys yet, but love listening to you and 95.7 The Game. So I heard Dad on earlier, and you had to give me... I had to pull over because I had a flashback. He got the dad tone on that interview.
Oh, which question? And for those of you who might be confused now, so this is Scooter Barry. Scooter Barry.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, guys. I'm
And what was the dad tone answer? What did he say?
When you replayed the Rob interview, took the dad tone. It just gave me a little
PTSD, if you will.
Having some little PTSI.
Okay,
right. We're changing the D to the I. Exactly, Scooter.
So what did he used to get? What did he used to get mad at you for?
It was probably doing something to my brothers as the oldest. We had a competitive upbringing, if you could imagine, who could eat the most cereal bowls in the morning and who grabbed the most of whatever it was. It was 24/7.
And who did eat the most cereal bowls? I'm fascinated now. I mean, if you handicap it, I'd probably go with John. Would be the one who got after it the most.
Well, as the oldest, it's going to be whoever you ask is going to say they did it. So
got it.
I would say that I did.
And number one ranked cereal, Scooter. Number one ranked cereal would be what?
Oh, it had to be, because we weren't so health conscious. It had to be Frosted Flakes back in the day.
All right, that's a fair answer. They're great. Yeah, they're great. Beautiful. Well, Scooter, I'm glad you checked in with us, and it's an honor that you're a listener. Thank you.
No, guys, I really enjoy listening to you guys. I wanted to just get a little defense from my dad, because he always comes out as being the tough guy who people like to criticize. But I just wanted to say that as growing up with him and knowing how competitive he is, his style and his directness and his dedication to being a perfectionist at whatever he does, now it's pickleball and fly fishing, is why he's one of the greatest to have played his position. So, I'm a little biased as the oldest son, but I just want everybody to know that he's actually a good guy. He actually cares, and he's just very opinionated, and that's the way he's lived his life. So I appreciate you keeping him in the loop and him having an input on what's going on, because the Warriors are such a fantastic team to watch. I think he's very proud to be in that family.
Thank you for saying that, because my dad's no longer with us, and he reminds me of my dad, who's from the old school, and I worked with your dad at a previous radio station, and that's the real Rick that you hear on the radio. He was a serious dude now when I would get to know him in the bullpen back in the day.
Well, and I'll also tell you, Scooter, having been in the middle of the studio in that interview, Rick Barry v. Rob Parker, my phone went crazy for about 2 days. And I would say about 80% of what I was receiving was pro Rick and anti Rob. I will say that.
Well, that's good to hear. Yep. I mean, there's two sides to it, but I do appreciate that you got to experience that. He would be as intense to defend himself as he is to help you if you needed anything. So, just that's all I wanted people to know.
Love that.
Appreciate it, Scooter.
Yeah, Scooter. Thanks, man. Thanks for calling.
Yeah, guys. Look forward to hearing more, and go Warriors.
Okay, there it is. Scooter Barry.
Man.
Kyle, you've got 36 minutes to book the remainder of the Barry family. So get on it.
Yeah. It's like 14 phone calls.
Yeah, please.
And don't think that I'm not going to expect Canyon Barry, his youngest son, who recently was a G Leaguer, who may or may not still be plying his trade in professional basketball.
Yeah, they all play, and they all keep playing, and they go to all kinds of different teams. Scooter played for about, 47 different teams all around the world. And all around the world, it's the same song. Okay.
Oh, my God. I just looking at his team list.
Exactly.
San Jose Jammers, Erie Wave, Nashville Stars, SG Braunschweig, Tau Ceramica, Wichita Falls, Fort Wayne, Yakima, Southeast Melbourne, Herten and Leuven, back to Braunschweig, Gieslin 46ers, Media Broker Messina, FC Mulhouse Basket, Cholet Basket, Spiru Charleroi, Tenerife, and finally, Baloncesto Leon.
Baloncesto Leon is probably the best one, and I would pay at least $7 to hear you go through those names again. You are a true pronunciation sensation.
Oh, put it on the board.
And to say that he could play in Tau Ceramica and Wichita Falls in the same year, I don't know how many people can say that. It's Willard and Dibs, brought to you by BioNTech and Pfizer. Still ahead. Pick Your Battles looms in one of the most pathetically dramatic Pick Your Battles of all time. So please go nowhere. Also, NFL reboot week 14? 15. 14?
It's 14.
14. In or out? Next, Willard and Dibs, 95.7 The Game.
I'm Michael Jenkins, helping you beat the books with BetQL. Good teams win, great teams.
divorce houses, behind in payment houses, and I even buy my tenant won't pay me the rent houses. Do you have a house that is trashed and needs thousands of dollars in repairs? Great, because I love buying fixer-uppers too. I buy vacant houses, abandoned houses, condemned houses, and foreclosure houses. If you or someone you know is looking to sell their house and want to sell it fast, call me at 925-490-2000. That's 925-490-2000, 925-490-2000.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Because it's such a huge pick your battles, and we'll get to NFL in or out here in just a second, but just bouncing around some of the betting sites right now, betrivers.com, odds to win the NBA championship. Do you know who the favorite is right now to win the NBA title?
It's your Golden State Warriors. It's Brooklyn Nets. Still Brooklyn.
Remains the Brooklyn Nets. Which is like, I don't know, sort of surprising to me. And by a significant margin. Brooklyn Nets come in at plus 275. Warriors plus 425.
That's not that big a margin.
It's not that big, but it's also not like, I would feel like that should be neck and neck right now. In fact, I completely think the Warriors are a better bet than the Brooklyn Nets. Maybe they're feeling like the West will be harder to get out of than the East. Is that what it is? The Bucks are next in line at plus 800. Then the Suns at plus 900. And then side by side at plus 1,000, the Utah Jazz. And darn it, if they aren't going to be stubborn like hell, Vegas, the Los Angeles Lakers. Let me tell you something right now. Okay, Spadone, you listen up. The Los Angeles Lakers have no chance whatsoever to win the NBA championship this year.
11:33 a.m., 12/9/21. It is marked.
Mark it. None. Zero chance to win the NBA title. I will completely stand on that hill. Come on. No chance.
All right, we got to clean in and out on that? Okay. Thank you. And, yeah, you understand why the odds are set the way they are.
I need to look at the camera for the Twitch audience.
No, we got that.
And the YouTube audience. The Lakers have no chance this year.
Yeah, we marked it. You brought it home.
All right.
10-1. And if you think they do have a chance, 10-1's a nice price. And for the Brooklyn Nets being the favorite, there's the thought out there, and we talked about this on Liquidate All Assets. I was 3-1 yesterday. Guru, not so much.
Yep.
Kyrie Irving still could return, and that makes Brooklyn better.
Yes, that one is more interesting. I feel like that team is a little bit more mysterious, as is the entire East. The West has good teams. We know this.
Yeah.
The Lakers are not getting through Golden State, Phoenix, and Utah. They're not doing that.
But if you look at Phoenix and Golden State, it feels coin tossy right now between the two. Who's better? Best of 7,
Yeah.
It feels like a 7, right?
Yeah.
A 6 or a 7 to be sure.
I would lean Warriors just because the only late playoff experience, I know okay, Phoenix went to the title last year. I still feel like Ayton and that group, I still feel like there'd be an experience advantage for the Warriors if that matchup happens.
I think you're right,
yeah.
experience-wise, and a lot of it would be determined by Clay and his return to health, because Phoenix is a tough matchup now.
650 says, just like the Warriors minus 14 last night, Willard. I'm working on it, okay?
I did have the under on that game, Liquidate All Assets, one of my 3 wins. Went 3-1. The only game I lost was by a half a point. Lipscomb did me wrong again.
Tim Lipscomb is a tough one.
They covered the 17.5 against Miami.
Yep. So, did I not click? I didn't click bet on that already? I will parlay tonight, and I'm actually going back and forth between 2 teams to decide which will be the Pick Your Battles pick for later on in about, what do you say? About 18 minutes away from Pick Your Battles. But how about a little NFL Week 14 in or out? Kyle with the freshening up of the teams that we will dive into, or is it going to be Spadone?
It's going to be Spadone. We're doing a mid-producer meeting right now that I wasn't invited to, I guess.
I don't want you to be invited. I'd actually like to discuss with the powers that be why producer meetings keep happening in the middle of the show.
It's a great question.
It's got to be somebody's show.
That's fair.
Look.
So how about if we, I don't know, why don't we do a compartmentalization sensation and bring the producers to the meeting that aren't working in that moment? But that's fine. We love you, Spadone, except for your Laker fandom.
All right. Well, let's run through the NFC right now. These are the teams that are in the playoffs currently. We got the number 1 seed Arizona Cardinals, number 2 Green Bay Packers, number 3 Tampa Bay Buccaneers, number 4 Dallas Cowboys, number 5 the Los Angeles Rams, 6 the Washington Football Team, and rounding out number 7 the San Francisco 49ers. We're going to start with the teams on the bubble. So number 8, guys, are you in or out? Mark Willard. As I pull up my hotkeys page, are you in or out on the Philadelphia Eagles making the playoffs?
I'm out. Yeah, I'm out on the Philadelphia Eagles, and the number one reason I'm out is because of Week 2 in the National Football League when they lost to your and my San Francisco 49ers. The best thing that the 49ers have going for them right now is tiebreakers. They beat the Eagles. They're going to, mark it down, they're going to beat the Atlanta Falcons. They've got the game in hand over the Minnesota Vikings. It's why their playoff odds right now still sit at north of 60% because they have those tiebreakers and they are the most talented team of that bunch. The Eagles are going to have to find their way through a 2-game deficit essentially because of their earlier games and with their inconsistency at quarterback and receiver for that matter, they're not going to be able to do it.
Dan Dibley.
I'm going in, Spadone. I'm in on Philadelphia. They are on a bye this week, which is a huge advantage for Philadelphia to get a bye this late in the season, and they control their own destiny to a great extent. If the Niners lose in Cincinnati and they dip to 6-7, Philadelphia plays Washington twice. They've got the New York hapless Giants once, and they've got Dallas. Philadelphia's got 3 of 4 games at home. We at the Hotel Motel. I'm Holiday Inn on Philadelphia.
Love that. So we're split on the Eagles. We'll go to the number 9 seed currently at 5-7. That is the Minnesota Vikings, who play tonight against the Pittsburgh Steelers. Dan Dibley, are we in or out on the Minnesota Vikings?
Look. I'm out on Minnesota. I said I'm out. They've got Pittsburgh, still a tough game, on a short week tonight. At Chicago, cold game. Kirky Poo likes it indoors. That's not easy.
Kirky Poo.
Then the Rams and the Packers back-to-back. Minnesota's got a tough road to hoe. Watch your mouth. I'm out on Minnesota.
Mark Willard.
I would have said something different other than that schedule point is a solid one. But there are 5 games left for the Vikings who are 5-7. Do we agree that the 7 seed in the NFC this year will be 8-9? Do we agree on that?
No, we don't.
So we don't?
We don't.
I feel like it will be, and I feel like it very much should be the Minnesota Vikings. I don't love their chances to win at home against the Rams, but they could. They definitely will not win at Green Bay Sunday Night Football January 2nd. But 2 games against the hapless Bears, and tonight, little preview, they're going to win tonight as well. I think they can win at least 3 of their remaining games, get to 8-9. They cannot cover the 49ers because of the head-to-head, but I do think they can catch Washington and become the 7 seed.
Okay, we'll go round out here with number 10 and 11 who play each other this week, by the way. So maybe we just take a team who has better chance than the other to make it, because it's the Carolina Panthers against the Atlanta Falcons. Carolina 10 right now, Atlanta Falcons 11, both 5-7. Feels like whoever wins this keeps their hopes alive. Whoever loses it's done. So Mark Willard, Carolina Panthers, Atlanta Falcons. Either of those hitting you?
I would say that I am definitely out on the Carolina Panthers.
I'm out.
If you look at their schedule the rest of the way and now no Christian McCaffrey, this team will get the Falcons, as you're saying, this weekend. But listen to what happens after that. They go to Buffalo.
Loss.
They've got home and home with Tampa Bay.
Loss.
And they're at New Orleans.
After the new year, that's a loss.
To take on the Saints 2 days after New Year's Eve. Will New Orleans even be standing at that hour? So I'm definitely out on the Carolina Panthers. As far as the Atlanta Falcons, who we know still have a game here at Levi's Stadium, which they are going to lose. But listen to what else they have. If they're able to win this game against Carolina, guess who's on the schedule the day after Christmas? Oh, that would be the Detroit Lions.
Cupcake.
Sounds like a game they might be able to win. Now, they've got to go to Buffalo, too, but then they've got New Orleans at their place. I think the Falcons could conceivably go 3-2 the rest of the way. It puts them potentially in that 8-9 scenario. I am begrudgingly in on the Atlanta Falcons and the 10th best quarterback of all time in Matt Ryan.
Wow. Wow. I'm going to go double Nahigian with an I'm out. I'm out on both. That was great. That was a nice combo there. 8-9 for Atlanta, even if they win 3 of the 5, and I'll give you that. They beat Carolina, they beat Detroit. I'll give you the Saints in the finale. In a home game, you get to 8-9. Well, you lost to Philadelphia in the opener, and you lost to the Washington football team in week 4. You're 2-6 against the Connie. You get no tiebreaker loving at 8-9. You're not getting to 9-8. 8-9 doesn't do it for Atlanta and the Dirty Birds. Therefore,
I'm out. I think that's fair.
Well played, Spadone. I'm out.
Are you in on the 49ers or are you out?
I'm in. I'm in on the 49ers.
Remain in. Me too.
Even at 8-9, and in your 8-9 scenario, can the Niners go 3-2 over their final 5?
Well, again, they got 2 bunnies. They got 2 bunnies. And I know you don't want to hear the week after a loss, you don't want to hear bunny. The 49ers are not going to lose to Atlanta at home. They're definitely not going to lose to Houston at home.
So you're at 8-7 with the Titans game withstanding. And by the way, at Tennessee on a short week.
Yep.
I'll give you a loss there. And if you lose to the Rams and you fall to 8-9, well, then you get into tiebreaker scenarios. And to your point, you beat the Eagles, and you've been good against other teams that might be in that mix.
Sounds like you're assuming a loss at Cincinnati this week too.
Yeah,
you are.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Duh.
Oh, I don't say duh at all. Not on this one. This one could go either way.
Yeah, and tomorrow when we start anew with Pick Your Battles and we can pick weekend games. I like the over.
Ooh.
I like the over in that game.
Have we checked the weather? How's the weather? Is the weather good?
It's fine.
Cincinnati? We're on
fine.
Cincinnati. All right. It's all sponsored by AC Transit. Find a career with great benefits and work-life balance and do what you love. AC Transit is hiring bus operators now. Paid training provided. Join their team and keep the East Bay moving. Apply today at actransit.org/careers. 650 texts in and says, can't spell Willard without an L. And an L is exactly what he gave us yesterday. You know what else you can't do? You can't spell Willard without a W. Pick Your Battles is next on 95.7 The Game.
You know a spot, but not just a spot. The spot. Actually,
And I have a feeling, based on what I'm looking at right now, I don't know what you're going to pick, Dibs. Spadoni, all right, so it's college hoops. Spadoni, I don't know what you're going to pick. I have a feeling that mine might be the least favorite.
Okay.
Or if it's a favorite. And this is going to confuse the heck out of people, but we're sitting here discussing tiebreaker scenarios for Pick Your Battles, which seems likely.
Yet again.
In terms of who's going to have to make a donut run tomorrow. All four of us sit at a pathetically awful, embarrassing. Where's Jerry Sullivan when you need him? Aren't you embarrassed? Are you embarrassed by your performance? Yes. Yes, Jerry. Yes, I am.
What question is that?
Yeah, what kind of question is that? In this case, it's a good one. We're all 3 and 5.
And I'll say it, he stinks.
So unless only one of us loses tomorrow, we're going to have to get down to a tiebreaker scenario, which you propose to be?
Whichever of us has the most favored bet, meaning, if you were to do a money line bet and your team is minus 500, that's heavily favored, but we're not allowing any bet outside of minus 150. So if your pick is the most heavily favored of the choices and you lose, then you become the biggest loser.
There you go.
Goodbye.
So the stock is minus 110. That's the kind of the stock.
Correct.
Even Steven, like I take the 49ers plus 3 and it's minus 110.
Right.
That's the stock. If it goes higher than that, you would be the highest above 110. That's the tiebreaker loser.
Yes.
Below 110 would be the tiebreaker winner.
Yes.
Which maybe we should factor into our bets.
Maybe.
Yeah, it might be an elite type of a play, if you will.
And it may be weighted as one of our participants is not in the room. So unfortunately.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Now, as deserves to be on shaky ground.
I said moments ago that you can't spell Willard without an L. You pointed out that you can't spell Willard without 2 L's. So 1 W, 2 L's.
Number 2.
And that does reflect about what we've been able to produce for you this week. I actually was really frustrated going into last night's result, to borrow your word. For a minute, I was actually mad at myself for not hopping on a parlay. I've been cold recently. Y'all know that. But last night, because I'm not doing parlays. When you're cold, don't do parlays. So I threw a little action on 4 NBA games. We went W, and then the Warrior game.
Ouch.
So going into the Warrior game, I had just bet individually on all 4 games. I'm like
3-0.
I spread like $30 across 4 games.
Big spender.
And I'm like, okay, I'm going to win $30. If I'd parlayed these suckers, I'd be winning about $325. Gosh, I'm such a weenie. I can't believe I didn't do it. And then the Warriors only won by 10. And I was like, oh, thank goodness I didn't parlay that sucker.
Right. You went 3-1, so you won about $19.
Yeah,
essentially.
There's a guy who ran. I think Bruno and I were doing a show at a sports book at Caesars in Vegas.
Beautiful.
140 years ago. And during one of the commercial breaks, I go over there. I think it was baseball season, it's summertime. I go over there and, I don't know, I pick the Reds and the Astros or something like that, right? Got this little stupid parlay card in my hand. And the guy who runs the book goes, hey, what do you got there? And I go, oh, this is my betting slip. He goes, could I see it? And I pulled it out and I showed it to him. And he goes, oh, parlay better, huh? I go, yeah, I do. I like the parlays. He goes, cool. We built this place off of guys like you. So thanks for stopping by.
I love it.
Caesar's Palace. It's like, damn it. But anyway, still love to partake here and there.
I do too.
Definitely love to partake in Pick Your Battles. So here we go. Everybody's 3 and 5. Everybody's on the lam. Everybody's desperate. As always, we start in the other room. Spadone and Kyle. Spadone will speak for both of them. Kyle's sort of like accepting a Grammy, but he couldn't be there tonight. So Spadone will.
I'm gonna let you finish.
He will. He will deliver on his behalf. So Spadone, take it away. Kyle's pick first, or your pick
Not
first?
to cut you off, Spadone, but this is brought to you by Livermore Casino in downtown Livermore on 1st Street, Tri-Valley's only poker destination, offering blackjack, 3-card poker, baccarat with no player collection. 3571 1st Street in downtown Livermore. Spadone.
All right, so I give you 2.5 on the Kanye, by the way. Kyle's taking the Edmonton Oilers money line versus the Boston Bruins. Obviously, the Bruins broke his heart last night and they lost to the Canucks in overtime. But he's going Oilers, and it's minus 122.
Wow.
So minus 122 there for Cal.
That's a bold play, Cotton.
It's a bold
Slightly
strategy.
heavier favorite than your standard minus 110, so that looks to be the heaviest favorite on the board right now.
Most likely, which means that Kyle's loss is bigger than the rest of our losses. So we're really big fans of who tonight? Boston?
The Bruins.
Basically, if Boston wins, we're all fine. But let's see, Spadone, what do you got?
I'm going Lake Show even though you destroyed them by saying they will not win a title definitively, as you said about 20 minutes ago. I'm going Lakers minus 3.5 at the Memphis Grizzlies, still without John Morant. They're playing well.
They're playing
I
really
like the way the Lakers played last game against the Celtics.
And
they smashed them.
I will say Memphis played last night. Lakers did not. So you got the back-to-back dynamic going on there.
So I'm taking Lakers minus 3.5 at the Memphis Grizzlies.
Okay. And is that a minus 110?
Minus 112.
Minus 112 could be significant. Okay, so Kyle's got the big favorite. Spadone at 112. Mr. Dibber Claus.
If I could get a crossfade to my favorite tune, Spadone, as we turn our attention, nothing more exciting than betting on sports, but the only thing more exciting is betting on teenagers playing sports. As we go to the NCAA, we are still ahead of the majority of conference tournament action. And, Mark, there's a new number 1 team in the country, and I love this team. Boiler up, hammer down. They are deep. Jaden Ivey, Zach Edey, Travion Williams, Sasha Stefanovic, yes please.
Oh, they have a Sasha?
Sasha.
That's a weapon.
And they have a first, Caleb First with an FUR. Purdue is legit. They're going up against Rutgers. Rutgers is 4-4. They've had some bad losses, and they've had some not really that good of wins.
Okay.
13.5 is the number. Lay the 13.5 with Purdue. It's a minus 110 wager.
Minus 110, okay.
I'm taking Purdue, and I'm laying the 13 in the hook.
And this is regular Purdue, not IUPUI, right?
That'd be Ooey Pooey.
Ooey Pooey. This is regular Purdue.
That's Indiana University, Purdue University, Indiana.
Yeah.
It's Purdue, not Purdue.
Is it a palindrome, IUPUI? Is it the same thing in both directions?
Yeah.
Okay.
Ooey Pooey.
All right. Ooey Pooey. Congrats.
I'm taking Purdue.
All right. So you got a minus 110. Spadone's got a minus 112. Kyle's got a 122.
Yep.
I'm going to undercut all you smokers.
Oh.
I'm going for a minus 108, which means if I lose, but any of you lose, I still win. It's like Bull Durham. Sometimes if you lose, you really win. But that wasn't strategic. This was a pick I actually made about a half hour ago. And it's because on some sites you will find it at minus 3. On other sites you'll find it at minus 3.5, which is where you will find it on Bet Rivers. That is our site. I will go ahead and lay the extra half point and fall to minus 108. I think this is a perfect spot for Kyle Shanahan's favorite quarterback. Thursday night football. Ooh-wee. Let's go to the bold north and the Minnesota Vikings. The Steelers coming off that odd game against the Ravens where the Ravens went for 2. The Vikings, mind you, coming off not only a damaging loss to the 49ers, but then an embarrassing loss to Jared Goff's girlfriend's favorite team, the Detroit Lions. The Vikings will not have this go 3 weeks in a row. Dalvin Cook likely back tonight. Big spot for the Vikings. I love them here. Lay the 3.5. The Vikings will win this one by 10 tonight at home against the Pittsburgh Steelers.
There you have it. Pick your battles in a 4-way tie. If only one of us loses, or, depending on how it all shakes out, it could come down to the odds in play. And, all 4 of us with different odds.
No Adam Thielen tonight, but Justin Jefferson is going to go woof on national television.
On my fantasy team.
Ooh, congrats.
I've got Waddle, Chase, and Jefferson as my receivers. It's pretty fun.
That's
Watching that stat tracker pile up the numbers.
The old phrase when the 49ers of the 80s used to play, so many weapons.
And I'll tell you what's looming, and this is a great time to bring in the other two members of the Steiny Guru and Dibs Fantasy Football League.
Steiny and Go.
I'm on a possible collision course with the Rookie of the Year himself, Matt Steinmetz. If he wins, he's in. I'm already in the offs, so he and I may be facing off next week in an elimination sensation.
Wow. He's playing in the old Eastern Conference. I think we have the same record. He's in first. I'm in, third.
But look at total points. I'm far
no,
away.
that's not the way I coach.
It's
just not the way I coach. I coach.
And unfortunately,
I chase wins.
Then you're coaching like Bobby Knight. Then you're coaching wrong.
I'm resting my guys this week anyway.
Look at him.
I'm gonna play the bench.
I'm still not understanding this whole there's no money on the line.
I know. We explained that to you about 2 days ago.
One thing that's fine that you guys are playing, but there's trash talk going on, and there's not $1. There's not even $1 on the line. What are you trash talking?
What's worth more to you? A small sum, a small pittance that can be whisked away over the course of one drunken weekend, or an eternity?
I don't know.
Hour. Our show,
the leagues I play, it ain't no pittance.
The pain of the pocketbook.
Money in, money out. More money, more problems.
That's a good point. Yeah,
Steiny Guru and Dibs had a vainglorious 51-week run, during which time we had a drop tournament, we had arguments, we had laughs. We didn't see each other but 5 shows over that run, but what we did come up with...
That's true?
Yeah, we did 1 week.
Gosh. Wow.
You muscled in and I got bounced and the rest is history. But the point is, Mark, we came up with this great idea that they had done before with listeners. We did a full qualification sensation where they had to know the show to get in. We found 7 listeners. It's been a great, fun league. You don't need money to make it phenomenal. All you need is bragging rights and S-talk, and here we are.
Yeah.
2 men still alive. Sorry, Goo.
Yeah.
And Spadoni's
what am I really missing, Willard?
That's right. I think what you guys have set up is that when you lose, you're like, we'll
be back.
Moving along. All right, you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM in HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey station, brought to you by DuckDuckGo, Privacy Simplified. I should let you know, Dibs, this weekend in the we won't mention their name fantasy league that I am still a part of, playoffs start early. The 6 seed and the 7 seed, I am the 6 seed, 6 teams go. 6 seed and 7 seed play each other as it works out this week.
So typical.
And the winner goes. So playoffs are already underway there.
It's your old Montessori league.
That's right.
Everybody
Who's your
gets
QB?
in.
No, 6 teams. That's normal.
But 6 plays 7 in some cockamamie playing scenario.
No. That's just the way the schedule works.
Last game of the
regular season.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
But the regular season worked out to essentially be a playoff game.
Who's your quarterback?
Oh, gosh. They're falling asleep over here.
Who's your QB?
The guys in the free league are falling asleep.
I hate I'm a part of the free league.
Unbelievable.
I hate that you did so bad in the free league. I hate that you stopped trying in the free league.
Oh, no, that I didn't do.
Last week you started a quarterback on a bye.
You know what? Maybe I did.
Well.
Get some facts.
See, I just got Adam Thielen out of there.
Look at
he is out of there. We're going with Jamison Crowder. There you go. That'll keep him listening.
Anyway, Taysom Hill. We're streaming Taysom Hill.
Ooh,
not a good quarterback, but a good fantasy player. Good fantasy. He threw 4 picks last week and put up 26 points.
And each one was worse than the one before.
What do you want me to do? Grab Mac Jones or Jimmy Garoppolo and throw the ball 4 times? Come on.
What'd you think of that Warrior game last night?
Speaking of things that can put you to sleep, they're too good. They're too good if they're playing a team that doesn't have any players on it. The Warriors looked like they were at 3/4 speed and never being threatened at all to lose the game.
So, like it was open practice.
Yeah, glass of wine, a little grilled chicken, feet up. I love Wednesday nights. Wednesday nights are I teach my class on Wednesday. So when we get to 5 o'clock on Wednesday, I have to remind myself that it's not Friday. Because, man, it feels like we just made it to the weekend. So it was good. Kick up, relaxing Warrior game. It was nice.
My weekend starts at 3:15 with Liquidate All Assets. And, I missed you, Goo, for 2 weeks. And it's kind of the way Steiny feels when you were gone for Thanksgiving and, to do the pod when it's over. Because we grind on it. We don't mail it in. And you get to 4 o'clock, it's like, man, it feels like the weekend.
Yep.
Kind of that same experience.
And I sent some apologies last night to the Twitterverse. Episode 29 of Liquidate All Assets. I took the Raptors -7 hosting the Thunder, and the Thunder win the game. What is Nick Nurse doing?
The Thunder is a weird betting team this year. They are super weird. Like, you haven't heard of any of them. They've been beaten by 72 points or 73 points.
Yeah.
Right? But then the next night, they'll go beat somebody on the road. They're a weird basketball team.
Break up the Rockets.
Yeah, Goo took the collar yesterday, so we're hoping for a bounce back.
I was waiting on this.
You had to have the Warriors, I got to believe.
They didn't cover.
I know.
I had the under. I took the under. Easy cover on the under.
Look at them. Oklahoma City, to go back to our exercise from yesterday, Oklahoma City, 4th best team in the NBA against the spread this year.
That explains
OKC, 15-9 ATS.
You're going in getting 18 every game.
Seriously, right?
Yeah. Man.
Steph break the record Saturday in front of his dad and his brother.
ABC game. Unbelievable timing or...
I don't think so.
Chicanery.
Well, he shot enough last night to break it, but that he ain't a machine.
They got to go in. Yeah,
they got to go in.
Right. I've heard that.
Oh, he needs 9, right? Yeah. 9 to break it.
No, 10 to break, I think.
Oh, see, that's. I mean,
10 to break, 9 to tie.
What percentage of his career games has he made 10 or more threes?
Now, just saw that.
But with this,
I want to say he's got 10.
10.
But this is different.
I think maybe 15-ish. So let's say
with 10 or more threes.
But there wasn't a record hanging total. Like a big steak, you know?
But there's also 5 guys who don't want to be that guy. You don't want to be...
Okay, I have the
you
answer.
don't want to be Mike Bassett.
That's a good call.
I'd say 20 games of 10 or more.
I have the answer in front of me right now. I have the answer in front of me. By the way, it is the most in NBA history by a long way.
Wow.
Number of games with 10 made threes or more. Round the room, how many times do you think he's done it?
Well, Steiny said 15. That felt.
What'd you say? You said 15?
Did I?
I don't know. What did you say?
You can have a
I'm
new
going to say
guess.
20.
Okay, 20. 20 games.
I'm going to go with the Chris Mullin 17.
17?
I'm going to go Magic Johnson at 32.
Okay. Goo, you have overbid. You've been eliminated.
Goo, so high.
I thought I had it.
And the winner is... Matt Steinmetz. Dibs with the early celebration, a la Nick Young, throwing up a three-pointer, turning around and running the other way. But
Not how you drew it up.
The answer is 21. 21 times.
Good job,
21 times.
Just another contest I win with no money
no
on the
money
line.
attached.
Somehow we got to bring that back. The streets are talking. Somehow we got to bring the Jockberty back.
Yeah,
it's too good a bid.
There's just 2 guys to go to for that.
All right. Okay.
The creator and look.
Yeah, I'm out.
I'm out. Too much arguing, too many buzzer issues. I'm out.
I asked Steiny this one before you asked him, Willard, how do you watch Joe Burrow take on the Niners if you're a Niner fan and not just think of what you have in Trey Lance? I'm not saying Lance should be out there. How do you not imagine, like, that's what I want him to be?
Well, of course you imagine it, but we were talking earlier just about the whole idea, the concept, and I know this is a tough one, especially for sports fans, but the concept of patience. My guy Rich Ornberger came on with us yesterday, and he said this is the greatest thing that could happen to Trey Lance. And if you do look at top picks who sit, the history's pretty good of what happens next. But let's go to some of the. I mean, go to the Warriors. Look at Jordan Poole. Look at the team's record. I mean, nobody expected this year, but when you just wait and let things play out, stop asking players to go right away and be great, which is a little weird because it doesn't happen very often. Good things can happen.
So Wiseman should be better with if I take that.
I'm still totally in on James Wiseman's career.
I am too. I just want to see it.
Right.
Yeah.
We all do. But, you know, another good point made by Tim Rory last week when they played the Suns. DeAndre Ayton should be the guy Warriors fans look at when they hope that that's what James Wiseman becomes. Took him a little while. That's okay. That should happen. We're drafting guys now when they're teenagers. So it takes a minute.
And when you've got everybody else in the roster playing better than you probably thought, I mean, even Steph Curry, if he's as good as last year, that's a pretty decent little little level, but
No
Draymond's fresher and better. Wiggins more aggressive. You go all the way down the roster, they're all better than they were last year.
And I was telling Steiny real quick, Moody, I believe in him, but there's a log jam on this team of guys that are having those years to where you might just have to wait.
And Mark made the point of last night they coasted. Moody went off last night for 37 in Santa Cruz?
4 steals.
We think so much about Portland that we're sending you guys down Highway 17. That's how tight this game's going to be.
Goo, aren't you better today than you were yesterday?
I hope.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's
you
the goal,
sound
right?
better.
Well, yeah.
Well, actually,
you were 6.
Mock
That was a
Rivers,
little-
dude.
We did a little Mock Rivers. I said in the pond, I'm like, we got to go straight to Mock.
Yeah, rub my face in a little bit, but yeah.
Oh, it's all love, Goo.
You can't do Doc Rivers when you're sick. Then when else are you going to do it? I mean, the guy sounds like he's been sick for 38 years. It's incredible. All right, Steiny and Goo next on 95.7 The Game.
He brings the passion.
For what? I want to know now. I'm mentally invested. Don't tell me to pray and you don't say what for.
He brings the perspective.
Yeah, I think they both have a great point. Get off me, text line.
He's truly one of a kind.
That is whack. Oh my God.
And he's doing a great job.
I need you to man up and say what you really want to say.
Simon, you're doing a great job.
And together, they're Steiny and Guru.
Yeah.
On 95.7 The Game.
Look at that butt.
All right. I know it wasn't the greatest Warrior game of all time, but I did spend a lot of time thinking, is this just a one-off because of the circumstances with Steph Curry and trying to get him the ball, but not trying to get it too much, and figuring out how they wanted to play, respect the game, but give him a shot at the record. So I'm willing to say that was a different kind of game last night. But also, on the other hand, Goo, I got to tell you, there were some times last night when I was looking at the Warriors lineup.
What'd you see?
I said to myself, Curry was missing threes and Draymond wasn't scoring and Gary Payton the second was okay and Poole, and I'm just thinking, this team looks beatable. And I don't mean tonight, because they weren't going to get beat tonight. But there was a point in that game when I thought, okay, I know they're getting Clay back, but right now, they don't have a lot of scoring. That's
interesting.
Just the way I thought. I mean, Curry was, when Curry doesn't shoot well.
First one was air ball.
They do have an issue, I think. Now, and Clay's not there. Who is it?
It's going to be Clay.
You're right. Well, we hope.
And I'll tell you
it's not going to be Clay right away because he's only going to play 15 minutes a night.
And if you watch the national shows like I do, Steiny, or you tune into local radio like us here at 95.7 The Game, nobody knows, but they expect Clay to come in and start. I don't know if that's going to be the case. I'll ask you, how would you handle it? But if he's ready to go and he's cleared, does Clay even want to come off the bench? But I'll say this. So much of the success that has gone the Warriors' way this season at 21-4, nobody saw it, is defensively. And I'll give kudos. The big winner last night was Chauncey Billups. Whatever message he gave to what was left of that Trailblazers team, they came out, weren't that good, Steiny, but they played, but the Warriors held them under 100. But I can go back to Toronto having the Warriors down double figures. I can go down to the first quarter against the Magic, the game I was at. So you see glimpses of spells, but the Warriors always get through it. Last night they did it, but only up 2 at half. So I think now it's the disease of success that we expect him to be perfect. Poole 2 of 10 from deep, but that's what you love about Poole. He can be 2 of 10 or he can be 9 of 10.
That's what would drive me crazy if I were.
But he'll be Clay in a minute because he will be the third Splash Brother. But Stan, I guess what you're bringing up is I get it a little bit. Pop said the same thing. Style points. They got the dub. Now the road trip Saturday. Dude, are they on national TV more than any other team?
Probably.
Every week at 10, and I love it. But Saturday night, he has a chance to break the record, and I'll say this to Dub Nation. He took 17 threes. Could have broke the record last night if he would hit all of them. Yeah.
17
like
for 7.
that stat.
17 for 17 would be pretty good even for Steph, to tell you the truth.
16 to 17 would have got it done.
It would have. It absolutely would have. Warriors, I mean, to me, last night's game was obvious. And you hope they only have one of those. You hope it doesn't happen Saturday. But to me, it was clear they were just totally out of sync. Everybody on the court was thinking to themselves, all right, let's try to get the ball to Steph. But let's not overdo it. But let's not ignore him completely. But let's see if we can get him going early. It's just everybody was just a little off kilter, I think, trying to figure out how they would handle the Steph situation. Because they overlooked for him sometimes just because it was that kind of night. So now they're playing a good team in Philly on the road Saturday. He needs 10, which is a number he's gotten to.
His dad's flying to the game. He'll be in attendance. Okay, his brother's already there.
He might want to get a ticket to Indianapolis, too. He's done it 21 times, 10 or more. But, see, that's the one thing about Philadelphia. They're like, can you now a player like Embiid, I get it. He's not going to guard Steph.
Right.
But Philadelphia does not want that happening on their watch. And I get it. Nobody wants it happening on their watch. But some team, it's not going to matter. If Curry hits 7 against Philly, he's going to get it against Indiana.
Oh, there's no doubt.
No matter what they do. But I think if I'm the opposing team, I'm not letting him get 10. He comes in and needs 5. That's one thing. You'll do your best, but you know that odds aren't with you. But there's no way any team wants him to come in and get 10. To me, the pressure's on Philly way more than was on Portland because the notion of him getting 16 in a game is on a game that he picks out is kind of preposterous in a way.
You know what, Steiny? We're in an era now where the 3 ball is so prevalent. The Warriors attempted 46 threes. So now you're telling me that pride is going to kick in from a Sixer standpoint. But we talk about that blender area where it's difficult for defenders, especially with Steph, because you don't know where he's going to pull up from. Steiny, I could see him getting 10 easy. I'm not saying it's an easy feat.
Danny Green is on Philly.
He got 17 attempts yesterday, and most of the misses, and I'm not dissing Portland, were he missed them. You know what I mean?
No.
So I expect him Saturday night. I kind of like if you say, Guru, you want to bet a 20 a dove, that's what they call it. I might say he's going to break it Saturday night in front of Pops and his brother.
I'd have to. It's not that I don't think he can do it, but I think from an odds perspective, you'd have to say he doesn't do it. If he's if he's only done it 21 times in his career, that means he's only hit 10 or more. That means he's only hit 10 or more threes about once or twice a year. Think about that.
Yeah, I am.
So, and there's going to be a lot of focus on it. I would bet against it on Saturday. The other thing is it's so funny. I'm thinking, because I didn't realize the schedule was the schedule, and I was just watching the game, and it's like, okay, he's not going to get it, but I wonder what he's going to get here. He's going to leave.
And every time he's going to leave it, like if he gets hot,
he's going to let it out. He's going to put himself at a makeable number on Saturday. I look, and it's like Saturday's an ABC game.
First one of the year, Mark Jackson, Bream, and Van Gundy.
And I'm thinking, what a great coincidence for ABC. But you know what? I'll say it. Not he's an idiot, but I don't know. He always the NBA is so how did it work out like that? Come on. And to me, the number's perfect because 10 is a lot. He gets 10 to break the record, and that's going to be, you think about the buildup over 10.
But Steiny, I'm going back to high school when I felt I was good looking, and other guys would be like, "How's he always get the girls?" That's what you're saying now about Steph in the stage. It just good things happen to good people. And can I give kudos to one Warrior, Steiny? That there's so many awards we could give out right now about who's impressed you, but Otto Porter Jr. Steiny is 6'8". When I say he's no punk, he's no punk. He's been there, and now the way, just his persona on the basketball court and my feeling of when the ball leaves his hands, I think it's splashing. I mean, Bob Myers, what a great move. And he's played playoff basketball. You remember the Wizards back in the day when they were in there, Steiny? So he's one of the
only guys outside of their championship players who's played in the postseason.
Shout out Georgetown.
And he certainly has way more experience than Wiggins in the playoffs, than Bielitsa in the playoffs. And
Wiggins shot 41%
in the regular season. What was he last night? It didn't feel like he had anything going. Let me bring it up. Wiggins.
I should have had it. Yeah, but keep
back
going.
to Wiggins.
Yeah,
I'll be happy to go back to Wiggins. How long you think Curry's record's going to stand once he gets it? Because I got that's
what
one
if
thing.
I told you I'm being real forever?
Okay. I know a lot of people that disagree with you.
He's going to add for 5 years at least to this record, Steiny.
He is going to add, but he's also the player who is the reason why a lot of players are taking 10 threes a game. And that wasn't the case when he came into the league.
Wiggins was 4-9, 2 of 5 from deep.
Well, it's still pretty good from deep.
Coming into his own, man. Product of his environment.
888-957-9570. A couple things. How long do you think Steph's record will stand once it gets broken, which is just a formality? And then, seriously, what would you bet that it happens Saturday or that it doesn't happen Saturday? I'd have to bet no. As great as he is, I can't bet on a guy. I couldn't imagine making a bet where I go into the game and say, he's got to make 10 threes for me to win the bet.
But go ahead.
I just couldn't. That would make me more uncomfortable. Actually, I don't know. I was going to say it'd make me more uncomfortable than betting against it, but maybe not. Because then he starts making them, and then you're like, oh, no, he's going to do it, isn't he?
But what about last night, Steiny? Did you have the reverse calculator? Like, every time he made one,
no,
I'm like...
he didn't start with...
but
was
you're
he,
right.
1 for 6?
Yeah, but...
No.
When one went in, you're like, there's 7 minutes left in the third. 17. We got the whole fourth.
Chauncey Billups wasn't fazed. He was kind of laughing, actually.
They played hard for Chauncey last night. What does that mean? They're pros.
Well, they played hard, and they don't have a lot of talent right now. That Portland team, by the way.
You don't like McLemore?
No.
The old king?
He stinks.
Right.
Oh, my God. Ben McLemore?
He gets elevation on his jumper.
He's terrible, dude.
Right. Dennis Smith Jr.?
He stinks.
He was supposed to be
You want to go up and down their roster? I'll give you the one word. I'll give you the one word on everybody.
Who left the game? He was playing.
Oof, yeah. 14 for him.
But that's
he had a nice 7 minutes. Go down the roster.
Snail.
He had 0.
Nance Jr. can play on my team.
He's all right.
Okay.
That's a ninth man. I'll take him. Who?
Ellaby.
Next.
Wofford. DMP.
Next.
Brown the third. DMP.
Exactly.
And Blevins. Shout out Michael Bivens.
Can you please give me the guys who played?
Oh, Covington.
No, he's done.
He's like a carton of milk. It expired.
Thank you.
Powell. Never met a shot he didn't like.
Right.
I would have kept my guy Trent Jr., man. Anyway.
6 of one, half dozen of the other.
Nurkic and Smith Jr.
Nurkic is a myth.
How were they down 2 at half? Or sleepwalking hard?
It's the NBA. You know what? I
hate this.
Sometimes when you ask me that, I want to fight. What do you mean, how can it happen? It's the NBA. That's how it happens. How come they didn't cover? Well, because it's the NBA and Portland.
That's the real
Portland played well. The guys who played for Portland played well. 707 with a good point. Thibault and Green played too much D to let Steph get the record in Philly.
All right.
I kind of feel like it. I kind of feel that's the way I'm going. We got a great show coming up today. We're going to talk Warriors, get you involved, as always, the listener. Got to talk some 49ers. We have some sound from Kyle Shanahan's press conference yesterday that might make you grit your teeth a little bit. It was interesting. I heard some of the sound, and I don't know, man. I think your boy is getting a little bit defensive. We'll also talk about Trey Lance, a little Joe Burrow. Then but Ryan McDonough is a former GM of the Suns. He was an assistant general manager for the Celtics when they won it with Danny Ainge there as a GM. He's now our Odyssey Sports NBA insider. He's going to join us at 1:30. And then got a little piece of news for you. I think you know, maybe you don't. But if you don't, if you do know, act surprised. Just act surprised. Go, no, but man,
I'm good at that.
Tomorrow, we got an interesting, I would say, very interesting guest at 12:30, and the former player. It's going to be interesting to see what he has to say because he has knowledge of information that none of us know about. I feel like almost teasing that to the other side.
That is beautiful.
Is it possible to tease the guest for tomorrow? I'll tell you what. 888-957-9570. See if you can, text in and guess the guest. Maybe I'll give you a hint over the course of the next, 15 or 20 minutes.
There's got to be a prize involved.
The prize will be
it's got to be something.
The prize will,
there you go, Spadone.
Don't put me on the spot. You know what? Yeah, I'll tell you who the guest is on the other side, but I'll give you a hint first. Let me see let me think of the hint for the other side. I guarantee you, if you're a Bay Area sports fan, you're going to say, "Oh, that could be pretty cool." All right, so I'm going to tease tomorrow's guest on the other side, and I'll give you some clues to see if you guys can follow along and figure out who it is. You can guess without knowing, too, if you wanted. 888-957-9570. It's all brought to you by BioNTech and Pfizer.
Festivals, football, the great outdoors. Some people.
What did I do wrong?
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All righty. Ryan McDonough joining us at 1:30. Former Suns general manager. He was assistant general manager of the Boston Celtics when they won a title. What was that, 2007 or 8?
I want to say
that's where I'm not. I got to get better at that. Just
if I could hit the thing like JD does, and then bring it up.
Yeah, 7 or 8, maybe 6. I don't know. Anyway, Ryan McDonough. By the way, one of the great legendary stories in this business. Ryan McDonough's father, Will McDonough, sports writer for the Boston Globe. Great sports writer, but maybe most remembered for knocking a Patriot right out in the locker room.
Man.
Patriot Raymond Claiborne put his finger in McDonough's face. Apparently it hit his eye, and McDonough dropped him. Sports writer dropped a football player. It was our finest hour.
No charges? Today there'd be charges.
No, Claiborne instigated it. Apparently he's pushing people around. He was all mad after a game. Anyway, Ryan McDonough coming up at 1:30. Talk some Warriors. All right, so tomorrow at 12:30.
Uh-oh. Drum roll. They know. They listen.
Well, we did put it on social media. Thanks for the nice teamwork, everybody. All right, here's who we're having tomorrow. I'll play this. This is a 2-second soundbite. I'm going to play it, and everybody will know. Our guest tomorrow at 12:30.
I'm a Warriors, and I'm always going to be a Warriors.
Monte Ellis.
He's got it tatted on his body.
Monte Ellis coming on at 12:30. Somebody I covered every single year he was here.
So when he hears Steinmetz, he'll know?
That is a good question. I would lean probably not.
Yeah.
Just that's always a good question that I've wondered, but nobody really cares about.
I'm random.
It's every guy's different. I mean,
I would remember. Like if I play all my jobs, I remember the security people. And
I saw him 5-6 times a week for 7 years.
You're actually on the same team.
But it's the kind of thing where I'd say, this is Matt Steinmetz, and he'll be like, oh,
but if he didn't like you, he'll remember you more. You know what I mean? People you don't like, you kind of remember.
I didn't like him.
You didn't like him?
Yeah.
Steiny, he was
not
my
toward
Steph.
the end.
He was Steph before Steph. Fitz called Monte. That's my fits, but yeah.
But you start thinking about what we can ask Monte. It's going to be incredible.
My goodness.
I mean, Monte, just to catch everybody up. He was obviously here when Steph Curry was drafted. Steph Curry's first day of training camp at Media Day. First day. Said, yeah, we can't play together. We're too small.
Wow.
Remember
That's how
then?
he felt.
And you could make a case that when Monte got traded to Milwaukee, it started the Warriors on their roll.
And I was hurt.
I remember stories about Monte where he didn't, he wasn't crazy about Steph early. And I'll ask him about this tomorrow. Monte's wife was a police officer. She was pretty tough. And the story I remember is she told Monte one time, "What are you doing? Like, what? Steph Curry's got nothing to do. What are you mad at him for? What are you like?
Wow,
how come you're not?"
Man, yeah.
And I remember him even acknowledging that. She kind of told me that was, I cleaned up my act a little bit with that. But then, if I remember correctly, Monte's wife and Aisha became friends. They played together for 3 years, and
I would love to go to YouTube and watch a game. I may do that tonight.
Yeah,
because he was the franchise. Monte was it. There wasn't nothing to write home about, but he was the fan favorite.
Yes, he was.
And Steph took it times a million.
A big part of the reason why Joe Lacob got booed the night of the Chris Mullin retirement jersey.
Preach.
So he's got unbelievable ties to the Bay.
How did he know the
president? And was certainly a fan favorite.
You know where he's living at now?
I would guess Mississippi. Yeah. That's where he's from.
That's where my mama from. Tombstone.
He kind of, he was always soft-spoken. Never said it a lot. Got to the Bay Area right out of high school.
The town. Steiny, he was king of the mid-range. Forget Cassell.
Yeah, good call.
Rip Hamilton. Boy used to, and he had hops. Hey,
that's a great call.
I'm not going to bring this up to him, but what do you remember where you were at when he got into the quote-unquote moped motorcycle accident? Like, did you get tipped off before everybody knew about it, or how did that go?
How did that go?
When did you get word like, oh, man, dude?
Well, I think the first reports was obviously it's either a bike or a moped.
Moped is how I heard it.
Yeah.
Not motorcycle, moped.
Yeah, it was a moped. I guess a lot of guys have it in their contract they can't ride motorcycles or mopeds. And I think he had it in his contract he couldn't. I think he said then he got hurt playing. They found out. He lied at first.
Right. I would have did it too. Yeah. You don't want to tell him,
Why? See, Goo, that's like, what's wrong with it's 10 years later. Hey, Monte, do you regret lying about?
Oh, now you reflect. I get that. Yeah, of course. Yeah. But in the meantime.
But that's how it's about. Here's what it's about.
Terry McMillan, great book. In the meantime.
It's about, hopefully, and here's the other thing about Monte. We got him scheduled for tomorrow. We'll see. Fingers crossed.
Mad Bum had the moped too.
No, was that a horse? No, it was a Forerunner.
Dirt bike. Similar.
Yeah, different. Dirt bike's more dangerous than a moped.
Same umbrella, right? Yeah,
I would say that. A two-wheeler for sure. So anyway, Monte Ellis tomorrow, and looking forward to that. I hope these guys. You know what? I hope. Here's the bottom line with Monte, and I haven't talked to him in. Oh boy!
Has he been back to the Collie? Has he been back?
I want to say yes once, but I don't know specifically. I don't know specifically, but I'm just hoping he's into it.
I think if the fact that he accepted it, I think he's into it.
Because sometimes Monte was very understated and just wasn't into it. You know what I mean? Yeah. So we'll see. Anyway, we'll see. Let me ask you this again, Goo, and I'm going to ask Warrior fans. 888-957-9570. How long's Steph Curry's record going to last? Because he's getting it. It's going to either be Saturday, it's going to be Monday, or maybe it'll be Tuesday at Madison Square Garden, but it's happening. It's absolutely, positively happening. So how long do you think he's going to have this record?
Honestly, believe forever.
Okay. Somebody doesn't agree with you.
Okay.
And we know him. And we like him. And we're going to take a listen.
Steph Curry's three-point record will 100% be broken. From the time he's done playing, it'll probably only take someone 5 to 6 more years to break that record, if that. Reason being, Trae Young comes into the NBA attempting probably 6 or 7 3-pointers a game. Donovan Mitchell comes into the NBA attempting probably 6 or 7 3-pointers a game. Steph Curry came into the NBA attempting 2 3-pointers a game because it's just a totally different ball game. 2 or 3 3-pointers a game. It's a totally different ball game.
What do you think?
I get that, but a part of why I'm saying it's going to be unattainable is you got to make them. But the fact that this is a guy that was putting up 400 a year.
So what are you saying to Draymond?
When we get him on, I think it's coming.
Oh boy,
we're gonna get him, dude. Steiny.
All right.
Anyway,
yeah, sure. We'll get him at the parade, maybe.
That hurts. We'll get him before All-Star.
More brownie.
Yeah, that's good. Steiny, he's going to add to where this is going to be somewhere. I don't care if to trade Donovan Mitchell's. They got to stay healthy, one, and you got to put in that volume that Steph's been doing for the last 10 years.
But you do realize that Curry, for example, the first 3 years averaged less than 5 a game.
Hasn't he made up for that, though? I would tell Draymond.
You sound funny. I think you maybe need to turn your microphone on. All right, you want to repeat what you said?
Hasn't he made up for the last 3 years, slow start?
I mean, yes.
Times 10.
No, not times 10.
8?
I'm just saying, Trey. I'm not saying Trae Young's going to do it.
I got you.
At all.
But I get that ideology.
Trae Young has taken 6 threes his rookie year. All right, he played all the games. So I don't know what's going to happen. I'm on Draymond's side. I think 5 or 6 years is a little too soon. But, yeah, I think somebody will break. I said in our lifetime someone's going to break it. Yeah. They're just shooting too much. They're just shooting too many times out there. I mean, think about it.
So you're saying that person or persons are already in our league?
See, that's where I'm at. I'm not saying. That I'm not saying.
That young man could be in middle school or high school.
What you got to understand is Curry right now I think is averaging 13 threes a game.
Wow.
More? Or a little more maybe. 13-5, almost 14. So what you gotta realize is somebody's gonna come into this league and their rookie year, they're gonna shoot 10 a game. And you know what? Maybe they'll make 4. And that will get them that'll give them a head start.
Because you gotta be a bad boy to come in, and there will be.
And I know he's going to pad.
To shoot 10 a game.
I know he's going to pad.
Oh, Steiny, I mean, that's where I'm like, this thing ain't over.
I got a question for you. Chauncey Billups last night was talking about Steph, and he said something that really stuck out. And I'm going to play it for you, and I want Warrior fans to listen to what Billups said, and then ask themselves, what if he would have said this a long time ago? Take a listen.
The game has changed a ton. Quite frankly, he's the reason why. And it's interesting because everybody plays the game that way, but there's only one Steph Curry. Probably the only guy that has played this game that plays like that. I always say, to me, they have these lists and who's the greatest this. I think that he's just the greatest combo guard to ever play the game.
Wow.
What are you saying wow about?
Because he's mastered the ability to be a combo guard. So
15 years ago, if you called somebody
a tweener,
a great combo guard, I wouldn't say it would be an insult, but it would absolutely positively not be a compliment. It's just the way it was.
I totally get that.
And also, I want to say something. If you want to really parse words, when you say Steph's the greatest combo guard of all time, what it does is it means you're not calling him the greatest point guard and you're not calling him the greatest shooting guard. I don't know. Like, this is where maybe I parse words to a crazy, crazy degree. But a combo guard, and that was a big reason why a lot of people around basketball did not think Curry could ever reach the heights that he did. Not that he could have done it as a pure point or a two. But what I'm getting at is when Steph Curry came into the league, it was not a compliment to say, well, he's kind of a combo guard. He's not a true point guard, and he's not a true shooting guard. So he's kind of a tweener. That was not good.
I'm with you.
That was a hindrance when you were Steph Curry, when you were playing in 2005 and 2008 and 2010. So of all the things that he's done, and yeah, I know we can talk about how he's changed the game. He actually, by accident, changed the meaning of terminology from what was a pejorative way to talk about a guard to what's now become almost the way point guards play. Point guards now are combo guards for the most part. There's a couple pure ones. Mike Conley, I would say, is a pure point guard. Westbrook, he's not a pure point guard. He's a combo guard.
Steph made it okay. And one of the greatest days in my radio life, Steiny, you were with me at the parade. We were joined by the chef. And if you remember, I asked him, who were your guys or guys coming up? And he said these two names, which he has become to me, Steiny, and that makes him a tweener or a combo. Reggie Miller and Steve Nash.
Yep.
And that's what I'm watching. But to your assessment about what is he, a PGS? If somebody says he's the greatest shooter of all time, that supersedes wherever you want to slot him at.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like,
it might.
To me, that supersedes. Hey, put me wherever you want, but you have to be fundamentally sound to be a tweener and be great at both. And I know you're like, hey, and I'm not telling you he is. Guru, he's the best passer we've ever seen at the point guard position. I won't say that, but
of course not.
He has so many skills and blessings that he's been given that he could pull it off. And I'm asking you this because I got to tell the people behind the scenes. This morning I walk in, Matt Steinmetz on his iPad has videos, and producer E and myself are watching the great Pistol Pete and the tricks he was doing with a basketball. And I sat there like, this is magic. But with all that said, Steiny, he's the first player, Steph, to shoot the ball off the dribble. Give me another.
He's the first.
Mahmoud
Abdul-Rauf
did, you know what?
Did it to a certain degree, but not like nobody did it like. I mean, Mark Price
was a bad dude.
Actually could do it a little, but nobody can even come close to the way Curry does it. Shoot off the dribble. Reggie Miller didn't even do that.
He was catching shoot like Ray.
He never shot off the dribble.
It was unheard of.
And the 510 brings up a good point, and I've thought about, I've mentioned this too. They actually have two players that are virtually the same, and that's Draymond Green. The reason Draymond Green fell to the second round is because he wasn't a true small forward and he wasn't a true power forward. He was too small, in theory, to be a power forward, and he wasn't quick enough to be a small forward. And so he gets drafted in the second round, and the next thing you know, you look at Draymond and you're like, well, he's big and strong enough to guard fours, and he's also quick and small enough to guard threes, and he's actually more mobile and can do more than most fours. So all of a sudden, and I'm not comparing them as players, but Barkley was the same way. When Barkley came out, he was 6'6", and he was really heavy, and everyone's like, well, he's not a power forward because he's too small, but he's not a small forward either because you thought of small forwards like Scottie Pippen. He's like, well, he's not nothing like Scottie Pippen. And the bottom line is Barkley was a certain size where if you guarded him with a power forward, he could drive by you. If you guarded him with a small forward, he would take him into the low post. So he turned every supposed disadvantage into an advantage. That's what both Curry and Draymond have done.
And I'll say this. The day Draymond gets inducted into the basketball Naismith Hall of Fame, one of the best compliments, Steiny, I've ever heard about Draymond was from our own Jim Barnett, who said he arguably could be the best defender he's ever laid eyes on. And you're famous for, to hell with the kids. But sometimes to hell with analytics, because analytics does not take in the component of heart. And that's what Draymond has. That's what Barkley has. And they get left at the altar when you go super duper nerd analytical. Is that a word? Analytical, Steiny? You don't gauge what's inside. And that's why you have Steph, who was doubted at every turn, beat the ankle issues, and now look at him, the dumb dada.
The what? The what?
The king.
What did you?
The Dundada.
I've never heard of that. What is it? What movie?
What are you talking about?
The king. He's the goat.
What?
The Don, like the mob movies, Dundada.
I'm sorry.
Right. Look it up. Urban Dictionary. The Dundada.
You mean like Don Corleone?
Yeah. The Don.
How do you spell that real quick? So I don't even like what
the Don Dada.
I know. So is it D-O-N or D-U-N?
However you want to spell it. Yeah, you ain't never heard that? The
No.
Don Dada.
Yeah,
No.
D-O-N-D-O-double-T-A.
It's street. Yeah, little Guru Bonics. Yeah.
What is that? So it's a word.
It is a word.
I'm asking Evan. He's actually on the Evan.
It also happens to be an artist named the Don Dada.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Urban Dictionary, D-O-N-D-A-D-A. This is how you use it in a sentence. That guy is the Dundada. He does business on Wall Street.
Dude, he's right on the money. And I want to say something right now. That wasn't about me saying you're wrong,
Right.
dude. What are you
No,
talking
I
about?
understand.
It's about two guys from different backgrounds,
That's all.
and you
Urban
giving me
Dictionary.
information to help me understand you, and I give you information to help me, and it just makes us all better as a society and as a community. Dundada.
Ice Cube's used it in a verse before, too, right? The great
I got to
Ice Cube.
tell you, I don't dislike it. I don't dislike it. By the way, if there's one guy who could have said this, it's Steph Curry.
I'm a Warriors, and I'm always going to be a Warriors.
See, when
Why
Monte
did you
said
leave?
7, he got traded.
I know, but he got traded because he made those comments.
What comments?
About him and Steph not being able to play.
Well, that was
You're
3
really
years
calling
before.
out the org, though. You think he wants his wife? What was it, Monique?
I can't remember.
Was she OPD too?
I thought she was,
Oh, wow.
actually. Or, yeah, I think so. But, it took the Warriors 3 years to trade him.
God, he was so good.
But a lot of people were upset. That's the other thing I can ask
But I
him.
started the business.
How do you feel to be the big reason why the Warriors owner got booed off the stage?
This is crazy.
I'm thinking of a game winner. Oh no, you guys.
He had one against the Nets.
The Pacers too.
Probably. He played for the Pacers.
Yeah.
Anyway, he also had a great dunk over
Who?
Barbosa. When
I'm gonna
Barbosa was
look
in
at that
Phoenix.
during the break.
Oh, I guarantee you it's right there. It's right there. All right, when we come back, there was one of the things I said. How long on the record stand? Pacers. We can get into some 49ers. I'm going to take your calls, too. I see a couple people out there that want to talk about Steph and the Warriors. Is he going to get it Saturday on national television? It's possible. It's more possible than getting it last night. Hey, find a career with great benefits and work-life balance. And do what you love. AC Transit is hiring journey-level mechanics and service employees. Join their East Bay team to maintain AC Transit's fleet of buses. Apply today at actransit.org/careers.
Go to
fast as possible. Then they get to a game, I mean, like this one last week or like the Super Bowl, they go away from all of that and tank every time. And you can see it you'll see it in the first 5 plays. If they pass on like within the first play or two, instead of run, then you know it's over. That's going to be it. They're going to put it on Jimmy's shoulders, and he is going to throw the killing interception to ice the game for the other team, right?
Thanks, Rick. Appreciate the call. Couple things on the text line, and apparently from feedback yesterday, we worked the text line very well. There was not one text that came in that said, you guys do too much or too little. Anyway, so we'll keep doing what it's a couple texts here.
Text line.
No, Steiny. You're wrong there. I was wrong. Okay, the 510 says, really, fellas, every single day we're going to have this same lame debate? No, we're not talking about Garoppolo and Lance.
Right.
Hello? We're talking about why Kittle wasn't in the game for that 4th down play. Our guy Lobo, here's what he said. Our guy Lobo.
I always think of New Mexico when you say Lobo.
I don't. I think of our main man.
Me too, but still a little flim. But yeah.
Lobo says that run was the same 2 plays that Jimmy scored on against Chicago.
Oh, okay.
I don't hear anybody complaining about it then. So they scored a couple against Chicago with Kittle off the field, is what Lobo's saying. I don't have the all 22 in front of me.
Kittle was Lou Ferrigno that day. You don't leave the field.
Yeah, against
Seattle.
Okay, gotcha.
And you know what, Steiny? I'm like this. I'm a guy that if there's a file, I won't tell you there's a file until it's time for something to go in it. And if something somehow goes in it without your knowledge and the person continues to give me information to put something else in the file, then we have a conversation to let you know that you're aware of the file and it exists. I'm going back to this day of a game that I watched 1 million times, and it bothered me. I shared it with you. You got aggravated. The Super Bowl, before halftime, where John Lynch, the Hall of Famer, is yelling
he wasn't at the
in
time.
his suite
He was
for
not a Hall of
timeout,
Famer at the time.
And Kyle Shanahan acted like, nope, I'm a Frank Sinatra, do it my way, when Bill Parcells and all the greats, Madden, would have called the timeout. That was a glimpse of what we're seeing the Green Bay game. Oh, it was 37 seconds. But if you really, really didn't want A-Rod, Mr. State Farm, back out there, you could have, with your quarterback, milked that baby to where it was just 7 seconds left. There are things that are popping out like acne left and right, Steiny, to where it's like, this dude gets overcome. He's overcome with emotion, bad emotion, in the wrong time. And that 4th and 1, Steiny, that was so. First off, I'm going to say this to you. Why are you going for it? It's the end of the 3rd. You got a whole quarter left. You're going to give him the ball right there on your own foot. Hey, I'm just calling it like I see him. And this is a guy I wanted to marry. Sports marry. Remember, here's the ring. This is the guy. Not no more, Steiny. Nope.
Well, it's too late. He has the ring. And
What
you've
ring?
been married.
No.
You married him. You married him early.
I have a wife. And the marriage was going to
away.
get consummated when Trey Lance was to play his first game, and you show that you were in love with his abilities, that didn't happen.
That's not the way it works.
I packed up and left.
No, that's not the way.
I'm not the only one, man. People are down on this dude.
I'm not saying you're divorced with Kyle right now.
What grade would you give him through 12? Just this whole season.
C.
Damn, that ain't good enough.
Well, they're not good enough.
Are they? Or
no, I don't think so. I don't think they're very good. I think they're 500. I do.
Well, you did say, what is it, 9 and 8?
9 and 8.
Dude,
they better get hot.
Yeah.
They better get hot. By the way, if you just joined us, tomorrow at 12:30 tomorrow, Monte Ellis, former Golden State Warrior, one of the big maybe the biggest fan favorite of my. I got to be careful. I got to be careful. Maybe he was the fan favorite before Steph Curry arrived. That's a safe way to put it. I don't want to say he's the biggest fan favorite of all time.
But Manu wasn't
what about like Mullen?
Well, you're right there.
So
But then when you say Mullen, I say Mitch. And then when you say Mitch, I say Timmy.
But I think Mully was more popular
no doubt.
than those guys because he had a longer tenure.
But Monte was... See, but you had options with Mullen. Steiny run TFC with your boy. He was just... And he never had a nickname.
The Mississippi Bullet.
I've never...
Maybe Jason Richardson up there as well.
Yeah, good call. Yeah. Jay Rich, absolutely. Gilbert Arenas was very well liked.
G-Code. We used to call him G-Code. The Mississippi what, Steiny?
Mississippi Bullet. It's not politically correct anymore. However, it was his nickname.
Wow.
I bet he has a couple more.
Tay.
Let me go to basketball.
Well, that's Monte.
No, it's not.
I call him Tay.
They used to call Monte Tay, too.
But the people didn't. The fans.
It's on Mount Taymor with Monte in the Bay Area.
Who else?
Rappaport?
Yeah, look at Shante. Roxanne Shante.
Basketball Reference says nicknames the Mississippi Bullet and Robin. Robin. That's clearly because he was always a number 2.
Oh, man.
Maybe. Remember this? I actually remember this game. Take a listen.
Defensive rebound, Barron. 5 seconds to go. Warriors won't call time. Monte for the win. Yes! Warriors have won at the buzzer by Monte Ellis.
Play that for him tomorrow. We got to play that.
I will. Hopefully, I'll get him off to a good.
Yeah, no doubt. If that doesn't, then it'll never.
Tim Roy doing his best Marv Albert there with the yes.
Oh, let's take another listen. This was the We Believe season. It had to be if Steven Jackson got the rebound. No, actually, it might not have been. Might have been the year after that.
Defensive rebound, Barron. 5 seconds to go. Warriors won't call time. Monte for the win. Yes!
Yes!
Warriors have won at the buzzer by Monte Ellis.
Little left wing jumper off the break. Somebody 707 saying no, it was a Mississippi Missile. I'm just looking at Basketball Reference. It's saying the Mississippi Bullet, but 6 of one, half dozen of the other.
He was quick as lightning, Steiny.
He was
quick as a cat.
Like he was a combo guard. Don Nelson tried to get Monte to play point guard, and Monte was just like, "Look, I'm just a guard, man."
What does that mean?
It means I think what it really means is he didn't want to bring the ball up the court, 95% of the time and initiate the offense. He rather would have somebody else do that, and he wanted. I mean, I'll ask him tomorrow, but I think he definitely felt more comfortable as a 2 guard as opposed to a decision maker because he was a scorer. He was a scorer.
That's what he was, Steiny.
He absolutely was. So, but boy, people seem to be done with Kyle Shanahan. They're not. They're done. You're done until their next win.
They're
be honest.
favored on the road.
Yeah, that's because they got a nice program here.
Well, how does Niner fan watch this game and see what the Bengals have in Joe Burrow and not think of Trey Lance? How do you watch this, you personally, and say, man, the future is next year, week 1? Like they got their version of Burrow, the future.
Relax.
Yeah, he's different.
Relax.
They spent
different.
They spent more than Cincy spent to get Burrow.
Yeah, and I've been telling you forever now. 3-4 weeks,
but
3-4
when
months.
does your excitement of the next quarterback, that chapter for Niner fans, how are you dealing with not being able to taste it?
He's not ready, so I'm not ready to taste it.
See, that is, oh my gosh.
I just feel like getting under your skin now.
Yeah, I know. But you know what I mean? How are you? You want Trey Lance to do everything Joe Burrow's doing outside of getting hurt in his rookie season. Like, you're excited. Bengal fans are like, we got the next Ken Anderson.
And I'm not saying this just to disagree with you, but I won't think of Trey Lance on Sunday because I think he and Burrow are completely different. I think they're different kind of quarterbacks. They've come from different kind of programs.
But what about their success and how detrimental the non-success can be to their collective teams? Cincinnati's looking good.
Right, but they had no expectations last year.
And Trey is not good, dude, that could be the end of Kyle.
Again, no, it's not going to be the end of Kyle. He's got 5 more years, Goo. The end of Kyle will not come at the very earliest until Trey Lance starts to play for a fairly extended period of time and we realize he stinks.
We could be week 9 next season.
No, I think it'll take a year more. I think it'll take more than a year. But, Burrow, every quarterback's different. The other thing is, Burrow got drafted by a team that stinks.
But now they don't stink.
Well, right, and neither do the 49ers. They never stunk.
Well, they were in the Super Bowl 2 years ago.
Yeah, so Burrow got drafted onto one of the biggest laughingstock teams in the NFL. So he was going to play right off the bat.
This is not fair. What if Shanny had his hands on Burrow and he was a quarterback for these 12 games? What do you think the Niners' record would be?
6-6.
I honestly believe it could be 7-5 at minimum, 8-4.
Well, doesn't that say something about Kyle Shanahan being a pretty good coach? That if he had a better quarterback, he'd have 2 more wins out of him?
And my question to you with that, and I see where you're going, is how do you not know you don't have a better quarterback?
He does know.
See that?
We just disagree with him.
Wow.
Or you just.
That Arizona game again.
So
I know I keep saying it.
Kyle knows that Garoppolo's better than Lance. Like, there's no other way to put it.
He's more experienced than, and maybe in Kyle's mind, that equates to
he's
better.
The coach. He's the quarterback guy. He's the genius. He's all those things. And Lance cannot get on the field. So there is no other reason, right? Other than Garoppolo's better in Shanahan's mind, unless,
And that's what we're all scared about, what's going on in Shanahan's mind.
Fair. Definitely. You're not wrong. You're not wrong. All right, we're going to jump back into the war. I want to keep talking about the Niners once we talk to Ryan McDonough coming up on the other side, and that's what we're going to do. Ryan McDonough, former GM of the Phoenix Suns, was in the Celtics front office when they won a title, and he's now an Odyssey NBA insider. Going to talk to him about Steph Curry, his greatness, obviously, and where he feels the Warriors fit into the Western Conference and the entire NBA playoff structure. And it's all sponsored by BioNTech and Pfizer.
Come rain or shine, high winds or mild breezes, blue skies or gray.
back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All righty. Let's get right out to it. Joining the show is Odyssey NBA insider Ryan McDonough. Insider calls are presented by BetQL. Get access to data and insights the sportsbooks don't want you to see. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetQL app or visit BetQL.com today. Ryan, former general manager of the Phoenix Suns. He was in the Boston Celtics front office when they won a title. Thank you so much for joining us, Ryan. Appreciate it.
Hey, good afternoon, Steiny and Guru. It's always great to be on with you guys.
Thank you. Here's where I'll start first. We're 25% through the season or so. Specifically about the Warriors, has your opinion of them changed in terms of their expectations from before the season to now, or did you think this was possible?
No, my expectations for the Warriors have changed a lot, obviously, for the better. I did not view them as one of the top title contenders coming into the season, especially with Klay Thompson having missed now at least the first quarter of the season. Might be closer to a third of the season here relatively soon. But when I look at what they're doing from a front office perspective, they have the best defense in the league by a wide margin. In fact, a historic margin in terms of how much better they are than the second-ranked defense. When I look at the point differential, which is almost plus 13, I don't even think Steve Kerr and Bob Myers, who are two of the best in the business at their jobs, could have seen the team being this good out of the gate. They've been exceptional, and the exciting thing, if I'm a Warriors fan, is Klay hasn't played, Wiseman hasn't played, so I still think this team has room to get better.
I was telling my partner I am shocked at the success the Warriors are having this early. But, Ryan, when I ask you how many how many teams can win it all, there's not a lot on my list. Is that good for the league, and do you feel the same way?
I feel the same way, generally speaking, although I thought last year's finals was good for the NBA, having two, quote-unquote, non-marquee market teams, the Milwaukee Bucks and the Phoenix Suns in the finals, I thought was good for the league. It showed that, you don't need a quote-unquote, superstar-driven trio to win a championship, although those teams have pretty darn good players at the top of their roster. But, yeah, I agree with you. I think it's great if you're a Warriors fan. For me, there are two teams, obviously, ahead of the pack in the Western Conference, Golden State and Phoenix, but I wouldn't count out Utah as well. They've quietly been very good. Not as consistent this year in the regular season, but I think they'll be there at the end. And when I look at the advanced numbers, the point differential and things like that, they have the best offense in the league. I wouldn't count out Utah. To me, those three are head and shoulders above the rest of the Western Conference at this point, and I think the East is really deep, top to bottom. In fact, I think it's deeper than the Western Conference. When I look at the Indiana Pacers at 11 and 16, they're in 13th place in the East. So I think the middle to bottom of the East is better than the middle to bottom of the West. But I think the top teams reside in the Western Conference, and that starts with Golden State, Phoenix, and Utah in that order.
Former general manager of the Phoenix Suns, Ryan McDonough, joining us on 95.7 The Game. I want you to kind of re-put your GM hat on, because I think a lot of what general managers have to do is kind of look to foresee things. So if you're the Golden State Warriors, you're off to this great start. Your roster's basically, you have 15 players, but what would be your biggest concern about this team if your goal is to win it all?
Well, they're dealing from a position of strength, and coming into the season, I thought that in order to get to where they are now, or even in the realm of where they are now as the top team in the league, would be they'd have to put one of their three talented young players who have a lot of value around the league in play: James Wiseman, Jonathan Kuminga, or Moses Moody. Guys, they're 21-4 and have the best record in the NBA, with those guys really not playing much, if at all. Obviously, Wiseman has not played. Kuminga and Moody have been played more in the G League. So Bob Myers and his staff, they're certainly dealing from a position of strength. They're a tricky team, guys, from a front office perspective to construct a trade for, just because the salaries in particular are so top-heavy. Steph, Klay, Wiggins, Draymond, those four guys make $24 million plus. So I think if they were to make a significant trade from a front office perspective, assuming that those four guys are in the deal, and I don't see how any of them would be in the deal, I think James Wiseman would have to be in it to get significant salary back in return. I'm not sure that's something Golden State wants to do. In fact, I imagine it's not something they want to do. And frankly, at this point, the way they've looked, I don't think it's something they have to do. My guess is that they try to upgrade it on the margins, but I'm sure Bob Myers, Joe Lacob, and company want to see what the team looks like with Klay back in the lineup.
Ryan, last night the Warriors beat a hampered Portland Trailblazers team, and I guess I can say they're in disarray. Everywhere you look right now, national, local, everybody wants Dame to go somewhere else, but I was driving in and I thought to myself, they need a new GM, and Danny Ainge came to my mind. If you were running Portland, would you have already made that phone call?
It was interesting. Yeah, there was a report out of Portland, I think it was by Dwight James, that they had not contacted Danny Ainge. I know Joe Cronin, who's the interim GM in charge there at the moment, and happy to see Joe get an opportunity. I'd certainly reach out to Danny Ainge. I mean, I think the best processes, regardless of the result, are pretty thorough and robust. So we'll be interested to see when Portland starts that process. Personally, I think there are a lot of good candidates led by Danny Ainge and Dennis Lindsey, who did an excellent job in Utah with the Jazz available. So we'll see how it goes. I mean, teams are hesitant, I think, sometimes to do that in season because of the distraction element of it. Similar situations taking place right now in Minnesota when Gershon Rosas got dismissed in the preseason. So we'll see what happens. But certainly Danny Ainge from Eugene, Oregon, he was my boss for 10 years with the Boston Celtics and a good friend of mine. If they have a search, I think they have to call him. He'd be at the top of my list as far as the guys I go after.
Ryan McDonough joining us here on 95.7 The Game. Ryan's an Odyssey Sports NBA insider. You remember him also as the general manager of the Phoenix Suns. He worked in the Boston Celtics front office, their championship season. I'm just going to say something, and I kind of want you to say, well, I agree or I disagree, because I'm just going to give you one of my thoughts. So I'm hearing that the Indiana Pacers are ready to wheel and deal because they're having a disappointing season, and I keep hearing Miles Turner and Sabonis. Well, if I'm another team, I would say I have no interest in those guys. Let's talk Brogdon, let's talk Duarte, or let's talk McConnell. What would you say to that?
Well, it's certainly a contrarian take, I think, in a lot of ways. I mean, Domantas Sabonis is a really good player. I don't think McConnell will be traded. In fact, he recently got injured, and I believe will be out for the year, is projected to be out for the year. So I from a front office perspective, I took it as this, what Indiana said as far as, putting out the message through the media that they may blow it up. I think they want to do two things. The first is they want to increase the amount of incoming calls they get from other teams as trade season heats up in the NBA. Keep in mind that most of the players who sign contracts as free agents this summer are eligible to be traded starting next week on December 15th. So that really is the peak NBA trade season from December 15th until the trade deadline on February 10th. So I think that was the first part of it. The second part of it is internal, guys. I think it's to get the message through to your players that, look, at 9-16 to start the year with Rick Carlisle coming in with a veteran team, we thought we'd have a chance to be a home court advantage team in the playoffs. We're 13th in the Eastern Conference, so I think a lot of that internally is to ring the bell and say, look, there are going to be significant changes if we don't play a lot better. I think the team has played better. They've responded. They've won 2 in a row, and I personally don't see Indiana going through a fire sale and breaking it down. That has never been their MO. Herb Simon's owned the team, I think, longer than any owner in the league, and I personally think they're too good. When they're healthy, or even relatively healthy, I don't think they're the 13th place team in the Eastern Conference. If they get healthy, I expect them to ascend the standings as the year goes on.
Ryan, last year the NBA made a conscious effort to not call the foul, where the player's going up for the jumper and get 3 free throws, because we saw players manipulated. And last night I'm watching, the league pass, and I'm like, this is perfect to me. Have you noticed the change, and do you like it?
I've noticed it, and I think it's tremendous. And in fact, I think it's long overdue because I thought what was going on before, guys, was not basketball. I don't think that was basketball. As you guys know, you take a jump shot, you either go straight up and down or maybe drifts a little bit forward. But players jumping every direction, forwards, sometimes even sideways or backwards, trying to create contact and flail. I thought it made it virtually impossible to be a good defender in this league, and I think that's part of the reason why the game is a little bit more physical this year. Scoring is down, and personally, I think it's a great thing for the league. I don't think anybody, especially with where NBA ticket prices are now, wants to pay hundreds of dollars for tickets and watch a free throw shooting contest. So I wish it's something the league would have done a while ago, but I'm certainly happy that they did it now because I think it makes the product on the court that much better.
Oh, man, I could talk to you about that forever because I'll tell you what was my big pet peeve. Not only was just the call, but it was nobody ever mentioned that when you take a three-point shot, most players must drift toward the basket as they shoot it. because it's such a long shot. So the shooters aren't coming down in the exact same spot that they're elevating from most of the time.
No, you're right. And so that natural drift does need to be factored in. And if guys walk underneath a player, I think you are still seeing that called, maybe not consistently, but it should be called. That's a dangerous player, especially with the team in your backyard, the Warriors, having two of the great jump shooters in NBA history, especially Steph with how he moves and shoots off the move and elevates and all that. That needs to be called for the protection of the shooter. But I think we can all agree, the three of us can agree that over the last couple of years, that's not what was going on. When guys were jumping backwards or sideways or, initiating any minor contact with the leg kicks and flops and flailing. So that has no part in the game, in my opinion, and I'm glad that part has really been legislated out of the game, at least to this point.
Yeah, we're with you there. Hey, Ryan, thank you so much for joining us, and looking forward to doing this every couple weeks.
Anytime, guys. Always great to be on with you, too.
All right, thank you very much. That's Ryan McDonough. He's the NBA Odyssey Insider. All Odyssey Insider calls are presented by BetQL. BetQL is here to help us all make better bets through real, proven analytics. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetQL app or visit BetQL.com today. By the way, how was the liquidating all assets yesterday?
0-3.
Did you nail?
No, 0-3. Took the Warriors. They didn't cover.
Loss.
Took Toronto to beat OKC.
They lost.
Right. Supposed to win by 7. And then I took the under, I believe, in the Kings. And
that was 142 to 130.
I'm being honest, though. If I don't do anything, your boy's honest.
I was going to tweet something out about that game, but I thought, why?
Adam Silver was in attendance. That's quite the game to be in attendance for. Magic Kings.
Let me tell you something about that game.
Can't win the playoffs right now.
That was not a game. That was more of an agreement between two teams. Tell you what, we stink. You're not that good. What do you say we all try to put up numbers?
Kings are in the play. They're in the play-in game 10th.
They are?
Yeah, right now 10th.
No, that's not playoffs, as the Warriors found out.
I forgot to ask you and E and Spadoni what you thought of the rules, Steiny. I'm watching these games, the 3-point, the banana in the tailpipe. It's refreshing to know when somebody's getting locked up, shot clock going down, that you can't resort to the fluff.
We'll see.
But so far, so good. It's going.
It's going in the right direction. I still think it could be called.
You think that's what's wrong with Harden, or that's just out of shape, or no Kyrie? Because I don't think it's just that anymore. Like that, and that means it's more. I'm concerned about him more. But
yeah, it's.
He used to manipulate.
I think he's a half a step slower.
That man.
That's just me. I could be wrong, but and don't play it, Spadone. Don't play it. He's fine.
I got a question for you about the GM situation in Portland. I'm going bigger here, Steiny. So we know in this society, it's not so much, and I tell my kids this, you can disagree, it's not so much what you know, it's who you know.
Right.
But if you're looking for a GM, how much of his last experience are you really focused on? Do you focus on the some positive if there were more negative, or if you know him and he's a buddy or she's a buddy or pal? That's
a big part of it.
See that, man?
Just a big part of it. But
it is.
But also, in fairness to Danny Ainge, and people,
he did a great job, though.
Well, what did he do? Did they ever make it to the Eastern Conference Finals? Well, once?
Yeah, was that the bubble year, right?
Did they ever make it to the NBA Finals with Danny Ainge?
No, they did not.
No, they did not. After they bought the Garnett team.
Nope.
So, yes, but
they made the Eastern Conference Finals, right, in 2017?
Something like that.
Yeah, against the Cavs, and it went to the Game 7, I believe.
I think you're right. So once, but how do I want to put this? Danny Ainge can come to an interview and present a very, very positive resume. But you could also be the owner asking him really tough questions about why things happen. Okay. My first thing, and obviously before he came into, before it became open, I would do research, but I would think, boy, Danny, it seemed like you guys had unbelievable assets in both players and picks, and how come nothing really came of it? Like, the perception to me of Ainge is, he never pulled the string. He never pulled the string, and they were never quite good enough.
Damn.
Danny, why is that unfair to think that? And he would tell you why, and you'd probably either say, "Yeah, it's a good point," or "I don't like it. I don't like any of it." Maybe.
Interesting.
So, by the way, I think we're going to have Ryan McDonough on every other week.
Yeah, he's good.
What we're going to do is, you know how we usually had Brian Scalabrine on Thursdays?
And Tucker. Well, for football. Yeah,
two different sports. And Tucker's on Tuesday. So Thursdays we're going to switch off between Scalabrine and Ryan McDonough. I like it. I like it a lot.
Yeah, Celtics lost to Clippers last night.
Don't forget, tomorrow, 12:30.
Can't wait.
One of the Warriors legends is going to join us.
I'm a Warriors, and I'm always going to be a Warriors.
Does he still have the tat? He had the tat of the town on his body.
You know what? And you know what? This is why I love working with you, because we can ask each other questions and they're safe. It's a safe space here. One of the things that was referred to a lot when it came to Monte Ellis was when he came to the Warriors, he was out of high school. He had no tattoos. When he left the Warriors, he had
not 5, not 6, not 7.
Thank you.
Right.
Okay, Goo, what does that mean? Does that mean anything?
Well, it's a culture thing during that time, and, he happened to be here in the town. Tats were the thing. They were grown. It was bigger than just basketball, and he was expressing himself. But when I saw he had that, the jersey, I said, he's a lifer. Didn't end up being one, but I guess he could get it covered up or whatever. But
isn't it a shame that there's a negative, maybe not anymore, but there was kind of a negative connotation to tattoos. Maybe there still is, but it's definitely alleviated a little.
Put the rat on the table. Back in my day, in the 80s.
Hold on.
Oh,
okay. In the 80s,
if you saw a guy and I got with a tat, you knew he was badass. Now you got Pee Wee Hermans with 50 tats. Boy, if you don't go somewhere and sit down, you ain't scaring nobody. But, it's out of control now. And what about when they get older? The women, too.
I've always believed.
I see beautiful women on TV, and you'll be like, you don't need but I get it. It's expression. It's art.
Well, to me, there's
what about when your skin get wrinkly?
You tell me if I'm off base here. And I'll just use tattoos in general. My feeling is, you get a tattoo on the neck. All right? You ain't answering to anybody.
But
you don't have a boss. You have money, and you're the real deal.
Well,
go ahead. I'd be one of these people who, I got a tattoo. Oh, really? Where? What's a shamrock down on my?
Yeah, they're all kind
down
of
near my
forms
ankle
of expression.
bone. Yeah, well,
but you go to Starbucks and the person will have a tattoo on the neck.
Count.
I'm you ain't about that life.
I'm going to be honest with you. If you have a tattoo that's mid shin or lower, that doesn't count.
Steiny,
it doesn't count.
I got a friend, Lil Mike.
You got to put it where people can see it. You got to put your name on it.
He's got a face tat. He's got face tats. He spent some time inside.
Oh my God,
Steiny, he scares me when I look at him, my boy. But I'm like, you gotta scare the average Samaritan, man. That's it. But yeah, the face tat, Steiny, my boy got him.
Some people are just saying that, Monte was in high school and then he came to the NBA and he got money. So,
well, there you go.
Yeah, I mean, he's from Mississippi. That makes sense. Here it is, 650.
Like you could go get one today.
I know. But the 650 nails it. It's rare to meet someone without a tattaoo right now. Let me just do this.
I want to be a part of that generation.
Do you have a tattoo?
Yeah. I got one.
I did not know that.
Yeah.
Do you want to stop talking about it right now? Are you ashamed of it? Or we can move on?
So, I thought I was in love.
Oh, my God.
Made a mistake. Went and got a rose. Got that person's name. Petals, with the initials. But to get back in, I was at the door knocking, Grand Lake. And I said, I got a tattoo. And she opened the door, and I didn't have the tattoo. So I immediately went to go get the tattoo and came back to try to get that moment back with the tattoo. Never got her back, but I still have it on my So my wife calls me a loser because I just didn't get it right. It's ART.
Getting the name of a significant other, girlfriend, boyfriend, whatever, it's a kiss of death immediately. It's never going to last.
Yeah, I'll bet there are a lot of stories to the contrary. I'll bet there's a lot of true love.
I was honest. That was closure for me.
Man, good.
Yeah. And then, during my dating life, who's that a tat of? Oh, my mom. It's her initial, but nobody cared. But I'll never forget it. The door opened when I said I got a tattoo.
So you just said that to kind of mess with you?
And the door opened where? And I didn't have it. I went and got it, came back, but it was never the same.
Spadone?
No. Jade, the missus, she's got like 16 or 17. I got 0.
What?
Yeah. There you go.
Yeah.
I follow her on Twitter.
Evan?
No, I can't say that I do, but I will say to your point about tattoos in specific spots, it also pertains to how much pain I feel like people have to go through to get, a tattoo on right on your bone or your face. Like, those hurt a lot. So if you have a tattoo in a particular area that's a little more sensitive, like I give you a lot of credit for that.
Huh, I didn't know that.
Mine's my chest, my left chest.
So that one's not that painful from what I've heard.
Well, that's maybe why she left you, because she's like, no. Where's it the most painful?
Got to be your face.
Yeah, right below the eye.
And anywhere that's a bone.
Yeah, like your foot, too. Ooh, top of the foot.
Maybe you didn't want it bad enough, Goo.
No, I went and got it. It came back for nothing. I'm over it.
Yeah, of course.
Cooler, you're an idiot. That's not. Yeah,
you know what? Why
I was
did
heartbroken.
You do that? Why did you do that? Why did you do that? Because there's a lot of
I was in love.
Positive stuff.
Thought I was in love.
Okay.
It's still there.
Because I don't think I'm talking out of turn. I mean, our former producer, Kyle Madsen. What's funny is I think we hired him. We must have hired him in the winter where he had some long shirts on and a pair of jeans.
That don't matter no more though, Steiny. The face tat ain't menacing like it.
Yes,
the
it
neck
is.
Tats. To us,
yes, it is.
I'm telling you.
To me, it is.
Leave it to Beaver nowadays. Will have a neck tat. It don't mean you're about that life.
Yeah, where's the most painful place?
Some say the wrist.
To get a tattoo, 888-957.
The wrist.
9570. We can talk about that. We also
Top of the hand, man. That would be very painful. Just the needle going in. You have all the veins there, too.
Stop it.
What if I told you, I kind of like talking about tattoos.
We could tell.
You didn't get one, Steiny?
I've never had one.
What would you get if you were going to get
that
one?
That wasn't your error. At least I got one.
I'll tell you what. I've thought about this, and I know what kind of tattoo I would get, and I'll tell you on the other side. And I also am going to tell you, we got to talk about, there's an anniversary today of one of the greatest movies of all time. By far, one of the greatest of all time. I'll tell you what that is on the other side. Hey, by the way, you guys should know this. We're now streaming live. We're streaming live on Twitch and YouTube Live. Go to twitch.com. I'm sorry. Let me start over. I've butchered this in the past. Go to twitch.tv.
Bam.
/957 The Game and youtube.com /957 The Game to subscribe for all the latest content. We'll be right back.
Shipping available. For a limited time, mention 95.7 at checkout and receive $20 off.
You're listening to KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Station. Presented by DuckDuckGo. Privacy simplified.
AJ Ananobi.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Steiny Guru with you. Take you to 3 o'clock, and we'll pass it on over to Damon, Bruce, and Ray Ratto. Ray already got under my skin today. I just wanted I wanted to say, here's how the conversation went. Hey, Ray, how you doing?
Go away.
And I left him alone. I was like,
morning,
what, I'll
Ray.
save it.
I don't get it.
Hey, Ray, good morning.
Go away.
Hey, Ray, back in 1955, can you tell me what happened at second base when the Yankees were playing the Orioles?
Go away.
Now, that's a guy that doesn't have a tattoo. Ray? No, back in that day, that's when you were badass, Nani. Or Hell's Angel. You were in a bicycle. Tough. Again, Leave It to Beaver nowadays has one.
So how about this? You asked me, does Steph have a tattoo?
And I said no, because I don't remember.
He definitely has one on his wrist, and he's got one not on the bicep,
right. Okay.
but on the...
Yeah.
It's still really a big, strong muscle.
Yeah, no doubt.
I don't know what it's called, though. Yeah, we're talking tattoo. What's the...
But Clay, I can't remember if Clay has one. I don't think no ink for Clay. The people will know this.
Does Klay Thompson have any tattoos?
And I want to say
know?
Draymond, I don't think has any either.
He's got to.
We should ask Brownie, but then that'd have been like,
does Brownie have any?
He'd have been like, what are you talking about?
You know what? We should play a game where we list 10 guys and we go, dun, 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 do they have a tattoo? And if so, how many? You know what I'm saying? Like you would say, all right, Steiny, Brownie blends. And I'd be like, well, I don't know him really, but he's a barber.
Celebrity
makes
barber.
a lot of money.
Yeah.
I bet you he's got a couple. I got blends for about...
And he's from East Oakland, so, he got some ink.
I got blends for about 9.
How do you keep track? Like when you get so many?
I don't know.
Got a confirmation from Ray Ratto just now. He does not have any tattoos.
Right.
There's
Shocker.
a surprise.
And the original tattoo was Fantasy Island.
Nice.
Deplane.
That's 4 stars.
Our
Absolutely.
audience is not going to know that, huh?
628 saying Dre has a bunch of tats. LOL. That must mean they're all over the place. We just missed them. All right, what about Jordan Poole? Jordan Poole have any tats? Let's go.
I'm going to say 0, Steiny.
Let's go, Dub Nation. How well do you know your team? Dun, 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 dun. Mike D. Mike D's in South City. What's up, Mike D? Let's talk about a very painful tattoo. I'm all ears.
How you guys doing? Steiny Guru. I just want to say I love your show, love your sports takes, and love how you guys kind of meander off the road and start talking about common stuff. It's really amazing.
Thank you.
Most people who are heavily tattooed don't count the tattoos. We actually count how many hours we've been tattooed.
Wow.
I have 3 tattoos encompassing about maybe 32 hours of work, larger pieces. My wife has closer to 60 hours of tattoo work. So if you're thinking about tattoos in general, it's usually not by the piece, it's by the time. My wife grew up in the tattoo culture. Her stepfather was a tattoo artist for a long time for one of the big 3 motorcycle clubs in San Francisco. We'll just leave that at that.
Hell's Angels.
In my opinion,
Rat Boys.
In my opinion, and from the word around the block, is the most painful place to get a tattoo is your armpit.
Oh.
Wow. Who would do it?
Wow. Hey, Mike, thank you very much. Now, see, you could tell Mike, he knows. You know what I mean? Mike didn't call in without information.
I was going to ask about his ritual, though. Do you, get a shot of Henny before you go under the needle? Or
I would think you do as many drugs and alcohol as you possibly can.
Not with the blood.
Sometimes they don't let you. It's depending on the place. I mean, if you're tight with someone, you can probably get a little something. But if you go to a major establishment, they will not tattoo you if you are inebriated.
That makes sense. That makes sense.
Well, a little Snoop Dogg. Relax. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I got to believe they're not.
Right.
I got to believe that if they don't tattattoo people who are under the influence of marijuana, the tattoo business would really be in some trouble.
Right.
Let's just put it that way. I have no tattoos, obviously. And you say, well, what would you have gotten? Obviously, I got 3 daughters. Probably throw one of their names on there, but
I could see a D3 tat from you.
No, but see, that's the thing. What's it going to be? A basketball
with D3?
Now that's first team all corn right there.
Now we need F and M, Franklin and Marshall, baby.
Wow, I don't love it
diplomats.
enough. I love my alma. I mean, I like my alma mater, but I ain't putting needles in my arm for her. My alma mater.
Well, you could be like Kevin Durant, who for a long time had tattoos that just wouldn't show. So, when he played on the court, he made the promise to his grandma that he wouldn't have ink that showed, but he still had tattoos.
Tupac. He's got a picture of Tupac on his body.
I didn't know that.
A tat.
And Rick James, I believe, on his leg. Yeah.
I saw Rick James in concert.
Where?
At the old JFK Stadium in Philadelphia.
Street cred just went through the roof.
I was a sophomore in high school, 1980.
So Super Freak.
Yep.
Fire and Ice.
Saw an all-day concert.
You and I.
Yep.
Oh, wow.
Yep. Dance with me.
Yeah, look at it. That's my jam.
Mary Jane. I'm in love with Mary Jane.
Stop it, Steiny.
Cocaine's a hell of a drug.
That's what I'm playing.
So
Rick was before his time. He could write.
Yeah, he also could apparently take women hostage too.
Cocaine's a hell of a drug.
So when I was in 10th grade, there was an all-day concert at our JFK Stadium, which isn't around anymore in Philly. It was a 100,000-seat stadium, and it was an all-day concert with 7 groups.
That's wow.
Rick James was a headliner. Kool and the Gang was there. War. I saw War, Cisco Kid.
Also,
I saw Atlantic Star.
We might invite you to the cookout, Steiny.
Yeah.
Wow. And you remember.
Yep.
You take a date.
Sonny Garcia was my buddy. He drove because he was in, he had his license, so we had to drive down to Philadelphia. I took 7 beers out of my parents' fridge, put them in my cooler, took them out to Sonny, and was like, all right, we can split these. And he's like, dude, I'm so hungover, I can't even think about it. So your boy knocked back a 6-pack in 10th grade, and luckily we were gone from where I lived for about 12 hours, so they didn't know. All right, Johnny's in San Mateo. Let's talk about Steph, and well, you tell us what you want to talk about, Johnny.
Hi, guys. Long-time listener, Great show.
Thank you.
You know, I called yesterday after the game at the Warriors wrap-up with Matt.
Mm-hmm.
And I was very dissatisfied with all the fouls that no calls. I mean, the no call Steph Curry, like he was fouled at the 3-point line everywhere. He never gets a call. He's like being treated as like Patrick Beverly out there, you know. And you know, a caller called out Steve Kerr. Well, it was a little call out. It was like Steve Kerr needs to do something about it, like get a tag, go to the refs, you know, yell at them, whatever. And as a fan, I got to thinking, like, how can we protect Steph, man? Like, he's a mega star, and the NBA is just like batting a blind eye, not doing anything. I mean, don't you guys think he deserves more calls? Like, how can we help him to get more calls? That's my question. Thank you.
Wow. Steiny, I've heard that before.
You know how I feel on this. Hit the pike. I'm sorry. I didn't have the guts. Yeah, okay.
For what he is to the league.
Steph Curry doesn't get any fewer calls than any other player in the league, and I know everybody's going to erupt, and I expect that because we're in the Bay Area.
Last night twice.
They're not calling that stuff anymore, Goo.
Well, you didn't tell the caller that.
I told you, I'm chicken.
Kolsky doing a good job, too. I listen. Post game.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay. We got some Steve Young sound, you're saying?
Uh-oh.
From Matt Mayoko's podcast
Rick James.
on NBC Sports Bay Area. Okay.
Give it to me, baby.
Well, listen, I have no idea. So it must be really intriguing, right? Hey, want to listen to some Steve Young? We can jump off the Warriors.
Acknowledge my give it
Steve
to me,
Young
baby.
has no tattoos.
Rick James reference.
Give it to me, baby.
That's
Give me
all.
that funk, that funky stuff, that lunch.
Steiny with a 3.
Dude, I was all over him, man.
Rick was
fire and
ice.
Fire and ice.
You and I.
That's where I first found out what the phrase L7 meant.
Somebody said Guru, you're right. L7s have tats everywhere.
Well, L7 was a but it was a term that Rick James would use in his song.
Yeah.
So I was like, what's an L7? Maybe I want to be an L7, baby.
Ain't nothing wrong with it these days.
I did end up being an L7. All right, this is Steve Young, former 49er great. Let's just take a listen to this and run through it. We don't need to be scripted.
He wants to attack. Like, he smells it and he wants to go. And Mike, his dad, was that way. Like, he smelled it and then he was in for like a bloodhound. It was like, and I think what's happened, and you saw that in the 2019 season, he smells it, he wants to go, and then something goes, and there's a trust. I've said this from the very beginning. If Jimmy and Kyle could get a trusting relationship so that Kyle, when he smells it, he senses it, and then he could just expansively go after it with Jimmy just taking care of it all, we would be really humming. But because he doesn't trust him, and you saw that in the playoffs, especially in 19, the Super Bowl year, that because of that, he doesn't feel like Jimmy can call those plays that are expansive and really just let's go. And then, it bogs down. Then he says, okay, I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to ask him to do that. You saw that very glaringly in the playoff run in the Super Bowl.
Steve Young on Matt Mayoko's podcast on NBC Sports Bay Area. 408 says, fire and desire, not ice, you L7s.
Wow.
Busting out, yes.
Busting out. Dun, 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 dun. What about what Steve said? Tell us something we don't know. And that's why, to me, Trey Lance symbolizes, from a call standpoint, Steiny, I'm tired. I want something new. Okay. I want the car to go faster.
Let's listen to this because I think this is going to give us some insight.
After last year, you could see that Kyle he went all in. You saw him with 3 first-round draft picks. He's like, look, everything I have, every asset in the bank, throw it in there because I'm going to get somebody that I can, because I know I can smell it, I can sense it, and I want somebody that can go with me. And people can argue, well, Jimmy's that guy. I might even argue that. But Kyle doesn't feel that way, so it doesn't matter.
Right. And I think this is something if he doesn't feel that way, get Trey Lance in there. And that's the heart of the issue. If he feels like that about Garoppolo, it means he feels even less confidence in Trey Lance.
Which in turn does not mean what you've been kind of speculating, that the kid's not ready. This is a Kyle thing. This is a Kyle thing.
No, it's not.
Yeah, because he doesn't even trust Jimmy, and they've been together for umpteen years. How the hell are you going to trust her?
Exactly.
But my point is, I'm defending the kid in this sense that we still don't know if he can't handle the load, And that Arizona game on the road,
I'm not doing
17-10.
I'm not doing
they
this.
They had the ball with a chance to tie, and it did end in a bad.
You need to. I'll tell you what. You need to go onto one of Shanahan's press conferences and simply. Well, you can. Be careful what you wish for.
No,
you
I'm
can.
going there to fight me?
No, but you can go in there and say,
I'm ready now.
Kyle, how do you know that Trey Lance can't help you win football games? How do you know that?
And what? Ooh.
He'd say, because he stinks.
No, he would say,
he's not ready, Goo.
I'm not going to answer that.
He's not ready and stuff, Goo.
Who are you? Nice haircut. Need to drop a few.
By the way, you're hiring a personal trainer? Is that what my
nephew,
sources say?
Relaford's son.
Oh, Relaford's son?
Yeah, he's a trainer, dietitian, and nutritionist. Steiny, this dude, he's got Unc D. So I'm going to get all my junk eaten out, and it starts Saturday. And a diet plan. So you'll see if I'm on chips, Red Bull, you'll be like, Goo, you fell off.
All right.
Yeah.
You want me to tell you something?
Yeah. What are we doing?
I've had a big week in a good way.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, I've seen results from just getting a little exercise and really clamping down on the food. Thanks for noticing, guys.
Oh.
Appreciate it. Not anymore.
So are you eating? Do you not eat past? Have you implemented that?
Yeah, I'm trying to do that. And you can't do too much of it, but like yesterday, what did I do?
Look at Steiny.
Yesterday I had some eggs for breakfast and some sausage. And I didn't have anything yesterday, and I'll probably eat after the show.
Now, how about the beer?
I haven't had much beer.
Yeah.
No, Tuesday.
Yeah.
No, just a couple beers one day.
But it sounds like that you can build in a couple beers with where you're cutting back on other plays. You never were big. You don't got the double chin. You're good.
Yeah. You know what's always kept me motivated? And he would never remember this.
Steph.
No, Jim Barnett, though, close.
Dude, he's still hooping.
I don't think so. He hooped
a couple years ago. He was in the over whatever league it was. Okay, he's 2 years removed from hooping.
Oh, I would say 10.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. I mean, I know he hooped at 65.
Yeah.
Anyway,
we were 65.
Yeah. He went to tournaments in Croatia and in Europe with a over 65 team, and they were good. They were good. He showed me photos
impressive.
and stuff.
Damn.
And all these guys were in good. They were really good players, like former pros in Europe and stuff like that. How does Barnett keep me motivated? I'll tell you how he keeps me motivated. I can't remember the city, but we were out one night.
Yep.
He's talking about being in shape, and Jim Barnett said, "Yeah, you might have a weight problem as you get older."
What?
I was like, "What are you talking about?" He's like, "You're husky. You got that husky build, and so sometimes that's a problem." And I was like, "All right, I got to keep an eye on this."
Wow.
I've got to keep an eye on this.
I'm just worried about how when I do drop 10 to 15 or 18, what am I going to do down low?
You know what I always say? God, for who?
For myself.
For what?
My kids.
No, it's
and
sometimes
grandkids that I don't even have.
Sometimes it feels like a vain endeavor, to tell you the truth. You know what I mean? Oh, I want to lose weight so that what?
So that when I look in the mirror, I can see the guy that I used to see.
Look good, feel good, play good, Steiny. Yeah. Come on.
No, you're right about that. By the way, oh my gosh, I gotta shoot that my buddy. Well, it's a buddy I've never met.
That's an oxymoron. How is it your buddy?
All right, so about 10. I forgot. I got to set the record straight here. I could tease this and say I made two big. I'm going to tease it for the 2:30.
All right.
I made two big mistakes yesterday. And I guess I can call him a friend that I've never met. We're just email guys. Right. And we usually talk basketball, but he said Guru was right about two things yesterday, and you were wrong, and I need to tell you about them. And I read the email, and I was like, all right. Well, I was like, okay, he's probably right, but I was kind of kidding, and I was not really.
I'm all in.
Yeah, so anyway, I'll tell you that at 2:30. I'm just thankful somebody only picked out two things that I was wrong about. 707, calories in, calories out. Timing has little to nothing to do with it. The calories at 8 are the same as 801. Well, yes, but I think
you don't want to go to sleep with it.
Well, I think the point is, if you're not eating during if you limit your eating to an 8-hour span, well, that means you're I get it. Yeah. The calories are the same, but the bottom line is, then you're giving yourself 16 hours where you're not eating. You're not picking at food.
Not right.
You're not eating a sandwich at 10 at night.
My stuff is junk,
it's not for every day, but
I don't do the ham hocks and greens. So I ain't know it ain't I got a weight problem. Can't wait to eat. Mine is the junk, sugar and salt, mambas. I'm cutting all that out, and I'm still hooping.
That reminds me of
what?
My former college teammate, Pete Deutsch. He we had him on I had a radio show when I was in college.
You never told me that.
Yeah, we did. Me, three guys.
Sports,
of course. Yeah, it was actually it was myself, a guy named Pete Schaefer, who's now an NFL agent.
Okay, your boy.
We've had him on once or twice, and then this other guy, Axel Johnson, who's a real good baseball player. So yeah, we had a show, and Pete Deutsch essentially got us a what's it called? Like a warning. You were talking about the file. Pete Deutsch said something that got us put in the file. It was something. So I forget what happened. Some guy called.
You'd probably be fired nowadays.
I don't know. You be the judge. So I was doing the show with Pete. He was our guest, Deutsch, and some wise guy from the college called in. Yeah, exactly. Called in and said, "Hey, rumor has it around campus and around the streets of Lancaster that there's that the men's basketball team has a drug problem."
Ooh.
And Deutsch goes, "We don't have a drug problem. We can get drugs anytime we want." Yeah, the next thing you know, Frank Tavani, the head of security, popped into the studio and was like, "Guys, what's going on?"
Wow.
Anyway, we're getting off track here. You want to hear some more Steve Young?
Yeah, let's do it.
That's not your fault. It's probably actually more my fault. Let's see. How do you feel about Kyle Shanahan, Steve Young?
There are innovative minds in the NFL today. Down south with Sean McVay, Sean Payton, Andy Reid, what's happening in Green Bay with Aaron. There's places that I really just starting to really appreciate what Cincinnati's doing. There's other places where I'm like, wow, very innovative. But there's nobody more innovative and more on point to put the team in a position to go score lots of points than Kyle Shanahan. Now, look, him running the roster, him running the defensive, all those other things, we can have all kinds of opinions about. But as far as calling plays, putting people in a position to be successful, I'm sorry, I don't think there's anyone better.
All right, so there you go. So
he kept it real, though.
He did. Do
you know what he meant by we can have a conversation about those? Because I think those are affecting what he's really good at, Steiny. And that's, wow, that was interesting. I appreciate the honesty.
I'll tell you what, Steve Young is terrific. Is terrific. Let's. How do you feel about Jimmy Garoppolo, Steve Young? Uh-oh.
Strangely, I feel bad for Jimmy too. I put myself in his shoes, and you want someone to trust you. You know what I mean? Like, hey, I got your back. Just call the plays. And I think you can it becomes a psychological game where it's like, if you'll trust me, I'll take care of it. Well, if you don't trust me, then I don't know. And it's like, I feel bad because there's times when, like the last drive, the game on the line, a couple of days ago, where you can see that it can really get going. Like it can, and he can take it. He can go win the football game.
Interesting. Steve Young is saying a lot without saying the part that's the most interesting. Basically said he feels bad for Garoppolo because putting himself in Garoppolo's shoes, it's easy to see how he's not trusting him. It sounds to me like everything we've heard.
But something's not right with that picture.
Yes and no.
Well, you're playing him because you don't trust the other alternative, but then you don't. You trust him to a degree. I don't get it.
You trust him,
and it's
60%, and you trust Trey Lance 20%.
And what we're watching on the field is nothing to write home about. And I'll blame Jimmy more than Kyle. but I get frustrated with Kyle for expecting something different. The high throws, the interceptions. You got an option to believe in your.
We're going to say it.
Here we go.
I'm going to say it.
What?
Kyle believes the alternative comes up woefully short. Yeah. This is where I got to think about it from a different perspective. Clearly, Kyle Shanahan knows that Garoppolo's limited to some degree. Clearly, Shanahan knows that Jimmy Garoppolo has essentially been the same quarterback for 3 years. And yet he still doesn't go to Trey Lance. To me, the writing's more on the wall about Trey Lance at this point than Jimmy Garoppolo. Not writing on the wall. I'm sorry. Let me take that back. To me, that's a statement more about Lance than Garoppolo.
And I think that's unfair. I really do. But in an era where we're seeing rookie quarterbacks, for good or for better or for worse, littered all over, but the one thing they're all doing, Steiny, is they're learning and they're getting experience. So again, I just can't believe
and most of them are losing.
You would say a student
most of them are losing.
Failed the test that I don't know was given. That's harsh, Steiny.
Like here's one thing I think Shanahan would say. Do you know how complex our offense is, Guru?
I don't.
Exactly. Didn't you hear Steve Young? I'm the most exotic play caller in football. My system is the hardest system of any coach to learn. There's no chance Trey Lance was going to come in here after one game at North Carolina State. And we knew that. John and I knew that. We drafted for 2023, wow. Guru.
Okay.
Deal with it, because I ain't going anywhere.
I'll give you that, and I'll deal with it, and I'll follow up with this before we get to the break, Steiny.
All right.
So when did Trey fail in the 3 or 5 plays he was being given?
Oh, he's been failing at practice, Guru. He just hasn't shown enough in practice.
Touchdown against Detroit, ran it in against the Packers right before halftime. When did we see him bumble? When did we see him mess up on the field for that to be taken away? Because Kyle told us it was a Kyle problem.
Did you see his Juan Marichal windup?
It worked against Arizona.
We scored 10 points against Arizona. And
that's what we pretty much get every other Sunday.
Oh, really? How about last Sunday?
What was the score?
I don't know. Tell me. I forget.
I forget too.
30-23?
30-23, yeah.
Okay.
Well,
10. In fact, is 10 their low this year? 10 is probably their low this year.
Yeah. I'm hoping it's not. Well, you might be right.
I mean, here's the other thing.
Here's the
other thing I think Kyle Shanahan could say, hey, Goo, and everybody, I don't know if you know, this guy's like Markelle Fultz.
But you knew that when you went and
He's
watched
like Markelle Fultz.
Okay, but you knew that when you went and watched him.
His shot.
If it's so bad, that'll run you from drafting him. Why do you want to draft those problems? To fix his mechanics.
We didn't really see it in the workouts.
Well, that's bad, Steiny, if that's the answer.
It's bad, but you know what? I'm not going anywhere. I'm not going to pay the price. Not right now.
Just the fans.
Brought to you by... That's what's coming up next. Okay, so what I got to tell you, I will tell you the 2 things that I was wrong about yesterday and that I need to clear the air. I also see people on hold. We're going to get to everybody. It's all brought to you by BMW Fairfield, now open in the Fairfield Auto Mall. They provide a luxurious, all-encompassing experience to address all of your BMW needs. Visit BMWFairfield.com today to book your visit. That's BMWFairfield.com.
with Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
She's a very kinky girl.
Wow. This was my first 45 record. Rick James.
I think mine was Band on the Run.
Who is that?
Paul McCartney.
Oh, wow.
And the Wings. Band on the Run. You don't remember that?
No, I don't.
No, well, I didn't do it justice, clearly. I'm trying to sing
You got to Google it.
Beatles song. All right, I'm going to tell you guys where I was dead wrong yesterday, thanks to a friend I've never met, but I have corresponded with. But first, let's go to John. John is in, as I know, people know,
Who the hell
Benicia,
is John?
one of my favorite cities. What's up, John? How you doing, buddy?
Hey, not bad. How you guys doing?
Doing well.
Hey, I just had a quick question. A thought popped into my head, which is kind of rare these days. But, with the whole Garoppolo talk and what we're going to do with him, with the Jets having 2 first-round picks, what was Saleh's relationship with Jimmy? Or what was his thoughts on him? Do we know?
No, I don't think we do, other than I'm sure Saleh would say, I know Jimmy well enough that I ain't giving up a first for him. See, that's the thing. And
but we
the most logical thing is they're going to try to trade Garoppolo after the season.
Right.
Can we agree on that? Yeah. Okay. Well, what are you giving up for Jimmy Garoppolo? He's got one more year left at $24 million.
And I don't think this year has helped that. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I think you're right. I'm out.
And he's got enough problems. He don't need 10 in town. Saleh.
Yeah, especially when he's got a young. So
he's letting him. He's trusting the
youngster. Go get Jimmy Garoppolo, and Zach Wilson has played a lot his rookie year, but then he's going to move Zach Wilson to the bench
and do what you guys say Alex Smith did in Mahomes.
All right.
Yeah.
Should I tell you what I was dead wrong?
Yeah.
And I'll tell you what. I'm not going to say. I'll just read you the email.
All right.
Matt, a few things you said on the air today need correcting because Guru was correct. Let me put my glasses on.
I like this already.
Diet soda is, by the way, I'm only reading this because this is true information.
Okay.
I wouldn't put it out there because I trust my man. Diet soda is worse for a body than regular soda. Don't get me wrong. Regular soda is very bad also. The thing is, diet soda has 0 calories. In order to make it sweet and drinkable, they add a chemical to make it sweet. Usually it's aspartame, but it could be any chemical. Those chemical sweeteners cause cancer. They know that. It's proven. Now, you don't get cancer the next day. What happens is those chemicals build up in the system over time. Yes, they hang around in the body, and as you age and build up those chemicals, and your cells go crazy and become and chemicals from other things you consume, it gets to the point where your body can't fight it off anymore. Your cells go crazy and it becomes cancerous. If you don't believe me, Google it. Regular soda with the high sugar content is bad for you also because it causes you to become fat and heavy and raises your blood pressure level. This is important information.
No, go ahead.
Blood pressure levels, which can cause diabetes and other problems, like obesity, which is also known to cause cancer. Best not to drink any soda at all.
Bam.
All right, so that's cleared up. Secondly, this one I'm going to take a little exception to, but I guess I muttered something about, tell you what, I may go get a colonoscopy, lose about 6 or 8 pounds.
I remember that.
Tongue in cheek. Yeah. Second, you don't lose 8 or 10 pounds when you get a colonoscopy. You might lose 1 pound, maybe 2 at the most, while you clean out. But that is just the waste that's inside of you so they can see when they are in there.
Diarrhea.
Once it's over, you start eating again. Might not go to the bathroom for 3 days as you begin to fill up your colon again. So really, you lose nothing as it's just temporary. Perhaps a pound or 2.
Wow. Aspartame, huh?
Yeah, I think it is aspartame.
Yeah.
I think I said aspartame. I think you're right.
Yeah, I didn't use that.
Yes,
but of course, Steiny, we enjoy Coke Zero Sugar at this radio station. And if you're an Odyssey insider, we love Coke Zero Sugar.
my favorite.
Absolutely. Absolutely. But anyway, there's some public health information for you. So apparently Kyle Shanahan does have a tattoo. I mean, actually.
Well, he's a Lil Wayne fan, so I ain't shocked there. When I found that out, I'm like, where is it? Do we know what it is?
All right. Here, this is a story from, I guess, the Houston Chronicle from way back.
Okay.
Of course, Kyle went to Texas. This is what Shanahan told the Houston Chronicle 15 years ago in 2006 about tattoos. Chris, meaning Chris Sims.
Not his boy.
Apparently they're best friends. We all know that, but just a reminder. Chris Sims was dying to get a tattoo. When we got to the parlor, I was the only one who already didn't have one. I got one out of loyalty to my buddies. So in other words, Shanahan shows up at the parlor, and 4 guys apparently all now have a tattoo. So now he got to get it. The question is, and I don't know this, what was the tattoo? I'm going to take the first guess.
Go ahead.
It's a football. Okay.
They went to Texas, so I'm going Longhorn. Did I get it? And you seem upset.
I do. It kind of bothers me a little bit.
Wow, I thought, where'd they go?
Have you been? Did you look it up?
No. What did it? No, I just, I got a high IQ.
I want to read. Had to be a Longhorn.
Dang. Apparently, a Texas Longhorn. They got matching tattoos on their ankles. That's where they got them.
Oh, ankle tat.
So, where's the easiest place to get a tattoo? It doesn't hurt a lot.
Your butt.
Nobody gets one right on their butt.
Tramp stamps.
Yeah. That's not your butt. That's your coccyx.
Well, yeah, it's not.
That's your tailbone.
Don't talk about that.
Yeah.
Oh, Jim. Nobody gets it right on the big
I would say like
butt.
a meaty part of your body, like a thigh or something like that. Probably doesn't hurt too much.
Your calf, maybe.
Yeah.
I think the easiest place it seems like to get is that shoulder, a little behind the shoulder
that's
area.
bone, though.
Yeah, you got the shoulder blade there, Steiny.
Yeah.
Don't want to get.
Now my
gotta be
shoulder,
careful.
I'm good in the shoulders. Not the White Hour.
Gotta let your shoulder lean.
It's the middle area, though. Don't get mad. I get it. Don't change this show. Right? We got 20
really
minutes. How much
mad.
we got spent down? 20.
No, not that much.
was a
but
joke.
let's
Got about 14 minutes.
exactly. Let's see. We had some great sound from Steve Young. Let's just go through it. This is from Matt Mayoko's podcast on NBC Sports Bay Area. I tell you what, Steve Young is phenomenal when he talks football and quarterbacks. This is on Shanahan and Garoppolo's relationship.
Jimmy, because he's loved in the locker room, it makes it more complex because now they're looking at, I love the coach, I love the quarterback, but yet they're not. And then I've got it, and we got this new guy, and he seems like a nice guy, but then should I get mad that they did this? Should I support Jimmy? Should I back off? There's these dynamics in the locker room are not simple. And the team's trying to find itself after, they've lost a couple of really huge leadership people in DeForest and Joe and guys that Richard, and there's guys that ran the locker room in 2019 that aren't there anymore. And I think other people are trying to find out does Fred, do I jump in and take control? How do I handle it? Is it who's the person? Is Jimmy? But then Jimmy is well, it's probably George, but George doesn't really, that's not his personality necessarily. So it's I think the team's trying to find their leadership legs.
Can I tell you what it sounds like?
I
love Steve.
It sounds like
high school. It sounds like
the same
high school.
principle.
But
the exact same
you got
principle.
a head coach who's in charge of all that. At the end of the day, quit playing musical chairs on who's going to be John Wayne or who's going to be an inner head coach. Go out there, make plays, quit throwing the ball like you're throwing it to Manu Bowl, and maybe we'll win more games than we'll lose. But Steve Young, that stuff to me, and he'll know better than I.
Thank
but when
you.
I hear that sounds like everything
You
would
don't think the
tell me.
49ers have a leadership issue?
It starts with the coach.
It starts with the coach, but you must have. You think Steve Kerr is? Yes, he's the coach of the Warriors. You think they have Steve Kerr aside?
They
do the
police
Warriors
themselves.
do the Warriors have a leadership problem outside Steve Kerr?
No, they don't.
Okay. Do the 49ers have a leadership problem outside Kyle Shanahan? The players, I think they do.
What about Fred Warner? He's
not a leader.
How do we know he's not? When they inked him on that deal.
I'm going to trust Steve Young.
But how? He ain't there every day. Okay, my question to you, Steiny, is what are the issues that ail this team to where if you're devoid of leadership, it's costing you on the field? Steve, that sounded like you could play that to any football team or sports team in America.
Right.
But we don't know if Bosa's not a leader.
He's not. Bosa's not a leader.
So
why are they? If they had leadership, I think they would be more consistent.
So, are you saying the record would be greater than 6-6 if they didn't have leadership?
No, if they had leadership. Yes.
See, I don't.
But I'll be honest with you.
I disagree with that.
I'll be honest with you. The leadership would come from a player who's better than anybody they have, and at the right point of his career.
You have to be great to be a leader.
Not necessarily. You have to be pretty good, though.
And I'm putting it on the
I may be wrong. I may be wrong,
yeah.
but like Kirk Cousins is probably more of a leader than Jimmy Garoppolo. Now, why? Well, probably because Cousins knows he's the starter, and Zimmer. No, and he's got the feeling from Zimmer that like he's the number one, and a game or two is not going to cost him his starting job. Jimmy Garoppolo doesn't have that luxury because of the way Kyle Shanahan has set up the system. You yourself has said this over and over and over. If Garoppolo's looking over his shoulder, how can he be more confident?
Okay, but at the end of the day, Steiny, there's one starter. You may not be the best Captain Kirk, but you are our Captain Kirk. And Steve just said it. If I have another dollar for every time we hear how much Jimmy's loved in the locker room, well, guess what, Steiny? You can lead. Now, if they got a fractured locker room and it's white-black and something's going on and somebody, Alden Smith and the Kaepernick with the same girl, then that could crack or fracture your team. I'm just looking at poor play, starting with the head coach, but when you start telling me they don't have a leader,
nope.
I'm going to tell you they don't got a head coach worth a nickel.
Oh, really? Now he's not worth a nickel, but you used to mention him in Bill Walsh's category.
You better hey, if you're telling me now leadership is the reason you're 6-6, and it's San Francisco, we got a problem. If you ain't got one of these guys, you're the leader, the new Rocky.
No coach is a leader of a team. You can't. There's two types of leadership. Yeah, Greg Popovich is the leader because he's the coach. You better have leaders on the court. You better have a team full of guys who get you heard it all about the Warriors. Okay, Steve Kerr's not in the gym every day in the off season. Okay, but there's core guys that are.
Let's say this and keep it real. Lo Neal joins us every Monday, and we love Lo. He's played, played in this league. Has he once, in all his criticism of the Niners, said, guys, they're not doing their thing because of lack of leadership?
No, but Steve Young just said it.
Yeah, and they're both.
He says the 49ers have a lack of leadership.
He's not there every day, just like Lowe. He could be closer. But Steiny,
you're saying that about Steve Young, though?
No, I love Steve, but he's not there every day. It just sounds like a cop-out.
He talks to a lot of people. He doesn't have to be there.
So now we're saying Shire, Fred Warner, who you just inked a deal to. Shire? Your Mike linebacker.
Nobody even knew who Shire was last year.
What about Kittle? You can't.
Well, I don't know.
You can't say
it's a fair question.
I'm putting it on the head coach. Like when you don't have one, you got to do it then.
What about the old adage? It's not the head coach's job to motivate. It's their job to coach.
Oh man, in my world,
Greg Popovich has never motivated a team in his life. He gives them a game plan,
but he manages with fear. That's leadership right there.
Listen, you can't become a leader if you ain't a leader. To me, it's your okay. So Jimmy Garoppolo's who he is.
So
guess what?
I'm asking
he's not
you
a leader.
To be a smart ass, Steiny. In 19, when everything was going great, who was the leader? Was it Buckner or is that Sherman?
Let's talk about it.
I'm asking.
Richard Sherman was on that team. Who else was on that team?
You didn't think about that when you told him to kick rocks? Like, how important is that part of it all? Okay, and you may be right there. But when you don't have one, if you're right and Steve's right, well, damn it, you got a head coach. And if I'm the owner, you got to be the leader until something is off. That, in my world, the head coach is the leader. The Pat Rileys, the Mike Ditkas, and even the Tom Landrys, and even the Bill Walshes. You think he's walking around here, hey, Bill, why'd you guys having a bad season? Oh, we don't got no leaders. Well, what are you doing?
No. You don't have any leadership. Not you don't have a leader. A coach can be a leader. We're talking about leadership in the locker room. Just saying. Joe Staley was on that team.
Mm-hmm.
Joe Staley, thank you, text line.
I'm not saying that team didn't have leaders.
510 says Nick Bosa said it himself. They're lacking leadership.
Ooh,
dun, 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 dun.
Boy. Yeah, I mean, Ian Spadoni could talk to this, Steiny. Like, if you don't have the leaders and the leadership, then the coach has got to be it.
He's not. Well, he's not a rah-rah guy. And I think that's a lot of what this is. It's like we really need a rah-rah guy to get everybody on the same page.
It depends on what you define, and it looks like we got two. What's leadership to you?
How come your boy isn't the leader?
Lead by example.
Why isn't George Kittle a leader?
I'm sitting here looking you in the face saying Steve doesn't know. And I'm not going to say George is not a leader. He leads going out there playing hurt, doing what he did last Sunday.
Nick Bosa referenced George Kittle when he was injured early in the year as their leader, and he said that they missed his leadership when he was injured. So I would say he is the leader of the team.
All right.
But schematically, he doesn't fit into some of the plays. So
That's true.
Dude, that was crazy.
You can't have a leader who's a scrub. All right? If you can't get in on a 4th and 1 play, how the hell are you going to lead a team?
Oh, Kyle.
Nobody's asking, what's Doughton's first name? That guy for the Warriors who I don't even know he's on the roster. I'll go. Chioza cannot lead the Warriors. Neither can George Kittle lead the 49ers.
We're going to see
Chorizo. People are actually going to think that I'm serious about that. Although Chioza, I'll tell you what, I bet he can catch a ball over the middle without bobbling it first.
Don't come at me after 12 games, and you're not Steve. They don't got.
I can't believe you dismissing Steve Young, who thinks about this stuff on a level that you and I are incapable of thinking on it.
Well, I'll tell you this, Steiny, and you tell me what you think. Well, we do a show together.
DeForest Buckner was a leader.
If that's true, then they got bigger problems than I ever thought. How about that?
I don't know if I'd say that.
So now you're going to go get a player that may not have all the goods, but he's got some leader. Well, bring Richard back. Mr. Sanford himself.
Again, you got to be able to play.
I know he's not.
You can't be a leader as a bench guy. And Sherman can't play anymore.
Well, he did. He stopped short of saying.
Another reason you don't have leadership.
They would be 8-4 if they had leadership.
Yeah. Another reason they don't have great leadership is because they don't have any winners on the team.
Garoppolo was in the Super Bowl.
Right. All they have are a few players who had 1 year where they got to the Super Bowl. Maybe.
Well, I can't argue that.
Well, maybe that's a part of it. I'm not saying it's but in order to be a leader, you have to have confidence. Okay. So Garoppolo, to me, doesn't have a ton of confidence. One of the reasons he doesn't have a ton of confidence is because of the situation he's in that the organization has put him in, fair or not.
All right. Hey, let me do this. You're Kyle Shanahan driving. I'm picturing him in a Porsche SUV. You're driving home. You got the radio on, 95.7 The Game. You hear that soundbite from the great Steve Young. That doesn't make me feel good about the job I'm doing. Because when it's all said and done, Steiny,
are you kidding?
That lack of leadership, for whatever reason, falls at my doorstep.
No, it doesn't.
I'm in charge of that, Steiny. That's still an itemization on the list of what a head coach is supposed to do.
Nope. Disagree. As a coach, you can't make a leader out of somebody who's not a leader. So when Kyle Shanahan hears Steve Young say they don't have a lot of leadership in that locker room, Kyle Shanahan probably says, Steve Young just hit the nail on the head.
Wow.
He just hit the nail on the head.
What do we say about coaches when they get the job? Is he a leader of men? It starts there first. Then it sprinkles down. Steiny, it ain't the head coach saying, man, I wish I had a leader. It starts with you.
Nah, I think it
That's
starts
an
with
indictment on Kyle.
I think it starts with the player. I think it starts with the player. I'm not saying a coach can't be a leader.
Is he a leader of men? Remember we hear that?
Well, first of all, I think
I love that.
I hate it. He's a leader of men.
I think of
he's a leader of men, but don't bring a woman onto the scene, or he couldn't lead her to drink a glass of water at a well.
But Steiner, it starts with the coach. Yeah, it starts with the coach.
Disagree. I mean, a coach has to be a leader because he's the coach. But if you don't have leadership in the locker, how many times do we always hear locker room's got to coach itself?
But
there are things.
The tone.
There are things he can set a tone up to a point. The other part of it is the players have to hold the other players accountable. We hear that about the Warriors all the time.
I would love to hear his response if somebody were to ask him, hey, Steve made these comments.
He'd say he's right. We don't have any. We need somebody to step up.
The 53, to me, the players in the back.
Okay, so he would. And it also would be an indictment on who he's drafted.
All right. Well, there you go, too, because that's what I was going to say next.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Steve Young. Wow.
We are. We're talking about how much we got here now, Spino?
40 seconds.
All right. Who do the boys have today?
Ryan Russillo, your boy, Steiny.
Wow.
3:30.
Yeah, who's he again?
The Ringer.
That's right. Rusey. Loosey-goosey Rusey.
Frequents on the Bill Simmons pod.
That's right. He's my guy. By the way.
A lot of people agreeing with me about this leadership. This one person, but still, feel like 5.
That's fine. Because it's not something that's provable either way. But see, you know how I get defensive.
Yeah, I know.
Hey, you see Ratto and Damon Bruce at the Guardian?
Yeah.
Christmas tree lot?
Yep.
Guardsmen.
At
Not
the
the name of
Guardsmen?
the new Cleveland sports team, the Cleveland Guardians.
Oh, man. You know what? No good deed goes unpunished. You try to do the right thing, and I botch it. Now Damon's going to be mad at me.
Well, I'm sure they're
the Guardians at the guardship are going to be upset with me. They gave away at least one Christmas tree. I know that. They were going to give away 2. I feel like I got to get out of this because no, I can't break until I say something where Damon Bruce isn't going to be mad. 30 seconds over. Jeez. Ratto's probably excited about that. All right, Damon and Ratto next. We're out.
Masterclass gives you unlimited access to online classes from the world's best. Anytime, anywhere, at your own pace. Create an unforgettable dish with Gordon Ramsay. Write a chart-topping song with Alicia Keys. Build an iconic brand with Anna Wintour. Or land a Yurchenko 2.5 with Simone Biles. Okay, maybe we'll wait on that one. Learn from more than 100 world-class instructors through over 1,000 exclusive lessons. With cinematic quality classes broken up into on-demand videos short enough to fit into your everyday life, you can watch from your phone, tablet, living room devices, computer, or even just listen with audio mode. So if you know someone who wants to do everything and anything, give the gift that shows you how well you know them with Masterclass. This holiday, give one annual Masterclass membership and get one free for yourself. Go to masterclass.com/thegame today. That's masterclass.com/thegame to get a second annual membership free. Terms apply.
At Harris Ranch, we do beef. Just like we've done for over 50 years. Beef that's raised locally right here in California. Tender steaks, awesome burgers, and California classics like tri-tip roast. The flavor you crave. The quality you trust time after delicious time. Come on, it's time to get out and grill. Harris Ranch, we do beef. Legendary beef. Legendary quality.
In the time before AT&T Fiber Internet.
What are you doing in me dungeon?
It's the only place where the bloody Wi-Fi works.
Oh, and you don't mind the spiders?
Spiders? What spiders? Oh no, they're everywhere! Oh!
In the time after AT&T Fiber Internet.
It's nice having fast, reliable Wi-Fi in the whole house.
For sure.
The dawn of a better internet era with AT&T Fiber.
Limited availability in select areas. Check eligibility at att.com/getfiber. AT&T Smart Wi-Fi extenders may be required. Sold separately. Restrictions apply.
Street Strider, the world's first 2-in-1 indoor and outdoor elliptical, will change the way you exercise forever. You get the combined benefits of jogging, skiing, and cycling, but without the physical stress on your joints and body. Take the Street Strider outdoors for a fun, full-body workout. And when the weather is bad outside, simply attach it to the indoor trainer stand for a stationary workout in your own home. Order online at StreetStrider.com. We ship to your front door. Go online now. That's StreetStrider.com.
I heard the Federal Reserve may raise interest rates.
Yes, in fact, mortgage rates have already started going up on the rumors.
That's why we just refinanced with Owning. We got a 30-year fixed 2.5% rate, 2.731 APR. And we also took thousands out in cash to use for a bunch of other things. Owning made the whole process fast and easy.
Waiter, check please. I'm going to call Owning and lock in my refi now.
Call Owning at 8332-OWNING or go to owning.com and lock in a 30-year fixed refi at today's 2.5% rate, 2.731 APR. That's 8332-OWNING or owning.com.
NMLS 2611, licensed by the Department of Financial Protection and Innovation under the California Residential Mortgage Lending Act, subject to credit approval for qualified borrowers. Call 833-303-2161 for terms and conditions. Equal housing lender.
Call Owning at 8332-OWNING or log on to owning.com. That's 8332-OWNING or owning.com.
Hi, I'm JD. I'm Kyle, host of the Locked on Sharks podcast, a daily podcast covering your favorite team.
Come stop in with us 20 minutes a day. Two lifelong fans talking about their favorite team. We don't just talk about the analytics, we talk about all the fun stuff too. Erik Karlsson has regained his power by cutting his hair. We give players nicknames.
BMW Fairfield.
Welcome. A little Thinking Man's Thursday. You've been warned. Ray and I are going to think before the end of this show today, so be prepared. If you're thinking about the Warriors covering last night, which we both were, that did not happen. There was no doubt. That was a team playing with a second agenda. Steph Curry, he decided to hunt, but he was not hitting the target early on, and the Warriors were a little off kilter on their way to winning a basketball game. By the way, they've won 21 of 25 to start the year, which is a pretty nice way to get the year going. 104-94. Last night, your final over the Trailblazers. No style points, no three-point record. He'll get it eventually. I like his chances. Welcome, Damon and Ratto here with you this afternoon. It's good to have you. Ray, didn't happen last night.
No, and that should be a surprise to no people. I mean, I was surprised he was as aggressive early as he was, but the only thing he was going to do eventually was put his coach in a bind about what are we doing tonight? What's our priority? And the fact that he couldn't put down the shots he was getting early was an indication that the decision was made for them by him, not being able to go 8 for 5.
He was, he shot 9 threes in the first 12 minutes, 12 attempts in the first half alone. He finished 6 of 17. 6 threes. That's a monster number still. I mean, we're so spoiled around here. As Steve Kerr, I think, said last night, I've never hit 6 threes in a game in my life.
Well, we were asking him to do something ridiculous. And weirdly enough, even he can't do something ridiculous.
So we were at the Guardsman Tree Lot yesterday, and driving home, I caught most of the entire first quarter on the radio, listening to Tim, listening to Tom, and I don't want to, not cite my sources. I thought that, Tolbert said something that was actually spot on when he said, Steph Curry hitting 16 threes in a game, yeah, it could probably happen. There's no doubt. On the right night, under the right circumstances, when he's feeling it, defense is laying off for whatever reason, it could happen. Wouldn't bet against it happening at some point in time in his career in the future. But to be able to do it on demand, like, that's a huge ask. That's a huge ask. It's like, hey, Babe Ruth, can you go ahead and hit 3 home runs for Bobby tonight? Well, I mean, maybe he could, but probably not. Let's settle for 1. Look, it was an odd game to watch because you could tell the Warriors were out of rhythm all night long. And that's a team, Ray, that begs you to get back in rhythm. That's a bad Blazers team. And the Warriors were so, off their kilter that it took them the entire game to really get that game under control because they were chasing, again, that three-point record for Curry. He shot 9 threes in the first 12 minutes. So he went out there. He went hunting it. He went looking for it. He absolutely did, but it did not happen. Head coach Steve Kerr.
I thought Steph took a couple of quick ones early. Maybe he was trying to get himself going, but I actually thought we played a great first half. The ball just wasn't going in, but it was moving. We were getting really good looks. But when the ball doesn't go in, it's hard to get momentum. It's hard to get the crowd into it. It felt like at that point it was more just let's grind it out. And unfortunately, we couldn't ever give our fans too much to get thrilled about. But it's good to be in this position where we're still winning games if we're not playing our best.
Look, that crowd wanted to get loose last night, but they never really got the opportunity to.
No, and credit to the Blazers for defending as well as they did because they're not a good defensive team by any means. And they contested a lot of those shots. They made the Warriors have to earn them, and the Warriors ended up shooting 34% in the first half and 24% from 3. So
even bad teams are prideful. Even bad professionals, there are no bad basketball professionals in the NBA. There's starters and there's not starters.
Yeah, there are if you compare them against each other.
Sure.
That's when somebody says somebody's a bad player, unless they're comparing them to somebody else, it's nonsense because they're all very good players. But
right, compared to us plebs, there's nothing there.
Yeah, but Norman Powell compared to Stephen Curry, Norman Powell becomes a bad player.
By the way.
Because that's how that works. But no, the Blazers played hard, and they were more devoted to defense than they have been in a while because they didn't want to be the ones to allow the unthinkable. And by halftime, it was clear that wasn't going to happen. And so the Warriors got down to the hard slog of beating a bad team at home.
They did it. Again, 21 out of 25 to begin the year. That is a really nice place to start. We're going to start a little bit later on. At 3:30 with Ryan Russillo. What a great guest in the first hour this afternoon. Mo Egger. Have you ever heard of Mo Egger? Well, if you're from Cincinnati and you listen to Sports Talk Radio out there, maybe you have. Mo Egger from ESPN 1530 is going to join us, pardon me, at 4:30 to talk about this game coming up in Cincinnati. It is... Look, it's a big game. There's no doubt about it. We were looking at the rest of the NFC, the group of suck, and we're going to have one of them go off tonight, the Minnesota Vikings on Thursday Night Football. Right now, for the 49ers, their current playoff odds to make the playoffs sit at 63%. With a win in Cincinnati, that jumps to 73%. With a loss, it falls back to 47%. So you're going to want to be on that win column if you're a 49er fan who wants to go to the postseason, and I think you all do. We certainly, would rather cover a team in the postseason than not. That's for sure. So we'll see what they do in Cincinnati. Mo Egger will give us a little bit of a thumbnail sketch of them. Ryan Russillo, 3:30 this afternoon. We're brought to you by BMW Fairfield, now open in the Fairfield Auto Mall. Visit bmwfairfield.com today to book your visit. Ray, while everyone out here had their fingers crossed thinking, can maybe Steph Curry drop in a number of threes that has never been seen in a basketball game before? Right idea, wrong gym, wrong state. and wrong gender. There is a high school basketball player named Hannah Cohn. Have you seen this?
Yeah.
She finished with 19 threes last night. She plays for Haggerty High School in Florida. She had a 61-point outing. She knocked down 19 threes. That's spectacular. That's unbelievable. I don't care how good or bad the other team was. 19 threes in your backyard. 19 threes in an empty gym by yourself is hard to hit. She did it in a game.
She'll never have to ask anybody to go into a liquor store and buy her beer ever again.
Ever again. They'll run it out to her.
Yeah. It's a phenomenal achievement.
It really is.
I mean, just because, 19 is 19 under any circumstances, but, again, I don't know what the final score was, but...
They won.
Well, I presume
her team won, Ray.
Yeah, but I didn't. But you're never sure that it's not like one of those 101 to 38 specials.
It was like an 88 to 30 something. I mean, they mopped the floor with a bad basketball team. But again, there's a lot of mismatches in terms of an individual's talent against the other team's collective talent, and nobody knocks down 19 threes.
And the truth is, if you want to run up a score and you just want to just have fast break after fast break, I'd have a problem with that. But marksmanship is marksmanship.
She was chucking.
You can't make her. You can't just. Well, we're better than them, so she's going to shoot 19 threes.
We get some really interesting sound that has come up from Steve Young, sitting on the Matt Mayoko Hey 49er podcast. We've got the Draymond Green sound about him saying, Steph Curry is going to push this record out to a number that you wouldn't think it would ever get to, but he wouldn't put it past this league passing that number. Hey, all records are meant to be broken, I guess is what we can file that under. This Warriors road trip coming up. Look, we're not going to do a pandemic show for you. We're not going to do a COVID-19 show for you, but I will just say that this Warrior road trip could turn into a petri dish of COVID concern. At Philadelphia, at Indiana, at the Knicks, at Boston, at Toronto. Today, the Pacers canceled practice out of an abundance of caution due to health and safety protocols. The Pacers just played the Knicks, and that is coming up for the Warriors on this road trip too. Oh, by the way, the Raptors just finished playing the last team the Pacers played, the Wizards, and they canceled practice out of an abundance of caution again today. So the Pacers are a little bit of a petri dish for COVID concerns, and the Warriors are, one Philadelphia game away from heading to Indiana to play the Pacers, and we'll see if they actually get in all 5 games of this road trip before it's all said and done. Looks like the Thanksgiving stirring the COVID pot is officially settled over the NBA and all sports.
Well, that and, COVID in general is making its annual or semi-annual comeback.
It's like a white sale.
Yeah, it's
JCPenney's.
The thing is, we keep telling people this isn't over yet, and they don't want to behave like it's not over yet.
Right. It's not up to us. We will not make that decision.
No, I understand that, but 2 years ago, all the sports were freaked out about it. Now they just decided full steam ahead till they start losing, till games start dropping off the schedule again, because the idea that Indiana might be the new ground zero, reminds me of the fact that when all this started, one of the ground zero teams was the Ottawa Senators, because they went to LA and they went to Anaheim, they went to San Jose, and those teams, holy crap. And all of a sudden the season collapses right after that. So strap in. We may be doing COVID shows again.
Oh, fun. By the way, if you're watching us on Twitch TV, you think Damon and Ray, do you guys coordinate the outfit? No, but we're both wearing red today. So a red banner, red letter day here on 95.7 The Game.
Communism, yeah.
Ryan Russillo is going to be joining us in about 15 minutes here. We got an awful lot to talk about with him. He's always a fantastic guest, so stay tuned for that. Today here on 95.7 The Game, brought to you by Outdoor Supply Hardware.
Savor the season at Outdoor Supply Hardware. Find gifts of great taste with Weber, Traeger, or Big Green Egg grills, or fulfill their DIY destiny with Yuletime tools. And through Christmas Eve, get a free $10 Osh gift card when you buy a $50 gift card. Osh, 14 neighborhood.
to Damon and Ratto on 95.7 The Game. Brought to you by BMW Fairfield. Now open in the Fairfield Auto Mall. Visit bmwfairfield.com today to book your visit.
Welcome back. Damon and Ratto here on 95.7 The Game. Good to have you along. By the way, text the code word Warriors to 20357. 20357, and everything we do, all the Warrior topics throughout the entire day, get put right there for you. Not the Niners stuff, not the other stuff, just the Warriors stuff. If you text the code word Warriors to 20357, subscribe and do all the things that you need to do to make the internet just come right to your pocket.
That also works for Haggerty High, by the way.
I don't know what are you talking about?
The 19
yes, Haggerty High School. I do hope that Hannah Cohn makes the Warriors segment. She deserves to. She hit 19 threes last night. Eat your heart out, Steph.
Yeah. I mean, she worked harder to get open.
Coming off-ball screens all over that court.
Absolutely. I mean, the evidence is clear.
We have, as always, Ray and I are rooting for an element of chaos to creep up and linger in a sports conversation. And I thought we were going to get that a little bit today. Be prepared, everyone. Here is your 30-second long hockey segment that really isn't about hockey. ESPN.com had a story this morning that the city of Glendale informed the Phoenix Coyotes that they were about to lock up the arena and not let them back in unless they paid their delinquent tax bills. Apparently that is going to happen. When I first saw this story, it was like, hey, we could get a professional sports team actually evicted like some bum tenant. Since the day's gone along, I guess they have officially paid their bill. The Yotes said it was a human error. I don't know how much we trust the Coyotes with anything they say.
We trust them zero. And to be accurate, Katie Strang of The Athletic was the one who reported it yesterday. Because she's been sort of...
By the way, if Katie Strang's number, if her name ever comes up on the business end of your caller ID, don't pick it up.
Yeah, tear the phone out.
She's coming for you.
Yeah, but, the Coyotes have been trying to sort of force the city to just give them stuff. And the city of Glendale they're fed up because they still have a couple of lawsuits against them. And they may end up getting kicked out of the building anyway at the end of the year. So they might be forced to find either another rink in Arizona or get permission to move right away.
There can't be a lot of ice rinks in Arizona that are ready to host an NHL game.
Although, given their attendance, there might be plenty.
If you don't need more than 12 people in the stands, maybe they can find something to work.
And the ridiculous excuses, well, it was just human error that we forgot to pay the city taxes, the county taxes, the state taxes, and the federal taxes.
Somebody must have really forgot to put a lot of stamps on the envelopes that day.
Yeah, there was a guy in accounting who said, should I be paying these? And the owner said, no, make them come and get us.
This is why every team, or every franchise needs their own Joan in payroll. She handles things like this.
And they do have Joan in payroll. Only the Joan in payroll that the Coyotes have was told not to cut any checks. I mean, they are a fly-by-night operation and have been since about 4 owners ago. They've never gotten it right, ever.
I honestly thought we would have an NHL team getting evicted on December 20th this year, and I was rooting for it, Ray. I thought this is going to be the perfect holiday segment for you.
Well, the interesting thing was that I think the city attorney of Glendale called Gary Bettman and told him, this is about to happen.
Pay your bills.
We're not screwing around. And Bettman was non-committal. But his next call was to Alex Maruello, the guy who owns the Coyotes, and he said, you're going to pay this one. And it was going to be a very brief argument.
And what's so funny, it was only like you add it all up, it's $1.3 million. Okay, $1.3 million to you and me is a lot of money. To a professional franchise, it's not.
And Alex Maruello is a standing billionaire, as most owners are. So this was just spite. We're not going to pay this until you make us. And to Glendale's credit, they said, well, then we're going to make you pay it, or we'll kick you out. You guys could play street hockey. Good luck with you.
Car's coming. Do over.
Yeah, I mean, it's perfect. Cities should do that all the time. All the time. just say, "Oh, you're a little late on the grocery bill? Sorry, closed, padlocked."
With all of the franchises that try to, muscle a city around to get a new stadium built, it's nice to finally see the shoe on the other foot.
Yeah, and Glendale built that for them. I mean, they said, "Oh, great, we'll have you here," because they essentially got chased out of downtown Phoenix. And so they built them this place. There was a huge shopping mall right around it. Well, now the shopping mall has nobody going to it because it's out in the middle of God knows where.
Well, and it's a shopping mall, which we don't do anymore.
Well, true, but in Phoenix, it's still 1988. That said, the place is a ghost town now, and the city's going, "You owe us $1.3 million. Where's our money?" I mean, if it was the Phoenix I know, there'd have been some leg breakers going to practice.
All I can tell you is Arizona, Ice Arizona Hockey LLC, we're watching you.
Oh yeah. Oh, they're going to try desperately. They're going to go to the next owners meeting and say, you got to let us leave. And Gary Bettman is incredibly stubborn when it comes to that city. He has let them have a series of bad owners and not let any of them move because he wants hockey to succeed there. The way that hockey has succeeded in Nashville, the way it's succeeding in Raleigh, the way it's succeeding in Tampa. He believes that place can sell out all the time. And they've been underfunded and they've been crappy for most of their existence down there.
Well, he believes it because you got a lot of snowbirds in Arizona.
Yeah, except that all those snowbirds left the snow because they don't want to be cold anymore.
Right. A little chilly in the rink.
Let's go to a place that's heated up to 54 degrees. That sounds like a great idea.
Hey, on a hot day, it doesn't sound like a bad idea.
Well, weirdly, they play in the winter. On a hot day, sure, but there's no game on a hot day.
It's a dry heat, Ray. It's a dry heat.
Yeah, downright arid. No, it's a small triumph for one city in America.
Go Glendale.
Basically fly a middle finger at their only tenant.
Go Glendale.
Yeah. Forget we'll just do Ricky Martin concerts. We don't need you.
Ricky Martin. It is 1988 there.
Well, I think he's still on the road, though.
I think he's 1988. He's probably pulling in with Menudo.
I'm not sure, but I think
call Gianna. She's our resident Menudo expert.
Yeah, I'm not sure if this is actual, but I thought I saw something this morning that Will Ferrell went on stage during a Ricky Martin concert to play cowbell. Hand to God.
It's outstanding.
So yeah, no, everything comes around. Life's a hamster wheel. Then you get a hip replacement. Then you die. That's how it works.
Ryan Russillo is going to be joining us in about 4 minutes. I'm sure we're going to be, pardon me, opening up and talking about Steph Curry trying to force that issue last night. He really went for the record, and he didn't find himself close enough to it, obviously, but he was looking for it. Shooting 9 threes in the first 12 minutes. Draymond Green did a podcast yesterday, and, no one has more regard for Steph Curry than Draymond Green. But he said, look, the way that the game is played right now, wherever Steph puts this number, you can expect that number to fall too.
Steph Curry's three-point record will 100% be broken. From the time he's done playing, it'll probably only take someone 5 to 6 more years to break that record, if that. Reason being, Trae Young comes into the NBA attempting probably 6 or 7 three-pointers a game. Donovan Mitchell comes into the NBA attempting probably 6 or 7 three-pointers a game. Steph Curry came into the NBA attempting 2 three-pointers a game because it's just a totally different ball game. 2 or 3 three-pointers a game. It's a totally different ball game.
Well, he's right about all that. That's the volume with Draymond on the iHeart Podcast Network. And look, the volume is the perfect title for that podcast network because it's the same topic that we're talking about here. The starting line for careers in terms of shooting 3 points is so far down the track from where Steph started, Ray Allen, Reggie Miller. Rookies are going. Ray, I know you laugh a little and you giggle when I talk about 23s per night. In a decade from now, a guy putting up 23s will not be out of the question. It will not be the abnormal. It could be the new normal.
I bet it won't be, though, because I think they'll change the rules. They'll change the floor markings if they have to. I mean, you've already seen a little pushback against rampant offense this year with the way the perimeter is being officiated. And I think if you got to the point where 23s were the norm, they changed the markings on the court.
Not the norm for a bum. I mean, whoever that is that day is going to be heralded as the next Steph, the guy that's allowed to get away with that. Because no coach can let just some chucker go out there and do that routinely.
Well, I mean, Trae Young gets that green light, and his accuracy is not nearly what Curry's is. So I think the next guy to break, the guy who will break this record, might not only not be in the NBA now.
Right.
He might not be in college. He might not even be born, because even early on.
Well, she has been born. Her name's Hannah Cole.
Okay. If they let her into the pro league, then yeah, she'll have it. But I think you not only have to hit the ground running in terms of attempts, you have to hit the ground running in terms of makes. And Trae Young, who has sort of been spotted as Curry in training, hasn't been able to do that yet. So it's not just that Curry will take a lot of shots, it's that he makes a lot of shots. I mean, this is like one of his worst years ever, and he's still going to have 400 threes. He's going to try 1,000. That's almost for sure. You know, and only one other guy has ever done that, and that's Harden. So it's not just volume, it's accuracy too, and nobody shoots them as well as he does. That's the thing. That's why I think Green might be burning with optimism's flame a little bit on that.
Well, we got the right guy to certainly ask about it. Ryan Russillo is one of the best sports talkers in the world. The Russillo podcast, one of the most downloaded in the world. It's great to have him back on the show. It's been too long. Ryan Russillo here with Damon and Ratto. What's going on, Ryan?
Hey, guys. Thanks for having me. How are you?
Yeah, we're doing very well. Thanks for joining us. You know, obviously we were counting threes, and Steph was aggressively hunting, taking 9 in the first 12 minutes. And when he knew it wasn't there, he cooled off a little bit, finished with 6. He's now 10 shy of the all-time record. We were just playing a soundbite from Draymond Green, and he's got a ton of regard for Steph, obviously, and he was saying it's just real simple. All records are made to be broken, and this record will be broken as well, because you got guys entering the league taking 10 shots from downtown per game, where Steph had, even Steph Curry had to work up to that. Now that's a rookie year for some guys.
Yeah, when we look at some of the historical numbers, it's, people would put him side by side in the Ray Allen graphic, which I'm sure all of you guys saw and your fans saw. And you just go, well, as great as Steph is, and he is. He's the greatest shooter. There's a million reasons. We've talked about it all before. It's not just having a high percentage from one area. It's that he has tuned his muscles. And I think anybody that's, ever played basketball, high school, or beyond that, just kind of understands that you have your body in tune, where if your legs are a little off, you give it a little bit more arm. If your legs feel strong, then you give it a little less off through your hands and all this stuff. And he's always had like every calibration down perfectly. So it's beyond the numbers, but it's also a reflection of what the game is. So, when you look at some of these guys that we grew up going, hey, these are some of the greatest shooters ever. I mean, I was just messing around because one of my friends was arguing about Elway, and then people were comparing Elway's completion percentage to guys today, and it doesn't hold up as well. And you just go, you can't do that. I mean, they weren't throwing these screens. They weren't throwing underneath all the time. I mean, it was just a different game. And I think I saw that Larry Bird was behind like Matt Carroll and Nick Young and DeFournier, the all-time three-point percentage. But, I don't think any of us would look at Larry Bird and say he's probably the 180th best shooter ever. I mean, so Steph has not only the eye test, the numbers to back it up, and also an explosion with the way the game is played that puts him on a pace that's so far beyond everything else. I just thought it was funny that he even admitted, like, hey, maybe I'll go get it. And then everybody turned it into this thing. And one of my friends joked, he was like, this would be like promoting a baseball game saying, hey, come watch Freddie Freeman go for 8 home runs tonight.
Right.
Okay.
Well,
the only thing that has to happen tonight with Steph is something that's never happened before in all these games.
Right. And Ray and I, obviously, we talked about it a ton leading up to the game. And the preposterous thing was, something that has never happened before really did seem like it could ping on that guy's radar. Like, that's how spectacular he truly is at this, at many skills, but no skill more than just shooting the ball. Do you think he can be the first person to ever walk on Saturn's surface? Yeah, I do. That could happen tonight. It's crazy, but that's where we are on him.
Yeah, because there have been other times, too, where, when they're smashing other teams during their prime runs, the Clay game, and I love Steve Kerr, and, obviously we've talked about it for years now. I'm such a huge fan of this organization for a bunch of different reasons, but I'm like, don't sit Clay. Like, let's see what happens. I mean, something's happened in sports, and I think really specific to basketball sometimes, where it's almost this idea of like, well, let's not go too crazy here, or, some of the minute restriction stuff and all this kind of stuff. And I'm like, I don't know. If I were Steph, I'd probably go, hey, this team's terrible on defense. They're missing some guys like Portland's matchup. Let me see what I can do. I mean, I'd be all for it, because he's basically been, and we've been arguing this, he's a selfless guy. He's probably the greatest teammate of his generation. And I wouldn't mind certain nights for him to just see what he's capable of if he really, really wanted to be selfish. I mean, if he went post, like just prime Westbrook 41% usage rate, not for a season, but a couple games where you go, the ball never. But, I mean, look, as I say it out loud, we just know that's not the way he's wired, and that's right. Why they are so special, because he'll defer in ways superstars rarely do.
In a macro way, given the fact that Curry, is basically defined where the game is played now, and that the NBA has sort of responded by allowing more contact at the arc than before. Are you surprised at all that, unlike most other rule changes, that the officials haven't sort of reverted to form and basically been tighter at calling fouls, that they sort of held true to the notion that there can be contact on a 3-point shot that doesn't automatically become a foul?
I am Ray. I am surprised because, I'll use an example. I remember when I was covering the Celtics, maybe 15 years ago, I don't remember the exact date, they came back with a mandate saying no more arguing. Like, we're not going to accept arguing from all of these guys nonstop. And they started teeing up people left and right. And I think it lasted a couple weeks because the Players Association was like, this is ridiculous. Everybody's getting technicals. Everybody's getting fines. But, that's a little different. And I really wish there were less complaining. When we were during the lockdown, Simmons and I were doing a lot of these Bulls finals games, and there's a bunch of things that jumped out, but one of the things I thought was hilarious, I was like, you know what, a guy got a call, and there were only like one or two guys on the floor that felt like it was necessary to talk to the refs. And now we've got guys that are in G League two-ways that think they deserve 3 minutes with a ref because it gets called for a foul. And so that part kind of drives me crazy, but I think because the Players Association was a little bit more involved in this one, and it wasn't so much a ref versus player thing like it was with the technicals, they've held a little bit more. There have been times, I think, where I've seen Harden, because he and Trae Young are basically the poster guys for this. And as much as you can enjoy their talent, I would argue it's absolutely unwatchable at times. And the league had to do something about this because, when Steve Nash, I forget what I have to say, but when Trae Young in a game last year projectiles himself backwards as a guy's trailing him on a screen, and then he's called for it. Like he did it to Tim Hardaway in the beginning of the season this year, and Hardaway got called with a foul, and Hardaway's chin was busted open. He was bleeding. And I remember Nash going like, this isn't basketball. And in that play with Hardaway, kid as the head coach of the Mavs was just like befuddled. And, again, that was a call this year. But this stuff had to stop because you can chuck guys away with your off arm. You can travel like crazy in any direction. And I'm not some old guy screaming about traveling. But we then talked about this gather step away, and then because of the overreaction of the Zaza going under Kawhi, which I thought was intentional, then it turned into this landing area thing where then guys were changing the way they landed. Like, look at the way Harden would pull up with no contest whatsoever. He's straight up and down. But when he knew you were within, a foot of him, he was going to land a different way because he's really good at it. And so, as somebody who watches, I would argue, as many games as anybody out there, I'd have nights where I go, they got to fix this. And, Bill and I would rant like crazy on those pods. I even talked to a couple people, with the league who don't care what I have to say. And I commend them for trying to fix these things that were just, there was too much. There was too much where it was the advantage of the offensive player. So if we have a little bit more clutching, or if we have a little bit more of, I would say, not always giving the shooter the benefit of the doubt every time he falls down. Like, these are better things, and the league isn't going to suffer because of it. Something needed to start going in the other direction because the refs had allowed so much of this, and when you keep doing it, the players are going to they're smart guys. They're just going to keep using it to their advantage, and there was almost nothing that was a defensive player's advantage other than the charge, which I hate. But as much as I hated the charge, you're like, look, the defensive players have to have something. So I hope it holds. You know, for Steph, I thought he hunted a little bit more for fouls last year because he was, he felt truly on his own. He's bulked up a little bit more. I think he takes a little bit more contact. I don't think he hunts as much as he's done before, but, he's not an idiot either. Like, if somebody's close to his landing space, he still may try. Where I felt like before, he never really did it, and they didn't really never necessarily have to because their motion got so many guys open.
Ryan Russillo here on 95.7 The Game. We're brought to you by BMW Fairfield, now open in the Fairfield Auto Mall. Visit bmwfairfield.com today to book your visit. Ryan, the Warriors have won 21 of their first 25 games, and right there on its surface, that means, things are pretty darn good. But when looking at what they really are, not just what their record has been, there are some incompletes. There are some concerns. Size up front. We're hearing that the Pacers could, maybe blow it all up. We're also waiting for James Wiseman to show up and show us who he is. So there's options coming up for a team that doesn't really look like it needs to pull any emergency levers, but it's fascinating where they sit, what their options are, and a few franchises that could actually be open for business at a position or two the Warriors might be interested in. What do you think Bob Myers is thinking, looking at a way ahead of schedule start and the options that are on the horizon here?
I'd start with this. I don't think anybody, including the Golden State Warriors, thought they're going to have this kind of record.
Correct.
When you think about
Correct.
the profile of teams competing for a championship, and I've said this now twice emphatically, and I think you guys know, it's always funny when I get criticism from Warriors fans, and I'm like, me? You guys are picking on me right now? Like, this does not fit the profile. This is without Clay and with whatever big, whether it's Wiseman or something else. This profile of this team is as impressive as it has been, which is a testament to their development, to their coaching, to people understanding roles, the improvement of certain players. They have hit it out of the park. But this is not the profile of a team that wins an NBA championship. If your second best offensive player is Wiggins, who, again, has been great, that's usually, I think we're all on the same page here. That's usually not the kind of team that's hoisting a trophy at the end of it. But again, it's all irrelevant because if Clay comes back and Clay comes back healthy, then it changes the whole thing. And now we're talking about something serious. And that's why I've always felt, and the record has matched it, is that when I look at Phoenix, I know exactly what they are. And they finally added some big depth in JaVale, and Shamet steps in for Booker during this time. And I go, what they are now, Phoenix is a more finished product, and I like them better. And I really like them in the Golden State matchup against what Golden State is today, because of the lack of size. And I think we saw that with Ayton, that there were moments. And again, look, they didn't have Booker for half the first game at all. The second game, Bridges missed some time on top of that. So, Warriors fans would be like, hey, the other one was close and the other one was a blowout. But none of that really seems to matter. I think the first thing is figuring out what they have in Wiseman. I have not understood why the national media is so anti-him, why they've included him in every single trade. There's a reason why they took him. It's because they really liked him. He's barely played. We talked about this last season. He was held to a different standard. If he was on the Rockets, he'd probably get 20 and 10, making defensive rotation mistakes all the time. With Golden State, he can't really do that. And I still think physically he does stuff that probably 5 guys in the league can't even do. So hopefully part of his development matches the development we've seen some of these other guys, where at least he's making the right decisions, because no one needs him to score, and you're just going to have to get in a guy like Ayton's way if he's the only big. I feel like everybody's kind of had him traded away, or whether it was Kuminga or Moody or whatever. The Turner market's always been a little stale. It just has. He's been available for a while. I know teams that had talked about kicking the tires on him, and then talking about 3-way trades where it was like, everybody's been kind of lukewarm, even though he has the blocks and he's certainly a stretch 5 in this case. But he would probably fit in great with Golden State because he'd have so many open shots. But I really think that they're going to wait until they get everybody back, guys, and then see what they have. I mean, think how great, how many wins they've already banked with this group. When when you looked at it on paper, you wondered, could they even be in the top 4 or 5 in the West? And they're right there with Phoenix. So I think the Wiseman thing, I think Tim wrote about it today, where I was thrilled that he wrote about it, because I feel like a lot of the national guys have been off, where the local guys have been a lot better on it. And just why is everybody turning the page on somebody like Wiseman, who barely has played any basketball in the last couple of years? And if his effort and his development can match his physical skills, they may really have something. And on top of that, in a rookie contract. So when you start getting the salaries involved and what you'd have to do with Turner and all that stuff, Turner's been available for a while, and nobody's really stepped up. So I don't know what the competition would be for him at this point in the trade market.
It's early, so this is an unfair question. but I don't care, and I'm going to ask it anyway.
Sounds good, right?
Are you seeing a significant gap between Phoenix and Golden State and the rest of the conference starting to appear? Or do you think that Utah could be part of the we are a championship factor argument?
Utah's been awesome. They couldn't shoot the ball at the beginning of the season, and now they turned that on. They've got like 4 different guys that can kill you from the outside, and I think Donovan Mitchell belongs in. I'm not going to put him in that top 5 or 6 thing who he completely changes your franchise, but this is a special player that is capable of doing things offensively on his own that very few players in the league can do, and he's got kind of the girth and size. And I know he's had a couple of the injury dings going back to last year where he wasn't fully healthy, but I really like Utah, but I've known this going into it because of what happened in the playoffs last year and what happens with some bigs from time to time where it's not so much even that Gobert got stuck chasing guys in the corner defensively. It's that he doesn't do anything to you when you go small because he's just not skilled enough. He's just not a finished product. He's not going to be that guy. And it's almost like that Dwight Howard thing where you're like, I know how good you are. I know what the numbers are, but offensively, you just like, what's your plan once you get the ball a bunch of times, especially in a playoff game? So their record, they could have the 1 seed in the West, and I don't think the public is going to take them as seriously as a fully healthy Golden State or Phoenix. And I don't really have a problem with that because it hasn't happened for them. And, people are on different sides of the argument about what Gobert is or isn't in a playoff series. But, it just happens. Like, games are different, and there are certain nights where your big is great, and it's awesome that he's out there. And there's other times where it doesn't work. I remember some of those Cavs series with your team where Tristan Thompson was brutal for Golden State to deal with on the boards, and there were other times where it felt like he shouldn't even be out there. So the big thing is always, I feel like this kind of riddle that goes game by game in different playoff series, even though the teams are the same in the entire matchup. So I respect Utah. I take them seriously, but I just don't think anybody's going to care because of what's happened in the playoffs and because of the Gobert part of it. I just don't think there's going to be a majority of people that are putting them in the same tier as Phoenix and healthy Golden State.
So we just saw him last night. We don't need to spend too much time on this, but let's say you've been hired as the new general manager up in Portland. What are you doing with the Dame Lillard situation?
I'd ask if I could pay his property tax. I would make sure. I would not want to be the guy coming in and going, all right, first order of business is getting rid of Dame Lillard. I don't. Like, these guys, it's so hard to get one of these players, and it's even harder if you're a city like Portland. It just is. And I know he's on the older side. I know that, we have massive contract numbers coming up. I know that he got off to a terrible start, and that history tells us that older or smaller guards don't age necessarily well. But guys that can shoot, I still feel like I'd give the benefit of the doubt. And to just hit the reset button where you feel like you're like, all right, let's just get a million picks. Picks to me have become completely overrated, or if it were a stock, it would be overbought. It just would be because these guys do these trades, and then you look at the final package, and sometimes you get lucky, but a lot of times you're like, wait, like 4 of the 5 picks were nothing.
Right, it's a poo-poo platter.
Traded the start of this team. Go ahead.
No, I was just saying, yeah, it's amazing how unimpressive these trades are in their conception and in their final, reveal as well.
Yeah, I think it's, let's never underestimate the survival mode of a general manager. Because if you trade the guy when you come in, and then you can say you've got all these picks coming over the next 4 or 5 years, and it's almost like, well, we're going to ride this out. Then you can keep telling everybody, oh, look at all these picks. This is crazy. At least Presti has the resume and has done some real things with Oklahoma City, so I look at him a lot differently than I would look at somebody else. Like, look at how the Harden trade could end up shaking out. Now, who knows? Maybe in years from now, Brooklyn doesn't keep any of those guys that are all hurt, and one of those picks turns out to be a franchise-altering player, and it gives you a few chances at it. But I would try to figure out the Dame part of it first. Whenever I would talk to those guys in the past, I felt like they were relevant. They were relevant. They qualify for the playoffs. The depth things didn't work out. The pieces on the fringes didn't work out. They had some health stuff, which a lot of teams do. But I'm telling you, I just think when you're a franchise and you have somebody like Dame and the marketing part of it, feeling like you're relevant and a star that you can build everything around, and I normally wouldn't want the guys down the hallway influencing the guys in the actual NBA front office part of it. But in this case with Dame, I think you got to solve the Dame thing first and then figure out the rest later.
I genuinely don't want to ask this because It's asked everywhere. But how seriously do you take the Lakers? I know a lot of other people, that's a default conversation to the point where I'm sick to death of the concept of Russell Westbrook, let alone the player. But it's every day. Are they so incomplete that they're going to be hovering around 500 all year? Or is there a second gear that they're about to tap or going to tap in the second half that makes us need to take them more seriously than we should right now?
Well, I think it's just two names. It's LeBron and Anthony Davis, which isn't, you're like, hey, great, glad we had you on. LeBron's been the best, bet other than he or Tom Brady in team sports for a really long time. I mean, that's, whatever you think of LeBron, and even the haters have to admit, like, this guy actually delivers. And, we hold all these other stars to certain standards that they never even reach, and he actually does it. And, yeah, some of the numbers scare me a little bit more than we've seen before. You start to get older, you start shooting further away from the hoop, you get less free throws, you get less rebounds, you're taking way more threes, and he's doing all of those things right now. But he also can coast. I've seen him coast in regular season games for years, where then you look at the final numbers and you go, what? He had like 20, 28, 8, and 11 again? Like, how did that happen? It felt like it wasn't even going that hard. He's just still that good. And I've still seen glimpses of it. Anthony Davis, I mean, you could look at the overall numbers there and argue, oh, no, he's not doing that. His shot selection, his mid-range stuff, the number of attempts, and then how bad he is where he's ranking, I don't know what it was. I think a couple weeks ago he was like in the 80 out of like 82 guys as far as how bad he was from some of that mid-range stuff. Like, I can't believe it's that bad, because that was always what was so great about him, is that he was this perimeter big. And I know it's not always going to be awesome, and he's going to look soft at times or disengaged. And, I don't necessarily love the word soft with him, but, I mean, it happens, and I don't know that that's ever going to change. But if those two guys are right, I still think you have to take them seriously, even though through 25 games they're a 500 team. I think LeBron, he hasn't played 4 consecutive games at any point this season. And the rest of the pieces around it, like, it was cool. They were signing a bunch of their buddies and older guys with big resumes, but they didn't do their head coach any favors, because any front office will tell you, and a coach, he may not be as honest about it, but you kind of need your 8 guys, and then you need a bunch of other guys that kind of know their role. And it's older guys that kind of accepted who they are, but not older guys that think they're going to be getting steady minutes all the time. And they put together this group of players with incredible personal resumes that aren't going to be happy about all the shifting that they're doing around. And now it's all landing on Vogel, which is completely unfair if you've watched this team, because they're just not that good, blowing these leads to bad teams. And, everybody knows I'm not a big Westbrook guy, because I just think that he has the ball all the time and put up these huge numbers. And I think when it came to winning time, that wasn't really a guy that I want to place a bet on. I thought at least his energy and his efforts in the regular season would help them carry through some of the more, lackadaisical stretches that they were going to have with LeBron and AD resting guys, and he would fill that in the playoffs, no thanks. So I still think their ceiling is below a Phoenix or a healthy Golden State, but I feel like a lot of us have made a ton of mistakes over the years giving up on LeBron because it may not look good, and I still think whatever his stats are, shot selection, all that kind of stuff, he's just a tough guy right off in the playoffs, because I think he paces himself as well as anyone I've ever seen.
So I was going to pivot to an NBA or NFL question or two, but I want to wrap up with this, and I know we got to go. And as always, thank you for doing a podcast on live radio with us. We always keep you for way too long, but we appreciate your time, Ryan. Did you ever think that weight issues in the NBA would drift away from like the Oliver Miller crowd into a starting all-star crowd? I'm really surprised to see what's happened with Zion, Luka, Harden. It seems to be an issue in a world of professional athletes who have access to trainers and nutrition like never before. Do these franchises bear as much responsibility for the shape of some of these guys as themselves?
I mean, we could get into it, where New Orleans over the years has gotten a lot of criticism for the training and the keeping guys healthy. I think that's the best way to put it. I mean, they had some really epic runs of injuries, and I believe they've overhauled a lot of that stuff. I am more about, I think we have a weird thing, and this is a societal thing, where the person does something they're not supposed to do, and then we try to find a million other ways to blame anyone else except for the person. And we got 450 of these guys playing professional basketball. And I don't care what group of people you take. You take 400 people. There's going to be, there's going to be people that just aren't going to try as hard. They're not going to have their priorities in line. We see this with a lot of young guys that kind of will tell you after 4 or 5 years in, or maybe it's that fourth year and they're hoping for that extension, when they start realizing they're going to take this thing seriously. Zion in particular, this is all on him. All right? He dunked all over everybody his entire life. People told him he needed to get in better shape, and he was just like, when he played last year, he was one of my favorite single players to watch. He was incredibly dominant. He's playing point guard, and he's destroying everybody. Nobody even knew what to do with him. So if you go to him, hey, you need to lose some weight, he's like, why do I need to lose weight? Like, it's working. Like, I guess you need a huge scare to turn it around, and there's going to be players that end up not fulfilling what they could be because they didn't take it seriously enough. And it's the same thing with people in life. So when I look at this and go, hey, is it on the team? But you can tell Luka to change his diet. You can tell Luka to come into the season in better shape. You can tell him to change his workouts. If he doesn't want to do it, he's not going to do it. And Luka's finally admitting this. And I thought Bob Valgueras, who was on with Simmons, a guy that worked with the Mavs in the front office, he was Cuban's guy. He was really candid and talking about his time there with Dallas, going, Luka came in every year and you were kind of like, what's going on? And because Luka's been so successful, borderline dominant. Look at those playoff runs those last 2 years against the Clippers. Go back and look at what that guy did. It's hard to tell him that he's doing something wrong.
Right.
Finally, he admitted it. So sure. You could, what are you going to do? Give him a book from Tony Robbins? You're going to, send him a link from Instagram, to motivate him. You can tell somebody how to be motivated, but if they're not going to listen. It doesn't matter what message you use.
There you go. The old mix in a salad. It's a good old-fashioned way to do it. Ryan, thank you very much, man. Always appreciate your time. Happy holidays.
Hey, you guys as well. Thanks a lot.
Thank you so much. Ryan Russillo here on 95.7 The Game. Always great to have him on. Just content machine, especially when it comes to the sport of basketball. Ray and I will be back in just a moment. I've got a name, image, and likeness story that is unlike any you have heard. It's really a next step, and we're going to talk about that a little bit and get you to some very interesting Steve Young sound, very interesting Steve Kerr sound talking about the game last night and the upcoming road trip. So stick around. 1 hour down, 2 to come here on 95.7 The Game. We're brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises.
Masterclass gives you unlimited access to online classes from the world's best, anytime, anywhere, and at your own pace. Create an unforgettable dish with Gordon Ramsay. Write a chart-topping song with Alicia Keys. Build an iconic brand with Anna Wintour. Or land a Yurchenko 2.5 with Simone Biles. Okay, maybe we'll wait on that one.
Copyright 2021 Bank of America Corporation.
You're listening to KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Station. Presented by DuckDuckGo. Privacy simplified. Now back to Damon and Ratto. Brought to you by BMW Fairfield on 95.7 The Game.
Great to have you here on 95.7 The Game. We understand our audience. We understand that most of our audience is not into college football, college basketball at all. This is a pro town, a decidedly pro town. And, you know, we cater the show around that. I'm going to ask you to just lean into this story for a second. This is not going to get too busybodied with, you know, who's in the college football playoffs or Heisman race. This town loves innovation. The Bay Area is always on the cutting edge of making cash big time. And apparently so are the Texas Longhorns. So name, image, and likeness, Ray, I think we both agree this is a very good thing. It's an opportunity for players to really, well, I mean, the better thing would be is if players just got a straight cut of like TV deals for networks. Like they still have to go out and find a third party, but at least they get an opportunity to sing for their supper now, and it can put a little cash in their pockets, which is long overdue at the collegiate level, especially when college football teams left and right are nothing more than professional football outfits operating under the guise of amateurism.
Yeah, no, it's a company with a library. That's all it is. And the library does not have to be used.
No. On3sports.com covers Texas Longhorns football, shared this. Horns with a Heart, which is a nonprofit charity organization, will provide every scholarship offensive lineman at Texas with a $50,000 annual name, image, and likeness deal. It's the latest in the series of launches by Longhorn supporters that will likely spur a new type of arms race in college sports. In other words, hi, you're an offensive lineman, you're going to Texas, without lifting your finger, without trying to garner anything for yourself, without searching for your name, image, and likeness deal, there is a $50,000, let's call it what it is, paycheck waiting for you. And this is the next step in name, image, and likeness, where the school will then go about figuring out how to offer up your name, image, and likeness to satisfy whatever needs to be satisfied for that definition to be in play. But this is a $50,000 paycheck to any single offensive lineman who shows up in Texas. Now, it doesn't prevent you from going out and making more money, but it's a base salary, essentially, for offensive linemen who are Longhorns.
Yeah, it's an indirect way of trying to directly pay players.
It is.
And under normal circumstances, the NCAA wouldn't tolerate it, but they're in retreat on every front, and they're not interested in picking a fight with anybody. So basically, what Texas is saying is, we're just going to do what every school has always done. We're just going to buy guys, and we're going to put this fancy hat on it with a couple of strings of Christmas tinsel on it, so it doesn't look like what it is. And I don't have a problem with it either, because when you hear the numbers that coaches are getting to break the deals that they're in and get new deals, I mean, the amount of money that the University of Miami is spending to get Mario Cristobal is jaw-dropping. And the fact that players don't get any piece of that is infuriating. And so Texas is basically saying, well, now you are going to get a piece of it. It's a small piece. I mean, we're going to still try to buy the $12 million coach, but we'll start buying some of you guys too. Because, among other things, Texas has been getting their hats blocked on recruiting for a while now.
Well, look, you walk into some kid's living room and the word $50,000 will not resonate with them is the reason why I'm making this decision. other kids, it's going to be the biggest opportunity to make more amount of money than their parents have ever made.
Yeah, and the window for Texas to enjoy this advantage is already closing, because if they're the first ones to have the idea, you know that Alabama's got it now too.
Without a doubt.
And if Alabama's got it, Clemson's got it. If Clemson's got it, Ohio State's got it. So,
well, at that point, it becomes, well, if you go to Texas, you get 50, but you come to Alabama, you're looking at 85. Yeah. Ohio State is saying we're losing too many players to the SEC, so we got to go ahead and make this a 6-digit conversation now.
Yeah, oh no, that's exactly what's going to happen. And if you're going to operate a whorehouse, which is essentially what college football is, everybody ought to get their piece. And this is the start of that. And there will be no more defenses that the college football establishment can have for, well, we can't pay these guys because you're paying them.
Right.
You were paying them before. You were just doing it with cash underneath the desk. Now you're just piling it up where everybody can see it. And that's where, and now college football is basically the lowercase NFL. And fine. I mean, you've exploited these kids for centuries. It's over. And now they're just going to say, you're getting $100,000 from Boise State? Well, here at Colorado State, we need to get something going. Here's 110.
I don't know who's going to come up with more money than Texas. It will happen. But no one, Ray, is going to come up with a better name than what Texas has for this. This program is called the Pancake Factory because it's for offensive linemen. That's the best group you could ever. That's the best name you could ever give a group of offensive linemen. The Pancake Factory will be the first of its kind. It'll support a football position group for players to participate in charitable endeavors. In other words, we got Texas's right guard here tonight. Come on out and get an autograph. They're going to be their name, image, and likeness. It's going to be the old-fashioned, booster gives kid an off-season college job, and that off-season job was water one plant on a windowsill, and they got $30,000 for doing that.
Yeah.
So the Pancake Factory is going to be playing these offensive linemen $50,000 annually, and it's there's another thing that they called the Burnt Ends program, which is Texas tight ends are getting 4-figure monthly salary stipends. I mean, this is a paycheck to a college player under the umbrella of name, image, and likeness. That's all it is.
Yeah, name, image, and likeness is probably already obsolete because of this decision.
Right.
Because
by the
now
way,
it's
good
not
for the
even
kids.
about
Good for the kids.
It's not even. Well, I'm not saying it's
right.
I'm not saying anything about this is wrong. If you're going to run a meat market, put the meat in the window.
Pound it, pound it, pound it, pound it.
Continue.
What this is abandoning name, image, and likeness, because that's paperwork. Now it's just, hi, remember the golden handshake? Well, now it's a golden briefcase or a backpack in your case, and it's going to be stuffed with money that name, image, and likeness can't begin to cover, because I guarantee you, the right guard at Texas wasn't going to get $50,000 in name, image, and likeness money. This is money.
Right.
And you don't have to go out and hustle a thing.
Right. A nameless, faceless backup center who does not play because he did not shoot up the depth chart, $50K.
Yeah. I mean, basically what they've done is they've taken Joan from payroll and given her an NFL handbook to say, make this work. That's all it is.
Look at it this way. Money going to kids, it's good.
Yeah. Well, money going to kids, hopefully at the expense of administrators, and definitely at the expense of coaches.
Oh, no. There will be no coach giving a dime back. As a matter of fact, we're about to enter a world, Ray.
If you're giving $500,000 to your 10 offensive linemen, it's $500,000 that doesn't go to the third assistant strength coach. It's because ultimately, even all the money in the world is still a finite number. And what this is going to do is basically break college football off again. It's no longer going to be 130 schools. It's going to be about 40.
Well, all I can tell you is whatever a backup offensive lineman at Texas is worth, the starting point guard at Kentucky, Duke, Indiana has to be worth 10 times that.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying is when you start paying players a worthwhile amount of money, that goes, all of a sudden players are going, part of the recruiting thing is, I want in on that.
Yeah, what you got for
me? And it's going to happen in college basketball in a certain segment of the country. It's definitely going to happen in a certain segment of the country for college football. It'll happen for women's college basketball because they generate money too.
Sure.
And at some point, some colleges are going to go, can we afford to keep doing this year after year if all we're getting is 28,000 people in the stadium? You know, if the television contract isn't, I mean, it's probably really bad news for like the Mountain West. And it's probably bad news for half the Big 12 and a chunk of the Pac-12 too, because they're not revenue generators the way that Texas is. Texas is basically saying, we're going into the SEC and we're going to start spending like the SEC.
May you live in interesting times. We are certainly in interesting times. Damon and Ratto here on 95.7 The Game. We are brought to you by Mimecast. Safeguard your organization against phishing, business email compromises, the risk of ransomware. Visit mimecast.com, MIMECAST.com. Steve Young talking about the quarterbacking situation, the coach, and the way he sees the 49ers when we come on back. And we're going to be on to Cincinnati with Mo Egger, who covers the Bengals out in Cincinnati in just a little bit here as well. He joins us at 4:30. We're back in a moment here on 95.7 The Game.
You know when you order a new video game or a golf club or a
Great to have you around this afternoon. Thanks so much for stopping on by. If, God forbid, you're the type of person who actually wants to watch this, not just listen to this, you can do that now. Damon and Ratto, we're streaming live on Twitch and YouTube. Head to twitch.tv/957thegame, youtube.com. You might have heard of it, /957thegame to watch us, see what we're wearing. Ray and I are both dressed like Bobbsey twins today.
Yeah, we're basically bloated tomatoes.
We really do look terrible.
No, I mean, the point is, they've been warned. Whatever damage is done after this, that's on them, not us. That wasn't a promo. That was a disclaimer.
We do need better lighting in here. I got to be honest with you. If we're doing this now, I need some better light. I'm a little washed out. Look at my forehead. You could set a camera's white balance just based on that. Like if I took my shirt off, it would look like a solar eclipse in here.
You know what else it would
look like? Or a lunar
like?
Eclipse.
It would look like me leaving.
Yeah, well, yeah. You don't want these nipples in your life, Ray.
I assure you that was a sentence you never had to utter.
But right in time for the holidays. That's right. Good times. We have an awful lot coming up. Mo Egger joins us at the bottom of the hour from Cincinnati, where he is a sports talk radio host. We're going to get a thumbnail sketch of the Bengals from him in just a moment. Steve Young was on the Matt Mayoko, Laura Britt, NBC Bay Area 49er Talk podcast. Some very interesting things to say about a relationship that we speculate. What do you think is going on there? Steve Young knows a little bit more about quarterbacking than Ray and I might claim to, and he sees and confirms an awful lot of our suspicions. Number one, there is a trust issue between the coach and the QB.
He wants to attack. Like, he smells it and he wants to go. And Mike, his dad, was that way. Like, he smelled it, and then he was in for like a bloodhound. It was like, and I think what's happened, and you saw that in the 2019 season, he smells it, he wants to go, and then something goes, and there's a trust. I've said this from the very beginning. If Jimmy and Kyle could get a trusting relationship so that Kyle, when he smells it, he senses it, and then he could just expansively go after it with Jimmy just taking care of it all, we would be really humming. But because he doesn't trust him, and you saw that in the playoffs, especially in 19, the Super Bowl year, that because of that, he doesn't feel like Jimmy can call those plays that are expansive and really just let's go. And then, it bogs down. And he says, okay, I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to ask him to do that. You saw that very glaringly in the playoff run in the Super Bowl.
I also thought that you saw a running game that was popping so well that was the wrong maybe scenario to say there was a trust issue. It's the regular season up to it, and it's the regular season that we're in right now. That's where the trust issue lies. When you got Raheem Mostert running for nearly 300 yards in an NFC title game that you're controlling from pillar to post, why risk it? I get that. I think that's smart decision-making in that moment. But without a doubt, Steve Young sees what we've been suspecting the whole time. Kyle has a part of the playbook that even though he wants to go there, he can't because Jimmy cannot or does not execute it to Kyle's liking.
And he also can't go to it because Trey Lance is not ready. I mean, the fact is, if in fact Young is correct and Shanahan doesn't trust Garoppolo, one, you sort of have to take a little bit of that on faith because he's not really around to understand the personal dynamic between the two of them and how they come to their accommodations every week. But the other thing is the choice of Trey Lance and the fact that he hasn't absorbed enough of this offense to be considered trustworthy means that if he doesn't trust Garoppolo, he trusts Lance far less than that. And that's where maybe you start thinking, all right, even if you don't like Mac Jones at the draft, maybe you like Justin Fields because he's got a little more dynamism to his game than Garoppolo does, and he's got more of a resume than Lance. I mean, Shanahan ultimately, wants to transition from Garoppolo. That's why he traded up to get to that spot. But then he took the guy with the least amount of on-field expertise in Lance. And that seems like those are two things that work against each other. Because if you want to transition, you want a guy who's close to ready. And say whatever else you want to say about Mac Jones and being coached by Bill Belichick, which makes life a whole lot easier for him. He's a guy with a resume. And I think that as Shanahan looks back at this in 5 years, he might consider 2021 was sort of that was a misstep because he wanted to do something, but he didn't put himself in position to be able to do it.
And it's funny because he wraps a distrust issue in, I implicitly trust this guy. As a matter of fact, he's our best chance to go. He's our best chance to win. Jimmy's a winner. I think he's going to be our guy. He is the royal we guy of the 49ers, but he's still not Shanahan's guy. He's really not. And Steve Young says he kind of has a little sympathy for the situation that Jimmy finds himself in.
Strangely, I feel bad for Jimmy too. I put myself in his shoes, and you want someone to trust you. You know what I mean? Like, hey, I got your back. Like, just call the plays. And I think you can it becomes a psychological game where it's like, if you'll trust me, I'll take care of it. Well, if you don't trust me, then I don't know And it's like, I feel bad because there's times when, like the last drive, with the game on the line, a couple days ago, where you can see that it can really get going. Like it can, and he can take it. He can go win the football game.
Here's my question. How much do you think Jimmy actually trusts himself? Because here's a guy that I don't understand. Like, let's say Kyle Shanahan sends play X in. Jimmy knows that play Y is the better play to run right here. Why not just run that? Why not just run that? What is Kyle Shanahan going to do? Put in the guy he doesn't trust at all over the guy he distrusts just a little? If I'm Jimmy Garoppolo, I am attacking downfield. I am getting aggressive as a quarterback. I am going to come out and play at the tempo that you saw in the last drive that led to, them coming very close to winning. Why not just say, screw all this crossing route underneath crap. Debo, go deep. We're taking a shot right here, and I'm going to dare that SOB to yank me out of this game. Yeah, give this guy reps.
Because he's not wired that way to basically defy the head coach.
I'm not talking about like all day and night long.
Even
play.
It doesn't matter. He's wired to do what the game plan he's been handed tells him to do. That's who he is. He's not going to be the guy who's going to... No, I disagree with that play because time immemorial, quarterbacks who do that, even great quarterbacks, get screamed at by their coaches on the sideline. And Jimmy Garoppolo is not going to win that argument. He's going to say, you want me to do this? I'm doing this.
Yeah, go ahead. I missed the play. You don't like what I did. Scream at me. You're going to have me out there first down next time we get the ball back.
Nate Sudfeld.
But seriously.
No, I'm telling you, Jimmy Garoppolo is a guy who has never fought, a coach on anything. He says, if you want me to run these plays, if you want this game plan, I'm going to give you that game plan.
Look, if you want
to argue about, there's no leverage for him on this, because ultimately, even if he knows that Shanahan will ultimately send him off somewhere else, it's better to have the coach you had talking you up than talking you down.
Oh, there's not a single amount of, comfort. Well, sure, there is a little bit. But Jimmy Garoppolo is going to get his next job based on game tape, not a personal recommendation or a Yelp review from a single coach or position coach or head coach that he had.
No, but
some people think this guy's better than the guy we got now.
Coaches ask other coaches, is this guy coachable?
Well, he's clearly coachable.
Well, that's my point. He's coachable because he doesn't say, screw it, I'm going deep on this play.
I'm not talking about 17 weeks in a row of screw the game plan, I'm doing it my way. But every now and then, if you got to be a great fighter pilot, you got to buzz the tower, man.
Well,
we've seen Top Gun. We know how this works.
But Top Gun's a movie, and Tom Cruise is given a script to do that. Jimmy Garoppolo has been given a script, and he follows the script. I mean, if you want to say that they're not a dynamic offense, fine, but Jimmy Garoppolo's running what he's been told to run. So if you want to complain
you got to
trust Shanahan.
You got to trust your quarterback a little bit more than don't trust my quarterback, and that is the gray area that this entire franchise is stuck in.
But here's where I'm getting off the Steve Young train, because I also think that Kyle Shanahan wants this offense under this guy. He's programmed this since the start of camp. He wants to change it eventually, but if he thought he could change it right away, he would not have taken the least experienced quarterback. He thought this was going to be a transition year, and it hasn't turned out as dynamic as he wants, and they're still 6-6. He thought running this offense this way with a superior defense would get them to 9-3 anyway, and the defense hasn't been superior except for about 4 weeks. That's where the gamble fails. He was going to try to get away with this for one more year and then think, okay, now I can install the guy I drafted. Trey Lance was not part of the plan in 2021 at any point, no matter how many people bleated for him to play. And the fact that people still think he should be playing staggers me, because it's now week 14. How much more evidence do you need?
Garrett in San Jose, you're on 95.7 The Game. Garrett, what do you got?
I'm all for trusting your quarterback, and you have to trust your quarterback. At any level, that goes all the way down to Pee-wee football. But also from Pee-wee football on, unless you're Peyton Manning or Tom Brady, you can never change the play. You can never deviate from Shanahan's play call. Now, if you want to take a shot within a scheme where you're supposed to, maybe read the mesh and you end up throwing a deep ball, okay, that's fine. But you can never change the tempo of the offense, change Shanahan's calls. It sends a bad message to the team on so many levels, and it ruins discipline throughout an entire organization.
Garrett, are you telling me Peyton Manning doesn't call audibles, doesn't see something and say, I'm going to attack that? It wasn't in the playbook, but there it is. I want to attack that.
Peyton Manning fought to get that power, and he put up the resume that allowed him to do that over time. He didn't do that right away. First year he got
This isn't right away for Jimmy Garoppolo. It's year 5, and he's on his way out of town no matter what he does.
Not Peyton Manning, and there are only very few quarterbacks who ever get to defy their coach at all. Phil Simms was a highly successful coach.
Trying to make a play is not defying a coach.
So you say. But the dynamic there, I think, is different. Jimmy Garoppolo is not going to have that fight, and I don't think Kyle Shanahan would tolerate that fight. I mean, there's a reason why he wanted all the power in the building, because he wants all the power in the building.
The fight coming up is against Cincinnati, and a man who knows a lot more about the Bengals than we do, Mo Egger. He's on ESPN 1530 in the Queen City. He's nice enough to join us here on 95.7 The Game. Damon Bruce, Ray Ratto. Mo, thank you for joining us. We do not know you. We have not talked to you before, but your Bengals bona fides are spoken for. Thank you very much for joining us, sir.
You don't know who I am. I know who you guys are.
Oh, well, thank you.
What's wrong? What wrong in your life?
Yeah, why would you why? There's no way. God forbid. Thank you very much, though, for pretending you know who we are. Tell us a little bit about Joe Burrow and what he has done to turn this franchise around. The number 1 overall pick isn't guaranteed to be a click, especially when they get injured the way that they are, the way that he did early on in his career. But this guy looks like the real deal.
Yeah, he's re-energized the city. He's reinvigorated interest in the franchise. I mean, he is. The Bengals played the Chargers this week, and that invariably invites comparisons between Justin Herbert and Joe Burrow. And Justin Herbert played very well in that game, and he has got the look of a guy who's going to be a really good NFL quarterback. I shudder at the comparison between the two because, and I said it often this week in the aftermath of the game, Justin Herbert is being asked to play quarterback for the Los Angeles Chargers. Joe Burrow is being asked to save the Cincinnati Bengals. And so they just ask so much more of him. So much more is required of him. And, so far, so good. They obviously had the injury issue last year, which was devastating. And Joe's play this season has been far from perfect. If you look at the statistics, that'll reveal as much. But this is a franchise that needed just a jolt of energy, a personality. And frankly, it needed somebody worth building around because Andy Dalton was, for all of his attributes, never really that guy. The moment, I think, even going back to before the draft, when we were watching Joe Burrow play out his last year at LSU, and you had a chance to sort of just watch the guy, watch how he carried himself, watch the confidence with which he played, you thought, okay, that's exactly what this downtrodden, historically awful franchise needs. And he's embraced the role. He's embraced the role on the field. He's embraced the role off the field. And, I think he's given you every reason to think that this is a guy completely worth building around. Now, his play has to improve, and the franchise has to continue to build the team around them. But they've got the most important piece, and that's not just a franchise quarterback. That's really the centerpiece of the organization, and a guy that, again, it takes living here for a while to really understand the dynamic between this city and the Bengals. He has, I think, been a guy that has been able to sort of repair the relationship, at least to a degree, that the Bengals have had with their public.
How have the Bengals become smarter, able to spot not only Joe Burrow, but Jamar Chase and T. Higgins and Joe Mixon? All of a sudden, they're hitting on draft choices that they didn't really used to. How did they get smarter in the last 2 years?
Yeah, and it helps when you're drafting number 1 overall and number 5 overall, right? It's easier to find those guys the earlier you're drafting, and that's not a reflection of intelligence; it's a reflection of an aptitude. But yeah, look, they've suddenly turned things around. I mean, this is a franchise. If you go back, 2011 through 2015, 5 straight playoff years, and the main reason why was they drafted very well. That dried up with a series of draft choices that simply didn't work out. In some cases because of injury, in some cases because they just took the wrong player, in some cases because they would draft somebody who didn't even like football. The big turnaround has been the fact that they've gotten players in the draft who have proven to be useful, and in some cases proven to be even more useful. I'll throw out some names you didn't mention. Jesse Bates, who has been a revelation, a second-round pick from a couple of years ago, who has been in the conversation among the best safeties in football. Logan Wilson, a linebacker, who's actually not going to play on Sunday because he injured himself, suffered a shoulder injury against the Chargers. But this is a franchise that has long been suffering for a playmaker, a linebacker. They've gotten him. But I tend to think that the even bigger shift is what they've done in free agency, meaning they actually, tried to sign free agents. And useful guys, and guys who are in their prime, and guys who came from winning programs, and guys who weren't just sort of your 3rd or 4th tier free agents who used to be good and had success 3 or 4 years ago and were looking for one more paycheck. I think the thing this franchise has done over the last 2 years that has marked the biggest departure from what the Bengals used to be has been that they've embraced free agency as a way to build the team and certainly supplement what they have. And when you add that to a group of guys that have proven to be useful in the draft, and you have your quarterback, the result of all that is a team that is, I'm not sure how good they are, but they're certainly interesting, and you can't deny they're in the playoff hunt.
Mo Egger from ESPN 1530 in Cincinnati previewing this game the Niners got coming up this weekend. You said you drafted a guy who didn't even love football. Is that a shot at Akili Smith?
That's going back a
way too far. Yeah, way too far back, probably.
I think Akili Smith liked playing football. I just think he liked partying more. They drafted Cedric Ogbuehi from Texas A&M in the first round of the 2015 draft, and he was going to be the guy to replace Andrew Whitworth. And as it turned out, the guy really just didn't have that much of a passion for football. And I think the most unforgiving thing is, and we found out this sort of after the fact, is in the run-up to the draft, the intel they gathered suggested as much, and they still took him.
There you go. Does not like football. Take him anyway. So, look, Mo, the 49ers are like the opposite of the Bengals. The Bengals are built to be a big strike, aggressive team. The Niners, ultra-conservative offensively. Where, if you were the Niners, would you go about exploiting a Bengals weakness? What is the weakness the Niners should try to exploit?
I think you can, especially without Logan Wilson, I think to a degree you can hit him in the middle of the field. I do think this secondary can be susceptible to giving up some explosive plays. There's, what they did with building the defensive backfield is they tried to replace quantity with quantity, meaning they let William Jackson walk in free agency, and they built a secondary that is filled with dudes that when you watch the NFL, you're like, oh, yeah, that guy. Oh, yeah, he's with the Bengals now. I forgot. There's a lot of that. So there's not somebody who, when you sit down at the beginning of the week and like, how are we going to beat the Bengals? What's our game plan going to be? There's nobody where you're like, man, we can't throw at that guy. So there's some holes in that secondary. But, to me, what we've talked about all week, and I'm sure in every city the 49ers go to, people worry about George Kittle. Without Logan Wilson on the field, who's easily their best linebacker, I've asked all week long, what's the plan going to be for George Kittle? Because even when Logan's out there, tight ends can beat this team. This defense has been, I think, better than people would have expected. Their pass rush, you're going to have to watch out for Trey Hendrickson, who has been one of the better free agent acquisitions, I think, in the entire league. He and Sam Hubbard have proven to be a pretty good pass rushing duo. The interior of their defensive line, which they've upgraded significantly in free agency, I think they've gotten pretty good return on investment there. I don't know that there's a glaring, gaping, huge hole on this defense, but there are some weak spots, and I would start in the middle and then kind of go back and figure out which of those DBs you can pick on.
Let me tell you, Mo Egger, when we speak of you, we are going to speak of you well from now on. Thank you very, very much. Really appreciate your time today.
Okay, guys, thanks.
Thank you. Mo Egger, out of Cincinnati. ESPN 1530.
No idea who we were. I like the lie, but it was a lie.
Probably knows who you are, Ray. You're kind of a big deal.
Oh, cut the crap. And that's an order. I know what I'm talking about on this.
I don't know. I've seen your name in print.
The one thing,
I've seen your name on the
internet.
internet.
The one thing he didn't answer was how did they become smart? He just said, yeah, they became smart. But how? Because Mike Brown, was a certified dope across NFL circles for forever. When even the years when they were making the playoffs every year with who the hell was their coach? Marvin. Why am I drawing a blank?
I don't know.
Yeah, they would make the playoffs pretty regularly, and they'd leave quickly.
Sam Weish.
Yeah, no, it wasn't Sam.
Marvin Lewis.
Marvin Lewis. Yeah. How do I not know that?
Shame on you.
I have brain bubbles.
You know what you need?
Maximum
I just want to center you, Ray. Bring you back to your third eye so you can think clearly.
I'm going to give you a third eye with a cricket bat. No, it's just, how did they all of a sudden figure out, oh, you know what? T. Higgins can help us. Oh, let's draft Jamar Chase. I mean, it's not just picking high in the draft. They picked high in the draft before and ended up with guys with club feet. They've taken good players, and not just at skill positions. I mean, they're a really good 6-6 team. A really good 6-6 team. And somewhere along the line, somebody got into the office and said, hey, let's do something smart instead. And he didn't give us the answer to that. I'm angry.
Let's call Mo Egger back. Tell him to get his face out of that plate of Skyline chili, and we'll get right back
Let
to
me
him.
assure you, he's not eating Skyline chili.
Well, Cincinnati, let me assure you, he probably is.
No,
he even endorses it on his Twitter bio. Don't mess with Skyline chili and Mo Eggers in the same sentence.
All right,
We got to take a quick break.
If he's endorsing it, then he's on his own. I can't help him.
We got to take a real quick break, and we're coming on back with our biggest, longest, most aggressivo segment of the entire day. So stick around for all of that. By the way, they're 7-5. The Bengals aren't 7-5. They're not just 6-6. They're really good.
Well, in that case, they're a lousy 7-5 team.
Brought to you by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises.
What's up, everybody? Nick Costos here with the Bet River Sports Betting Minute, brought to you by Bet River Sportsbook, your hometown sportsbook. Thursday Night Football, Minnesota 3.5 for a 3-point home favorite against Pittsburgh. Love Pittsburgh at plus 3.5. Also would consider playing Pittsburgh at 3. Minnesota season circling the drain, and Pittsburgh.
Before we became best friends ever with Mo Egger out of Cincinnati, we were playing some sound that Steve Young gave to Matt Mayoko, Laura Britt, the NBC 49ers Talk podcast. He talked about how there's a very complex relationship between a coach and a quarterback, and right now, it's an interesting study when it comes to the Niners.
It was never going to be simple. It was going to be complex, and it was going to be kind of skinning through. And that's kind of how we're doing it right now. It's a tough spot for everybody. It's a tough spot for Trey, a tough spot for Kyle, tough spot for Jimmy, and we're trying to make the best of it. And I appreciate all of them and how they're handling it, because this, it's not a simple situation. And 3 or 4 times this year, I've thought to myself, I tip my cap to Jimmy Garoppolo, because if the coach is throwing all the assets in the bank to get rid of me, but I'm still here and I'm playing ball, and somehow the relationship's not great, but I'm just trying to do my best. And he just has a great spirit about it. And I really appreciate that. And I know why guys love him in the locker room, and I would too.
Look, it's easy to be a cynic and say, well, what is he going to do? What is he supposed to do other than put on the brave face and say everything right? That's what quarterbacks do. But in the age of frustration that we all live in, it's hard to just mask that every single time it's put in front of you. And that is maybe what Jimmy Garoppolo has done to help this team through this season more than anything else. Ray, it could have been a tug of war of emotions and who you were behind, and now we got a divided locker room, this, that, the other thing. Garoppolo really has frosted the cake of what could have been an ugly situation better than he's probably even gone out and played quarterback for the Niners.
Yeah, I don't know how to measure that, but he clearly has been a good soldier.
He really has been.
And that's why, when you were suggesting that, well, he should just throw one every once in a while just to let Kyle know who's boss.
It's not a who's boss. Try to make a play.
If you're going to be the good soldier, you don't go off script. He doesn't have the resume of a Peyton Manning who could just go, I don't like that play, we're going to do something else. There are very few guys in the era of coaches calling the plays that get to have that leeway. And I can name all of them for you right now. Marino, Elway, Manning, and Favre, and Brady. I might be missing one here or there, but that's the
only quarterbacks who've ever been allowed to see something and react to it.
No, to just go off script.
Because Ray, I'm not saying for the next 25 plays, no matter what you send in, Kyle, I'm going to do what I want to do. I'm talking about 2nd and 8, and you see a matchup that says, we got that, and I'm going to go after it. And the play that came in was a handoff to who's ever our running back, but I see this in front of me. That safety's creeping up. I got single coverage. Debo, do that. That is...
I'm saying now more than ever, that is exactly the way things go.
Why are you such a company man?
No, I'm not a company man. I think he's a company man. I think he's a company man because A, that's his personality. B, he feels his obligation. I think that's exactly who he is. He's always been that. Look, he came into the NFL under Bill Belichick, who, offers nobody the power of independent thought. And he and Brady used to clash all the time because Brady insisted on it. He wasn't that guy then when he was being trained to be an NFL quarterback. He hasn't been that guy since.
I think a good coach trains a quarterback. Look at it this way. You got to pop a wheelie every now and then, man. And I just think that keeping both tires on the ground, because this is the way my coach told me to do it, is you're admitting that you're not the right guy for the job.
No, you're admitting that you're doing the job.
Every single coach wants a little bit of a, there's a point in me where I watch my kid start bending the rules to his advantage a little bit, and of course, as a parent looking for the discipline, I'm a little disappointed. But at the other part of me, that's a guy. It's like, yeah, kid, you got to push the envelope. You got to. That's what growing up is all about. Finding where that line is and how much of my toe can I actually put over this line. You got to respect that a little.
Well, One, neither of us know how much leeway Garoppolo actually has. Steve Young doesn't know that because he doesn't know what the dynamic is there because he never gets to be in the locker room either. I mean, he's just guessing at it. He's got more expertise than you and I, but he's still doing it from a distance. So in some ways, we're both talking from a standpoint of lack of education. So I don't know how much leeway Garoppolo has.
I think we got an overwhelming amount of circumstantial evidence to say he does not have much leeway, and he hasn't pushed for more leeway. And sometimes, again,
if he doesn't have much leeway,
great leaders don't ask for permission to lead.
Okay, but Shanahan might be a guy who wants to be the guy who leads.
Right.
I mean, a lot of coaches are like that.
But you're not the quarterback. You're the coach.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter because the coach is sending in the play. Do you think Sean McVay was letting Jared Goff improvise? Absolutely not. There are some coaches who will allow that. Most coaches don't. And the coaches who do allow that have a veteran quarterback who's been at this and succeeded at it for a significantly long period of time. Nobody gets to go rogue anymore. And Jimmy Garoppolo, as much as anybody, is not a guy to go rogue.
But taking advantage of a defensive alignment to try to make a play that didn't come in from the sideline, to me, isn't going rogue. It's going quarterback.
But that's you. And I'm not saying that you're wrong. I'm just saying that there's very little evidence that the 49ers under Kyle Shanahan are going to do that. And we won't know that until he has a different quarterback than the one he's had. Because he never let C.J. Beathard go rogue. He never let Nick Mullins go rogue. You know, those are bad teams. He said, just do what I tell you to do.
Backup quarterbacks aren't allowed to go rogue.
Well,
Jimmy's not a backup.
But not every starting quarterback gets to go rogue either. In fact, most of them don't. I don't know how much Joe Burrow goes rogue. I mean, we don't have that knowledge. But I think with Jimmy Garoppolo, what you've seen this year is a quarterback who's been told to be very careful with the football. And I mean, you've seen every time Kyle has snapped at him, which has not been very often, it's come on a deep pass that ends up getting intercepted. I mean, Kyle Shanahan has a thing about that, and I get it because all coaches have a thing about interceptions. And I think he has basically said, don't do that. Don't do it. And Jimmy Garoppolo is not fighting that battle.
Scared money. I'm a big subscriber to scared money don't make none.
Okay, and again, that's your philosophy. When you get to be the 49er quarterback, you can say, go ahead. Kyle Shanahan clearly is not that guy, not with this roster. And I'm not sure that he was that guy 2 years ago either.
I don't think Garoppolo owes him anything.
It's not a question of what he owes. It's a question of what he believes. And I think he clearly believes that when the coach gives him a play, he's supposed to execute the play.
And 99% of the time, he's right in doing that. But the 1%, there's got to be a margin of 1%, Jimmy. Do what your body tells you. Do what your eyes, follow what you think, your instincts.
And maybe there is that 1%, and we can't recognize it. But I think it's pretty clear that Kyle Shanahan does not believe that is not comfortable with a risk-taker's offense. So I think he's basically taken all the risk out of it.
Steve Young talked a little bit more about Trey Lance because it's been a conversation about Jimmy Garoppolo. Obviously, you can't be talking Niner quarterback without getting to the fact that Trey Lance is on this roster, learning all that he needs to learn, but how much can you improve without actual playing time? And Steve Young offered up a pretty interesting answer.
If you go through the rigor of every week preparing like you're going to play, I did that. I think I got a lot out of it. Memorize like you're going to play, prepare emotionally like you're going to play. There's some discipline to it. And then when you get scout team, when you get your reps, you try to think about the things you're trying to learn for your own offense and use the time, really, and study the film. When I say prepare, I mean like go in, put all the time in for the film study. Certainly, you cannot play and get better. But if you're not careful, without discipline, you can waste the time because no one's going to make you do that. And I know a lot of guys who are backing up that wasted that time. So, but you can get better. But there's nothing like playing.
Yeah. And I think that is where a little of, well, maybe not a little, but a lot of the frustration about Trey Lance is. Again, I'm not saying give the guy a quarter. I'm not saying giving him an entire drive. A play here or there. Why not? It would be good. It would be experience. It would be on the job, on the clock experience, which I do believe Steve Young is right about that. You know, there's so much you can learn. There's so many mental reps you can take, but mental reps have to become physical payoffs at some point in time.
And it would seem clear that Kyle Shanahan has decided time hasn't come yet. And I'm not saying he's right or wrong, because nobody knows until you see Lance play regularly. But he clearly has a profound reluctance to playing him. And the only thing we're left to guess at is why. And the only thing I can think of is that he doesn't trust Lance at all. And it's not a question of, well, let's just
By the way, aren't we way too deep into this year to have zero trust of a guy you took third overall?
It might not be zero. It might be 10%. It might be 15%. But he clearly has a lot less trust in him than he does Garoppolo. It's clear. Because he doesn't play. Now, why does he not play? Is it because Shanahan realizes, oh my God, I made a mistake. I can never release him into the wild? Or is it because I plan to slow play him, I believe in my plan, I'm going to keep slow playing him? Or is it that he keeps trying to give him, information that can be used at some point, and he hasn't found the spot yet? I don't have the answer to any of that. All I know is every time there's a game, Lance is DNP. That's all, and everything after that is speculation. But if you're not playing, your coach is saying you're not good enough to play yet.
To me, it flies in the face of development. It flies in the face of knowing what the future is going to look like. Here's the thing. Trey Lance needs to play whether the coach wants him to or not. And that's what the GM would tell him. And that's the thing. He's arguing with himself.
Yeah, well, except it's not an argument, because during the season, he's the coach. And the coach is trying to win that game. Development doesn't matter in the season. It's can you do it or can you not do it? Development starts as soon as the last game is over. And then it continues until the next game starts.
888-957-9570, the number. We got some very interesting stuff from Michael Irvin earlier in the week, and some Draymond Green talking about how records are made to be broken, even records that have not fallen yet. Welcome to your 5 o'clock hour.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM in HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey station. Brought to you by DuckDuckGo, privacy simplified.
Like Jamar Chase is going to be looking at an inferior corner when he lines up in Cincinnati. He's either going to be taking on a guy who doesn't have much left or a guy who isn't quite ready to go. And there's going to be a point in that game where he starts feeling the sort of defense that he gets across from him. And that's when he's got to look over to Joe Burrow, tug on his face mask, or tap his left ear hole, or however you communicate on the line of scrimmage between a wide receiver and a quarterback, and you got to play not the game plan, but the game in front of you. And I guarantee you that the Bengals are going to have a couple of plays come in for Joe Mixon that because, Jimmy Ward started creeping up or Jaquiski Tart started creeping up a little bit, it means we should try to go over the top right here. I believe the Cincinnati Bengals will be able to make that choice, which you say is now completely off the table for a guy in his 5th year making $26 million a year.
Zach Taylor's a different coach than Kyle Shanahan. Every situation is different. I'm not defending what Kyle Shanahan is or isn't doing. I'm just saying that's what I see.
What I see is scared. What I see is someone who's so afraid to make a mistake that they don't do enough to get job's done at times. That's what has Jimmy put one in the air for like 50 yards all year? I mean, Debo had to run back underneath one in Detroit for his biggest play of the year. Or there was there was another ball that went deep, I guess. But to take 2 shots downfield, what are we going into week 14, 15 here in the NFL?
14.
It just seems like, man, take the training wheels off.
Well, given the fact that we don't get to see any of Lance's development, I can only presume.
I'm talking about Jimmy, not Lance.
Oh. Clearly, Kyle Shanahan doesn't believe that. He's basically saying, nope, you're wrong about this. And there you go.
Well, given that they're 6-6, maybe he's wrong about this.
Maybe, or maybe if he did that, they'd be 3-10 or 3-9. I don't know. All you know is what you see, not what you might see in a different circumstance, because the only circumstance you get, unless you have the power to get into alternate universes, is what is actually happening and the decisions that come from that. And since we're not privy to the decision-making, the only thing we can see is the result.
Too bad we don't get like 49ers multiverse, like the new Spider-Man movies that are coming out, where you're going to get all these different alternate realities and compare and contrast them against each other.
Oh, well, that's coming. Not with necessarily the 49ers, but that'll be the next step. It just, since you didn't like the reality, we're just going to give you a bunch of possibles. And you'll get like a game on Sunday that actually is the thing. And the other 6 days, they'll give you entirely differently scripted games in which your team wins whenever you want it to.
Welcome to the metaverse.
That's the next thing.
Welcome to the metaverse, right?
Yeah. No, it just, listen, fantasy football was the first incident where they could discover, hey, we don't have to sell them what actually is. We can sell them what might be. You know, and we attach some money to it. They'll go for it. They're saps. And people have gone for it because people are saps. But reality is a lot less interesting if you're a sports fan and your reality is we're not very good. So they gave you the power to make stuff up. I mean, that's what the Madden games are about. Here, you don't like reality? Make up one of your own. And that's going to be the next step. The NFL will give you 272 games of reality and an infinite number of games in which you can make up whatever crap you want.
We go to Josh in Marin. Josh, you're on 95.7 The Game with Damon and Ray. Hello.
Hi, yeah. I just want to say that Kyle Shanahan strikes me as the kind of coach who really wants a cerebral type quarterback. So they should have actually drafted Mac Jones. After all, Mac Jones was a 4.0 student in college. And I think that drafting Trey Lance is going to blow up in their face, unfortunately.
I mean, here's the thing. We don't know that yet because we just don't know what we see out of Trey Lance because we haven't seen him yet. What we have seen out of Mac Jones, though, screams, isn't this the type of quarterback that Kyle Shanahan would really want? I mean, it really does. It truly, honestly does. So the two of them are going to be compared and contrasted to each other. We don't know any more about Trey Lance than we know about James Wiseman yet, to be honest with you. We don't.
No, I mean, and that's why this thing keeps going on, is because we have so little information, we can make up all of our own. You know, why isn't he playing him? Well, I don't know. He's not playing him. What should that tell you? Well, it tells me he's not playing him, and it's wrong. Well, why is it wrong? I don't know. I mean, it's running on a hamster wheel. And until you get to see him play in real games and have to make real on-time decisions in the chaos of being an NFL quarterback, we won't know.
Mark is in Sacramento. Mark, you're on 95.7 The Game. Hello, Mark.
Hey, good afternoon, gentlemen. Ray, I'm just trying to understand the resistance and the position you're taking. I'm not sure. I don't think you're defending Kyle. You seem to be speaking on his behalf. I don't see why you can't process what Damon is trying to present, which is Jimmy has become broken on some level. I think he's playing out of fear and paranoia. He's made a number of mistakes that would justify some of the, I'm out of it. Peace.
Mark, I don't know why you got gun shy.
I'm not defending anybody. I just know what the reality is. The reality is one guy is running a very conservative offense and the other guy isn't playing at all. There's nowhere I can logically go except that the head coach prefers the guy with the conservative offense to the guy who hasn't played.
I guess, here's the thing. I like a well-trained dog, but I don't like a lap dog. And Jimmy is at the point in his career where being a lap dog, I think, is serving him poorly. I think it's serving the 49ers poorly. If you see something that you want to take, go take it. Go take it. Well, my coach told me that I wasn't supposed to do that. Well, sometimes you got to tell the coach, I'm playing here. There's a reason why, Kyle, you tapped out as a wide receiver at Texas, and I am in the NFL. I understand you're a brilliant play caller, but every now and then you can't play scared. You got to be able to risk a little to gain a lot. And if Kyle's modus operandi is risk nothing at all times, you should 95% of the time be doing what your coach tells you to do. I mean, we know that here's what Steve Young had to say about Kyle Shanahan, the coach. Which one is here where he's talking about this is one of the best coaches? Would he not have that soundbite of, did that not make my board, with Steve Young saying that, this guy's a brilliant play caller? Of all the play callers in football, I'd rather have Kyle Shanahan calling my plays than anybody else. That's Steve Young. Forget it. I just basically told you what he said.
There you go.
Here it is.
There are innovative minds in the NFL today. Down south with Sean McVay, Sean Payton, Andy Reid, what's happening in Green Bay with Aaron. There's places that I really just starting to really appreciate what Cincinnati's doing. There's other places where I'm like, wow, very innovative, but there's nobody more innovative and more on point to put the team in a position to go score lots of points than Kyle Shanahan. Now, look, him running the roster, him running the defensive, all those other things, we can have all kinds of opinions about. But as far as calling plays, putting people in a position to be successful, I'm sorry, I don't think there's anyone better.
Again, when I read between the lines of that soundbite, sounds like somebody might have just topped out as an offensive coordinator and head coach is maybe too big of a bite of the apple for him to swallow.
I think I'd put the bar higher than that. I think the general manager's problem is where he's at. It's an interesting but limited roster. And he's missed on some high-profile draft picks. And he's missed on some high-profile free agents.
Why do you think Cam got so defensive about that yesterday when we were talking to him?
I don't know. I'd have to ask Cam specifically, why were you so defensive? You creep. No, look, Kyle Shanahan is essentially what, is almost certainly what everybody says he is, a brilliant play designer and play caller. That might be why Jimmy Garoppolo is not going to deviate from the script. In part, maybe because Kyle Shanahan doesn't want him to, or maybe Garoppolo has that level of respect for him. The question for me is, can you do both jobs well enough so that when you have the arguments in your head that coaches and general managers typically have with each other, are you listening to enough people? And I suspect that's where the flaw is. I don't think it's play calling. Too many people who know more about football than I do all say, almost in
Steve Young just said it.
Yeah, and they all say it, though. Brian Baldinger says it every week. But the question that I have is, if so few coaches have ever been able to do both jobs, why does Kyle Shanahan think he's much better at that? Mike Shanahan always had a general manager. It's a rarity, but coaches want that because they know that in a lot of cases, the general manager won't necessarily have his back when things get tough. He's basically trying to cover his flank. So can Jed York basically go up to him and go, you need more voices talking to you, and you need to hear more people talking to you. You can keep the title if you want, or John Lynch can continue to have the title. It doesn't have to be about him.
But we're bringing in a director of player personnel who's got a vote.
Yeah, who's gonna start. We need to start rethinking some things here. And I think that's where the flaw is. I don't think it's in play design. I don't think it's in in-game decisions. I mean, a lot of people don't like watching the 49ers because they do want to win every game 17-13, or they seem like they want to. But that's what you sign up for when you get that guy. Everybody thought, oh, he's a great quarterback whisperer. Well, evidently he's not. Evidently he's a lot more like his dad was, except that he's never had John Elway. So I think, to me, the issue has always been, does he have too many jobs? Not, is he doing the one job he's really good at not well enough?
Bill, San Mateo. Bill, you're on 95.7 The Game. I've got the mouse is not working. I like redundancy. I push a sound bite and it takes 30 seconds for it to pop. I'm having trouble with the callers over here. We need take the
There's only one thing to do.
95.7 The Game, the gerbil, and whip it. It needs to start running in its hamster wheel a little bit faster. Bill, hello. How are you?
Doing well, DB. Hey, I just wanted to jump in because I love the banter. So Ray has valid point, but I think, DB, you must remember that the young lad they drafted doesn't have a lot of games under his belt, and a lot of times putting someone in who doesn't have a lot of games under their belt in these NFL games doesn't always pan out. And maybe Kyle knows that he's not ready yet.
Well, look, I mean, there's no debating that Kyle doesn't believe him, but I also watched the guy start and play better against Arizona than Jimmy did, basically. I mean, don't tell me he can't do it when we don't know he can do it. And the whole point is, I mean, it's such a catch-22. The guy's biggest problem is he hasn't played in enough games. Well, then how are you solving that problem? By not playing him in any games. That doesn't feel like the right way to go about solving a reps issue. The whole point of getting reps is getting reps. He gets no reps other than practice. This is Jason in Concord. You're on 95.7 The Game, Jason.
Hey, guys. Thanks for having me. The trouble that I'm having with this is that nobody has a clue who you get on draft day. Anybody who thinks they do knows less about football than I do, and I don't think I know a whole lot, but that much I think I do know.
There are no guarantees.
Nothing, right? And so then when I think about the probability of something, you probably didn't draft the next Tom Brady. You probably didn't draft the next Ryan Leaf, right? So the question I have then is, then why do you go all in on a guy like this? And especially on a guy that you have such a small body of evidence to bet on, right? I mean, that's the confusing, frustrating aspect for me. Because then if you do that, then I got to think for sure that this guy is the next Tom Brady. You're certain of it. And I was listening to your clip on Steve Young, and I've heard him say the same thing before. Oh, you got to let a guy develop. You got to let him come along and find out where the bathroom is and feel like he belongs in the league a little bit. Okay, that's nice and all. But his last part really drove it home that, until that guy starts playing, there's going to be no significant development. That's just reality. These guys have to have success. They have to believe through that confidence, right, that they're going to get better and better and better. And to me, it's such a poor look for the organization to go all in like this and then just put the guy on the bench.
Well, there's just no doubt about it. And thank you, Jason. Very good phone call. The 49ers have so cast their die in the direction of Trey Lance being truly among the next great quarterbacks we'll ever see in football, that anything less than that is fireable offense. Truly. I mean, Kyle Shanahan's entire reputation, entire future as the 49ers head coach hangs on this guy. And really no other decision. It's a massive gamble that they took. And it feels like Kyle has been, well, at least the information that we've gotten is that Kyle is less confident in Trey Lance today than he was the day he drafted him.
That only assumes that he was going to be the quarterback this year. I think Kyle Shanahan's plan all along has been, this is Garoppolo's year because I know how much work Lance needs.
Then why are you whipping him out in week 1 against Detroit? Like, why did you go about creating the narrowest balance beam ever for Jimmy if he was the guy who was going to be your chief gymnast the entire time?
I don't know. I mean, all I know is since then, either Lance has regressed in his eyes, he wasn't as impressed by that Arizona game as you were, or his practice habits are bad, or he's just not picking it up at a rate that would make him the starter. I mean, I
don't need him to be the starter, Ray.
It doesn't matter.
2nd and 5.
It doesn't matter. He's not giving him that either. There are no plays that have his name on them. That suggests to me
except for every napkin that he drew on the way back from the Justin Fields Pro Day in Ohio, which he had a stack of napkins with Trey Lance plays written all over them.
Well, maybe he put drinks on the napkins and everything's blurry. I don't know. I mean, you can have a plan.
Talking about cocktail bleed?
Oh, yeah.
That's the problem.
Yeah. No, I mean,
damn ice cubes are melting too fast.
Yeah, I mean, it's maybe what he thought he had, he doesn't have yet. I mean, situations change as data changes.
But isn't that why Jimmy Garoppolo every now and then has to see a situation as on-field data changes and take a shot that didn't come in from the sideline because the data was a different play on the sideline?
Because he either doesn't have that freedom or he's not comfortable having the argument off the field because Kyle Shanahan is the last word on everything. Again, I'm not saying any of what I'm not saying that my theory is correct. I'm just saying that that's what it looks like. Jimmy Garoppolo is not going off script. Kyle Shanahan is the coach and general manager. Trey Lance isn't playing. Those are facts. How you interpret them can take you anywhere. Where it takes me is he'd rather have Jimmy Garoppolo as is than Trey Lance as he might be. And if that means he took the wrong guy, we'll find out in 2 years. And in 2 years, he might be fired.
Jimmy and Dog Patch. If this is Jimmy Garoppolo, this should be a really interesting call. Jimmy, what are you doing in Dog Patch? Hello. Hello. Goodbye. Thank you very much. Mike, Pleasant Hill. Hello, Mike.
Hello.
Hello.
Are you there?
We are here. So are you.
Okay. Well, so Garoppolo, the reason he's starting is because he's obviously the best guy. I'm telling you, if Lance could beat out Garoppolo, he would be in there. There's a reason why he's not playing. For one, he's from South Dakota, but for two, he's not ready, or he'd be in there in the Arizona game. The Arizona game I watched, he looked bad. So I don't know. Maybe they did a scrimmage in preseason. But anyway, two things I want to catch. I missed the call a couple weeks ago on Bonds and Clemens. It's a travesty for those guys not to be in the Hall.
Oh, I know. Like we're not going back to a topic that was 2 weeks ago when we were talking. Thank you very much, Mike. We're going to stay on this 49ers topic. But yeah, Bonds and Clemens are getting screwed, and the BBWA and the Hall of Fame are jokes, basically.
Well, except they haven't announced the Hall of Fame yet. That's not
Bonds and Clemens are in.
I don't know, but they have
zero shot.
I agree with you, but why are you screaming? Why is the caller yelling about they ought to be in when you don't know what the voting was? Call back in January. That's when they announce.
But we know.
We have a pretty good idea.
We know. As much as you think you know Trey Lance isn't playing this weekend, I know Barry Bonds is going to get screwed by a voting body that is such a group of douchebags that they can't get it right.
Well, I guess I'm a douchebag too then.
No, because you actually get it right.
Okay.
But there aren't enough of you.
Well, I guess I haven't done my job well enough.
No, you haven't.
I suck.
Your words, not mine. Jose in Palo Alto. Hello, Jose.
How you guys doing today?
Doing well. What do you got?
So I just want to say, you know what? I'm right with Kyle Shanahan on this one. You know what? He understands Trey Lance more than anyone. I did hear you guys say that at this point today, he is less confident in Trey Lance than he was on the day he drafted him. I wouldn't go as far to say that.
Look at it this way. He's got less confidence in Jimmy Garoppolo today than the day he traded for him. He's got less confidence in Jimmy Garoppolo today than the night that they were in the Super Bowl. Jimmy has regressed. The confidence in Shanahan and Jimmy has regressed. Again, if you got a quarterback who you won't allow to go off script, not for a millisecond in year 5, you got the wrong guy. And so if you got the wrong guy, I guess you go ahead and you mortgage 2 future first-rounders to draft the next guy. And if by week 14 the next guy is still in the land of unplayable, woof. What are you doing? What are you doing? Who are you coaching? Who's supposed to get better? If Jimmy's not getting better, the other guy better be getting better. Jimmy makes rookie mistakes. I really think that the game that Trey Lance could play tomorrow looks an awful lot like the game that Jimmy could play tomorrow, especially if there's no, well, we need Jimmy's experience to be out there because when he sees something, he's got to go for it, if he's not even allowed to go for it.
And we don't know, but here's the thing. We don't even know if he's not allowed to go for it. Maybe this is who he is too. I mean,
well, that's why scared money don't play.
Okay, well, except he plays every week. And that's why you're 6-6.
Bryce in Sacramento. You're on 95.7 The Game. Bryce, hello.
Hello, how's it going? Thanks for taking my call.
You got it.
Been listening to you guys for a while with the whole debate. I feel like Shanahan's never instilled confidence really in anybody on that team. The guys all seem like they all play scared. I mean, it's kind of weird because they were just, that team's good. The guy, I think the team knows they're good, but there's something weird. Maybe, I don't know. It's a weird thing I can't put my finger on. I mean, you guys are both right. I mean, if Jimmy...
I think we got a micromanager. I mean, that's it. I think Kyle is a micromanager.
You'd have a hard time convincing me that George Kittle plays scared.
No, I was about to say, there are two dudes who got house credit to do what they want to in the casino, and it's Kittle and it's Debo.
I also think it's Williams. I think he's got carte blanche because he's been around. I think Alex Mack has carte blanche.
What is he? You can't give a center carte blanche. Snap the ball, dude.
He's calling out defenses on every play. He's providing information based on his knowledge. He's got carte blanche to do that. I think Fred Warner's got carte blanche. But I don't think very many other players, would get carte blanche on any team because there are only a few people who can basically say, this is what I see, this is what I'm doing, and are good enough to make that pay off. Coaches usually want cogs that fit a big gearbox.
This is Jay in Sacramento. Hello, Jay. Look at us taking so many. We're like AT&T. We're taking so many phone calls today. Hi, Jay.
Just want to say I'm a big fan of you guys, and I'm listening to you guys talk about the Niners. I'm a huge Niner fan, and I know Jimmy's not the best, but I think his teammates have confidence in him. Whether Shanahan does or not, but I think his teammates believe in Jimmy. I think Jimmy could have won us the Green Bay Packers game. I don't think Trey Lance would have brought us back the way that Jimmy did. Yes, he makes mistakes, but I've seen a lot of quarterbacks throw to linebackers that they don't see in games. But, I think our team just needs to we just got to get back to the basics. Our quarterbacks are horrible. Our special teams need work. And then once we can figure all that out, I think we'll be okay.
Jay, thank you for the call. I'm not going to pick an issue with what you said. I think a lot of what you said is right. But you say, they got to get back to the basics. I think basics is all they got. They need to expand beyond the basics. That's where the Niners continue to trip over themselves. They ask of themselves, they ask of their quarterback the least amount of questions that you could ask of a quarterback in a game plan every single week. And again, you cannot win in this league when you ask your quarterback to do the least possible for 17 weeks in a row. You also can't win in this league when you're asking your quarterback to go out there and just, I need nothing but face-melting, ripping guitar solos from you at all times. You're not going to win that way either. Here is one more thing that Steve Young said about how the Shanahan-Garoppolo dynamic is weird, is awkward, and ripples funny a little bit through that locker room.
Jimmy, because he's loved in the locker room, it makes it more complex because now they're looking, I love the coach, I love the quarterback, but yet they're not, and then I've got it, and we got this new guy, and he seems like a nice guy, but then should I get mad that they did this? Should I support Jimmy? Should I back off? There's these dynamics in the locker room are not simple. And the team's trying to find itself after, they've lost a couple of really huge leadership people in DeForest and Joe and guys that Richard, and there's guys that ran the locker room in 2019 that aren't there anymore. And I think other people are trying to find out, do I jump in and take control? How do I handle it? Is it who's the person? Is Jimmy? But then Jimmy is, well, it's probably George, but George doesn't really, that's not his personality necessarily. So it's I think the team's trying to find their leadership legs.
Finding leadership legs. I like that. Who's got the most legs? Well, it's clearly Shanahan.
Yeah. And that's why I keep harping till I'm blue in the face. That's part of roster construction. It's not just putting this Lego piece on this position. It's how to make a room where everybody gets it, everybody is essentially on the same page and understands what their role in the bigger picture is. It's hard to do. That's why only one team wins every year, and over the last 20 years, only one team's won half the time.
By the way, pretty good text here on the text line. And, again, I cannot prove to you that this is an absolutely based in fact, but I get the feel of this text saying, Matt Ryan didn't defy Kyle Shanahan, and that's how they lost that Super Bowl. I think that's a great text.
Well, okay then. If that's in fact what happened, I don't know that Matt Ryan didn't defy him.
Right. By the way,
but if you accept that,
we got to stop talking about a quarterback seeing an opportunity to make a play as defiance.
Well, except that it seems to be. Again, what you want to be is clearly not happening. And for me, the interest is, well, then why isn't it? And that's the answer that we can't get yet because nobody's in a position to say, and this is the other thing, and this is where access matters, reporters can't go in to a locker room and talk to different guys and get a bigger picture of what the team is. It's one of the things that people never think about when they're talking about sports, is that you're missing eyes and ears in the room that the best trained of which can give you a better sense of what you're looking at on game day. And that's true with the Warriors. It's true with the 49ers. It's true. One of the reasons why nobody understands the Patriots to this day is because Bill Belichick understands, I don't want you to know that. I have more control if you don't know that. And I think what's going to happen after COVID is done is that there won't be any reporters in the locker room other than after a game, and even then, maybe not.
Right, you get a pool reporter. Like one person will be able to go in there.
Oh, but probably not even that. It might be Podium America. At which point, all you have is that one quote sheet, and then you have to guess what it means. And nobody's that good to guess what something means just off a printed word.
Won't stop me from trying.
I understand that, but you don't have to have access.
This is Christian, South City. Hello, Christian.
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking the call, Damon. I ran into you at the Guardsman with a group of kids yesterday. You guys are great.
Oh, thanks for coming on down, man, and supporting. Hope you like that tree.
Yeah, it was awesome. I just want to chime in as a lifetime Jets fan, and I think some perspective would be good here. That if you look at what you guys are doing in the passing game with the numbers that Kittle and Debo put up, there are a lot of teams, a lot of fan bases out there who all they want to do is pass and can't even scratch some of the productivity that the Niners are able to put up. And keep in mind, this is a Shanahan offense. This is a Mike Shanahan offense, passed down to Kyle. And when it's functioning on all cylinders, this is a beastly running game. So you can't have it all. This is not designed to be Sean Payton and Drew Brees' high-flying pass attack. And with that being said, sometimes it's actually functioning pretty good. And if I can chime in a little bit on the Trey Lance thing, I just want to say that most people would agree that Kyle Shanahan is meticulous. And I just want to put it out there that I think this decision was made and set in stone in the draft room. Trey Lance was not meant to come in to potentially push the team over the edge to make the playoffs when they hit 500. He was meant to sit from day one, just like Mahomes, just like Brett Favre. I think that was the plan. I'll take your answers off the air.
Well, yeah. I mean, how about this? If it wasn't the plan, it's the reality. But yeah, no, that was definitely the plan. This team went out of its way to draft a quarterback that was clearly the heir apparent, and then not make him the heir apparent, heir presumptive, anything. Like, you still got a king, and his name is Jimmy.
Well, then that might very well be, an example of when you have a general manager and a coach being the same guy, you tend to get inflexible. He might be so wedded to his big picture plan as a general manager that he's unwilling to deviate from it as a coach. I mean, that's certainly a possibility too. And I still say that is the root of most people's actual dissatisfaction with this season. It's that there aren't enough voices getting heard because only one voice matters.
Roberta in San Leandro. You're on 95.7 The Game. Hello, Roberta.
Hey, guys. Here's my point and my pitch. I think Shanahan is brilliant at a run game. Point in fact, Seattle. Do you think that Belichick, if he were the head coach going into Seattle, would simply do a run game? No. Even with our injured players, he would draw up some stuff that would work with passes, with Jimmy's short and limited, mid passes.
Roberta, this is not a bad phone call, but it's a bad week to make it because we just saw Bill Belichick go into Buffalo and call 4 pass plays over the course of an entire game. I think Bill Belichick will do whatever it takes to win a game. And I know that Kyle Shanahan wants to do whatever it takes to win a game. And right now, it is very obvious that he does not take his quarterback as the best chance to win any game. Like, what matchup will be there that he really likes for Jimmy? Is there a singular matchup that he's like, all right, today we're going to let it rip? Or is it circumstances only? It's circumstances only. Like, you don't see Jimmy go into that 4-minute drill until you're down by 7 with 4 minutes to play.
Again, well, first of all, comparing anybody to Bill Belichick is hilarious. But, there is not a coach / general manager who doesn't have these existential crises from time to time about, am I worrying about right now or am I worrying about later? And the truth is, in football, when you're in the season, you worry about now. Development waits. It's put on hold. Once the season is over, you're right in development mode because that's all you got. You got no game to win that day, and you don't have one to win for another 9 months. And I think that's, Kyle Shanahan has adhered to that. And for good or ill, that's who he is. He's seen what he's seen, and he's coaching the way he's coaching because he thinks, and rightfully so, the important thing is the game on Sunday, whatever it is.
2 more calls. We got 2 more minutes, and then we're going to think. So you've all been warned. This is Adam, Rohnert Park. Go, Adam.
Hey, guys, long-time listener, first-time caller.
Just wanted to vent really quickly. Overall, I don't think the fan base is holding Shanahan accountable quite as much as they should. I personally have given him a break probably far too long. Looking at the weapons he has, Debo, Kittle, Ayuk, a top run game, he should be putting up a lot more points and should have us winning a lot more games. Too many times, drives will go by. You'll see you'll see an entire quarter go by without George Kittle getting a target, without Debo Samuel getting a touch. And then Ayuk was in the doghouse for the first 5 weeks of the season because he, quote, was dogging it during practice. I feel like Shanahan needs to start putting his ego aside and start, playing smart, coaching smart, and get the ball in the hands of his playmakers and watch us win.
I need a team that's not on eggshells. I need a team that's willing to let her rip, knowing that sometimes when you rip things, they break. But it's better to just kind of play football than everything be as meticulously, perfectly designed as humanly possible. I mean, every now and then, an actual physical football game breaks out. And that's when the Niners are oddly at their best.
Then you need a different football team because it doesn't look like you're getting it with these guys.
Not this season, that's for sure. Alex, Oakland, final call of what has been a spectacular Maximum Football segment, if you don't mind me saying. Hello, Alex.
Hey, how you doing? How y'all doing, man? So basically, my point is this for Kyle Shanahan and especially young coaches: they coach to what they want, not to what they have. So you take a coach like Belichick. He coaches what he has, not what he wants. And as you look over time, most coaches that are successful, they coach up the players. That's your role, to coach them. If you're not going to coach them, you might as well not even be in the game. It's like that old saying goes, you can plan a pretty picnic, but you can't predict the weather. Because you want a team that's a certain way, focus on coaching your team as to what the players you have, and you'll be successful.
Good way to wrap up what's been a hell of a segment. Nearly an hour. Did you like that? I like that. Kirk Cousins liked that. By the way, we got kickoff coming up soon. Kirk Cousins!
No, it's already happened.
Oh, it's happening?
It's happened.
It's happened. Well, I'm really glad we got a guy talking in front of hockey equipment then. Can we put on the game, please, here? Thank you very much.
The game is on the other set, and it's in a commercial.
Oh, all right. Well,
sorry.
I'm just focusing on the radio show.
Lucas cannot control the network with his mind.
Damn you, Lucas. Here's what we can control with our minds, what we think about. What will we be thinking about next? Mess around and find out. Damon Ratto here on, I don't know why I tried to threaten anyone with that.
Yeah, that
was
seemed
weird.
a little strident.
Yeah, happy holidays, everybody.
Yeah. Pull off to the side, everybody. Start obeying.
We're brought to you by Outdoor Supply Hardware.
Sometimes everyone needs a great gift idea, and that's when you head to Outdoor Supply Hardware. Just swing by and let the friendly associates at Osh point you to presents your loved ones will be thrilled to receive. Make it a holiday to remember at Osh.
Now it's time for What's Cooking in Sports with Jim Kozimor, brought to you by Friedman's Appliance, a trusted name since 1922.
If there's one thing we know about the rest of the pro football season, it's that San Francisco is going to have a meaningful game every week the rest of the way. 4 of the 5 games left are against teams with playoff implications. That means they've got to bring their A game each and every week. With only 1 layup on the schedule, can 3 wins get them in? I say yes. That's what's cooking in sports. Complete your dream outdoor kitchen with a grill from Heston. Come see the Heston Living Suites on display at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill, a Heston dealer for both indoor and outdoor. Each and every Heston grill is built from the ground up in California, and the pride and precision that goes into each grill truly puts the Heston product in a league of its own. And now, you can save $750 or more at the Heston Grilling Rebate event at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill and at Friedman'sAppliance.com.
There's no place like home for the holidays, and there's no place like Lucky California to help make it that way. Because with fantastic deals on the most mouth-watering food, you can celebrate being home every day of the holiday season. This week, T-bone steaks are an incredible $5.99 a pound in the Max Pack, and 35-count packs of Sunny Select drinking water are just $2.99 each, limit 2. Be merry, be home for the holidays with Lucky California, the golden state of eating.
At AT&T, everyone, new and existing customers, get our best deals on every smartphone. Why? Because you deserve it. We're turning your living room into your office and your gym. We're teaching Grandma how to video call. and teaching her again.
It's the button on your left, Nana. Okay, your other left.
It's not complicated. Everyone deserves something new. So AT&T is giving everyone, new and existing customers, our best deals with every unlimited plan on every smartphone, even the latest ones.
AT&T may temporarily slow data speeds if the network is busy. Restrictions and exceptions may apply.
Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids. 1-877 Cards for Kids. Donate your card today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
To learn more about our programs and to donate, go to carsforkids.com. That's Cars with a K. Pickup is quick and easy. You'll also get a vacation voucher and maximum tax deduction.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Hurry! It's your last chance to donate for 2021.
In the time before AT&T fiber internet.
Shame! Shame! Shame!
What did you do, love?
I ran out of internet data.
And they're making you shame walk.
No, it's just how I feel. Shame! Shame!
In the time after AT&T fiber internet.
Nice to have unlimited internet data, right?
Right. The dawn of a better internet era with AT&T fiber.
Limited availability in select areas. Check eligibility at att.com/getfiber. Restrictions apply.
At Harris Ranch, we do beef. Just like we've done for over 50 years. Beef that's raised locally right here in California. Tender steaks, awesome burgers, and California classics like tri-tip roast. The flavor you crave. The quality you trust time after delicious time. Come on, it's time to get out and grill. Harris Ranch, we do beef. Legendary beef. Legendary quality.
500,000 businesses connect using Zoom. A single platform for video, phone, chat, and conference rooms. Zoom enables real-time collaboration no matter where your teams are. Global enterprises trust the easy-to-use, reliable, and secure Zoom platform to power high-performance teams. Empower your workforce with Zoom. Save 15% on meetings, chat, and phone with a Zoom United bundle. Visit zoom.com/bundle. Zoom, how the world connects.
With just one spray of Microban 24, your hard surfaces are sanitized for up to 24 hours. Touch after touch after touch.
So 6 hours from now?
Still sanitized.
12 hours?
Yep.
18 hours.
We're really doing this.
24 hours.
When used as directed, one spray of Microban keeps killing 99.9% of bacteria touch after touch for, up to 24 hours.
Wow.
Microban 24. The sanitizer 4 out of 5 doctors would use in their own homes. So why aren't you?
Heard you're buying a car. I brought my calculator.
Dad, I already used Capital One Auto Navigator. I found my car online and got pre-qualified instantly, instead of all that.
You know those things impact your credit score.
Didn't impact my credit score, Dad. Now I'm going to the dealership for a test drive and to make the purchase.
Sounds too easy.
No, it's just easy. Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms and conditions apply. Find out more at CapitalOne.com/AutoNavigator.
Starting Stronger starts at AutoZone, where they've got battery solutions in the form of free battery testing, free battery charging, and replacement batteries that fit your needs. That's what makes them America's #1 battery destination. Get in the zone. AutoZone.
Here's what happened today on The Game. Presented by the County of Santa Clara. The morning roast from 6 to 9.
When kids grow up, when they think of a three-point shot, they're going to think of Stephen Curry and how he changed the game.
Willard and Dibs from 9 to noon.
The Los Angeles Lakers have no chance to win the NBA championship this year.
Steiny and Guru from noon to 3.
Talking about being in shape, and Jim Barnett said,
Yeah, you might have a weight problem as you get older.
And Damon and Ratto from 3 to 6.
If you're watching this on Twitch TV, you think Damon and Ray, do you guys coordinate the outfit? No, but we're both wearing red today. So a red banner, red letter day.
Communism, yeah.
The best of the game. Presented by the County of Santa Clara. You can get vaccinated right now for free at any of the drop-in locations. Available evenings and weekends. Locations include San Jose, Gilroy, Sunnyvale, and more. Call 211 or visit sccfreevax.org. Now back to Damon and Ratto. Brought to you by BMW Fairfield on 95.7 The Game.
It is time to think. Thinking Man's Thursday starts now with Damon Bruce and Ray Ratto.
All right. We warned you. Let's think. Lucas, what will we be thinking about?
Today's topic is staying ready so you don't have to get ready, and we're going to focus mostly on sports today. There is a new alien story out there. If you want, you can check it out. There are lots of UFOs seen again. So you can look at that on your own, but we're focused on sports today. I'm going to start with Ocho Cinco, who is maybe the greatest spokesperson for McDonald's ever, though he hasn't been paid a cent by them. He credits his longevity and ability to stay healthy strictly to McDonald's. Here's what he said on the red carpet the other day with the Sports Illustrated Awards.
Play professional sports, that these high-end places that force you to eat what they consider to be healthy, it's the reason why your bodies are breaking down. We play a barbaric sport, okay, and the body needs to build a callus. And how do you do that? By eating whatever you want. And the reason for my success and everyone else's, Trayvon Diggs, Micah Parsons, ask any of those that are succeeding right now and haven't been hurt, McDonald's is the answer.
They owe you a check. Or unlimited McDonald's for the rest of your life.
It's so organic and authentic that I actually eat it. It's really not even about the money. It just works. I played 12 years and never got hurt. You know why?
McDonald's.
Yes.
What do you think about that?
Okay, so if McDonald's made you impervious, how'd I have a stroke?
More important, if that's the logic, then Zion Williamson should be the best player ever.
Well, I don't know if that's McDonald's or maybe that's beignets and coffee in Louisiana. I do not know. Look, I can tell you right now, moderation is the key, kids. You want a McDonald's hamburger? Go get yourself one. If you're going to eat 9 of them a day, you better be burning calories like a wide receiver running go routes. That's the way to go. The power of the Egg McMuffin. I love an Egg McMuffin. I've always said if they served Egg McMuffins all day long and I still ate fast food, I'd order an Egg McMuffin at like 2 in the afternoon.
So other than the fact that they don't do something that you wouldn't do anyway, you do it.
Yes.
Perfect.
Look, the fat boy in me is always going to be like, oh, is that drive-thru open?
Well, okay.
I probably shouldn't break this news to you, Damon, but I think they're serving breakfast all day now.
No! Oh, my God. I'm going to go back to the hospital soon then, aren't I? No, I'm not going to do it. I have too much to live for.
No, you have one thing to live for. Is not being murdered by your wife.
Exactly. And, I get to see you every day. By the way.
That's not something to live for.
In red, we look great together.
We don't look great together in anything.
This is Body by McDonald's
except
right here.
the safe.
All right. What else? I said we move on to aliens. By the way, if McDonald's wants to sponsor the show, now that we're doing the whole YouTube Twitch thing, I see nothing but advertising opportunities all around us. Look at this blank canvas right behind me, right here. Your ad here, $4 a day. Right here on the back of this computer monitor. This thing right here, this could be worth millions. Or at least a burger at McDonald's.
If the shade's worth $4 a day, what's going to be worth millions?
I rounded it down to burger at McDonald's after I approached millions. But again, you got to ask for a lot if you plan on getting the burger with fries.
Well, don't open with $4 then.
$4 behind. This is
I could just hear the sales department is literally pulling off its head and squirting plasma all over the ceiling.
Hey, I'll tell you what. $4 right there. That's $12 of advertising opportunity that we're throwing away every day. $12 a day times the 35 years of my career that I have left here, since I have no ambition beyond the radio. What's that? Look at it this way.
Why don't you just tattoo your forehead then?
If Pat McAfee is worth $30 million, this is worth at least $12.
Maybe not. I mean, Pat McAfee is that big, and those screens are not.
All right, what else we thinking about, Lucas, real quick?
If you want to go check out, we don't want to do a UFO story if you haven't seen the video, but I can break some news. A pilot records a clear video of 12 UFOs flying in formation above the Pacific Ocean. It's a great video. The other story I wanted to bring to you,
it's not grainy, shaky footage by some meth addict. This is like prepare yourself. The invasion's coming.
I don't want to be on a plane where the pilot's looking for UFOs.
Actually, I can't. Would you rather be anywhere else where someone's more UFO conscious? Like, you're in the air with the UFOs.
No, I just want her to land the plane. Let the UFOs do whatever they want. If they want this stupid planet, let them have it.
You want to hear about how George Kittle got down that 48-yard touchdown sideline?
His tippy toes, because he's McDonald's?
No, he credits it.
Zenny Eyewear? Because he could see the sideline so well?
Possibly, but also he says that he trained on a balance beam 5 days a week over the offseason. He said, I can stay in on this one. I was laughing myself running down the sideline. What do you think about training on a balance beam for football players?
When I was a kid, I was watching an episode of Mr. Rogers, and Lynn Swan was taking ballet lessons. So balance, toe control, ankle dexterity. These are important things. I learned a lot by watching Mr. Rogers.
I've never heard the words toe control before.
I just made it up.
Clearly you did. No one else has ever thought of it.
That's good. You're going to use it in a column tomorrow. I know it.
No.
Thank you very much to Ryan Russillo, Mo Egger for joining us, for the woman in red over there. I'm the woman in red over here. Thank you very much, Lucas. Thank you very much, Grandy Maldonado. Warriors Roundtable is going to take care of you for the next hour, and then you will be in the company of Kolsky and Company starting in an hour from now. Until then, we'll talk to you tomorrow. Sports don't build character, they reveal it.
And like that, he's gone.
Monte Ellis joins Steiny and Guru tomorrow at 12:30.
I'm a Warriors, and I'm always going to be a Warriors.
5 seconds to go. Monte for the win. Warriors have won at the buzzer by Monte Ellis. It's a can't-miss interview with Monte Ellis. Full show. Tomorrow at 12:30.
Those are facts.
On 95.7 The Game.